Yo. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we in that beat. Trust me. Gee. Walk on. Man. You telling me, man. Bear man in the building from early, yeah? Yeah, yeah, we're here, man. We're here, man. You got me? Hey, listen, yeah? Hey, fam. Man need some blood clot anger management, fam. Trust me. Are you dumb? Are you net? Yo. Yo. I swear that. Back is too big. Yeah, trust me. I need to allow getting vexed, fam. But anyway. Go anyway, man. Come on. You want to see with the block? We err. You get me? What? No, 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 okay, fam. You get me? mm. All right, man. So old type ultra funky, like old type James Jones, you get me? G Block, Unholy Trinity, the rest of the G Block man, them, the old type everyone in the chat, in the comments. Yeah, man. Listen, yeah. Um, I need to lock the streams off a bit earlier, man. I've got to lock the streams off a bit earlier now, man, because yeah, man, it's taking over my fucking whole yard, man. I'm shouting outside my yard in my garden and shit. You hear me? Fuck all that, man. Low. I'm getting low, cuz. Yeah, it needs to be a daytime thing. Everybody's out on the end. Yeah, yeah, man. I'm gonna have to start. Yeah, especially from Monday, it's gonna have to start getting wrapped up a bit earlier. You have to wrap them up a bit earlier. You hear me? What I got, BC?
No, mate. Listen,
What are
me
you telling me,
carry
man?
me
Hey,
carry
again,
me
bro.
gandem. I said, me no carry feelings. Me carry me gandem.
Yo, man, it's blood anger management route way. What you mean? Just me.
Me no carry
Yo,
feelings.
yeah,
Me
me
carry
carry
me
me blood
gandem.
like oh shit.
Oh
Yo,
shit. Who
this
you say
part
about
of
the
life.
grand rising and all that? Grand rising family.
You got
Oh
yourself
shit.
roasted, man. Yeah, man. Shit,
Hey,
bruh.
yes, I saw the reanimator this morning. Yeah, fuck me. E Black came with feet last night. Carry
Hey,
feeling.
the reanimated thing's mad, alive. He's a fucking best.
Bro, E Black. I watched the morning. I was laughing. I said, E Black, he got feelings. What is it, my G? Hey, but
Who's this?
listen. Hey,
There's a
hey,
new
hey.
dude on in the back. You gotta say that again, fam?
Okay. Quick thing, yeah. Me today, I want to know, yeah. Can I ask a question, yeah? I want people to
Yeah.
break down. Maybe I don't know you, but I don't think you subscribe to this stuff a lot. Maybe Rob and James and those guys subscribe to thermodynamics and all that, you know, all this thermodynamics and
Oh,
things
yeah,
popping
yeah.
in out of the. Suppose I want you to know, yeah. But if you're gonna say we use scientific method to do things, yeah, I want you to know how Rob can falsify something popping in and out of existence, like what Lawrence Krauss says. How does
Nah,
he
you
use
gotta say
scientific
that again,
method to.
bro. Just cut it out.
No, I said like no, like we all say like we use a scientific method to do stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to know how Rob will say Lawrence Krauss uses scientific method to say things pop in out of existence.
Oh,
You
shit,
don't
there's
understand what I'm saying?
something coming from nothing. You talk about the something
Yeah,
coming from nothing. Yeah?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
But,
yeah.
you know, you know, when they, in, say, in space, that's why they say, like, space
Mm,
is a vacuum. Because it's
mm,
got very few particles.
yeah.
So,
No, I
that
understand
nothing,
all that, but I want to know. I'm saying
uh,
I want to know how they apply the scientific method to all that. They can't falsify
yeah.
something by saying they use a scientific
Because
method. I want to know
I think
how that works.
yeah, I hear what you're saying, but like just for the the thing that when we're saying about the empty space vacuum, and even the see, like the Big Bang energy or whatever, yeah. The way, I don't understand it fully, yeah, like that, yeah. But the way that
I know.
I've got, the way that I've got a bit of an understanding of it was that I don't think that there was actually ever nothing, like no thing, like nothing there at all. You know what I'm saying?
This
Like,
is the thing, Veli, this is the thing. But the thing I want to show you from Lawrence classes today, he was saying I basically he said like something like something can come out of nothing, but something's always got nothing's always got something in it, but it's always nothing. So that's a bit like a confusing statement. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, that's what it does. Well, you see that when it gets to that level of science or whatever, it starts to get confusing in it because, like you say, when us as laymen are talking about nothing, we're talking about void of everything, innit? Like no gas, no particles, nothing at all. Like just nothing. But I don't know what what actual in reality.
But this,
if when they say nothing, if they actually mean there's no thing at all, I think they, you know what I mean? Like they might mean there's particles in the air or
that's what I'm saying.
there's gas or whatever.
First you were saying you was us like we said when there's space, is there nothing or just there's something? Because no, there's never nothing. That's what he said at first. And he goes, but you can have nothing in something, but there's something come out of nothing. I'm like, wow. Can you falsify this? No, this is this thing popping out of existence. We can't see them, measure them, but we know they're there. I'm like, wow. Where's the scientific method in all this? You just throw it out the window now. You throw the scientific method out the window now. What's going on? That's all I want you to find out. Like, do we apply when you say scientific methods? Are there different scientific methods, or is it things you can falsify, check, and falsify and check? Is there a scientific method, or are we now making up new terms for scientific method? That's all I want you to know today. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, even like the thing with the Big Bang thing. Yeah, they say we know exactly what happened before, and exactly what happened after, but we don't know what happened during the Big Bang.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a consensus on what happened before the Big Bang. Because I think there's different theories of how. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So even like that thing about different theories. It was I asked Ralph yesterday. I said, Ralph, is a scientific theory a fact? Because it's 100% a fact. So if something is a fact, how can I have 100 theories of that fact?
I don't know. Who said it was 100% fact?
Ralph yesterday.
Ralph. Oh, Ralph. Yeah, Renegade.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well. Yeah.
So I said, if it's something 100% fact, how can you have
anyone that talks about science? Yeah, they don't deal with 100%. They deal with most likely.
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand the most likely. So for me, like I was on the church Rob, like for me, what I find with me, you know, I'm not a theist, and I don't really follow science that much. So I'm on the fence here. I'm not like fighting for one side or the other. For me, I'm just saying facts to the knowledge in it. So for me, what I say, like when someone goes, something can pop out of nothing, and God says He created things out of nothing, to me, it's the same thing. The same thing. So none of them can be falsified and checked. Both make the same claim, but both saying you're both mad.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get you, bro. I hear you, bro. Trust me. Yeah, man. This that, bro. I'm telling you, yeah. Like, this science thing is serious, fam. Trust me. Man, the science thing serious, fam. It's not like you say, bro. When the man's explaining some things, yeah, it seems like it don't make sense. You get me? It's like you might have to hear it more than once.
Yeah, you might have to, but I'm not gonna say it makes sense just to please someone because they think they're being smart. I can't just if I don't understand it, I don't understand it. G, don't make sense. Don't make sense. I can't make sense what the scientist says. It must make sense when the scientist says it. If I don't understand it, I don't understand it. I can't force it. I mean, I'll lie to myself. I mean, I'll lie to myself. I ain't gonna lie to myself to say, oh yeah, I do understand it, but deep down I know shit what's going on. But I asked yesterday, like when people talk about most of the terms they use in this science field. They don't even know the terms they're using, but they understand the whole thing. I'm saying, how is that possible? Common sense says that's not possible. But maybe people are much smarter than me. I don't know. You say you don't understand this term, but you understand the big picture. You don't understand about 100 of the terms that are being used in what you're saying. You say like a paragraph to me, blah 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 blah. When I ask you to now to define these terms, you don't know how to define them, but you know what it's meant. The whole thing to me doesn't make sense. It's a fallacy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And people get their feelings. Beefy, you're dumb. You're dumb. No, I'm not dumb. You're dumb saying things you don't know. That's what dumb is. I mean, how can you get mad with me for asking you what does that mean when you're using the term yourself? You can explain it. You say I'm dumb. Does that make sense, really?
Yeah, I hear you still, man. That's what I'm trying to do. You know what it is, yeah? Because I'm bad with that as well, yeah. Like I'm trying, yeah. This is why you see, like from the start or whatever. Yeah, I've never really been into the debate thing or whatnot, because I know that when men start saying shit that pisses me off or whatnot, I'm just gonna start whining out, and you know what I'm saying, like. It's like, well, shut up, you're dumb and fuck off, you dickhead, and blah blah blah. Yeah, me look cunt. So yeah, I never really thought I was built for that debating thing like that. You hear me, cuz? Like, I'm trying to learn it myself, man. That to try to be calm.
Yeah, it was me.
I try. And so.
I don't stick to a point, yeah, but I can cuss as well. I don't mind cussing people out. But if we're talking about, I can stick to a point. I don't mind. I've learned that. Let's not get emotional when you're sticking to a point. I know, because I've learned. We've been in hangouts for a long time now. So you learn things.
No, I see what will get me vexed, yeah, and what I need to allow, yeah, is just when when someone's like an actual kid, like you're a waste man and an idiot, yeah, and you're talking to me like you can tell me. I'm like, well, I believe that. What's going on? Shut up, man. Shut that.
With me, Vellemy, anything for last year you've heard me come. I don't know shit. What I know, I don't know what I don't know. I'm here to learn and ask questions. Some people say, "Beefy, you're this, you're this." I said, "Bro, I don't make a claim. If you see me making those claims that I know everything, I'm here to learn, bro. I ask questions.
Yeah. No, I'm learning, man. But I would tell you, I'm not the smartest person in the world. I'm a student today. You get me? So I'm not no master of any technology or whatever yet. Or I'm not like a master scientist or anything like that stuff. So I can only and even another thing, another thing, what people try to shame, which I don't think anyone should be shamed for, is when you don't know something and then you look for what the answer is. There's nothing wrong with that, bro. If you don't know something, you say you don't know and then you look for what the answer is. What's wrong with that? Everyone has to learn from someone. You have to learn. Everything you've learned comes from someone else, isn't it? You know what I'm saying?
No. My thing that I don't know, yeah. I said I don't know. If I don't know, I'm not gonna say you're wrong, but I don't know. It doesn't make sense either. If I say I don't know, but you're wrong, how does that make sense?
Yeah, if you say you don't know and you actually don't know, then you got the question right, really, isn't it? You didn't know the answer.
You can't say to someone, I don't know, but you are wrong. If you don't know yourself, how can the other person be wrong if you don't know?
Well, that's a different argument still. That's a different argument still.
But I hear you. I don't know is a real answer. I don't know is the most honest answer out here, but most people don't know shit. That's true.
Yo, Beefy, hold on 1 sec, Yo, pick up yourself, Ezra.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to hold it down for a minute, because I'm just literally about to go through the tunnel still. It's gonna cut out. Cool. I'll jump back on it till I get through the other side still, man. But man, pick up like them for jumping on them things there. Man. Hey, listen though.
Yeah,
we got the atheists want smoke, The atheist defense team has been out on a mad thing this week, cuz. These straps out 2 weeks. So, bang. Yeah, man. By the time, hopefully when I get through the tunnel, hopefully you man should be able to have man under pressure or something.
Yeah, I'm with
That's in man under pressure.
Ezra. I know. Ezra, you hear what I was saying just now about when humans say God created things out of nothing, then a scientist says something came out of nothing. It's the same thing. Am I lying?
Nah, because who said that God created everything from nothing?
No, I don't know. He said God can create stuff out of nothing.
Who said that?
Maybe I'm wrong. Is that not right? That God can create out of nothing.
But that,
when
the way it says that the word created in it. It says that the word went out and done stuff in it, and it says, yeah, he's above all, through all, and in us all. Get me? So he created it from himself. There was no
Okay,
nothing.
that actually makes a bit of sense. But then that will come from like he came from somewhere or he's always been there. So
Yeah. So it's all come from
so,
him. Yeah.
did God come from
So
nothing or did God always exist?
say that again,
Did
fam.
God come from nothing or did God always exist?
God always
So
existed.
so
He's the eternal. He's the only thing that is eternal. That
so
always existed. He was always.
mm,
So was his word. You get me?
mm.
His son. You get me? The spirit of his son that was there too. Isn't it?
God is just we're here for the atheists today. That's another topic. And do you know anything about Lawrence
Yeah.
Krauss? Do you know anything about Lawrence Krauss?
Atheism for me, yeah. Atheism for me, yeah. Atheism is just dumb blood. Like I
It's
don't
not a belief.
understand how. Get me? It's just another religion. It's a belief. You like they claim, yeah, that oh they deny the existence of God. To deny the existence of God, yeah, that's a belief in the first place. You believe there's no God. You don't know there's no God. You get me? You don't have proof
Mm.
and facts, yeah. You just believe it. It's another faith. Get me? It's just a
Even,
white man's faith. That's all it is.
even the ultimate things that they bring up, like the Big Bang, the all theories, they're just beliefs. They don't see it that way. I don't understand it.
Yeah, yo, yeah. You know what? Man do see it as a
The
belief,
Big
yeah,
Bang.
but man see it as more of a credible belief. If you're gonna see it like that, then yeah. If you want to see it as a belief, yeah, man see it as more of a credible belief because there's some at least data to back up what the people them are saying it. So if you don't understand what the evidence that the scientists are giving, you can get the knowledge. Like we can get the knowledge to
No,
understand the evidence that they're giving in it. So
Oh,
no,
Veli,
no,
can I ask you a
I
question?
understand. I understand science that they're saying, yeah, and it's nonsense. That's the problem. You get me? They're trying to tell you, yeah.
wow. That's what I understand what they're saying. It's nonsense.
I'm, I'm, telling, I'm telling you, yeah, as an engineer, yeah. Let me show you something, yeah. If engineers can't use it, yeah, it's science. Yeah, it's not. If it comes in real life situations, yeah, it's not science. It's just
Theory.
theory and gas. You get me? So what I'm saying is, yeah, when it comes to blood clot,
Yo,
Big Bang, yeah,
let me
they're
let me
trying to
pause
get
you on
big,
that.
intelligent.
Let me pause you there. Yeah,
Oh, fam.
the hypothesis. Yeah,
Yeah.
hypothesis is what you're describing when you're saying theory. Yeah, that the theory when the scientists are talking is the method they took to get the result.
No, no,
That
no.
makes
The
sense.
theory is the best explanation. No, no, no,
No, no, no,
no.
no.
The,
The,
the
the
theory is
theory,
the
yeah,
best explanation.
scientific theory, yeah, is the stuff that they carried out to get the result, isn't it?
No, no. The result is the facts. So let's go. Let's do it simple. Let's use like boiling a kettle or magnets. You get me? Something we've all done before. Yeah. Like, alright, and let's go with the kettle then. You get me? You boil the kettle, yeah. The water heats up, yeah, and you get it boils at 100 degrees, and that's one thing we know and we can test. Yeah. Then they come with a theory that the water fragments are rubbing together and that causes this and that. You get me? That's the theory part that they can't prove. You understand? So like,
No, no.
there's the fact.
The theory
There's the fact.
is the stuff that happens
Huh?
in the in like so the theory. So alright, so like you were saying, the boiling the water at 100 degrees. Then yeah, the theory is the description
Yeah.
of what happened and the actions you took to boil the water at 100 degrees for it to start boiling.
Yeah, but the theory, these scientific theories, yeah, fail all the time. So one scientist will say, "Oh, it's because the water molecules are rubbing together," and then another scientist will say, "Oh, it's because they're bouncing up and down." You get me? And then another scientist will say, "Oh, it's because they're moving left and right." Yeah, and then one gets one. All I'm trying to say, you can't take these theories as a fact because they fail all the time. Yeah, every single day, scientific theories become false. You get me? Every day, check it out. Yeah, just Google what's the word? Suspended or um like failed scientific theories. You get me? That they
because
become false. So you
you know what it is?
can't take something as a
It's no one's saying that it's like 100% because it's like in how the percentage probability in it, yeah. So like when you're saying so someone made a scientific theory, yeah, and it was like 80% probable that this theory is how so and so action happens or whatever. But then someone else got closer with 92%, and they dashed out what my man said first of all, because his theory is 92% more short. I'm just trying to get layman.
But I know what you're saying, yeah, but it don't work like that with the percentages. What will happen? Like there'll be a scientific theory. Say one says, yeah, that theory now gets through that the water molecules are rubbing up and down, yeah, and then that becomes now the scientific theory of boiling water. The accepted theory, they teach it, and yeah, another scientific theory comes up. Such happens because they're moving up and down.
The mic's
and
a little
that
bit
one
low,
becomes suspended. And now they start teaching this new one. It happens every day, fam. You get me? So all I'm saying is, yeah, like we can't take these things as facts, yeah, when they fail every day. You get me? Like the Big Bang, for example, they're trying to get intelligent people to believe, yeah, that nothing was there, and then all of a sudden, yeah, things started to explode, yeah. And then we've got planet Earth now, where we've got people, nature, all sorts of stuff from nothing exploded. Nothing exploded, and
that's not bad. You oversimplified it, bro.
So what there?
You oversimplified it.
Science is simple. Science is simple.
That's the facts.
Science is simple.
Science is the study of nature, innit?
Yeah, nothing was there.
I said science is the study of nature, man. It can't be simple.
When I say it's simple, science explains stuff. It makes things simple for you to understand. That's what science is. It makes things simple for you to understand. It breaks down things so you can understand them. That's what science is for me.
Yeah, you have that understanding of how things work around you.
Yeah, that's what science is for me. I don't know what else science can do.
There's quite a lot of
and
you can't say that. You know what I'm saying? That if all these sort of discussions wouldn't be happening, we would understand all the shit on how the world was created and all that sort of stuff. If it was just simple.
For me, I think we stopped using science a long time ago. From the time we stopped growing your own food and doing your own stuff yourself personally, no more scientists, now you're theoretics. But all we do is write things on paper and say, yeah, this is true. Make a true calculation, this is true. Calculating something on paper is not science. Actually going and doing the stuff and seeing the results, and that's science.
You can do that, though, man. You know, anything that you don't believe in or you disbelieve that a scientist has done, if you've got the level of understanding of science, yeah, you can recreate the test and debunk the shit. Like I'm saying, if you man debunk all the shit like flat Earth and all them shits, yeah. Bro, if you actually prove that the world is a fucking flat Earth and all them shits via the means of testing that people can repeat, and it shows the exact same results every single time, you man will be bust, bro. Trust me. I'll be begging you, man, for something. Yo, bring me in. You hear me?
Bigger, one second, brother. You know what it is? You like make atheists like Robin, man, come on here and make you think that all scientists believe this atheist.
No one makes me think anything, bro, man. Drop me out, man.
One second.
No, yesterday. Admit yesterday. Wait, one second, please. One second.
One second, man. I'm saying answering the man, come on. Yeah. And these kind of idiot scientists think no science, come on. And they make people believe that all scientists believe this atheist nonsense. You get me? And it's far from the facts.
They never said that, man. There's Christian scientists, there's other scientists as well.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Ask them. next time they come on, yeah, ask them, man, about the God particle. Ask them what that is, because no one in scientists can explain what it is. That's why the scientist community call it the God particle. You get me? So what the hell are them man on about? They're never gonna come and tell you about these things, bigger. You get me? Everybody Google it yourself. The
We were
God
talking about it
particle
yesterday,
is
bro. We were talking about
scientific.
Ez, we were talking about that yesterday, you know.
Belly.
Alright.
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday.
Belly.
I know
Really?
that.
Really?
You saying they're man hiding shit from me, yeah? Rob and who is it? Rob and Answer are hiding shit from me, yeah?
You
don't
think you're Rob Harder? You don't think you're Rob Harder?
Don't know enough to hide.
I'm a Rob Harder.
Trust me.
Yesterday, after took it Rob Harder, Rob Fear. After Renegade yesterday took the Rob Harder's job.
Rob
Yesterday, I
Fear,
was
yeah?
shocked.
Rob Fear.
Rob Fear. Everything Rob says is true now. Everything that Rob says is true. Rob Fear. Rob Fear.
Trust me. Because Rob said it is true, you know.
Man said Rob Fear, you know. Rob Fear.
Yesterday, after took his Rob Harder, Renegade Rob took his Rob Harder. James Jones didn't. See, I'm a fair guy. I see James Jones was like, no. I don't believe that, Rob. But now Ultra, yes, Rob, that is true. I don't believe. No, yes, Rob, that is true. Yes, Rob, that is true. Everything Rob says is true.
I think James Jones is Rob's son, you know, or his nephew or something like that, bro. This is all.
No, I'm a fair guy. At least Rob, James Jones would disagree with Rob sometimes. But yesterday, Ultra and Renegade Ralph was like, yes, master, whatever you say is true. I'm not going to argue with you. They'll change they'll be saying something differently. Rob will come on, he will change their view, and then all of a sudden they agree with Rob. Just like that. 2 seconds. I'm like, wow. Rob Harder. Rob Fear!
Yeah, but wait, no, but listen to this though. If Rob says something, yeah, or if James says something, if whoever says something and it's actually factually correct, yeah, and you were saying something that's wrong, why shouldn't you change
Rob is not saying
what you say?
But Rob is not saying facts. Rob is just saying make another belief. So that belief what Rob believes. So I'm saying to check you. It's not a fact what Rob is saying. It's not his
what are you saying? Robism, yeah? Are we practicing Robism?
Robism.
Rob not even atheism. Robism.
You don't say every Rob says is true. It's not astounding.
Is that what we're doing now? Yeah, we're practicing Robism, yeah. You better idiot. Yeah, man. Shit. What's the tell me the Rob Harder as well, man. Tell me the Rob Harder then. How does the Rob Harder go?
Okay, the Rob Harder is Rob. I don't believe the Big Bang theory is true. Well, if you don't believe it's true, you're dumb. Okay, Rob, I believe it's true. Rob Harder. Rob Fear.
I bear witness that there is no God, and Rob is the only messenger.
That's what I say the Rob Harder again. Man said I bear witness that Rob is the only God, you know. Yes, but
No, he's the only messenger. I bear witness
Rob's
God,
the only messenger, yeah?
Oh, shit. I bear witness there's no God, but Rob is the only messenger.
You are joking, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, look at all the random in the chat, man. They're burn it up, you know. Yo.
For the corona thing. You still working, big guy?
Yeah. I'm just up fucking my second job, man. A few jobs today still, man.
Told them you're feeling sick, bud. 2 weeks off.
But they're saying this thing's gonna last until the end of the year or something, isn't it?
Say again? It's gonna be till the end of the year, these days.
Yeah.
Right.
You're talking about the second peak.
I don't know. 3 weeks.
Yo, Ultra.
Rob Fear.
I'm not meant to be here. I'm not meant to be here. I'm not meant to be here. He knows I'm on 9 hours trying to get fucked up.
Hey, listen, yeah. I tell you what, yeah. We ain't been getting smoke on G Block all week, yeah. But my missus has been giving me smid out, bruv. Are you dumb?
Bro,
Shut
listen
up,
to me,
bruv.
cuz. I've been getting
Smoke,
smoked so hard, bro.
Veli, one sec. Veli, one sec, please, one sec. Hey, Ultra, do you bear witness that there's no God and Rob is the only messenger? Ultra, do you bear witness that there's no God and Rob is the only messenger? Yes.
You had to go on
You
mute,
can't say
man.
that.
His missus might have got nabbed.
You can't
He was
say
whispering too loud, man.
It's a ram. It's a ram to sound than Rob. That's why. That's why he went quiet, bro.
What?
Ocha, unmute the mic, blood. How do you rap hard?
Okay.
It's haram for you. It's bad man, Rob. It's haram. You can't.
Yeah, he's not ready right now. So I told you he's agnostic.
Who's that? Ultra Funky.
He's never been an atheist. That's the problem with Ultra. Let's just
Don't worry, man. These men will come over to the is it the dark side or the white side? I don't know what you like. What would you call it? He's not come over to the white side or whatever the
white side. No, you guys are on the white side. That's what you guys are saying. We're in the dark side already. You guys are on the white side.
Man said you better gonna come over to the the dark side or the white side. You wanna funny stuff.
You guys are on the white side. We're in the dark side already. You guys are on the white side, bro. But another thing I don't get Brad, the actual atheist, no mixture.
He's not atheist, man. He's Yoruba. He's Ifa.
I know
Ifa, man.
You can say that. You can say that, but it's different. Baby, I can say anything. I can say I'm white, but I make it real. Hey, I'm white. I'm black, bro, but they make it real. Man, you can say if all you want. He's an atheist at heart. Why did he come around his heart, mouth, and everything? He's an atheist. Yeah. You chocolate. Another Uma Johnson. Them ones there. Brad. That's what I'll call him.
Brad Johnson.
Brad Johnson. That's what he is, bro.
You say it's like Umar Johnson, but like what?
It's G-Block version.
Hey, brothers, don't have it, cuz.
You know that one, the unconscious conscious community. Them ones there.
Oh. You say brothers is part of the unconscious conscious community, yeah?
The unconscious
Buy my book.
Community.
Buy my book.
Buy my book. Yeah. But where's the smoke? Hey, I don't know, man. Back, no. I'll be back. I need to jump for a sec.
Yeah. Say that, man.
Ultra. Rob we trust.
Yeah, no, Ultra's got to stay on mute, man. He's getting smid out right now, man. I told you not to hangouts.
Hey, listen, one more thing. Listen, Ultra. Rob will never set me up like Mandela.
Oh, shit. Yo.
Me no carry feeling.
Yeah, you just know G-Block after Oscar lot. You get me? We went big basket like Angela. They can't lock me up like Mandela. Your mouth head me up like umbrella. Jeez. Yeah, man. Don't worry, man. You can hate on the Rob, man. That's how we know Rob is a top scalper around there, fam. Because enough man ain't paid about Rob, cuz.
Rob fuck the real Mandela. The effect on the Mandela, bro. Trust me. Come give man some frowsy Mandela, some soft you. Nah, man.
You say you try to turn man into Mandela, yeah? He's called Ultra Mandela. Yo, man's called man Ultra Mandela, fam. Yo, Ultra. Yo, I'm gonna back it for you, fam. Don't worry, cuz. Yeah, I'll go your back, G.
Yeah, but only for the next 10 minutes or so because I got to cut the job still. But yeah, man. Fuck that, man. Don't trade no Mandela. You get me? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying?
All I'm saying is,
Yeah.
I'm blaming Robbie. That's something Mandela. I'm blaming Rob. Yeah, he did something to Mandela blood. Yeah, that's how I'm putting it down.
Yo, did I hear somebody take a Rob Potter right quick? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Real talk. Like, that's some funny stuff. The Rob Potter, you got the Rob Fear. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, mate.
Rob
Trust me,
Fear, Rob is
man.
your father. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can't do the Allah Akbar, you know what I'm saying? But I can Rob is your father, you know what I'm saying? Rob Fear.
Word. Yeah, man. Hey, big up yourself, boy, man. What's going on, bro?
Nah, big up the panel and whatnot. So you only got 10 minutes, Bill?
Yeah. Cause, like, I need to go into a job real quick. Like, I need to phone the customer and go and do a job, like, and then I can jump back on still.
Okay.
But yeah. So what are you telling me, man?
Well, I'll come back
Yeah,
on
you
later.
got some smoke for me, innit, man?
Yeah, I got some
You
questions.
get some smoke for me, innit, man? Yeah, man. I like that, man. That's what I'm trying to
of
say.
the position. See, I have a very unique theist concept. You know what I'm saying? I got a very small sliver of the theist spectrum that I cover, but I still cover part of the theist spectrum. You know what I'm saying? And so, like me in particular, like Ultra Funky knows. You know what I'm saying? I'm dangerous, bro. Like in the sense where like. When it comes to like playing with theists and atheists or whatnot, like
yeah, come man. Don't if bruv, listen, yeah, the way it is, yeah, man won't try and front that man some super brainy guy in it. Yeah, so if you ask me a question that I don't know the answer to, I'll just say I don't know. I won't, like if there's like a free option or something, and I need to pick one of the options or something like that, and I might try and make a
that's
guess or
crazy.
whatever.
I don't like them situations. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not trying to play gotcha. I'm not trying to be like, oh yeah, here's the LGBT thing. Like, that was ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? However, like my position is this: like when Raj came through and asked his questions and whatnot about like the humanism and whatnot, I'm just gonna say this: like so I was the one theist that was saying yes to all three things, right? Because I come from a particular school of theism and whatnot, to where I don't consider God to be supernatural, meaning I don't consider God to be outside of nature and whatnot. So I'm a naturalist and a theist at the same point in time. So my position is like when y'all over here start talking to me and whatnot, in our conversations, you're probably going to be closer to an agnostic when talking to me in my concept of God versus someone who considers God outside of themselves. Like so when it comes to that concept, like I tell him, like I used to be atheist, right? And I was atheist again based upon the concept of I didn't believe God was outside of myself. Or a concept of like it couldn't make sense like God being outside of us, or the source of all things being outside of nature. You know what I'm saying? And so studying things like physics, etc., whatnot, dealing with stuff like the concept of like energy cannot be created or destroyed or whatnot. Like I developed this, like to me, there's a science to my morality. There's a basis of science in my morality, in my religion, etc., whatnot. So as an atheist, you probably deal with like secular morality, secular ethics, etc., whatnot. You can arrive at the concept of arriving at morality without a God or whatnot. For me, I deal with like a religious-based ethics in the sense to where the concept, like religion in the sense of that which binds us together again, not the concept of like the belief in the God outside of the universe or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So, for instance, like I deal with stuff like quantum entanglement and the collapse of the wave function or whatnot, and just to keep it real simple and basic or whatnot, like quantum entanglement deals with the concept of like so. We understand we're made up of atoms or whatnot, right? In the atoms, you got the atomic particle, you got the wave particle. The wave particle is like basically the energy aspect, right? And so here's where I cross over like into like the Sarah Garvey concept in the sense to where like I do pantheism and panentheism and whatnot, to where I believe that basically we're all aspects of energy or whatnot, and that energy is the soul of the universe, is the essence of the universe. So you were talking about the Big Bang, the God particle, all that type of stuff. That's essentially energy. You know what I'm saying? And so like again, the principle is energy cannot be created or destroyed. So it's pretty much just there. You know what I'm saying? So for me, that's what I was telling Rob one day. That's my concept of what God is the animating force, the animating energy to all life. And so he agreed that was energy in nature and whatnot, right? And so at that juncture, he admitted that my form of God existed. He didn't quite like that though, because he didn't like the concept of me being a naturalist and a theist. He was like, "Oh, you just say you're an atheist." Like, no, I just don't believe in a supernatural God. I don't believe in a God that breaks his own rules and exists outside of nature. And so,
Yeah, because like you see, that sounds like something like what Lady Divine was saying yesterday, and then like it just sounds like instead of just saying it's nature, like you're just using having God for nature instead.
in a
You know,
sense,
like for the
yeah,
natural forces and all them sort of
right,
the things that happen in the universe and everything. Yeah, and like me personally, I ain't really got an issue with that. Innit? Like, it's just like I'm saying, it's just sometimes people just want to use their own meaning of words for things. But if you're in a debate settings and whatever, then
Mm-hmm.
you might end up in a circular argument, innit? Because you're talking about nature. So obviously, they're talking about nature. You're talking about God, and you're basically just talking about the same thing. And then you just got to keep going around in circles trying to prove that nature's nature, and you're going to try to prove that nature's God.
Sure, that's a legitimate argument and whatnot, but the concept being is that so pantheism and panentheism is an aspect of theism, right? It's in the school of thought there, right? Like so for the people who deal with that concept of nature being God, etc., and the things I was talking about, their sense of morality comes from the concept of like you heard Shakara talking about Ubuntu, right? I am because we are. You know what I'm saying? Like, or the concept, some kind of concept of we're interconnected.
One sec though, yeah, because there's a lot of crackling on Ez, is that you? Your mic?
Yeah, I think that's Ezra's mic.
Yeah, let me mute your mic here while you're not talking, fam. Yeah. Yeah, because it was making a lot of crackling there still. But yeah, carry on more, bro.
Yeah, so the concept of we're interconnected or whatnot, for me, has like a scientific basis that we can see, like with the concept of quantum entanglement and whatnot. So where basically you can have wave particles having the same experience, being affected by the same things at opposite ends of the universe or whatnot, right? And so basically, like it shows like the concept, like a certain concept of being interconnected or whatnot, on an energetic level, right? And so there's also this concept of collapsing the wave function, meaning like the observer, when they look at a wave, it collapses. It goes from being in superposition, being everywhere, everyone, etc., whatnot, to being in one specific place, in one specific form and whatnot. And so that kind of shows the concept of our choice has an effect on reality. Our observation has an effect on reality. So based upon that, like those scientific concepts of quantum entanglement and collapsing of the wave function, to me, it's consistent to derive a morality of like the golden rule and the silver rule, like do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and don't do unto others as you would not have them do unto you. Like what for me, I derive that concept from a underlying interconnected concept. This is where I think where Rob talks about like empathy or whatnot. For me, I can only derive the concept of empathy from a concept of interconnectedness. So if you're saying you're an atheist, I'm trying to understand where and how you derive your morals scientifically and from what basis, and do you accept the concept of energy not being able to be created or destroyed?
You talking to me now, yeah? Do
Yeah.
I accept the energy, or do I accept the concept of energy can't be created or destroyed?
Mm-hmm.
I'll accept it for now because I've never really looked into it like that. So yeah, I can just accept it for now, as part of some of the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
So,
can you not hear me?
Yeah. Big up, James. Well, go on.
So on that level, can you
question?
just real quick as a sidebar follow up? So on that level, can you like? This is where I'm saying this is going to be a unique conversation. Like, so for a pantheist and a panentheist, like you're admitting that their God exists, or you're accepting that their God exists until further notice. Does that make sense?
So what? Because you're saying energy can't be created or destroyed.
Like so, yeah, on it. Like so their God would be like energy / nature, right?
Right.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying. With that, it's just like, sorry, for me, it feels like you just swap in what the mainstream scientists want to call different elements and give their names for, and just calling them all God or whatever. Saying what
Yeah,
nature's
can
God
I
and then
just say, yeah?
whatever.
Can I just say really quickly though, yeah? Like it's all well and good you saying energy is your God. But then I mean many people on YouTube will tell you that I'm their God. So you can't disprove me, right? Because I'm their God. The only way you could disprove or categorize me as a God or not is if I were the one to have created the universe. So the fact that there's no consensus on what's happened before the Big Bang, or in simple terms, like what caused the Big Bang, thus the creation of the universe, we can't really say that energy is evidence of a God, or energy is evidence of the creator.
So when you're saying of a God, you're talking about the whole external concept. I'm not talking about that.
No, but
So
I'm just saying like if you label your shelf or your cupboard a God, and then you say we can't disprove your God because we know it exists, like you asked Veli, is energy.
I'm not talking about the concept of disproven or disproven. Like so I'm not even here trying to do that kind of concept. I'm trying
No,
to
you said you asked him if he agrees with. You asked him about the thermodynamic model, and then you asked him if he agrees with a pantheist God. But that's like if we agree.
No, I didn't. I asked him if he understood if accepting the concept of energy not being created or destroyed, it basically stipulates that he can accept the pantheist view of God until further notice, until there's a proof otherwise, right?
But no, because then it would need to be like God has denotes creation, isn't it? Like he's this thing that.
So I'm trying to point out a different view of theism. Like so the common view of theism is like the external form, right? To where God is something outside of nature, right? So I'm pointing out a different concept of theism to where like so, and I'm not even trying to be combative about it. You know what I'm saying? Like this is why I waited till later in the week to bring this up or whatnot, because I used to be an atheist, and so I respect the concept. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying at this juncture. I'm trying to understand.
Yep. More. You know what? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Stops was on yesterday, yeah, and he seems like he understands science a bit more than most people, yeah. So, but I didn't get a chance to ask him still, yeah, because obviously they're going to put up a new telescope instead of that, to replace that Hubble telescope thing, innit? So I was going to see like, will that be able to see further back, or so? Because obviously once that question's answered of what happened before the Big Bang, sort of.
Yeah, Big Bang. Put the Big Bang aside, right? Like, so the short story, the long story. What I was saying is that like, so the basis of the morality that I come to is based upon some level of interconnectedness, which can be shown in some level of science based on like an energetic level, right? And so that's why I was trying to just basically explain the concept. Like, so. Even if I wanted to be selfish, I think that the concept of the gold and silver rule would make sense in terms of like some level of morality, right? And being able to observe some level of interconnectedness, right? So I'm just curious to see like how you derive the concept of your morality and or how you get to humanism being the best concept for you.
Can I just say, I just want to go on record because I'm a G Block alumni. Yeah, I never said I was a humanist. Go on, Veli.
Oh, just for clarity, what do you say that you are?
I don't say I'm anything.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. Even myself, yeah, I didn't subscribe to the thing that was Ultra's thing, innit? I said that I agreed with the free.
Okay. So then take a label off
that was read out.
No labels. I'm
curious. Can I go on record as also saying Ultra is very moral. He may be
more moral than me.
Yeah, he may be
got more morals than me still. So I will say that thing in it because he will do things what I probably wouldn't do it. So
right. So let's just take my concept off the table, and I'll just recognize it. Like, so I have a very unique perspective on theism, right? Like, so just take me out of the conversation at this juncture, right? I'm trying to understand like how is it that how is it that you come to the morality that you come to, and what's the is there a scientific basis for it? Or is it more just like a just your particular experience with reality?
Yeah, I was just saying more to do with the environment around you, innit? But like I'm saying, fam, I didn't even say, I'm a humanist or give myself the label. I was saying, bruv, the 3 paragraphs that was read out in the humanist thing, yeah, as a basis of well how people were just going to live around and with each other sound like a better way to live with humans on Earth than any of the religious laws that have been explained to me so far. So you get me? So I was like, right, boom. I would rather lean on that than on a religion thing. But I ain't even looked into it yet. So I'm not accepting no labels. Oh, I'm jumping under this label, that label. Well, now you got to call me this and you got to call me. Because, again, that's what a lot of people on these hangouts and YouTube things do. These men are just under fucking just bare different labels, cause like, right, man, just about accepting this atheist thing, innit? Yeah, come on. Like I don't believe in God. I ain't going to church. I ain't going to a mosque or nothing like that. Yeah, I don't think it's real or whatever. Yeah. So
it's a lot of rapadas going on right now. You know what I'm saying? A lot of rap fear going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, but one sec here. So, Ruman, who's Ruman?
Hey man, I'm from India and I've just joined your podcast. I thought maybe I should contribute something. How are you, brother?
I'm good. What would you like to contribute? Hello? Hello? Can anyone else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good morning.
Yeah,
yes, I can hear you, Vellemy.
Hey, guys, can I just ask everyone a real quick question?
Yeah, one sec. Oh, man. He's got a fucking new account.
Hey, can I ask you a real quick question, bro? Or anyone in the chat, anyone in the panel. Can you, you know when you click on someone's name, can you go to their channel?
No, not no more. Not no more.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, I'm back. I just lost my connection.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, man. So, what would you like to add?
Is my voice clear? Because I feel like you're not able to hear me. Hello.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, it's clear. Yeah. Sorry, I my internet just got disconnected. So, you all before starting with anything? I just wanted to ask: is this like are you all guys atheists or what? I just wanted to ask each of you separately.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
You G block, right?
Yeah. We're G block. Yeah.
I'm the only theist on the panel.
G block, unholy. All right. And the others?
Yeah.
What about?
Maybe ask if you are.
I'm a Muslim. I'm a Muslim, brother.
There's one Muslim on the panel, and then the rest. Yeah.
Walaikum assalam, brother. How are you? Yeah. So, Muslim, 2 Muslims, 1 atheist, and who else?
No,
so
1
we
Muslim.
Could like.
Oh yeah, 2. Yeah, you as
2
well.
Muslims
sorry,
and the rest are atheists. Yeah.
Yeah.
So your main point, an atheist perspective of life is that there's no God, right? This is the basic theme of there. And I don't know how many of you are born atheist. They have been given this upbringing of there being no God by their parents, or have they converted into this atheist thing. But I just wanted to say one thing to all of you. It's nothing. It's not. It's no imposition of my narrative. If you want to take it, you may take it. If you don't want to take it, don't take it. But all I wanted to say is, when you go into the depths of this universe, you will realize that we will not be able to discover it ever in any point of our lives, right? Because it's so deep and it's so vast that no scientist, no observatory could see what is beyond it, right? I just want to say is, when take a moment of relaxation and try to think about the vastness of it, and just try to think that could it be created by is it like a coincidence, is it a phenomenon of Big Bang theory? And you will just, it's not, again, it's not an imposition of narrative. And you
Good morning, young man. Can I? My name's Rob. My name's Rob. Good morning to you. I don't think we've met. I think your view that we'll never know is a claim that you would have to justify, and I think that's what's called in discourse an argument from personal incredulity. In other words, you don't know how it could be the case, therefore it is the case, and that's fallacious thinking. if you look back in time, right, people would have said, well, we have no idea. We'll never be able to discover what's out there, out there beyond the earth. And of course we have. And so to make the claim that we'll never understand the intricacies of the universe, to me, is an argument for personal incredulity. And you would have to show how it is impossible that human beings could ever do that. And I think that's a pretty strong burden for you to do.
Well, that is a tough question, but I must say, brother, look, you also accept that there is indeed a vastness that is yet to be explored. Are you on with me on this point, at least?
Yep.
Now, let's move on to the next thing. Brother, the thing is, what I'm saying is that is it, okay, again, let's for a moment accept your argument. Before me justifying it, let's for a moment accept your argument for the simplification of our conversation, right? You see, brother, could you, from a rational point of view, could you ever believe, and not believe, could think that this whole vastness of the universe is a phenomena of a resulting force, be it uh, being called Big Bang Theory stuff, anything which people call. But when you think it feels like that there is someone who's behind uh, this whole working, this whole dynamic of this creation. Don't
Okay,
this ever
just a quick one. When you say it feels like it, you're not making a rational argument, you're making an emotional argument. So if you want to appeal to emotion, that's fine. If you want to stick to rationality, then we don't go with our feelings. Would that be fair?
All right. Let's go ahead. You were saying, yeah, I get it.
So do you want to
so when I look out at the universe,
sorry,
go ahead, James, if you like.
No, I was just interested to his response to when you referred to the argument from incredulity and what his response was to that. Can you see? Rob asked you. He asked you if you could see that there would have been a point in history where some of the scientific achievements or innovations we've made wouldn't have seemed possible to those people. So can you see how that is similar to the argument that you put forward about you not believing the deep expanse or the vastness of the universe would never be traversed or been able to?
Yeah, you are absolutely right on this point. But what I believe is that now this is my personal opinion. What I believe, whatever scientific discovery that you guys see on TV or newspaper, that is all a phenomena of something that is already there out there in the universe, which is being backed by a force. This is my opinion. And I believe this would not have been possible, this whole harmony with which this whole universe is working, without there being someone. How is it possible all the things are working in a motion that's so harmonious? This is what I feel.
Would it surprise you to know that cosmologists and scientists don't have that opinion, and they understand a lot more about the universe, about probabilities, etc., than you and I do? So would it surprise you that people who are far more of experts in virtually every field don't think that it's probable? They don't deny that it's possible, but they don't think that it's probable or it's more likely that this came about through a divine creator. Would that surprise you, or do you know that already?
That doesn't surprise me, and I also believe, despite me being in a country that is really conservative, India, right? I'm from India, and people.
Oh, and you're a Muslim.
I'm a Muslim. I'm from India.
You're assumed to be a political refugee.
No, I'm a good citizen here. There are 200 million citizens, Muslim citizens in India. It's a very big, it's a very vast. Although there are a lot of oppression going on in a lot of states in India against Muslims.
Not where you are.
I'm in Delhi.
Ruman,
it's the capital.
Where you live, yeah, is that anywhere near the Punjab?
It is quite close to Punjab. It's like 200 kilometers away from Punjab.
We got a resident guy that likes to visit here and test his boundaries. his name's a Sikh guy as well. So, but
Was he also an atheist?
no, he's a Sikh.
All right, okay. I let's move on towards where we were. I before I commenting on anything because I wasn't really following your conversation. I just want from any of you respectable gentlemen your opinion who are atheists, by the way. Your opinion on what exactly is the theme of your belief of there
What
being
does
no
that mean?
God. Go ahead.
What does that mean?
When you say theme, atheism refers to, in my case, the disbelief over a god or gods. I do not believe a god or gods exist. What I mean by a god is a personal creator of the universe that is supernatural, i.e., that exists outside the universe. Some theists think that he exists inside and outside, but most theists think that he exists separate from the universe and created it, and has a will and has a plan for humanity. And I reject that claim.
All right. All right. So tell me, before me moving towards my opinions, so tell me, why do you think that human civilization throughout its course of history and even now has so much involved itself into this religion stuff? What do you think? Why does people get enticed into it?
Yeah, I think one reason, at least, is our evolutionary hangover, right? We want to explain things, and we feel very uncomfortable when we don't know things. And so people will, create things, make things up to explain things. But actually, if you think about it a bit more deeply, if something can explain everything, it explains nothing. It's just a placeholder that you can put over it. And I think human beings are very adept at trying to find explanations, and when they don't, like I say, most don't want to say, I don't know. And so there's this thing. People used to think that the gods brought down thunder. Now we understand the mechanics of thunder. Nobody that's literate on the topic will suggest that the God does the thundering, unless you think that God is controlling everything from the moment of the Big Bang, in which case we wouldn't have free will. But if you don't believe that, then nobody thinks that God did the thunder. So I think it's a placeholder initially for people who are scared and ignorant, and it made them feel comfortable, and at least gave them some sort of answer.
And just to follow on from that, and it was enforced throughout history, because similar to what Rob said, we are inquisitive and we require explanations. It was enforced by various different apparatus and mechanisms, because all, from my understanding, all creatures, but especially humans, are hierarchical creatures, and we need something to justify authority. So you've had historically, most historical societies have been governed theonomically, which is the leadership is enforced by the understanding that the ultimate authority was elected by God, which is, sorry, let me rephrase that. The authority that governs or has dominion over you was elected by God, which is the ultimate authority. So it serves this sort of hierarchy. It serves as the ultimate absolute authority in a hierarchical structure, which is you can see throughout sort of all sort of creatures, or all sentient beings.
Point taken. But given the kind of toolkit that we have today in the form of internet, why hasn't, given the kind of arguments that you are presenting, like you according to yourselves only, that you guys have got a very good argument to prove that there is
Can I
no
just
God.
ask you quickly before you go further? Are there any countries that make apostasy illegal?
Apostasy illegal? Well, tough one.
Because I can think of one offhand,
which is
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, you are, and Saudi Arabia and Iran.
Okay, so that's you just answered your own question with two reasons why there'd be at least some people that, even if we made a compelling argument, could be incentivized to not relinquish or renounce.
Okay, I get your point. And by the way, this whole apostasy thing, there's a very big debate about it, and there's a very big thing behind it, which we'll come to after some time. But my question was my main point, and by the way, Iran and Saudi Arabia, these two countries. So my main question is, given the Might be more, might be some conservative Muslim nations. There are indeed, like Algeria. There is, and what else? Turkey is a more moderate country. So no, there used to be at one point in Pakistan, in the form of blasphemy laws. There used to be. Well, where there's wrong, where there's evil, I'll support you. No problem about it. But let's come on to the main point. My main question, because we were going through your narratives, your opinions. When I just started talking to you, you said that you have got a very good argument.
Who said that?
For not believing. No, for believing, like the kind of scientific reasoning that you were providing me. You have got a good argument for proving that there is no God, right?
No, no one said that. No one at all said that. Do you know what? Just to make things really, really quick, if there is some confusion, you have as to why somebody is an atheist, sorry, then it stands to reason that you would put forward your claim for or your evidence for believing in God that I imagine would be irrefutable, and therefore you would either convert us or prove us to be irrational. But it makes no
No,
sense asking us to give you evidence of a disproof or to negatively prove something. It would make far
no,
more
no, no,
sense
no.
for you to
Well,
just give us the
it,
evidence and then we could
no.
go.
You know what? Let me be very honest and clear here. I am here right now in this podcast to get your opinions, to get the side of this whole conversation where there's no
That's
proper
fair enough.
listeners. There are no
No, that's fair
that's
enough.
all.
Go ahead.
And by the at first I thought the kind of convo that you heard from me, at first I thought maybe I should do, but then I changed my course. I thought maybe I should try to limit myself to listening to what your opinions are, to what you three guys have opinions, right? I'm a Muslim, I practice my faith, but I want to hear from you as to what exactly. I'm not here to negate your arguments, brother. I respect you. I respect you
Ruman,
as a person. Yeah,
Ruman,
yeah,
let
yeah.
me just explain something. Yeah, this week though, probably I hope it would have been nice if you had been here from the start of the week. Yeah, because we've been having atheism on trial. Yeah, so basically, for instead of atheists asking questions of religious people, it was we was going to be able to get the atheists to sort of ask questions on our moral stances and just I don't know other things that religious people
Uh-huh.
sort of link to atheism or whatever. So if you have got any questions like that, we might be able to have a
I think
conversation.
that's what he's doing, though, Tony. I think that's what he's doing with the cosmological arguments and that sort of thing, maybe fine tuning or whatever the case is, right? And
Yeah,
he's asking
exactly.
for our perspective. And I think the
Yeah,
last
exactly.
question before it sort of went a little bit sideways was, how is it that we've got the internet and there's still people becoming Muslim or some version of a question like that, or people are not deconverting? Was that
Exactly.
kind of
That
where you
was
were
my
going with
point.
that
Yeah.
question?
Yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well, I think
Rob, I
I don't
was
know where you
coming to
get
that. Why is it so?
yeah, I don't know where you get your numbers. It's very encouraging for me. The Pew polling shows that people, the non-affiliated, are going to be projected going forward to 2050 or 2060, the biggest group of people. In other words, unaffiliated are people who do not believe in a God, right? And when they did the projections, they outstripped Islam, which is the second highest, by 20 times. 20 times more people will become unaffiliated than will join Islam. Islam was about 3.5 million. The unaffiliated were somewhere in about 66 million, right? And also separately from that, the figures from ex-Muslims who are doing the study and bringing out figures from places nearby to you. Harris Sultan is one of them. He's an ex-Muslim. He's written a book. He's got a whole figure on this. The conversions, i.e. the people who are becoming non-Muslims, is incredibly encouraging. So I think for me, if anything, it's birth rate that is holding the numbers the way they are. So I don't think it's because the majority of Muslims have thought critically about this and have good arguments. And I think those that do think critically about it eventually start to deconvert. And the numbers are very, like I say, encouraging from my point of view for the deconversions in extremely conservative countries.
So you believe like the birth rate is like the hurdle of the data modeling that happens. It eventually comes as a barricade, and you're talking statistics, right? So you are saying that birth rate, because of this high fertility rate in the Muslim countries, this often comes as a hurdle, right? This is your point.
Yeah, so when children are born, they're called Muslim children, which I think, as Richard Dawkins pointed out, is, I might not go quite as far as him, but it's tantamount to child abuse, because my children, I wouldn't call them atheist children, right? And they have no idea what these sort of things are. And you don't call them conservative children or liberal children, as his argument. So calling somebody a Muslim child is, like I say, that's tantamount to child abuse in his view. I just think it's mistaken to say that. And if you're going to include new births as Muslims, well, then obviously you're including a higher birth rate and young people who have no clue what this is all about. So they haven't had a chance to even consider it, and you're including those numbers. If we had to actually poll the Muslim world and actually get people to go, have you good arguments, and have like a basic test, nothing super philosophical, and see how many Muslims had reasons they could put forward, I think the numbers would be staggeringly low for those that have thought about it, and the rest we could just say, well, they've never thought about it and they've just been brought up in that. So, they can call themselves Muslims, but are they serious Muslims in that they've thought about it? Probably not.
But technically, brother, doesn't this apply to Christians and Judaism as well? Because, when a baby is born in a Christian household. So
I agree. Right. It applies to everybody, right? But if your argument is that the numbers are going up, then I want to know where you're getting those numbers from, and don't include children or those people, young people who have no clue, right? I think conversions is probably at least one metric you can use, and there, while you are certainly better than the Christians, as it seems, it appears, you're nowhere near the unaffiliated. You're like being left in the dust, right?
All right. Why isn't there no proper representation of atheism? Like, why isn't there any central image?
Yeah, because it's not like theism that has a doctrine with a central source, right? It's a disbelief or lack of belief, some atheists will say, and then we use reason and science. And because that's a human endeavor, there will be different opinions there. So unlike yours, where you claim there's a divine source, obviously with a human source, there's going to be disagreements, discussions, etc. But there are some smart people, be it Neil deGrasse Tyson or Lawrence Krauss or Sean Carroll or whoever it is. In cosmology, you'll have your philosophers, you'll have Richard Dawkins from a biology point of view. And so there are these people, but there isn't like one source where you can go because it's a single claim, right? And it just informs, or at least has some implications on the rest of your worldview.
Why is it so that this prerogative of having this sense of disbelief or no belief, according to you, again, me putting no narrative of mine towards you, why is it so that this whole thing is eventually being adopted largely by people who are experts in their fields, or who are intellectuals, or who are knowledgeable like you? Why is it so?
What is being adopted? You said this thing is being adopted. What thing?
Like someone who is converting into atheist, someone who's converting into atheist from some other religion. Why is it so that largely there's a very big presence of people who are like knowledgeable, like intellectuals, like experts? Why is it so there's a very big number of only these people? Why not?
Well, I think because they've thought about the topics, they understand some of the deeper questions, and the lay people haven't done that. But I'm encouraged by the numbers that I see, because those are not all experts that are converting. But you're right, there are certainly a great deal of sort of people in expert fields. That's not to say that there aren't expert theists. Of course there are. But I think as people become more of an expert, they can see that there's no good reason to think that God is more probable than not.
Okay, got it. Again, that's a long way to go. But again, the previous question, linking my previous question to the question that I just raised, the doctrine that you were talking about, why is it so? Again, the central image. Why is it so that because of there being no central image revolving around atheism, why isn't a simplified version of scientific evidences is being backed as the doctrine of disbelief? Shouldn't it be to promote your stance?
Well, they are, right? People have written books on it. They appeal to the scientific method. Lawrence Krauss's book, Richard Dawkins' book, Sam Harris's book. There are prominent atheists who have written books that have, and they get letters by the thousands. That's what they report, right? I'm going to take them at their word, of people saying, you've changed my life. I actually know somebody personally who read Richard Dawkins' book. I'm not saying it's the best book, by the way, but he read it on a flight from New York to London, and he became an atheist. right? So there are these books out there by prominent authors that people are reading that are banned in some countries, and it is helping people to, be more critical and to quote unquote deconvert.
Is the politics of any country willing to support this whole movement of atheism? Because at least in my country there isn't.
No, I know. Yeah,
Oh,
yours.
hold on.
What about the US?
Can I just quickly interject though? Yeah. I'm not sure if you not touched on this, but you and I credit what's your how do you pronounce your name, brother?
My name?
Yeah,
My name is Ruman. Ruman.
Ramon. Yeah. I credit you for not having the desire to impose your beliefs on anybody else. But a lot of people do have that desire and that intention, and a lot of people would be regarded as a sort of pariah if they were to espouse some of the ideas that that Rob was talking to you about, and that maybe I espouse. Yeah, so that's another incentive to keep people, irrespective of the internet, to keep people still believing in what some would argue is false or an irrational belief, as well as just the fact that if you're culturally brought up a Muslim, as Rob said earlier, you wouldn't want to create that sort of schism within your family, or you wouldn't want to upset, because it would upset, and ultimately the sort of the default position of most religious people, religious families,
Mm-hmm.
if they want their child or their relative to have the same faith as them, or to maintain the same faith, to inevitably make it to heaven or Jannah or whatever. So there is a lot more there is a lot more inner workings than just reading something on the internet or watching a documentary or reading a book and saying, you know what, now I'm going to change my whole life and potentially be an outcast.
Yeah, the tipping point of the iceberg. That doesn't happen because of one flick. Exactly, I get it. But you know what? I like I my personal belief is that before, again, this whole imposition of narrative, I just believe that before saying anything or before passing any commentary on anyone's religion or anyone's disbelief, according to you should first listen to their opinions. And I personally haven't really got down to the depths of your logical reasoning behind this whole belief. Again, this whole belief system, apparent belief system. So I want to get
You
into
mean
that.
lack
I
of
want to
belief?
know more
You mean lack of belief? Yeah. So
and
can I ask you a question?
Mhm.
What would you believe? What would you say is the default position? So is the default position in your opinion?
Default position of mine, or like default
No,
position after my research?
for a Homo sapien, for a human being, what is the default position? A belief in a god or a lack of a belief in a god?
Tough one. Well, someone, again, your thing, someone who has been brought up in a household where a certain religion is being practiced.
Let's say they were
95% of
raised
them
by
end up practicing that same religion.
Let's say they were raised by wolves, so they have absolutely
95.
no concept of. So I'm asking you: is it an innate function of a human being to believe in God? In your opinion?
Uh if we eradicate, no, well,
I,
you have asked something. No, I'll be very honest. If you eradicate all the religions from the face of the earth, and if you take down just the human beings, if you just consider them as a whole, I just personally believe they would end up worshipping celestial objects, to be very honest, or water, or anything that. No, yeah, I believe that there is this sense of belonging, at least to certain extent, in all the humans, that there is a certain being or certain known individual that is behind the scenes to a certain extent. I'm not saying clearly that they believe that there's a whole manageable, someone who's whole managing the universe, that there's a god, but up to a certain extent there is a presence of that grain, almost not all people's heart, but a very large proportion. Because if you see back in the days 2000 3000 years ago, this is how people discovered religion, like Hinduism, Buddhism. This is how it got discovered, like very old religions. This is how they used to get into the origins of it.
Yeah, cool. Like deifying like their resources or whatever. I get you. But what I was going to ask though is if you accept that the sort of the premise from which I drew that question, then you're accepting that one has a belief and one doesn't have a belief, correct? So when
Varies exactly.
right, so I believe then it was an invalid question that you posed to the atheist, in that you said you wanted to probe our beliefs, but the atheism
Are you talking about the question that I raised at the start of my conversation?
No. So prior to this last little sequence, you said you're interested in probing our beliefs or what led us to our beliefs, but it genuinely is the lack thereof. So it's just
no, brother.
It's like Ruman. It's like arguing over the flavor of water.
What you just asked
that
me.
Water has no flavor.
Huh. But what you just asked me was a general psychology of a human being. What I was trying to ask is that how does the whole belief system of your this
you said that you're Muslim, but you're not answering the questions Islamically. So as Muslims, we believe that every human is born with fitra, innate belief in God. But you're answering it in a very secular way. So you're saying you're a Muslim, but you're not answering the questions Islamically. Like for me, that's a problem. Is that because where you live, you're not really that Muslim?
No. Let me answer that. Because of my willingness to promote this whole debate in a very progressive manner,
but he asked
and
you
in
your
order to
opinion.
my opinion is very simple, brother. I believe in one God. I believe in one God, prophet peace be upon him, the last messenger. My belief system is very clear. I want to ask them what's theirs, so that's why I am not imposing at any point my belief system upon them.
Like for example, let me ask you something. Do you believe in colors?
I believe in colors.
Color? Yeah. Do you believe that we can see in color? Yeah. All right. So
yes, brother.
If somebody came to you and said, "I'm colorblind," yeah, they can't see the colors that you can see, right? Can you explain to them the colors that you can see that they can't see? Can you explain it to them in words? They've never seen the color green. They've never seen a green apple. You're saying to them, "This apple's green. Green is the same color as that grass over there." He's saying, "But I can't see the green of the apple, and I can't compare it to the grass because I can't see the green of the grass either." So how can you then explain God to somebody who has no iman? He has no, it's not his fault. He just can't see what you can see. How can you explain it to him?
I get your point. Now listen to me, brother. Before persuading anybody to accept your iman, or before, and this is by the way a theme of Islam, that before convincing anybody, you must first listen to their point of views. And obviously
they have a lack of belief. You're the believer. Yeah.
I get your point.
You understand?
I get it. But at the outset of the argument, if I try to impose my narrative, they will further distance themselves from me. First you have to create a link, and that link is through listening to their opinions, and then eventually you must have listened to me throughout the conversation, that I at no point try to impose my belief system upon them, because I first wanted to know them personally, what led them to be at that stage. Are you getting me?
Cool.
My belief system is very clear.
I'm getting you, but then the conversation can't move forward because their whole position is, what is your belief? You lay out your belief, they reject your belief, and that's their position.
Yeah, but Khan,
so you could have any position from Christianity to Judaism to Islam, like they will reject all of them, and that's their position. Like to investigate their position further than that is pointless because the whole
we
point of
haven't tried yet.
atheism is a lack of belief. That's all it is. There's nothing more to understand. That's all it is. There's no complexity to it. It's just a lack of belief.
Khan, firstly, you're mistaken. There's reasons why somebody lacks a belief or disbelieves, and that's what he's inquiring about. But today, in any case, you don't have to put forward your ideas. We can do that next week, right? Then you can be grilled. At this moment in time, he wants to understand we're atheists. Why are we atheists? What's our reasons for that? And that's fair. He doesn't have to tell us where he's from or what his belief system is.
Rob, like,
it's
what
completely
I'm saying
irrelevant
is,
to his line of questioning.
As Muslims, we believe that everything comes from God, yeah, including Iman. So if somebody doesn't have any Iman, is it their fault? Can we blame them? Not really. It's the equivalent of them being colorblind. I can't blame you that you're colorblind. You see what I mean? Like, for me to understand your position, I can't expect you, as the person who's colorblind, to be able to explain it to me.
Well,
you can't explain to me why you're colorblind because you can't see the colors.
I understand that. I understand that. Presumably what Ruman is doing is he's going to critique our view, show us where he thinks it's deficient and say, hang on a moment, if he were to get to that point, I've got something that answers that better than you. So that might be his line of questioning. Understand our position, see where he thinks there's problems, and then say, well, okay, and if we were to speak to him next week, he'd say, okay, I've got the answers that I think are better than yours. Would that be fair, Ruman? Is that kind of what you're doing?
Okay, now listen to me, guys. You guys are spatting over something that's, I think, very unreasonable. Brother, first of all, the Muslim brother that's with me. No, listen to me. Listen to me. The Muslim brother, listen to me. I'm with you on all this stuff, right? I'm a Muslim. I believe in all what you say. Now, just listen to me. I am here to criticize them. I am here to object upon what they believe, but just listen to this thing, brother. I haven't been to this podcast ever before, so I wanted to
you're
know
welcome. Like, we want you to be here.
You won't get get too many sentences out as long as Khan is here. So just be aware that you're going to be interrupted constantly, and you'll have to deal with that. Right?
But you're the one that's interrupting. I was speaking to the guy, Rob. You interjected, so I don't know why you're being so rude.
You took us off on a side tangent. He was
you're being rude
and you went off on a side tangent.
It's okay. Guys, relax. Guys, relax.
Don't worry, we don't take him seriously. He's like a cheerleader. So carry on.
Who are you anyway?
No, this is the kind of thing that I am not willing to promote here. I just want to, brother. You know what? Listen to me. The Muslim brother that's with me. The thing is, my belief system and your belief system is clear. We know what we believe in. We are right now here to correct people according to our opinion, right? We are here to correct people according to our belief system, that is Islam. And I do agree with you that there's a lack of Iman. The colorblind example, I agree with you. But the thing is, brother, I haven't been to this podcast ever before. I don't know exactly the dynamics of the conversation that go on here, right? This has just been like 30 minutes of my, since the outset of my convo. So what I am trying to do here is first exploring these people. What are they? And when Prophet, peace be upon him, used to preach people, he used to listen to them. Are you getting me? I'm just trying to say, listen to these people. Whatever they say, don't act upon them. We believe what we believe, right? I'm just saying, because of which there's a connection of there gets an eruption of connection through which we are able to convey our belief system properly. This is how things go. And if things doesn't go according to plan, doesn't the thing?
Roman, can I just ask you a quick question? Yeah, is there something there must be like something very. So you started with the internet one, that was a good one, and then there must be something else that's very confounding, like that confuses you as to why someone could be an atheist and not believe. Maybe for someone like Khan, it's moving at a slow pace. So if rather than listen to us talking to you for hours, why don't you just, in your mind, get to the most pertinent of reasons to believe or disbelieve in God? So, like whatever makes you believe, or whatever strengthens your belief, why don't you reverse that and ask someone like Rob or me why we don't believe, or maybe
Okay. So okay, but before me saying anything, I just want you guys to please Please act patient and calm. Don't spat over these things, please. We have to promote a healthy debate, and I hope this will continue into the near future as well. But I just want you to please don't. Yeah, I just don't want any one of you to make a big mess of anything which I say or you respond to. Please,
No,
guys.
We're atheists, so we're soulless. We have no soul.
All right.
That was a joke, but yeah, don't worry, just ask you a question.
Allow the jokes, bro. You got to warm up, bro. You can't just jump into them once they're cold like that.
Go on, Roman. What else is it that you wanted to inquire?
Yes. So the first question is, what's your belief on life after death? And if you believe nothing about it, then what's the purpose of life? What's this whole drama?
If you're asking, is there a universal purpose? No, obviously, I don't think there's a universal purpose in the sense when I say purpose driven by a teleological mind. Obviously, if I deny teleological mind, it follows that there won't be a teleological purpose, right? The purpose of life presumably is to replicate, but that's simply an evolutionary or a teleonomic purpose, which is very different to a God purpose. For my own self, I have a purpose in my life, but I don't think, as I say, there's a teleological purpose in the universe. And that's just an uncomfortable fact, as I see it, of my view. But I'm of the view that I take what is true or likely to be true, whether it's comfortable or pleasant, or if it's disagreeable. Truth is more important to me than my emotional comfort.
Okay. So tell me this. So this whole life that is going on, it's like it's a mess. It's nothing. Like we are here for 20, 30, 50, 60, whatever years we are here. The moment we die, it's nothing. We are absolutely nothing. So this whole purpose of life was to live this life. Is this your point?
Correct.
Not talking about the evolution and all.
No, but the purpose for me is to leave the world a little better than I found it, i.e., at this moment in time in this particular topic and the discussion with people, help people to think more critically, deconvert. I'm very clear about it, right? And I want to speak to you about that separately because I hear people saying, well, I don't want to put my ideas on you. I'm quite clear. I want you to think critically, and if you do, I think you wouldn't be a believer. I think there are bad reasons for that, and I think there's good reasons to disbelieve. So I'm very clear. I want to have a world where
that's not happening.
My ideal world. Rob, what particular principle would you say you're basing that on? To me, it sounds like you're trying to say that you believe in a greater good, but for some reason, you find it hard to kind of like verbalize that. You've just given an example of someone saying, I want the world to be a better place. I want people to be critical and evaluate evidence objectively. And I think the world would be a better place for that. We seem to have difficulty slotting that into a framework. And I want to know why that is. That's the thing that bothers me about you, Rob. It's like
you're not listening.
You don't really understand.
You talk a lot.
That we're asking
you talk a lot, and you don't
for
listen
a
a lot.
framework, and you've just given
multiple times. Can we let Rahman? He's a guest here. I'll speak to you later. You've heard my position many times.
As an atheist, you should be saying.
Give him the charity of having a discussion.
Why are you stopping me from speaking? I don't understand. I'm speaking for his benefit.
Because you're interrupting my conversation with him. He's a new participant, and he came here to something. You've heard me many times.
You ain't the God of this channel. No one's come to worship you.
Neither are you. And if somebody's having a discussion, then you give them the courtesy of having a discussion.
I can speak equally. I'm not cutting you when you're speaking. I'm asking you if you're portraying a belief of a greater good. That's all I'm asking you.
And I'm going to ignore your question, and I'm going to wait for Rahman to ask me a question, or James or somebody else can jump in. I'm fine.
Okay. I just heard my Muslim brother asking that question.
Yeah, he's not helping Rahman, so.
But he is up to a certain extent.
Man, you can see how much I've hurt this guy in the past. Like, obviously, look how he's reacting.
I do get you.
He's also delusional as well. As if he could hurt you. He couldn't.
He's asking for people to be logical, but is he portraying someone who's a logical?
There's a lot of delusional characters you'll find.
Look how he's acting.
So just stick around long enough, and you'll reveal themselves.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm quite I'm not a reasonable guy.
You're a small little man with a small little mind.
Other than this fellow who keeps interrupting and really
he can't even tell you that he believes in a greater good. He can't
Don't worry,
even tell you that he
I don't
believes in a
apply
greater
that
good.
to every other Muslim, by the way. I'm very charitable, like I am with you. You sound like an intelligent, well-mannered, thoughtful guy, and so I won't put his, delusion on you.
Why can't he tell you that he just believes in a greater good, that people should actually have
Because
a
I'm speaking to
principle?
him and you being rude and interrupting. And
No,
you've
I'm
heard my
not being
position
rude and
multiple
interrupting.
times.
It's an open
Well,
panel.
James, you want to take over?
He's not phoned you on your
James,
personal
speak, it's fine.
landline, and he's talking to you. You're just being pathetic, Rob.
Yeah,
No, and you're about 20 years older than me.
Come
Who's
on,
this
man.
fucking idiot now? What?
Yeah.
Why are you saying my
Let's
name
dominate the
for,
panel.
bro?
Maybe he's been a bit repressed. He's been at home a long time and he wants to get it all out. Again, I'm okay with the psychological
Con, you're
couch. Go
wilding,
ahead, buddy.
bro. You
I'm
are
here for
wilding
you.
right now.
Con.
Con, you're
Well,
wilding.
please
Sorry,
stop saying my
Rahman.
name, bro. Please, I'm begging
It's
you.
oftentimes like this.
Yo.
But I'm quite happy to have a charitable discussion with you. But if we have a
Can we have
cheerleader
a
interrupting, it's going to be difficult. I apologize.
Bro, all right, Rob, we don't need to say something because man's just gonna get amped still. Like, let's just can't. I beg you, just let my man talk in it. Cause obviously only someone else knows themselves better than.
I have to be fair, yeah. It's not about a one-on-one discussion, but obviously, Khan, the youth did ask to not let tempers flare. So if we could just all speak together.
Yeah, James, you jump in, buddy. No problem.
No,
whoever it is wants to jump in. I thought we'd be
no.
charitable with our new guest, right?
Yeah. No. You're right.
You take over. No problem.
No. Carry on. But I'm just saying, unless you're not refusing to speak to Khan, innit? So obviously, guys.
I am at the moment, this very moment in time, because we have a new guest here, and he wanted to go in a line of questions.
High level morality.
And Khan goes off on a tangent. He goes off for the fairies, and then starts shouting and constantly interrupting, as Rahman has obviously seen, and that's not helpful. Whereas Rahman is quiet, he's thoughtful, he lets people speak, he then asks pertinent questions, and I appreciate that sort of dialogue.
Okay, so can I speak something? Please, brothers, this is my personal opinion. You guys are here for a very productive conversation. And this is to Khan and this is to Rob, James, and all of you, that please, whenever there's a good convo going on, if you have a question, put it forward, but don't put it in a very aggressive tone. The other person, your opposition, eventually gets very pissed about it, gets pissed off about it. So please, brothers, this is just my opinion. And Khan, what question you were asking, it was up to a certain extent correct according to my opinion. It should have been asked in a little toned down manner. That's all I'm saying, so things work out smoothly. That's all, brother. I have nothing against you. That's all. So we have to, you see, we have to promote harmony. After all, our religion dictates us what we are Muslims, that we have to respect every individual. And in the Quran, what is it written? At some places it is written, "O mankind," not addressed from Muslims, not Muslims, not ummate muslimin, but largely the whole mankind. So that's my point. We have to respect every individual. This is my point. And through that only we can reach conclusions, although they are not definitive. But again, we have to reach somewhere, and that reaching could only be achieved through a proper and respectable dialogue. That's all. So we were talking about life after death, and Rob just told me that he believes that it's something evolutionary, like I die. It's like multiplier effect. Like this was your whole point, right, Rob? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Wait,
at any point.
I just disbelieve that a God exists, right? And obviously I disbelieve that there is life after death, and I don't see any demonstration that there is life after death. And so that the claim that there is life after death is obviously a fairly strong claim that somebody who believes it would need to put forward the evidence. And in fact, it seems to me not only that there isn't life after death, but that consciousness, if you class consciousness as a determining factor in life, or at least one of the main factors, along with the decay of cells, then when somebody dies and the brain ceases functioning, consciousness gets snuffed out like a fire, blowing a fire out. It doesn't go somewhere else. It just stops. And that seems to be, to me, good reasons to think that there's no life after death. And if there is something else that we cannot detect that survives the body, then you need to provide me what that is and why I should believe it.
Yeah, and given the fact that you haven't died it'd be hard to have any kind of empirical evidence to support any theory on life after death.
Khan, do you have any follow-up question on that? Because I'll then move on to the next question. Or
Oh,
any
please,
follow-up
please,
response
please,
on that.
yeah, please feel free to move on. I just want to point out one thing, like atheists don't actually have any commonly held beliefs, because obviously atheism is a lack of belief. So when you ask Rob questions and he answers you, you need to understand that he was brought up as a Christian, he has Christian values, and it's very hard for him to kind of put them aside and be very like a clean atheist. Do you understand? So the answers he's giving you is very personal from his point of view. He can't say to you, as atheists, we believe da 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 da, because atheism doesn't bind them to each other. They're not responsible for what each other believes. So one atheist might be moral,
what you are
one
saying is
atheist might
basically
be
there's no.
immoral. That's not really emanating or tied to their atheism. Do you understand? So to create a kind of rigid framework that you can identify as an atheist is difficult.
But exactly, I get your point. What you are saying is that there's no bipartisan agreement between the atheists, like the Democrats and Republicans, over the Fed approval, over the standardized belief system. I get it. But the rigid system that you are talking about, I am getting close to that. I want to know at least that part. I get your point.
Can I just like...
I'll go on mute while you investigate further.
I'm trying.
Can I offer you just maybe a method of expediting whatever kind of information you're attempting to source? Which is
well, I'm not an FBI agent, as if you are saying I'm sourcing any information.
No. I mean, like, if you want to truly understand, it'd probably be simpler to get to the crux of the matter if you not put forth as in your personal beliefs, but if your line of questioning reflected why you have such a firm belief in a creator and in your specific creator, and then ask us questions, or not necessarily ask maybe Rob, but ask Rob questions relating to those specific sort of reasons behind why you believe. So if there was, I don't know, if there was some kind of logical argument you believed that proved in your mind God without a shadow of a doubt, then maybe ask Rob what he thinks of that specific argument, you know what I mean, or why he wouldn't agree with that argument, because it's a bit simpler. Because obviously if you ask him unless you're interested in someone's personal beliefs, which is fair enough, but if you're trying to understand atheism, it'd probably be better to see an atheist's response to what you believe is a compelling argument for God.
Let me add on to that as well.
Okay, hi. Yeah, you go.
Yeah, let me add on to that as well. Like an argument for the creator without going to any source material. So don't go into the Quran, don't go into the Bible, don't go into the Torah. Just focus on like what the physical philosophical arguments for a creator.
I get you. Okay, so what you are saying is, let's reverse the convo. Let's start from us Muslims, and then you'll question as to why is there like a logical reason. I get it. So okay, so where do I start from? Right from the beginning. Why do I believe there is a God?
I'll listen in for a bit. I've got to do something, so maybe I'm sure James and Raf, you're in safe hands there, Ramadan. So Rahman. So I'll listen in for a bit, and if somebody wants to swap me out, they can.
If Khan is willing to start the convo, I'm ready for it. It's okay. I'll follow up. Khan, can you hear me? Who's his name is Khan, na? Who Ja bless? Who? What is his name?
Who the your fellow Muslim?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's me, bro. Yeah.
Your name is Khan, right?
Yes, bro.
Yeah. If you are willing to start it, I'm willing to back you up in the follow up convo.
He's had this convo about 175,000 times, so probably make more sense for you to. But to be honest, I offered up more. You there, my bro?
What?
No, they're not. Yeah, do you want to get off what? Like, did you want to finish off what you? Because then we could just do a little switcheroo of the panel. Because I need to jump off in a bit anyway.
Same.
We can build that if you want to, because I was trying to understand different bases for different levels of morality that y'all have, etc., whatnot, and how you come to it, etc. Like if you have a scientific basis for it, or if it's just a personal concept.
Okay, well, if you're talking about if you're talking about the humanist, yeah, I think the humanist one I can answer for. I'm only just now come to terms with this this humanist this subscription, this humanist subscription, but well, at least from Ultra's perspective. But for me, I tend to incorporate it. The methodology of science. When you say, do you use science? The methodology is invaluable. You know what I mean? And then I'd say like logical deduction or coherency is also paramount. You know what I mean?
So basically, is it science based or was it more experiential based? Like the basis of your morality?
So can I give you an example of where, in my opinion, I would rely on both?
Sure.
So with this recently, there's been this ridiculous, what if it's a homosexual, incestuous couple, right? So and then so the literature.
James, is that really ridiculous? You can't say that, bro. Like the guy who put that forward is the #1 rated atheist of 2017.
Man don't know about this guy, but he keeps saying that he's the number
some
one
Iranian bro. It's like
I don't care about no Iranian bro. Stop putting to me.
I'm trying to answer.
But it's a real thing, though.
But that's irrelevant.
Not made up.
I'm not. You can appeal to an Iranian's authority. I don't have to. Why do I have to accept that? That's what you. That's no, but you're in your mind. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, yes.
I think it's ridiculous. Allow that, man. Explain why. And if you hear someone about to make a point, and I'm not disrespecting, but if you're not going to add anything substantive,
no, but you was mocking it. You was mocking. You was like,
it's ridiculous. I'm about to explain.
But it's a genuine question.
You know what your problem is, Khan? Someone is speaking about something, and you interject that with nothing substantive that doesn't alter their course. So they have to pause to let you say what you're going to say, then go exactly back to where they were. What was the point for them of waiting? It feels like you're just trying to sabotage what they're saying. I'm not saying that you are trying to, but that's why people get proper irritated when you do it. Honestly, like, I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm being honest. It's bad because it's like, all right, cool. Why is it? I'm literally about to say why it's stupid, and you're telling me you can't say that it's not stupid. But like, I can, because I'm about to tell you why I can. So it's stupid because Takia Watch's example, again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, but Takia Watch's thing was stupid because his basically thing is if it didn't cause harm. But the basic principle, like, so if we used incest interchangeably with something like rape, and I was to say to you, it's rape, yeah? Like, imagine a rape that didn't cause any harm. Then it wouldn't be rape, right?
Let's take all the loaded language and situations out of it, right? Like, I'm not here for that.
No, but I'm trying to give you this example of what.
That's something like, so just like.
But all right, let me just.
No, that like. So did you hear the example I gave out?
But let me go real
quick. I don't know if you heard it. Did you give the example? Huh? But did you hear the example I gave out? I just want to know.
No, I didn't hear
any. Is it more that keeps cutting, or is it me?
Yeah, it is more. You're right this time. But yeah, I cut as well. So, but that anyway.
No, I mean his signal's cutting out. Like his voice.
No, not really. If I can hear him, I can hear him. It's me talking over him probably. But just more real quick. Yeah, the Takia Watch was giving me and Vellemy an example, and the example was homosexual incestuous couple that didn't harm absolutely anybody. That wasn't the result of any kind of dysfunction in the family and didn't cause any dysfunction in the family and didn't harm any of the neighbors or anyone that was privy to what they were doing and obviously didn't harm them. And he said, is it good or bad? And I said, ultimate. And what he really wanted was a soundbite for us to say, yes, okay, under these conditions, incest is okay. The reality is, I said at that point, right, that my innate feeling, because I have a sibling, so my innate feeling of repulsion would be the basis for my hypothesis, and I would conduct an experiment accordingly. So there it comes from the experiential, innate, intrinsic, intuitive sort of perspective, as well as the scientific methodology that I would use to substantiate or make objective what I believed at that point was a subjective feeling or intuition or perspective, whatever you want to say. So I feel like the two can coexist in that sense.
Don't disagree. That's right, and that's why I asked if you heard the example I gave Vella or not. Because so I was telling Vella, so for me, like the basis for my morality as like, so again, in my version of theism, I'm closer to like the pantheist panentheist concept, not like the external the guy concept. Like so me and like people from like an African spirituality might have a closer concept or whatnot, or like a Sufi kind of, or a Sufi kind of a Muslim or something like that, right? So like so the basis for my morality is the concept of
I want to go into that still. Can you guys
cool.
still hear me?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Well, I'm not trying to go too much into it. I'm trying to use it just as a small basis for a question or whatnot. So like I gave like the concept of quantum entanglement and the collapsing of the wave function for scientific basis for the concept of like being interconnected on some level, and then observation and choice having some level of effect on the reality around you, whatnot. Leading to the basic concept of like the golden rule and the silver rule. You know what I'm saying? Like doing others as you have them doing to you. Do not do others as you not have them doing to you. You know what I'm saying? Just based on the basic concept of some level of provable interconnectivity on some kind of energetic level, right? Even if it's on a subatomic level. Okay. So for me, like I said, just the base for my morality was some level of interconnectivity.
Quantum entanglement, you're saying, yeah?
Yeah.
But more, wouldn't that work on a strictly psychological level? Like, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. Obviously, only works with the people who you're psychologically or sociologically around. Like me hurting someone standing in front of me is only going to affect the people that can visually be impacted by that. It's not going to impact people living on the other side of the planet. That is not an energy that's going to permeate outside the immediate vicinity. That makes sense.
So you're talking about on the finite concept. You're talking about on the collapsing of the wave function concept. I don't disagree with that concept, but I'm also stipulating that simultaneously there is that wave function concept to where it's existing in superposition and whatnot.
Can you boil it down though? Because like all these quantum physics references are kind of loose. I'm not maybe.
Yeah. But the long story short is this: is like, so for me as a naturalist and a theist, I have a observable, a reproducible concept of like interconnectivity, right? Like, so for me, that's my basis for a rational.
You're not really a naturalist though.
You can say that if you want to, but go study the schools of spiritual naturalism, bro. So based upon that concept, like, so I'm talking about an observable, reproducible concept of a basis for a rational basis for morality for me, right? And so I'm asking, so if you don't believe in if you don't confirm, I'll just say like this. So what's your base? Just out of curiosity, so what's your basis for empathy and what's your basis for morality? For what is good and bad. So you said like in a specific example, you're talking about tests and all that type of stuff and experience and whatnot. But just for defining what is good and bad, what's your basis for that?
But sorry, I just wanted to ask, with empathy, does it have to be scientific? Because as human beings, we have emotions. You could see something and have immediate empathy for what you're seeing. You wouldn't need a scientist to explain it to you. It could be as something as basic as walking down the street and you see someone kicking a dog. And you suddenly feel empathy for that dog.
100%.
Does a scientist need to tell you why you feel empathy for that dog? You're a human being. That's one of the pleasures of being a human
but
being.
A scientist can explain the process of for instance, of different chemicals being released, etc., and what those effects have, etc., whatnot. So like the chemical expression of what an emotion is, right? Like I'm not talking about that they have to explain like all the reasons why.
Ultimately,
I'm talking about like process.
Ultimately, like, so can you explain what's right and wrong? So
no, just how and why do you come to it? That's all. That's all I'm curious.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So can I explain that what's right and wrong, basically, or can I explain what right and wrong mean? That's what you're saying, right?
Or just how you come to it. That's all I'm saying.
How do I come to it?
Yeah,
I mean, I come to it from an ethical standpoint, which is, let's say rules that precede me. That I agree with, that are coherent ultimately, and then within that, so like you said, harm principle, shit like that. But in reality, a form of consequentialism, like and so the way that
basically on an intellectual level, basically.
But if to prove something's coherent, you need to go through some kind of syllogism, like, or how
But
to.
if we're looking into atheism and they relying on reason to ascertain morality, then we have to say it's based on an intellectual level. It's not an emotional thing. Well, obviously, emotion is an element that is attached to it, but reason and empathy.
But
Let's
for
say.
example, though, if someone says about empathy, you could.
Yeah, so empathy is
The
the
empathy
emotion,
could
isn't it?
be, but empathy could be a brute fact to somebody. We're just empathetic, innit? Like we're just empathetic. But if someone was to ask you, like, why are you
Yeah,
empathetic?
so it's emotional. It's
No, but
a
it would always
direct
come.
thing.
No, but it always, in my opinion, it always come down to a form of to some form of consequence, and the negative consequence being, of course, death or or some kind of
Something
pain,
emotive.
right? Yeah, pain.
Or it could be more basic than that. Like the example I gave where someone feels sad seeing a dog get kicked. It might be because when they were a kid, their dad bought for them a dog as a birthday present, and they had a close emotional bond with that dog. It's something
Right,
that's
but then, what does that mean then, Witness? It means that when they see the dog get kicked, they feel some kind of pain, right?
Yes.
So the consequence of that action is what makes it wrong in that instance.
The pain that they saw the dog have is they felt that pain. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying so. Basically,
yeah.
how you decide why something is right and why something is wrong is ultimately going to be with if someone poses something to you that is coherent, i.e., you use the similar principles of it doesn't contradict itself. So if killing is wrong and you don't want to be killed, therefore somebody telling you killing is wrong, you can think through that and say, I can see why killing is wrong. For example, right? You see the consequences. Or if I kill this person loses a family member. If I lose a family member, I don't like how that feels. You know what I'm saying? So if there's ethics that are put forward that are coherent, and then there is your own sort of level of deducing whether or not something.
Let's play around with that way of thinking. So let's play around with that. So does that mean if somebody has been caught committing a crime and they're going to prison, you could then empathize and say, well, I don't want to go to prison because I've seen what prison is like, or I've read what prison is like. So now I feel sorry for the guy and I think the guy shouldn't go to prison.
Yeah.
Say
that's
that
right. That is a basic argument against a person's individual liberty and the greater good of society. For example, as a black man, you're saying black people aren't treated fairly in jail. I don't want my black brother to go to this jail because I know he'll be treated unfairly, regardless of his crime. I sympathize with him. Yeah, that's acceptable. But then on the other hand, you'd have to decide where to balance that off against the greater good. So, for example, if he was, I don't know, guilty of a crime that if was carried out widespread would affect the general population detrimentally, you might then, switch to the other side of the argument and say, well, he done the crime, he has to, do the time sort of thing.
No, but then you would be immoral if somebody said, so like.
No, it's not immoral. It's basically balancing off individual liberty against.
Listen.
Greater good.
Racism is immoral, isn't it? Racism would be immoral, yeah. For example, like let's just assume that's a fact in this instance, yeah. If racism is immoral, that's a back to front argument. Like you would be immoral if your morality wasn't coherent, right? So if it was one rule for one and one rule for another, then you'd be ultimately considered immoral or hypocrite of some kind, isn't it? So
obviously,
because racism itself is immoral, then there may be some morality.
When you say racism, are you referring to the example that I gave, or
no, racism in general,
alone? Because separating people into races,
but prejudice
might not be.
But listen to what I'm saying.
Amoral. It's an amoral thing.
I'm saying. I'm saying racism is immoral, right? So prejudice based on nothing more than skin color.
No. Depends on your definition of racism.
No, I'm saying, let's say that. Oh, fucking all right, cool.
Go on, run with it then. Go on.
James said, let's all pretend that we all agree that racism, just as an experiment for what he was going to say.
To move the point on so we get somewhere rather than just bickering over the premises, yeah? All right, cool. So, so it's immoral if you're contradicting. So one rule for one rule for other. But then if we agree that racism is immoral, then therefore the system that somebody is in is immoral. Then the reason that person may go to jail could be as a result of immorality. Then it may be moral in that instance to not wish that person go to jail. You see what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah,
like that
yeah,
would still be
obviously.
coherent. It
That
would
goes
still,
without saying. That's obvious.
yeah, but that will still fit within a coherent framework. Whereas just saying, rape is wrong and you should go to prison for rape, but all prison is bad as well. I don't want someone to go to prison for rape. Then that becomes incoherent because there's
Not
there's
really.
no real logic. Yeah, of course it is.
It's not
There's no real
incoherent.
logical reason. If this person's going to rape people, right, and his punishment for that is going away, so he gets punished for what he did wrong. But what he did wrong was punish someone undeservedly, and now he's getting punished deservedly. It makes no sense to say, now let's remove this punitive measure and let him carry on raping.
If you basically keep out of the equation the factor of the greater good for society, then it's not incoherent. If you're saying a person who commits a crime is being punished, right, on an individual basis, then you have to ask, who's punishing him? Where's their authority coming from? What is the purpose of their punishment?
Correct.
Like, who can sit in judgment on another? But the only reason we go along with people going to prison is because we understand that it's for the greater good of society. Not as a punishment for the individual.
Society, you know, it's not greater good for society. It's the concept of greater good. I'm not necessarily a person that advocates for imprisonment for a large number of offences. There's a large number of offences you can be in prison for that I don't believe you should, and I bet you agree, right?
Right, yeah.
And then with me, slightly going away from what you're saying, for the greater good, I would be 100% against capital punishment. My morality is against capital punishment.
As am I. I'm against
regardless. So that's not incoherent to me. That is actually very coherent.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, that's 100%. I'm not saying that is. What I'm trying to say is the principle.
Sorry, witness. I didn't mean to cut you.
No, it's cool. What I'm saying is the principle of greater good is coherent, generally speaking, right? So, and then within that, because ultimately, yeah, morality is always going to be to a degree subjective. There are always going to be components, which just like the kicking of the dog. Some people may have not had the life experience in which they value the sentience of others. Sorry, of sentient beings outside of human beings. So they may not have extended their empathy that far and need to be taught that. So at that point in their perspective, their morality the fact that it doesn't extend to, like, let's say animals and stuff, make them immoral in your mind and maybe moral in their own mind, right? So, but the greater good concept doesn't just encompass society. It's just a principle.
Well, I was just saying society so you could understand what I was saying. But in actual fact, you can apply this to almost anything. It's also individual liberty versus greater good, right? So, for example, using Rob's analogy of a woman aborting a baby, right? We have to argue the difference between the right of the baby to live versus the right of the woman, and so there's a line that we draw where on one side it's an individual's right, on the other side it's a greater good and a wider connotation. So the question is for every individual is, where do we then flip from one to the other? But where's the framework that would guide us?
Can I just say one thing?
Agree on that.
Yeah, but all I was meant to say, and this is like my final statement on it, is when it comes to greater good implies coherency. For example, what you would want to happen to yourself, you must extend to other people for it to be coherent. Do you get it?
100%.
So that, like, it always implies it. When you get to the complex shit like abortion or like those thought experiments, the trolley and the train or something, like, save an old woman or kill 5 people or whatever the fuck it is, then it comes far more complicated and it's more layered, in the same way an equation, a very complicated equation, still relies on maths, but it becomes far more complicated.
You guys, have you read a book called Freakonomics?
No.
It came out back in 2005. Freakonomics. They even did a documentary about it, and I saw the craziest idea this guy came up with. He said that in a particular part of America, during a period of time, they had low crime and they had good employment. And then after a period of time, everything went to hell. They had high unemployment. They had lots of crime. And one of the things that he said actually resolved the problem in the past that people didn't know about was that, according to him, there was an increase in abortions. Because there was an increase in abortions, there was less population. But because the abortion stopped, there was an increase in the population. So you then had an increase in people who didn't have jobs, who didn't have things to do. So this spiraled and led to an increase in crime and led to an increase in unemployment. It was freaky. I'd never seen abortion brought into it like that. The book's called Freakonomics. It was quite,
that's brilliant. That's brilliant. I like that.
It was quite popular back in 2005. It was like a bestseller. They did a documentary, and that's when I saw it. And he was saying abortion was the thing that actually helped to indirectly helped to reduce crime and unemployment. And I was like, wow, I don't know if I believe that, but I'd never heard abortion used like that.
When I was on Data Witness, when I was on Dayton's channel, we were looking online and we found this website where you could compare statistics. So you could like try to draw correlations between the most ridiculous things, like, I don't know, like people wearing red trainers with, I don't know, preferences for anal sex. Do you know what I mean? So you could look at, you could compare the most ridiculous and correlated things together, and it would show you like a statistic where you could actually convince somebody that there was actually a causation there. Like wearing red trainers would end up with someone being more susceptible to or more inclined to commit or indulge in anal sex. Do you know what I mean? So statistics is mad like that.
Can I just cut this really quickly? Hey, Shaka, you there?
Zaga.
Why your picture look like you're gonna do an album with DJ Premier?
Come on, I read bad man.
You seen? Big up.
Yes.
Ring the alarm.
I just had to cut through that last little. We went somewhere else.
But one thing I will say with this whole discussion about morality, I find more often than not the atheists have to give, as I said, psychological, scientific, and sociological reasons why they think something is wrong.
Yeah,
most of the time I find that theists would simply say their God gave a commandment against it. And it's like, yeah, but why is that thing wrong though? Why did your God give a commandment against it? Why does your God think it's wrong?
Because the majority of population so dumb they can't work out right for wrong from themselves.
Yeah. But you know what's worrying? You know what's worrying about the people that defer to ancient religions? Yeah, it's worrying because if for a moment, if they were able to presuppose or assume that God didn't exist just for a moment, yeah, like a thought experiment, then whoever would have cultivated these rules and established these sort of these ethics and the system, yeah, they would have been arguably primitive or antiquated. It would have been from a primitive and antiquated society, innit? So
let's Shaka answer that one.
No, but that is arguably who you are accepting. So, for example, where we may defer or where we may rely on scientific experiments,
like, because you're like, this is what I said earlier. Your morality is being assessed by reason, rationality, and intellectualism. So then, when you go and project that backwards to a time where you're saying people were less intelligent, you're somehow making out like they were less moral. Which I don't agree with.
They have access to far less.
An understandable position for you to hold.
Hold on. They have access to far less data to draw these conclusions. So I'm saying if you accept that it's men, right? So we cannot insert any supernatural being here or any omniscience, yeah? Then what you're actually accepting is we've both got equal systems, but we've got equal methodology in developing the systems, but yours has far more primitive instruments of data collection and data analysis.
But to build a principle with less data is actually more difficult. So the principle itself would be stronger.
That's a lie.
It's like I just proved. I can draw a data sheet and show you correlation between two things that don't really even have a causation.
You just made that up.
I didn't.
You did, but people literally always say we couldn't have slavery because back then we didn't have prisons. What's
that got to do with data collection?
No, because I'm saying I tried to make it as simple and broad, but in the instruments with which we use and the methodologies that have advanced over time allow us now to have far greater understanding, to have far more innovation in which. So now we can say because of we have the ability, let's say, and we have a wealth of information. That is wrong. Slavery is wrong. What's the best way to do? All right, for a period of time as a punitive measure to give someone, incarcerate someone to keep them from doing harm, from maybe that opposing enemy force, to keep them from attacking us again. However, still preserve their individual liberty because they're human beings. For example, let's just say like that kind of principle. That requires a period of analysis of where somebody's gone wrong. So if you take go to some arbitrary point in history, it'd be a safe assumption or presumption. It would be safe to presume that forward into the future, we would have developed better methodology.
But this is what I'm saying, because your morality is derived from an intellectual platform. Yeah, you would need a series of data to compare. So from your point of view, that makes sense. But what I'm saying is, if I look at it from a point of view of, on one side I have principles, universal principles or universal laws. On the other side I have nuances. For example, get out of jail free cards for certain situations. Yeah, then I have to somehow balance the two off against each other, and I use reason for that. So I don't really need intellectualism. I just need to be able to be a reasonable and rational human. If we go back in time to the beginning of humanity, or I don't know, 200,000 years ago, there's no reason for me to assume that those people would be less able to be rational or make reasonable decisions.
No, but what I'm trying to say is there. So what's the word, man? Like in the same way as like evolution, yeah. There's different periods of mutation, and there's different environments that what's the word, that force change, yeah. So like when Newton says shit like I stand on the shoulders of giants or whatever. It's like there was great intellectuals or great thinkers or revolutionary philosophers all throughout history that have at times changed the whole perception of some kind of moral value in it, right? And now we have the sum
No,
all
I don't
of
see
them.
how what you just said that makes coherent sense. Like Newton saying he stands on the shoulders
Because
of
if
giants
there's many
means
great
that
listen, if
he's
there's many
got
great men,
people that
hold on, if there's many great men in science that have come with many different innovations or whatever, if you created a time machine and went back in time, yeah, excluding the time machine existing in that time, we would have regressed to a point where none of those great creations would have been there. And the only way they came about was because of the different individuals throughout time.
No, that don't make sense. That's like me saying the first person on the list of names that Newton's referring to is less of a man than the last person on the list. That doesn't make sense.
The time he lived in was not as good as the time after he made his invention or creation. So before the aeroplane, it was much harder to travel. After the aeroplane, it was a lot easier to travel. So morality now, as the understanding of morality now, is far more advanced or nuanced, as you said, than in history or whenever they codified any of these religious books. And what I'm
Only
saying,
within a subset
is,
of
if you
people,
don't
though.
believe in God, if you don't believe in God,
There's a lot of people out there that don't know what mean you're talking about right now.
All right, cool. If you don't believe in God, then you believe that just like now, back in history, men decided what they believed was morally right and wrong. However, these, in my opinion, are far more regressive than contemporary scholars, if you like. The contemporary scholars have far more data to apply to their decision making than the scholars of history.
No, but it's just about the framework, though. At the end of the day, if you're employing a certain framework, then any data that you're coming across, you can add it to that and arrange it or judge it by that framework. Now, that framework doesn't change. Yeah, so morality can change. Yeah, definitely. But the only thing that changes is the point at which we flip from individual freedoms to societal or wider benefits. So that point that we make that decision to make that flip from one to the other is what changes. But the individual liberties of a human being shouldn't really ever change. And what is regarded as good in general should never really change. It's just where we decide to make that switch from what's more important, one or the other. You see what I mean?
But there are a lot of things
what
which
changes over time.
contribute to morality, though, because it's not just the science. I keep trying to point out that it's not just the science and it's not just the religion that shapes our morality. We have a
the
history
science is
where
minimal.
people
The
have been
science is nothing
involved
to do
in
with it.
protesting. So, for instance, we live in a world now where our morality allows women to vote. There was a time when that morality did not allow women to vote. Now, what changed the morality? It wasn't scientists and it wasn't religion.
No.
It was women taking political action, sacrificing themselves physically. Or you can go to America and you can look at morality. There was a time where it was moral to have a black person as a slave. Why did that change? It changed not just because you had abolitionists or you had economics, but you had people who were protesting.
Slave revolt.
Yeah, and people fought. So the way our morality changes is a lot more complex and varied. It's not just a religion or a scientist.
You're 100% right, Witness. I agree with you 100%. Like, so when Rob's saying, "Oh, we get our morality from the scientific process, our scientific method," I have to massively disagree with that, because it does come down to reason.
I don't think Rob says that.
Come down to empathy.
I don't think Rob says that.
Far above, he does. He does say that.
No, to be honest, I actually have spoken to him. He doesn't say
I've
that.
had this conversation with him.
No, but no one's saying morality comes exclusively.
Anyway, he's not here, so let's leave him out. Like, I'll put a pin in that. Yeah. But anyway, Whitney, I agree with Witness. What he's saying is that science itself, the scientific method, is when you're talking about ethics, is like 1%. It's just that you're looking at data collection and drawing correlations and these sort of things. It's not really even to do with science. Data collection and statistics is like, it's based on science, but it's not really what we're talking about, the scientific method or what scientists deal with. Like, no, we're talking about reason. We're talking about morality coming from reason. We're talking about reason being balanced off against emotion and empathy. So that, like, if, for example, like if I said to you, what does dog shit smell like? And you was like, dog shit stinks. Yeah. We could take that as a negative. Now, I don't need to really cast a survey and ask 100,000 people, do you think dog shit stinks? Like, we all know that dog shit stinks, innit? So we don't need that data. It's like something that we all agree that it is a stink. It is something negative. You know what I mean? So when we're dealing with emotions...
Khan, I've got one for you and James. This is an interesting question. I'm curious to hear what you and James would think on this, because we're talking about morality.
Go for it.
How does morality work in regards to the use of drugs? So I'll make it even more simple: the use of weed, because we live in a society. We live in a society where the morality has now created a law which says if you have a considerable amount of it on you, you are immoral and you must be punished.
Who can answer first? James, do you want to go first?
How did they come to that? Did they use science to come to that reason? Did they use religion? Did they use social? What did they use to come to that moral decision?
All right, let me go first, yeah? James on mute. Right. So what I would say to that is, I'll put my Muslim hat on in it for a second, right? From a Muslim point of view, if something's an intoxicant and it's used in a recreational way and it's a distraction away from your spiritual practice, and it's like an escapism, then it's a negative. So it's frowned upon. Now, when you're talking about people being put in prison for that, I would suggest that the ethnicity of the people committing the crime in this instance would probably be a high factor with regards to the severity of the punishment. Like, that would, like, nothing else would really make sense, because they're selling alcohol in corner shops. You know what I'm saying? Alcohol compared to weed, it's like it's a million times worse, and it's legalized. So why is it that the punishment for selling weed is so high? It's because they're targeting a particular demographic, and they're just trying to like make examples of people to kind of dissuade others from following that route. And it's just like it's not.
So you're saying that the morality that they created was based on a political agenda?
100%. That's my view.
All right. Okay.
You couldn't show me science to prove different from that.
So then our society as we're coming to a
So you got to
conclusion.
remember, witness. There was a time you could go into a chemist and buy cocaine and heroin, even in America.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And the morality changed. It was just interesting trying to find out why the morality changed. And
it's an economic. It's more of an economic thing than a drug thing, really. With that.
Okay. So in society, our moralities are
Think
based
about
on
it now.
various
The
things.
society that we're living in, you cannot make money, really, off the grid. Any money that you make would be tied into the system somehow, and everything would be taxed, and every penny would be like understood that is within the same, monopoly board, really. And it's the same money going around in circles, and they can adjust our standard of living quite easily by just changing inflation. And that's the whole purpose of money that doesn't have actually any value. Money that's not even connected to gold standard. What is the purpose of these numbers? It's just for them to tweak and adjust our standard of living, to manipulate us into doing menial jobs that we might not want to do. Like, they've proved that they can just pay everyone just to sit at home. Really, they can. They could just pay everyone to sit at home and say, all right, everyone's going to go on universal credit. We're going to give everyone £500 a week and you don't need to pay no rent. And people can concentrate on being artists or being poets or whatever, and just do good tasks. Go and look after your neighbors. Go and look after your children. Like that is a model, a certified model of a society. And anyone who wants to go and work, they'll be entitled to a little touch up of money, a little extra money, like for doing their job. That is like literally, communism.
Sorry, I'm gonna
of sorts.
chip anyway. Yeah, but good morning, witness. Good
Morning, James.
Good morning, Shaka. Good morning, Orthodox. More, I might be back on later. Man.
Yeah, before you guys leave, I was doing some research on that thing. Yeah, it's called legalized abortion and crime effect. That's what these guys, and they came up with a whole bunch of professors who were saying that according to them, the impact of legalized abortion on crime, that was part of Freakonomics, and they gave a whole list of the professors who were coming up with that controversial theory. Yeah, it's quite weird if you have a chance to read it.
Freakonomics, yeah?
Yeah, if you just type Freakonomics in Wikipedia, it then gives you the blow-by-blow description of each chapter, and in chapter 4, it says the role legalized abortion has played in reducing crime. I'm not saying I believe it. I was just dumbfounded when I was learning about it. I was like, wow, I didn't know people came up with that theory. So.
Yeah, I bet it coincided with the decriminalization of prostitution.
I ain't saying anymore. I'm just saying, I just found it weird. So that's it. So take care.
I'll look into it. Yeah, big up, man. Big up, lads.
Yeah, James. What happened there? I can't imagine both of them left the panel exactly at the same time. That's mad.
So it's no atheist to be found anywhere right now,
huh? So more, you've got like a bit of a Sufi type Islamic belief, yeah?
Yeah.
So does that mean that if I was to say to you, Allah only exists outside of creation and only His attributes exist within creation, would that be something you'd object to?
Explain the attribute part right quick. I'm gonna go on mute for a quick second.
Attributes of Allah. So like like not what actually God is, but what God does.
Like what attributes? Just break that down. I'm gonna go on mute for like a couple minutes right quick.
Like the rahmat of Allah, like the 99 names of Allah would all be attributes, would they not?
So what attributes are you saying are within? Like, are you saying all attributes of Allah are in creation, or what are you saying? Like,
bless up, bros. Bless up, bros. Good topic this morning, man. I'm pissed. Ramen was gone, man. I wanted to hear what he had to say because he looked like he was
I think people are falling out of this StreamYard thing. StreamYard's messing around.
Yeah, I'm sad, man, because he just had some. I reckon he had some good questions. Yeah, I was there. Because his energy was right, man. You know, like good, nice energy. Yeah, and obviously when you're doing things with that type of vibe, you're gonna get results.
Yeah, he didn't seem like a religious supremacist. Seemed like a reasonable guy.
Definitely, man. Definitely, 100%.
Hey,
Yeah, man.
Con.
But big up the brothers. Big up the brothers. Big up the brothers. Same way. I like the questioning this morning as well, man. Because morals to me, like the greater good sounds like some capitalist bullshit, bro. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, capitalism to me is so immoral. Fucking hell, man. Like if you rate that, I don't know where your moral compass is. Fuck me, I don't know where your moral compass is. Serious, that's just basic English. I'm sorry I couldn't pretty it out and put some
No, I
fancy
agree with
words.
you. Like people with money are trying to take advantage of people who ain't got the money. And how did they get that money? It weren't like, they worked for it. They got it at the end of a gun, innit? So what kind of like if we look at it in reality, what kind of precedent are they setting?
And a nasty precedent, bro. And that's
Yeah.
facts. I'm telling you, yeah, that's a disgusting precedent. You get me? If you want child labor and all that, because basically those are the immoral questions capitalism throws up, and everyone's fine with them once they can have trainers to wear and all that. You get what I'm trying to show you? You know what I mean? I'm sorry I can't put no words in it and can't fancy it up for the audience, but it's just reality. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Everyone's all right with Syrians dying as long as they got petrol to go in their car. Everyone's all right with children being abused and forced to like glue trainers together with toxic glue that will kill them, as long as they got new trainers.
Once Ultra can buy the new computer game, he's happy to say Africans have gone on in the mind. Hey!
Woo! Reddy's on fire
man.
today.
It's all right, man. It's all right. I'm just listening in still. You get me? I ain't even gonna say too much. Carry on, brothers. Carry on.
Yeah, I was just trying to talk some more about the distinctive elements of his belief system. Just trying to highlight.
Yeah, real quick. So is there any aspect or name of a law that is not in creation?
I can only operate within creation, so I wouldn't be party to that information.
No, I'm saying based upon your school of thought. Like, so you're talking about like the different.
I was asking you about your school of thought. Like, I'm not saying what I am. I was just saying that as far as I know, Sufism, can be misconstrued. So I was thinking maybe you could kind of like elaborate on and like clarify a few concepts for us. Namely, the one that would basically be the most at the forefront of why people object to that. In my belief, the core reason for why people like mainstream Muslims would look at Sufism as some sort of bid'ah or some sort of innovation that's like bringing a different belief, because a lot of people do say that these beliefs came to Muslims through Indians, through coming into contact with people in like the subcontinent who had previously had these beliefs, and Sufism kind of like is a belief that or a system that pre-existed before Islam reached those areas. So like I would kind of like look at it as like that's something I would want to investigate further and actually maybe even object to. I wouldn't agree with it myself. So I just wanted to hear it from you. I didn't want to taint the conversation with my personal belief.
So, long story short,
anything.
I would stipulate that there's a part of man that returns back to Allah, and so that aspect that returns back to Allah would have to be like a law, like in us in some way, shape, or form, like with like the concept of of the soul.
When you say return back to Allah, do you mean to the presence, the direct presence of Allah, or returns to Allah as in actually a part of Allah and a part of God's actual self?
Yes.
I see.
On both accounts.
Okay.
So like I was just talking about the concept of a wave particle existing in superposition, but also being able to collapse into a singularity, right? Like so, there's that.
Yeah.
There's so once you cross over to that realm, it's a different set of principles than over here. So you're thinking like you can like you're in the presence of Allah, but separate from Allah, but like on at some level you're eternal, right? Like your soul's eternal, right? The only part of your soul that's eternal would have to be some part that's connected to Allah or the source of everything. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't be eternal outside of Allah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, obviously, yeah. But there's a difference between eternal. Right, there's a difference between eternal and divine. Yeah. So if you're saying that, like, if I said to you, for example, Allah created our souls before He created the world, yeah, then our souls existed as people, as you know, our individual characteristics and character traits existed before the creation existed and the world create. Like, so when you're saying back to Allah, could be like, you know, in the presence of Allah, like, or you know, if you're saying back to Allah as in the only thing that exists outside of creation is Allah, but that's not actually the case. Like, according to Islamic belief, outside of this creation that we're contained in, there are other worlds, there are other levels. It's not just outside of creation, there is just Allah. So when we leave this creation, we can still exist without actually returning to Allah and being a part of Allah. You know, so that's the distinction I wanted to make.
Break that part down.
So we can be eternal without being considered divine, a divine being.
Can you be eternal outside of Allah?
Can you be eternal outside of Allah? Yeah, you can.
How?
Because they think that heaven is eternal. It's outside of Allah.
Heaven's eternal?
Yeah.
That's in the Quran?
Yeah.
Can you show me that?
It's outside of creation. It's not bound by time and space. So it's eternal.
With all 7 of them?
Yeah.
So there's eternal things that can exist separate from Allah.
Yeah, and they're not considered divine.
How?
Because they're not to be deified. They're not to be deified or worshipped.
If they can exist outside of Allah, right? That means they don't need Allah.
No. Everything needs Allah.
Then break this one. Bro, you got me confused.
No, everything needs Allah. Allah's the sustainer of everything.
So how am I eternal outside of Allah?
Because
so the sustainer, right there.
His attribute that sustains you, the sustainer.
El Qayyum, that particular attribute, the sustainer, right?
Right.
Got you, right? Like so that's all I was asking you. Is there any part of Allah that's not in, like, the attributes that are not or are in existence? That's what I was asking. Like, so is El Qayyum a part of existence or no?
I think if Allah is the sustainer of everything, yeah, and His attribute that sustains us comes into creation in order to do that, yeah, we can assume that attribute also exists outside of creation. So yeah, I would say yeah. My answer is yeah.
Yes, specifically the breakdown, like that there is a part of Allah inside of creation, or there's an attribute of Allah inside creation.
When we say part of Allah, His attributes aren't regarded as part of Him.
So okay,
part of Him would be like actually God Himself.
So okay, so El Qayyum,
not what He does, it's what He is.
El Qayyum, that particular attribute, the sustainer, is that inside or outside of creation? And or okay, now so this is where I have an issue. Like so the Quran stipulates that El Qayyum has that there's a shahada to El Qayyum in the Quran.
What was your objection?
So this is where I have an issue of you saying, well, that's an attribute, but it's not a law. There's a shahada to El Qayyum in the Quran. It says Allah. It says Allah. La ilaha illa huwa el hayyu el qayyum. So there's a shahada to Allah and then 2 of His attributes.
Yeah, but I already said that the attribute exists inside and outside of creation. It also could be part of Allah as well.
Right. Okay, say that one What did you say? It could be part of Allah as well.
Yeah.
So hold on. So,
but that's only outside of creation.
So when it's inside creation, is it connected to Allah? Yes or no?
When it's inside of creation, is it a part of Allah? No, it's an attribute. It's something we attribute to Him, so it emanates from Him.
So outside of creation is part of Allah.
Outside of creation is part of Allah. No.
That's what you're saying to me. So you got me confused.
No. I originally said that outside of creation was not solely Allah, but there are other things, including heaven, the throne of Allah. Like all these things exist outside of creation.
But you're saying that El Qayyum is within creation and outside of creation. So my question is, El Qayyum, the attribute of Allah, is when it's inside creation, is it a part of Allah? Yes or no?
No, it's an attribute.
So why is there a shahada to it in the Quran?
I don't know, bro. You tell me that. You're raising that. You show me the validity of what you're saying.
There's a shahada to an attribute of Allah in the Quran, but you're telling me that it's not Allah. So how is there a shahada to it?
Where's the shahada? Show me. Let me go and find it now.
Okay, hold on.
Because as far as I know, there's only one shahada.
Sure. Give me 2 seconds.
Should I Google it or should I just draw from my actual physical Quran?
I'm bringing it. I'll give you the verses. Give me 2 seconds. My computer's being a bit slow at the moment. Come on. My computer's being mad slow right now. I got like a million tabs open too. Hold up. As a matter of fact, there's a shahada to Allah on 2 attributes, and there's a shahada to just an attribute without Allah being even in the verse. Look at it on something else. My computer's being slow. Hold on, let me look at my backup. You got your Quran there? Because I won't be able to share screen.
Yeah, I got it, yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Two seconds. Can you hear me okay? Is my signal choppy?
No, it's all right now.
That's crazy because my signal
must have just been me. Like,
yeah, I can hear you still.
Yeah, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my electric's moving mad slow. Hold up.
Hey, you know what? Trust me, man. I was sad. I was so sad, you know, because my man was gonna come in with a good line of questioning, and then James was like, "Yo, fucking, can't you just ask? Tell us what you believe in. Like, you ain't heard what man's believed in. You heard everything about what man's believing in. You get what I'm saying? You should have just let the man ask you questions. You get what I'm saying? You're telling him how to ask them and what guidelines he should ask the questions in, and you shouldn't do that, bro. You get me? You should have just let the man flow. You get what I'm saying? Oh, can we maybe find out what you believe in? No, you know what man believe in. Man, come on there and tell you every day. Why the fuck do you want to know more? So you can pick holes in it. I'm pissed my man didn't get to come through, man. He was onto
Yeah.
something good still. You
I
get
think he
what I'm
was a
saying? I
bit
feel
like,
it.
it was a bit butthurt. Like when he left the panel, he's like giving every single person a salam. Like, yeah, bye you, bye to you, bye to you. Like, he didn't even say bye to me, and then he just ducked. So he's obviously hurt, innit? I don't like when people do that, man. Like, why go through the list of all the names and leave one person out? Why not just say, all right, bye everyone, and leave? Like, you want to make that person feel away, innit? But I don't feel away. I just feel that he was obviously hurt, innit? So I'm glad you were hurt, innit? I'm glad. Good. Because what he was doing weren't nice, innit? Like they come like they're nice guys, innit? But they ain't nice, really.
Bro, my best G blocker, because it's G block for life, you know, all I go on. You know the reason why? Because these men make me believe in God even more. I like hold on to God and I give thanks to him so much. And I do believe if he didn't exist and there wasn't no God, I'd still give thanks to something higher than myself. Do you know what I mean? You know, like something higher than outside, inside the house. Like, because everything inside the house is blessed for me. Like, my wife and kids are happy. I'm happy with everything. But I'm just saying, other than that, I would still want to give thanks for the trees and the moon and the stars. And I don't care if you say God's not real or you don't believe that God's real or whatever. That's got nothing to do with me personally. I'll still give thanks. Even I'm not so high that I don't want to learn new things. Do you know what I mean? Man, definitely want to learn all the time. That's why I even listen keenly to when you men are speaking about your Islam thing. But man want to learn it all, bro. I don't want to be naive to nothing. You get me?
I'm the same though, Freddie. I listen to everyone, man. I listen to Christian. I listen to spiritualists. I listen to African spiritualists. I listen to Israelis. I listen to Israelites, and everyone.
Facts,
Actually,
bro.
you know,
I listen to Rob, bro. Even though he rubs me up the wrong way sometimes, I listen to Rob, you know, bro, because
I can't, man. I can't listen to him
rubbish.
anymore. I've come to the
Sometimes
point now. I can't listen to him.
He told man to. Yeah, no, I know, but he told me to go and do some research, man, and I've been researching, man. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, blood. From the last 2 shows, man. You get what I'm saying? But I rate what them man's information. I ain't never knocking the information. It's the delivery. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's all wrong, isn't it? It's nuts. You're never gonna teach nobody nothing apart from pat yourself on the back. That's all you're gonna do with that type of. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So, in my opinion, Freddie, like this atheism thing, they're saying, oh, it's just the thing that, oh, we don't believe in God, so we're atheists, and that's it. That's the end of it. But not really, because it's becoming like this intellectual movement where they kind of cross-reference with these certain scholars or certain people that are writing books like Dawkins and this, that, and they're sort of becoming they're becoming like an ism. You know what I mean? They're becoming like an atheism more than, you get me? Like they're becoming a thing.
Like a cult vibe.
Yeah, like a cult. Yeah. So when he's going, oh, these lot are talking about if you're an atheist, then, and he's mocking the fact that people are questioning atheism, and I'm saying to him, but wait a minute, the guy that we're mentioning that Takeo Watch brought up, even though I bun Takeo Watch, but anyway, he brought up this guy who's rated as, was it the best atheist of 2017 by these same people that writing these books that are creating this intellectual movement called atheism. Do you get me? It's becoming a thing, and this guy was representing that whole thing. He's not representing every single atheist. Like there could be someone who within 2 seconds from now decides that he don't believe in God and it's all made up, and technically he's an atheist, but he's not well read on all these Dawkins and Malkins and Chalkins and all these idiots. Yeah, he don't know about none of them, but he's still an atheist. Yeah. So what I'm saying, atheism is actually become an ism. It's actually a something now. You get me? So this guy who's saying, "Oh, it's okay to fuck your sister," yeah, that they were rating him as he's a great atheist.
I believe it's just like a capitalism gang. A gang of capitalists.
It's materialism, isn't it?
You know what I'm saying?
So
it all boils down to individualistic. Like I can do things as an individual, and I don't.
Bruh, Freddie get knocked out as well. These StreamYards is messing about, man. It's StreamYards. That's what it is. I'm surprised I ain't got knocked out.
Boy, so I got a couple of those verses for you right quick. So Surah 2, Ayat 55. Hold on, let me share my screen. I can do it now.
Surah 2, I'm on it. $55. So it says, and when
Excuse me. Surah 2,
Moses,
Surah 2, Ayat 255. 255, excuse me.
255. Okay, cool.
Yep, my fault.
Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. 255. Allah, there is no God save him, the alive, the eternal. Neith, slumber. I don't know what that word, that's some old English word. Neither. I don't know what that is. Neith. Neither. Yeah, sorry. I think there's something stuck on that page. Neither slumber nor sleep overtaketh him. Unto him belongeth whatsoever is in the earth. Who is he that intercedeth with him save by his leave? He knoweth that which is in front of them and that which is behind them, while they encompass nothing of his knowledge save that what he will. His throne includeth the heavens and the earth, and he is never weary of preserving them. He is the sublime, the tremendous. MashaAllah. Alhamdulillah.
Mm-hmm. But the beginning of it says, Allah, La ilaha illa huwa al-hayyu al-qayyum. That's the beginning part right there.
Yeah,
and then,
there is no God save him.
Him, right? Huwa al-hayyu, him, the ever living, the sustainer. All that's connected, right? So there's also Surah 3, right? There's also Surah 3 Ayat 2 that says the very same thing. That it just says just that in and of itself. Allah, la ilaha illa huwa al-hayyu al-qayyum.
And you class that as a shahada.
No, there's another one that I got to find a specific one again. It's like in Surah 40 or whatnot. But there's another one that just does it. It says La ilaha illa huwa al-hayyu. It's just with no Allah and no sustainer of existence. So I'm saying like these three, the Allah and these two attributes are connected and whatnot, right? And so
all the attributes are connected.
Well, no, I'm with it, but show me any other attributes. Like I just showed you these two attributes connected with the shahada.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying so in the sense to where the El Qayyum you said is inside creation and outside of creation. I'm saying being that there's a shahada to this attribute, how are you separating it from God when it's in creation?
All right, look at it in this way. Imagine I'm me, yeah. I'm not trying to say I'm Allah, but like I'm me, yeah. Okay. Now water exists inside me, yeah. Water exists on me, and water exists across the room that emanated from me. All them things is water, innit? But to say that the water that exists across the room, because I spat it there, is a part of me, is a stretch.
So the sustainer, right?
We're talking about God within man. I just got back. I just had to grab my charger. I'm just trying to get an understanding.
100% God within man. You got it, brother, man.
Okay.
You want to jump in?
Bernie.
There we go.
I think he just needs a minute maybe to set up.
Yeah, so brother Khan, like the sustainer being inside of creation. Break that part down for me right quick. Like what is the sustainer doing? What is the sustainer doing
inside of creation? Okay, so Allah himself is the sustainer, right? But Allah doesn't need to enter into creation in order to sustain it. Yeah, he just uses his attribute to perform that task. So his attribute sustains the whole of creation, but in order for that to happen, Allah himself does not need to enter creation for that to happen. So for example, if my voice is part of me, yeah, emanates from myself, it can be heard, in the next room. I don't need to go into that room for you to hear me. You can hear me from here. Does that make sense?
No,
so it's an attribute of me, like having a loud voice. Someone's like, oh, that Khan, he's got a fucking loud voice, man. That would be an attribute of me, innit?
Right, here's what I'm trying to understand. Like, so the sustainer, El Qayyum, is inside creation and doing what in creation? Sustaining creation or doing something else other than sustaining? Sustaining itself or sustaining something else, and or both.
No. It's self-sustaining, so it doesn't need to sustain itself. But it's sustaining creation, inside of creation.
So El Qayyum
to say it only exists within creation wouldn't make sense, because it's an attribute of Allah that emanates from Allah. So even though it doesn't have anything to sustain, it's still present.
So does it exist simultaneously inside creation and with the law, or no?
Yeah, because simultaneously means over space and time.
So just explain to me how it does both, but it's separate from Allah while it's in creation.
What I'm saying is the attribute of Allah that's within creation is not Allah Himself. So, for example, with Christians, they believe that God is everywhere. Yeah, that He's omniscient and all-knowing. So everything that happens with God being behind it. Whereas with with Muslims, we believe that the physical world is governed, or creation is governed by the attributes of Allah, which isn't the necessity for Allah to enter into creation. It's just set up on those principles that it basically runs itself, and Allah's attributes enter into creation.
Okay.
And they're like pillars that
Let's do it like this. Is there any relationship to El Qayyum and the soul for you? Like, so for instance, like you're saying El Qayyum was in creation, right? But but it has
not just that, but all Allah's attributes, are within creation.
Well, I'm specifically focusing on the ones that are in the Quran that have a shahada in the same line.
There might be a hierarchy of attributes where some are regarded as more important or more splendid or more like divine than others.
Does El Qayyum, real quick, so El Qayyum in creation, does El Qayyum in creation have the ability to sustain creation without the power of Allah?
No.
So how is it that El Qayyum is wielding the power of Allah to sustain, but is not connected to Allah while in creation?
Who said that? I don't know. Like, you keep saying things that I'm not saying. Who said that? Did I say that?
So you said that while in creation, El Qayyum is not a part of Allah. You said that a bunch of times, a bag of times. You said that.
It's not Allah Himself.
Okay, so is it connected to Allah, but not all of Allah? How about that one?
I don't know. Like, why? What's the benefit of like you saying things that I have to agree to or disagree with?
Because I'm trying to.
I'm asking you what you believe. I'm asking you what you believe, and then for 1 hour, you just basically been asking me what I believe. But I'm just trying to ask you what you believe because I wanted you to elaborate and clarify the whole Sunni concept.
I'm saying
you're just asking me what I believe.
I'm saying the El Qayyum is the part of Allah in creation and connected to Allah, right? But at the same point, go ahead.
It's just turning into an argument. Like, I'm not trying to argue with you.
So I just simply said what I'm saying. That what I'm saying, I believe. So at this juncture, once I've simply stated that, I'm trying to understand what you believe. And I said what I'm saying a whole bunch of times a long time ago. So that's why I'm asking questions, because I thought what I said was already said.
Oh, what previously on this panel?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, maybe I missed all that.
My apologies.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
My apologies.
No. It's understandable. Like,
so yeah, like so for
spend
me,
a lot of time on here, innit?
Yeah. So for me. Oh,
right, sorry about
that. Go ahead, bro.
All right, are we still talking about God within man?
Yeah, so I was talking about the concept of El Qayyum being the sustainer of existence, but also being connected to Allah, and there also being a shahada to, basically like a concept of the triune Allah concept, like, you know what I'm saying, like the the Allah Huwa El Hayyu El Qayyum concept.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was talking about the concept of El Qayyum being, like I said, being connected to Allah and being inside of creation, but like being like Allah in creation, as it is a attribute of Allah that has a shahada to him or to it.
So there's attributes of Allah that has a shahada.
Yeah.
Right.
So in Surah 2, Ayat 255, Surah 3, Ayat 2, there's a couple other ones as well. Hold on. Surah 25, Ayat 58, and Surah 40, Ayat 65.
Bernie, do you believe that Allah Ta'ala exists within humans?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the only reason why you're alive. Allah.
What would you say that there is a part of a human that's actually divine?
Yeah, I actually have a verse where God put it there. Hold on one second. Allah, there is no deity except Him, ever living, the sustainer of existence. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, even if you, like, for me, I go to the root letters on things. If you look at the root letter of Allah, you have Aleph, Lem, and Ha. Each letter itself has a power to it and like a type of nature. So when he's speaking, he's using these letters. They're really just like, they're like chemistry tables, of boxes. So it's like, I'm going to use A, I'm going to use L, and I'm going to use a little bit of M or something like that. I'm going to use a little bit of F.
All right, cool.
A little bit of L, a little bit of M,
Bernie,
so
what
anyway,
is the difference, right, between someone saying that God exists within humans and God exists within everything in creation to a certain degree, and someone saying the opposite, which is also the same, which is God actually is creation?
God is creation. I think I'm sensing that we're having a semantic issue. I think that's why.
No, but like, for example, like with certain
it's like
spiritual systems, they're saying that God, what we conceive of as God, exists everywhere, and basically everything added up together equals God. So really, like the God that exists outside of creation, they're not really getting involved with that. They're saying that that's not really essential to worry about, because if we look at the God that's around us and within us, we can sort of extrapolate or build a path to like the God that's outside of creation, rather than doing it the other way around, which is like saying God exists outside the creation and only his attributes enter into creation. Like they're basically saying the same thing but opposite. So it's just going from A to B or from B to A, but actually that adds up to the same thing.
I get you. I could just tell you where I stand as a more scientist, and maybe this will help. Maybe it might not even help at all. But when it comes to this creation, this cosmos, this time, space, and matter, there is a title of God that exists in this reality, but it is what we would call the Elohim or Allahumma. These are 7 gods, or 7 minor gods in a sense, like, or we just simply say the 7 creative spirits of everything that was, is, and to be in the future. And these 7 gods are,
you're breaking down the
class,
spirit
Earth.
into 7 individual elements.
Yeah, like light spectrum, when it hits, it breaks out into 7 colors. So as the Quran says, which is where I was kind of headed, where I actually had a whole little article thing I wrote to myself on, regarding more science in the Quran and Mecca. So I have a couple verses you might appreciate. Chapter 30, verse 78. Chapter 30, verse 7 to verse 8. They only know the outward of the immediate life, but of the end they are heedless. Do they not reflect in their own selves? Not but the truth, and for a destined end did God create the heavens and the earth and all between them. Chapter 45, verse 3 to 4. Most certainly in the heavens and the earth are messages for the acknowledgers, and in your own nature, and in what he spreads out of the living creature, there are messages for people being fixed. Okay. Also, you got 51 verse 20 to 21, 7 verse 172, and 16 verse 13, where the truth of his oneness and greatness and his infinite creative and recreative power is evident throughout the universe as well as inside of yourself. So there's Tawheed even inside of you. It would make sense not to. Most verses, I would say, really need to. Chapter 15. And there, on the screen shaker.
Guys, I've got to go. I've been on it for long enough now.
All right.
I'll pass the baton. Yeah, you lot can run with it now.
Here we go.
Bernie, big up yourself.
Here
More.
we go.
Big up, fam.
Hey, here we go right here. I'm going to leave you with this one. Chapter 15, verse 29. This is when God said this. And when I have proportioned him and breathed into him my soul, then fall down to him in prostration. Peace, bro.
Peace, brother. Have a lovely day.
Peace.
Yes, brother Moore.
Yes, sir.
What's the bizzle?
Hey, man, I'm happy you survived, brother, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, like, yo, hey, let me tell you, yeah, fucking smoke, man. It's a lot. It's a lot, man. Fucking I cannot wait until this woman drops this baby and those hormones get put back to normal because. Sheesh. All right, listen, brother Moore, let me ask you a question, yeah?
Yes, sir.
And Shakara as well, because you guys might be able to help me with this, yeah? Normally, like, me and my boys, we go to Europe, like, the first part of the year, normally around April and March, right? But I'm saying, like, but
peace, love, family. Gotta play house. Gotta go.
Peace, bro. Take care. Normally,
peace, brother, man.
Normally, it's all good, right? But I'm saying, with coronavirus, yeah, by the time the lockdown gets lifted, like, essentially, I believe it's not a fact. I believe we might go into a recession, and if that happens, my argument is it will be worse around the first part of next year, right? And I'm making the argument that maybe we should go to Miami in October next year instead of our usual plans, right? Because hopefully by October next year, if there is a recession, things should be picking up by then. What do you think?
So I got a hunch that that things are going to open up right before the fall over here in America. And then right when the fall hits, that there's going to be another, like everyone's going to be so scared about every flu-like symptom that everything's going to shut down again. Like everything's going to be coronavirus, but it's like, so everybody's going to think that every flu-like symptom is coronavirus. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And all it's going to take is like 2 or 3 cases of someone getting coronavirus and everything's going to shut back down. So.
Yeah. See, that's what I was worried about traveling too early next year, because like we've already like we've already accepted that our daughter's not going back to school this year, because by the time this lockdown gets ended, it's gonna be what, June, July, August, and then school finishes and then it's like businesses that haven't been able to stay afloat, right, are like, are essential to the economy. And if these businesses have either gone bust or haven't been able to pay the required amount of tax needed, that's instant recession. And with instant recession means tightening of
Yeah,
belts.
we're already there, bro. The dominoes are already starting to fall, bro. Like the recession's already baked into the cake, bro.
Yeah. So that's why I'm trying to tell my boys, listen, traveling early next year is a mistake. And again, I'm saying if anyone gets a cough or a cold, like it's just mad. Whereas October, potentially, things could be maybe on a steady incline. I don't know. What do you think? When would you recommend traveling for leisure?
So the thing about America, right, in particular, is like, so the states are individual in the sense where like Florida might open up and travel, and other states might not. So you might be able to go to Miami. I would say stay up on the states because they can operate independently of the federal government to some extent. So.
Do you recommend?
Right, so Florida, they make their money off of tourism. So like if they don't have at least that, like that's like, yo, they will implode. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They can't survive just off of old people going there for retirement stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. Fuck. See,
I would suggest more local holidays if you can. You know what I'm saying? Like to where you're not going that far.
In the UK.
Well, not even. Well, like it doesn't have to be UK. I'm talking about like just more like something more local, in like you're saying in Europe or something like that, so where you don't got to go that far. So like just in case something gets canceled, when you're not
Yeah, I'm not too far. If anything, I could do a big swim and make it home.
Use a couple of empty alcohol bottles as flotation devices. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Fuck shit. Oh Lord.
On a Pan-African tip, Shakira, like, so is this like the prime time for our people to be setting up like the homeschooling situations and whatnot?
Dude, man, come on. Fuck's sake.
Watch it. Come again, brother Moore.
Is this like the prime time for our people to be setting up like an integrated homeschooling situation, or just homeschooling period, focusing on the concept?
A lot of people are actually doing that, and seeking homeschooling advice. I hosted a sister by the name of Leah Salmon, who's like one of the you was there, innit? You asked her, yeah. So she's like one of the champion kind of homeschoolers in this country. So she, her and another sister Jamelia, who I interviewed as well, they've been doing a lot of tutorials and giving people advice and that kind of thing. The only problem is that obviously with isolation, it's difficult to establish like physical networks. But my brother Gallant has been doing, or I should say, my brother Omosu has been doing classes with young people on African philosophy. Online with groups of children and doing pretty well with it. So yeah, there's different things going on. I suggest that it is an opportune time for people to learn about them kind of things there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Yeah, man. That's my argument. But yeah. But a lot of people are.
Have you got kids in school?
Nah. Well, the big one was doing our GCSEs, isn't it? So
shit. So what's the score with that then? I mean, are they putting provisions in place or are
they are. I'm not sure that they finalized though what the hell is going on. I'm not sure that they finalized it. But yeah, she's still revising and whatever. But I think the last I heard, they were gonna do like a predictive grade, and if you get a predictive grade that you don't think that you're not happy with, then they'll arrange for you to take the test in September or something like that. But obviously,
so if you're like a straight A student, if you're a straight A student, and you're operating at an excellent level, they'll give you an excellent grade.
That's what it seems like. And then somebody like say they give you a B in something that you think you could get an A in, then they'll allow you.
Then you have to sit the test.
Yeah, but then at the same time, because what it is that they obviously they're going college in it, so they got to have their grades to get into the colleges that they want. So luckily, most people have taken their mocks already, so the mock thing will inform, you know,
predicted grade. Yeah,
yeah.
Because I was just worried, you know, because like I was saying, Shaka, like essentially, our kids are missing an entire fucking year of school, you know? Entire year of school just gone. Gone. So, but yeah, no, that homeschooling lecture you did, I missed it. I'm not gonna lie, I missed it. But I've been hot on it, bro. Trust me, because as soon as I clocked this lockdown, it ain't gonna end anytime soon. It ain't, and I realized as soon as I clocked, I was like, fuck, babe, you know the princess, she ain't going back to school, you know. And then we had to put certain things into place. Sorry, we had to put certain things into place, and the reading, and because like it's just too easy for you to just say, all right, babe, go on your phone, use your tablet. No, school time.
Yeah, you know. Oh, is she doing GCSEs in that?
No, she's only in year fucking 8. But I told you before, she's operating at a level above the national average. And imagine, she's operating on, they call it mastering. They got like levels like bronze, silver, gold, platinum, mastering. And she's on mastering for religious education. See, my mama didn't raise no fool, man.
Indeed.
My mama ain't raised no fool. So, just trying to get her up on her English and her math. I mean, the math is good as well, but I need to get her up on the English and thing. Any book recommendations for 12-year-olds? I've got the last two that you gave me that already got purchased.
What in general, or in general, or specific? All right.
Like mainly curriculum based, because I've got the African 101 and the Marcus Garvey Hero. I've got
I'll tell you what. Check out Google Kamali Academy. Yeah, KAM.
Wait, Shaka, listen. I'm just getting to work. Could you just type it in the back chat, please?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Oh, I was just gonna turn up on you.
But still tell me though. Still tell me what it is though.
Yeah, but basically, this brother called Samori, he was running an educational institution in the States for some time, and he moved to Ghana. So basically, he's moved everything online. So they run online classes and they have resources and that kind of thing. And also, Google David Simon Education. Yeah, David Simon stuff is brilliant. I actually saw some of his resources. So if you want some, then holler at me and I'll sort you out. You get me?
So all right then. So about this atheism concept, right quick. So Shakara, I believe you and I share like a basis of a concept to where we believe in some level of interconnectedness, right?
Most of.
And so for me, that's definitely like the number one basis for my morality. Would you say something similar?
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
So I was saying earlier how for me, I'm a naturalist with that, and so like it's for me there's a unification of how I believe in science and God. I was talking about like a scientific basis for being able to prove some level of connectedness with the concept of quantum entanglement, and then the concept of the importance of choice and action based upon the concept of experiments showing that observers, i.e. you and I, or anyone in existence, collapse the wave functions by observing them and whatnot. So our choices have power.
When you say that, sorry, clarify this for me from my own understanding. Are you referring to that experiment whereby that ball experiment, where they send, is it a ball? But it's an experiment
They shoot wave particles.
Yes, right. That's it.
Yeah.
That's That's
you got it. You got it.
Yeah, that experiment there. Yeah. Sorry, come again. Sorry, what was you saying about that?
So I've been listening to you talk for the past couple of days about the concept of like modern science is just now coming up to some of the principles we were talking about, just being able to prove some of the stuff we've been talking about in Africa and whatnot. And so,
although I doubt many people would consider that to be the case, but factually it just seems true to me in the sense of the fact that from the philosophies of like many indigenous African cosmologies are basically at the foundation level, like not necessarily the details, but the foundational concepts are basically what is considered to be scientific now. Yeah, so yeah, go on, yeah.
And I would even argue some of the details when you actually understand how to look at it.
Yes, I'd agree with you. Yeah.
That's what I was asking about that book on the Doe God and what you're talking about particle physics. I was like, yeah, let me look at what they're saying, right?
Yeah. It's mad, and I haven't even delved into it as deeply as I could, but like a lot of the things that they're saying, like Dogon, this basic Dogon philosophy matches up quite seamlessly.
Yeah.
100%. You know what I'm saying? You know?
Yeah, I heard you break down their cosmological story. I was like, oh, what? Let me go check that out. I was that makes a lot of there's a lot of that matching up right quick.
Yeah, you know.
But all that to say this in the sense to where like, so out of the schools of theism, the ones that don't separate God from nature seem to be the ones that can be scientifically provable or even observable.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and more to the point, I think have the most scientific application. So in the sense of the fact that if let's say for example there is an aspect of the tradition or the philosophy or the cosmological ideas that you discover there's a difference where in terms of how that manifests in nature, it's possible to mold the philosophical ideas around that. You don't have to. There's no dogma that says that you must hold on to this concept. You know what I'm saying? In spite of what nature says, if that makes sense.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So in that regard, I'd say they have the most flexibility and durability to adapt to circumstance and to truth. You know.
Right. So I find that my brothers who were typically atheists, the African descent people who, when they become atheists, they typically, I don't see them being like separate. How to say this? In order to have some level of morality in terms of like on a universal level, right? To me, you have to be able to prove some level, or you have to be working for some level of interconnectedness, like some I am because we are concept, right? And so for me, I have a hard time like understanding how people derive that morality without coming to some or deriving morality without that point to start with. Like so if they don't believe in so when I say God, I'm talking about like the interconnected aspect of all nature, right? And so for them, they have a hard time naming that as God or affirming that. Like so you'll hear Rob talk about like, yeah, I'm specifically talking about the God outside of nature concept. Like today was the first time I ever heard him give a caveat on the whole naturalistic concept of God. Like so, it seems as though like that concept of God gives the atheist a hard time to deal with because like it goes against what they call God. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what I would say, right, is that the problem that most atheists have is that their atheism is tied to a concept of God that is separate from the creation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I'm an atheist, so listen, I've got about exactly 72 seconds before I have to hang up. If I'm honest with you, my broski Shakara, when somebody says, like, when my ancestors were deifying nature, I understand that makes sense to me, right? They're understanding the power and the significance of the seasons, of fucking photosynthesis, and all the rest of that good stuff, right? The problem is, it's like, do you worship nature? No, or do you show like an appreciation for the processes that are sustaining you, keeping you alive? Yes. But what I can't stand is when somebody says to me, obviously it's mainly the Abrahamics that tell me there's one God. And coincidentally, he sent a message to a Bedouin in the middle of the fucking desert, and he authored a book, and he doesn't want you to consume certain animals, but put them there for you to just look at. Yo, yo, bro. That's what I'm saying. But then, you see, if somebody says to me, I'm going to deify nature, come. I'll take over, man. Go on. Yeah. Go. Sorry I'm late, man.
See,
Man.
this
Listen, I'm going to take you off over there, yeah? All right. I'll see you later. See ya. Take care. Oh, sorry. I thought you were someone else. Sorry. Yeah, when someone says to me, I'm going to deify... Oh, I can't breathe in this fucking mask. When someone says to me, I'm going to deify nature, it makes sense to me. If someone says, I'm gonna alter my life, I'm gonna live my life in accordance with nature, so that during the time when the crops die, I would have harvested prior to that, so we can sit down and we can live and we can do other things, and then in the springtime we're gonna alter our behavior and adapt so that what we're doing coincides with the seasons. That makes sense. It just makes sense. Like, for instance, if you're going to fucking try and cultivate in the winter, then you're a fucking moron. Do you understand what I'm saying? And if our people were able to just figure out, bro, okay, so springtime, things gets green. Winter, it snows, things struggling to grow. And it's easy. It's easy. It's easy. It's so basic. But then, and then man want to come thousands of years later and complicate the thing and say, well, I'm sending one Don, and he's the perfect example for all time. Or I'm sending my son, who is me, but not me, but is me, and I'm going to make him bleed for the sake of everyone born and unborn. Like, man, listen, just miss me with this nonsense. You can't tell me that and expect me to think. And then on top of that comes all the fucking caveats. Like, it's madness, man. It's madness. Doesn't make no sense to me, man. Fucking shit, man. And then on top of that, Shakira, man want to kill you and lick you down because you think his team is garbage. Like, Shakira, if I said this yesterday, if I've got the formula for turning lead into gold, it doesn't matter if someone disrespects me or my mum or my children or my wife. I've still got the fucking formula. Like, your feelings don't change the team. So I've got the formula. So if you don't want the formula, that's cool. And even if you're vexed with me, I've still got the formula. And I can still turn lead into gold. That's what I'm saying. I don't know, man. It's just madness to me, man. It's madness. And then, and you're right. I won't lie to you. The majority of the atheists today, the problem is our atheism is kind of linked heavily to the Abrahamic God. If you check Black history, the last 1,000 years, 2,000 years, it's bogged down in the Abrahamic stuff. So it's natural that if a black dude is licking out against a god, 9 times out of 10 it will be that one. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so. But yeah, man, Chart, listen, I'll tell you the truth, yeah, listen. Atheism is just, I don't believe you. Yeah, and if your thing is great, and your thing is real, and your thing is amazing, and it's the one, just go on and be happy with it. Cut out all this fucking expansionist fuckery, man. Let's just get along, yeah, until we're dead. Because it don't matter who you are, whether you got afterlife or not. The only sure thing in this world is that everything dies. That just, if that's not humbling and sobering, then there's something wrong with you. Like, we ain't, I don't know. And then I'm telling you, as a species, like in the information age, we should be able to come together and say, all right, listen, you see this law here in the Quran, you see this law here in the Bible. If we apply it to today, does it work? If the answer is yes, then we fucking do it. It don't matter if you're atheist.
It doesn't matter if you're taking something from the Quran and it works. It does not fucking matter. If the Quran has got fucking like some secret fucking technique with agriculture, horticulture, and just because it's in the Quran, you can't reject it if it fucking works. Like only a fucking moron would get their brain into that type of fucking place. You understand what I'm saying? If the Bible has got some fucking amazing trick, like fucking turning, like, what was it, bread and fish, and like making it appear tenfold and all this shit. If there was a way of actually doing that, obviously we know it's a magic story, but if there was a way to do this and apply it, and it eliminates world hunger, then fucking do it. Who cares if it's from the Bible? Who cares? It's not even that deep. It's not. Where I draw the line is, don't tell me because I don't follow your thing, I can't possibly be a good person. Man, go fuck yourself.
Facts, big facts.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and imagine if a dude hasn't been on the same journey you have, then it's only right he won't be on the same path as you.
Facts.
But then telling a dude or a girl, raw, because you're not X, Y, and Z, you're basically a cunt and you're going to hell. Man, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. See, like, if I'm deifying nature, oh shit, I gotta go. If I'm deifying nature, yeah, it doesn't matter if I'm deifying nature, because I'm not deifying the nature and saying, oh, if you don't deify nature, nature ain't gonna look after you, and you're gonna get boils, and your fingernails are gonna grow, and yeah, you're gonna get like sore knees and a new hip. No, I'm just saying that this is nature. The processes in nature sustain us, and we're recognizing it. That's it. It's not even deep. Anyway, with that said, Shaka, take control, man. I got a dust. Peace, peace, peace.
Peace.
Yeah, you know. Sometimes you just gotta let Ultra go, you know what I mean?
For real. So I was talking to Khan about the concept, like I hear what Ultra was talking about too on the Abrahamic people and whatnot. So on that vein, I was talking to Khan about the fact that the Quran actually gives a shahada to Allah in two of his attributes. One of those attributes being the sustainer of creation, as he was talking about, right? And so on that triple concept, I was intrigued if you could break down the Olodumare, the Olorun Olofi concept, and how they interact with reality.
So again, these are attribute names, and from memory, Olodumare is a name that literally translates as something to do with one who shines brightly or something like that. Yeah. And obviously the shining is related to light and revelation, in the sense of the fact that revelation is brought through literally the shining of the sun upon creation, which allows us to see. It gives us the capacity of sight. Yeah. Olurun relates to that. I think literally translates to something like the Lord of the Skies, and relates to the basic force that keeps things together, if that makes sense. The sky being representative of eternity and expansion, and these kinds of things. And I can't remember the definitions of the others, but there are many different names in Yoruba. For for the creator. You know what I'm saying? And attribute names as well. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm hearing that there's from a linguistic point of view, that there's a relationship between the word Oluru and the word Ra.
And the same with the Olodumare, is in like Atumra at the end, like the Dumare. Yeah. That's very interesting, whatnot.
So yeah, I'm yet to see the explanation for it. So I'm not putting it forward as a.
Oh, you muted out.
Sorry. Yeah, I was saying I'm not saying that it's a fact. I'm just saying that I know the investigation is being done.
Right,
you know?
Right. So,
Yeah.
so would the Orishas be similar to the Netzeru?
Definitely. Definitely. Right. So in this I got an essay called Names and Attributes of God here, and as a part of it, they break down a number of the Yoruba of ones. So yeah, as I said, Olorun, Lord of the Heavens, Olodumare, the one whose glory shines. Yeah. Um. And then Alanu is the merciful one. Arinu Rode, the one who sees inside out. Olumoran Okan, which is the one who knows the secrets of the heart. Yeah, and various other different ones. And I think I read from the Dogon that their main terminology for the creator, which they usually, if they're using a gender pronoun, they usually use she, but the term is ama, and it literally means the one who holds together, or you know what I'm saying, or something like that. So yeah, it's about that vital force. Veli's back. Oh, by the way, Veli.
Yo, brother.
Yeah, quick request, yeah, car. I was gonna share a couple of the snippets, yeah, from last week. On my thing. Is that all right with you?
Of course.
Yeah. Man went to ask first, isn't it, man? That's what
Yeah, man. Yeah, then let them on, man.
Alright, cool.
Obviously, other men are making remix channels and shit. You get me? I ain't striking them, so.
Yeah.
Many of the man that make a channel, they've got their channel. I want to take my bit there.
Yeah. Alright, cool. Yeah, So yeah.
Man. Come on, man. I wasn't smoke them, B. What's smoke at, man?
The smoke here. Well, what's it called? But man, I heard more so that he had a conversation for you still.
Yeah. We kind of really got into it already, but I'm trying to figure out the people, everyone's different basis for morality and whatnot, and trying to understand like the justifications for not having certain positions, like being like a moral relativist, for instance. You know what I'm saying? Like, because for me, if I'm saying my morality comes off of like what I'm saying like is a scientifically observable concept of being interconnected on some level, and so for me the interconnection is the basis for what I call God, and so that is a logistic school of theism and whatnot. So an atheist is against that as well, and so I'm trying to figure out how as an atheist people come you as an individual and how other individuals come up to their basis for morality. And it not equaling to do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law kind of a concept.
I would more say, yeah, it's more built on your sort of environment that you've grown up in, like your parents and other stuff. Like when you got like the age to take responsibility for yourself, you might have done some things that your parents didn't like, but you thought was good. You get me? So then you got your own morals. Like, right, this is good, this is bad, this is up, this is down, left, right. I'm saying that.
So what I'm saying is this is like, so at the end of the day, that sounds like, and even James was saying earlier that at some level that morality is subjective and whatnot. And so for the reality I live in, what I'm saying is so it's observable via a scientific process. On some level, we're interconnected. Go ahead.
You know why? Yeah, because imagine you grow up somewhere, yeah. Well, I'm teaching you is morally right, yeah, for robbery. All we do is go out and commit robbery. This was the walk or whatever until now. I think it's morally right to do that, isn't it? That's what environment you grow up in, isn't it?
So if you go into an environment that it's not acceptable to do that, should you continue to do so or adapt to the environment?
Adapt to the environment. But I'm saying obviously you shouldn't be doing that in the first place. But I was giving it as an example, innit?
Oh, okay. So right. So when you're saying you shouldn't be doing it in the first place, to me that's an example of an objective morality, like an objective truth, right? So that's not a subjective concept, right? Like so there's that would be like a basis for like a some level of objective truth, right? So on that level, I'm saying how do you come, like, what's your basis for that objective truth? Like, I'm saying, like, my basis is being interconnected on some level of observable science, etc. Whatnot. What I'm saying, what's your
like, really, like you're saying, like you're describing like well-being and like the happiness and health of you and others around you. So like you don't want anyone to come and steal your shit, so you're not gonna steal none of their stuff. So, like, you don't want anyone to come and like slap your children, so you're not gonna slap their children. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I don't know, basic like that, innit? So I'll just say basic well-being, innit?
Right, so that's what I was saying earlier about, like, so for me, I deal with the whole, like, the golden rule concept, and or like you can see the same thing in the Bible where it talks about, like, love thy neighbor as thyself, right? So for me, that concept comes from some level of understanding, some level of interconnectedness. So on the atheist level, do you, like, how do you justify empathy and interconnectedness? That's what I'm trying to understand, because it seems like you're acknowledging it in some sort of way.
I justify it being interconnected, like with other humans.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because they're humans, isn't it? Like everyone's like it's the same thing, isn't it? Like the well-being of yourself and others, isn't it? Like, so you don't want.
So by what mechanism and by what scientific principle are you interconnected? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
By what?
By what scientific principle are you interconnected? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
What scientific principle?
Like, is it based on science or just experience? That's what I'm trying to figure out, your morality.
Yeah, well, it's for me personally, it's more based on experience. But then if I've got to explain, like, why does this or why does that happen, then I may look into the science of what it means, isn't it? Like we were talking about souls and consciousness and whatever yesterday, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing, like, obviously, like, man grew up in a Christian household and all that, yeah? Like,
Mm-hmm.
my dad wasn't a Christian, but my mum was. My nan was, and all them sort of stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, if they all believe in, like, soul, spirit, ghost, stuff, all them things, you get me? So, when I done my own research and engaged into, like, how, not no deep, like, I'm not like a scholar or nothing like that. When I was looking into, like, what your brain does, yeah, it seems like the stuff what they were talking about, the spirit and the soul, and that was more connected to the stuff working in your brain, rather than to an external soul that's inside you and can leave when you die or whatever. Like that.
Yeah, say that last part a little bit. Your mic is a little bit low right now.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm on the motorway, bro.
Yeah, no worries. You're good.
I was saying that. So, what was the question again? Because I got a little bit confused now. So,
you know what? Let's do it like this.
You know, sometimes, like, when man's driving, concentrating on the road, might be start talking, and just get lost in it.
And I kind of got lost myself, so don't even worry about it. So let's do it like this. So from your perspective as an atheist, why are pantheists and panentheists wrong? Like, so a panentheist is someone who believes that God is the soul of the universe and or the essence of the universe, and a pantheist is someone that believes that we're all manifestations of God, or everything in existence is a manifestation of what God is and or nature, etc. whatnot. And so what I was talking about was a scientifically verifiable concept in terms of, like, energy can't be created or destroyed, and at the very least we can look at, like, the Big Bang concept, or etc. We can look at the fact that we're all built from atoms and whatnot, right? And see at the base of our atoms that there's wave particles and subatomic particles, etc. whatnot. And again, on that level, there's some level of interconnectedness based upon this energy that cannot be created or destroyed. So it seems like the pantheists and the panentheists have a scientifically verifiable concept of nature, and or what they would call God, right? So on that level, my question is, as an atheist, the pantheists and the panentheists are part of the school of theists. So from your perspective, why are they incorrect?
Why would they be wrong? Why would they be wrong?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I would make a statement that they was wrong in what they're doing. I would more say that instead of doing, it's hard work, isn't it? The research into what the actual elements are that's created the universe, and even the smartest people that have tried to figure it out have only got so far. Yeah, I'm saying that really and truly, I don't know how you can disprove what they're sort of saying if they're just attributing everything as God. The only way, it sort of would fall down was if they're saying the God that they're talking about, that they're attributing everything to, if that God is giving instructions like, the wind God said you got to do this, that, and the other to make more wind, or the rain God said you have to do this, that, to make more rain. Do you know what I'm saying? Like when it's like that, yeah, then obviously you can test that. But when it's like untestable message, you're just giving God the name for everything, then I don't know how we what yeah, I don't know, how would you disprove that?
How would you disprove what specifically?
Like you just said, the pantheists that have given everything the attribute of God. So the wind is God, the rain's God, the universe, the earth, the trees, the birds, humans, rock. Do you know what I'm saying? Anything. Yeah. But how am I supposed to disprove that what they're saying?
And they're going to make that argument based on right.
That's what I was trying to say more. Unless they're saying that the moon rock, the moon god, the sky god, and the so and so god has certain instructions what you can do to make it, or to ask for it to do certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless it's got, if it's just a partner that's just there, yeah, it's got even no instructions. It's just the creation of the universe and blah blah blah. Then I don't know how you can debate that. Yeah, that's for smarter ones. Yeah, I'm not that smart still. Yeah.
Right.
When it's the God that's giving instructions, then I can ask you to, do the instruction that this God of rain, whatever, wants you to do, so we can see if it rains, and then like test that, or even better, what you could do, is give someone the actual scientific equation of how rain actually works and created, and that could be retested and measured every time it rains. So if you know what I'm saying, like depending. So if you do your dance on days when it's not supposed to be raining and it just starts raining, it might, you know what I'm saying, like you might be able to say it's true, but if it don't, then kick out the list.
Right. So on the pantheist and panentheist concepts, they're both going to agree on the simple basis of like energy being the source of everything at the basis of it all, right? Like there's going to be some source of what we are, and like the panentheist is going to say that God is the essence of the universe, i.e. that energy. The pantheist is going to be like it's the source of whatever we are, right? And so on that concept, would it be safe to say that on a God that's external to the universe that you're an atheist, but when it comes to like the concept of God being intrinsic to the universe, i.e. nature, and what I'm talking about in terms of observable concepts in science and whatnot, that you may be agnostic on that concept?
Oh shit! You know what? I'm just walking to the road side of my fucking road, man. Motherfucker. Yeah. Repeat that question again, bro, because that just went out of my head, man.
Oh, no worries. I said, what's
my issue? I think what's my do I have an issue with the pantheist people saying that God is everything or in everything? As I can't, I don't know. Like I say, saying I don't really have an issue
Information on
with them calling
the
it
foes, the chief
nature.
or protect.
What was that, Shaka?
Yeah, I don't really have.
Sorry, I was reading something. Sorry, my fault. I was reading it out. Sorry.
No, you're good. Oh, you good. So Vel, what I was saying is like, is it safe to say that when it comes to like the like, so most theists have the concept of like God being supernatural, being outside of the universe, right? So would it be safe to say that when it comes to that concept, like you're definitely an atheist, but when it comes to some concepts of God being intrinsic to nature, i.e., like the energy that's the source of nature or whatnot, that you may be agnostic to that concept of theism?
Yeah, I'll say I'm an atheist, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also, if I'm wrong, like if God was to actually be proven, then obviously it's no longer a belief in it; it's a fact. So I'd have to change my stance and say it's real. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't mind that. I wouldn't mind that either. Like, if I have to change my stance and proven beyond reasonable doubt or whatever it is that is taken to say, yeah, this is definitely what it is supposed to be. But the way, for me, yeah, the Abrahamic gods and the way that how close science is getting to discovering like from the Big Bang onwards. Like, so once they get to what was before the Big Bang, that means that Abrahamic God gets even further away. Well, in my personal opinion, because it's like I don't see how it mixes with the Big Bang.
And you're saying Abrahamic God being synonymous to a God being outside of yourself or outside of nature, etc.
Yeah. Like the external God that's all outside of the shit, not the one that when man are trying to say God is in everything. Oh, God is in the trees, God is in the wind, God is in my car and shit. Like, how can I disprove that? Or how can anyone disprove that? You just let someone ride with their belief with that.
So it sounds like from your concept, like you do like secular morality and ethics, but it's from an experience-based concept, not like a science-based concept. So,
well, if there is science to look into, it's in a moral question, and it can be looked into or whatever, then yeah, like I was saying, like with the, I don't know what with it, when they keep talking about, they keep bringing up incest all the time. What would atheists do about incest or whatever, especially when it's not harming people? Like, well, not because one dude who got voted as a top atheist said that he thinks it's okay. Everyone else in the fucking or that describes themselves as an atheist doesn't have to agree with it. Like, that's the good thing about being a sort of atheist, isn't it? Like, because that's the only thing that I agree with that atheist is that he disbelieves in God. Everything else is his own other opinion.
interesting. So from my perspective, morality can be there can be a concept of objective morality, i.e., like objective truth, something outside of yourself, not just subjective morality, based upon the fact that we are interconnected, and also based upon the fact, like I was talking about, the wave particles, etc. A wave particle inside of atom, etc., whatnot, has or just period. A wave particle exists in superposition and has this concept, meaning it's everywhere until it collapses into a singularity, until something observes it and chooses to make it something singular, right? In a very crude way of saying it. But at the same point in time, it's encoded with all the information of its superposition, i.e., its total wave function, i.e., like all the possibilities it can do. So like but it has encoded information within that wave function, right? So for me, there's an innate information that we all have within us and whatnot. And a Muslim might call this like the fitra or whatnot. Okay, I'm just gonna call it the wave function of this, the encoded information in the wave function at this juncture. So for me, there's a universal knowledge of possibility and probability, etc., whatnot. And so from that, you can derive objective concepts and whatnot. So for me, again, when you're talking about like I don't steal from somebody because I don't want them to steal from me. I'm not going to go kill somebody because I don't want them to kill me, etc. Like all those come from the basic concept of we are interconnected. Therefore, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Don't do unto others as you would not have them do unto you. Right. So for me, that concept is only consistent when you go along with the pantheist / panentheist concept of God being within nature, whatnot, giving some kind of basis for interconnectivity and or empathy, whatnot. And so, without that reproducible concept of being interconnected and whatnot, how do you
without being pantheist, you can still think that people are interconnected. Like you said, especially if you assign to stuff like evolution, then you have to think that everyone, or not that everyone's interconnected, like we're all related, but we're all the same sort of species, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? That we're just different definitions of the same species or whatnot. So,
right. So all right. So do you subscribe to evolution over quantum physics then?
I don't know about quantum physics still. If I tell the truth, I'm not that smart. I hardly know about evolution. Yeah, I know a little bit about it, but I hardly know about it.
Okay.
But
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
if you buy the concept, okay.
Right, as the evolution thing standing, where it's got most probably likely evidence to happen, it's linking up with what the evolution theory says. You sort of have to go with that as the major truth, I know, until something else comes up, which is even more truthful or even more accurate, should we say then? Or truthful is a different one, isn't it? Even more accurate, that's when you have to go with whatever else is the most accurate finding at that time, isn't it?
Right. So here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that so my morality comes based upon science via one, innate information, but two, via that innate information being checked via probability and possibility, or observing possibility and probability in action, i.e. I can experience somebody stealing from me and not enjoy that. Therefore, you know what, I might not steal from the next person. You know what I'm saying? At the same point in time, if I don't have that concept of interconnectivity, right, I might not have, if someone steals from me, it might encourage me. I don't have a reason to not want to go steal from other people. If there's nothing interconnecting me to those other people. Does that make sense?
You might want to steal from the people if you're not sort of interconnected with them, you said, yeah?
Well, yeah. So what would stop me from wanting to steal? So let's say I've never dealt with theft before, but someone stole from me. Now I'm introduced to the concept of stealing and whatnot. If I don't feel interconnected to the people around me, what stops me from stealing from them?
Well, it depends on law of the land. Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah, I can barely hear you, so I'll try to pick it up. I feel you got some difficulties right quick. So what I'm saying is, family, is I'm trying to understand how atheists aren't ruled by the concept of "do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law," meaning that all morality is subjective. Basically, the concept of moral relativism, right? Without leaning on a concept that would have to be specifically relegated to a theist, in the sense to where of interconnectedness being on the fact that it's provable in some way, shape, or form. So people like Rob and other people, I believe Rob talks about using science to derive his morals. I'm not certain on that. If I'm incorrect, I apologize on that. But I'm saying that I rely on the concept Again, like I said, based upon reproducible observations on interconnectedness and also probability and possibility and being able to observe such, i.e., like I said, I can like I said, the innate information, but also being able to experience information at the same point in time. And so I'm posing the question that if I don't base my morality off of being interconnected and off of empathy, which again to me is based off of a scientific principle, or based on science that shows the nature being God, or God within nature concept. How is it that atheists develop a sense of morality that is above moral relativism, i.e., do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, i.e., some level of objective morality? Go ahead.
Yeah, because like I was saying, I explained in the first thing, yeah, like if you experience pain, yeah, and you know what it's like for some discomfort or some sort of pain to happen, yeah, you know that what it's like to feel, yeah, so you don't want to give someone else that same pain. So hopefully that person in turn won't return the same favor and won't cause you any pain that's gonna make you feel like you have to go. Now I have to go.
Right, but that's based on the assumption that they would experience pain the same way you would, right? I.e., some level of interconnectedness. That's what I'm saying. Like, so you're projecting onto that person something that you feel, right? So I'm trying to understand. So if you don't have if you don't have the basis for interconnectedness, how do you get the empathy? How do you get the morality?
You're asking like me from my own perspective, though, isn't it? Are you saying if it was a million me at the start of the earth, sort of thing? Like, because obviously I can only go by my own like experiences. So I can't really tell you sort of. I can say hypothetically.
Right. So I'm basically saying this. So as an atheist, I'm asking the question: how do you come to an objective morality that's above a subjective morality? Like, so how do you come to a morality that's above a moral relativism?
But I do feel like that question or the answer that I gave is sufficient or basic enough, yeah, for that morality question to be justified. Because, like I was saying, if you've got the thing where I'm saying I don't want certain things to happen to me, yeah, so I'm not going to carry them out with certain other people. Like, it's that empathy that you feel for another person or other people should feel for you in that situation that will hopefully carry you out to stick to the law most times rather than not.
Yo, big up. What's going on? Orthodox more long time, Shakara.
Big up, man.
What's going on? So big up. It's kind of quiet. I'm so surprised. Normally it's chaos in it.
Yeah, man.
I never did get a chance. to.
The chaos was last night, man.
Oh, was it? Okay. All right, cool. So this is the last day. Is it the last day? Or?
No. We still got tomorrow as well. Yeah, we won't be able to stick it up by tomorrow as well. But
Okay.
Hopefully, I should be on the end tomorrow, so I can use my laptop and hopefully be on it before. But before you go in with your question, Buddha, all for the floor. You still there, bro?
Yes, sir.
Did you feel like I gave you a fair answer?
I believe that you gave me an answer that relies upon the concept of basically experiential knowledge, right? Like, so just what you experience, right? Like, so, again, everything being subjective and whatnot. So on that level, like, so basically when I hear you and I hear Rob talk, empathy is an assumption, and I'm trying to figure out how you get to that point without any basis for interconnectivity. Like, so I'm saying like the basis for interconnect. Hold on, real quick. So I'm trying to say the basis for the only basis for interconnectivity that I can see, right, is based upon energy, right, and based upon the fact that we all have common sources. We have a common source or whatnot, right, and so the atheist would seem to deny that concept outside of maybe evolution or whatnot, right? But evolution doesn't give a reason for empathy. Evolution stipulates survival of the fittest, right?
Yeah, but it sort of does though, isn't it? Because with the evolution of like society structures, like people living like family lives and stuff like that, you know, obviously the development of empathy and feelings towards different people in your community or whatever, ain't that going to be the development of that as well?
So in a state of nature, I don't see empathy. Like when a lion takes down a gazelle, I don't see the empathy in that situation. You know what I'm saying? It's survival of the fittest at that juncture, right? Like so for instance, I can see the concept of somebody saying, like, in a state of nature, I might not want to steal from my neighbor, and I might want to do like a strength in numbers concept, because there might be some people bigger and badder than us that we got to fight against it, whatnot. But even then, that's in a self-preservation concept, right? That's not necessarily an empathy concept.
When you're asking me to describe empathy to you, yeah, is that me asking you to describe what faith looks like?
No, so,
you know what I mean?
so I'm giving I gave you the scientific basis for what.
Understand though, because it's a feeling, yeah. It's a feeling that's I don't know, that's generated by your brain or whatever. Yeah?
Right, but so that's a subjective concept, right? How do you prove that that's subjective?
I can't explain it to you. And I've got super layman's terms of me explaining what I'm trying to explain anyway. Yeah, so it's going to be harder for me to give you the answer from scientific glasses. I can research it and then give you the answer.
Got you. Right, got you. No worries.
I can only give you my limited knowledge right now. But like I'm saying, with empathy, as a feeling, I'm not sure, and I've never looked into this yet, how feelings scientifically measured. How do you scientifically measure feelings? Yeah, that's
okay. So I would specify, like, when I look into it, I see that, like, that they're measured by chemical release by certain glands and hormone and chemical release by certain glands in the brain and other parts of the body, etc., whatnot. So
try to jump in when you're ready, more.
Yeah, this is my last question. I'll leave it because I gotta jump off anyway. So what I was getting at, Vel, was trying to just understand, like, so. Like, empathy on a subjective level makes sense to me, right? On an objective level, how do you prove that from an atheist point of view? And that's all. And you can research that. We can come back to that at a whole nother point. You know what I'm saying?
All right, cool, but I'll do that still.
All right. Big up the panel. Big up the chat, fam.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, bro. Big up yourself, mate. All right, we got a new customer, man. Ding, ding. Let's go.
All right, so my question kind of revolves around the evolution. I'm assuming that you're a proponent of evolution, yeah?
Sort of, yeah. From what my minimal understanding of it, yeah.
Okay. I did ask this question to Rob, but I think he was kind of busy at the time. He didn't really get into it too tough. He kind of gave an answer, but let's try and deal with it here. So, in your understanding, evolution, did all animals and creatures on this planet evolve?
As far as I'm aware, some have evolved more than others.
All right, so let's do it this way. Let's pick 3 animals, yeah? So let's pick a human being, a horse, and I don't know. Think of another one. A cow. A cow, yeah? So we got
Cow? Yeah.
so cow, horse, human, right? Okay, cool. Did they all evolve from something? Yeah.
They all evolved from. They all evolved from what?
They all evolved from something. So let's assume, from my understanding, there was like a primordial type pond, and the DNA mixed, and all these amino acids mixed, and gradually over millions of years, these things came out of the pond onto land, and then from land they evolved into their respective species, i.e., human, horse, and cow. Is that right?
So they gradually basically what it's like. My understanding of it is that when the environment that you lived in has had a bit of a change, that's when you had to a mutation or evolution.
Yeah. But for it to mutate, it has to exist to begin with. So, for example, if we've got something like a bear, you'd assume for whatever reason the bear went to Antarctica, and because of this environment, it mutated and started to grow white hair. Is that that kind of thing you explained, yeah? Okay, so I'm saying for something to mutate, it has to exist. So for a mutation for like a bear to turn white, for its hair to turn white from its environment, it has to exist first, relocating somewhere like Alaska or Antarctica, and then from there its hair turns white after millions or thousands of years. Is that right?
As my minimal understanding of it, I think you're correct so far, yeah.
Okay, all right, cool. So my question is this. We looked at 3 species, human, horse, and cow. Now, did these 3 species come from the same place, or were they in different places around the world? In their genesis, in their beginning?
They could have been in different places.
They could have been in different places. All right, cool.
Could have. Oh, yeah.
All right. So we could say that the horse was in America. We could say the human being was in Africa. We could say the cow was in, say, China. Would that be fair?
Yeah, carry on.
Cool. So my question is this. Did they all, for them to all evolve at the same time, wouldn't that indicate some sort of pattern? And if it indicates a pattern, it must therefore indicate intelligence. Because from my understanding, all of these animals that have evolved, they started off from a single cell. Now, if they all evolved at the same time, these single cells must have been must be a pattern
that died out. There's
Sorry?
things that didn't evolve and died out as well, like that did evolve, and they, you know what I'm saying, like, or didn't evolve enough for their environment, and they died out. So
I can go with that, because we can say like the dinosaurs died, they all died out, and we can say that there was some sort of meteorite or whatever, they died out, whichever, whatever. Okay, but I'm more concentrating on the beginning. So the actual event that took place for all of these creatures to begin to evolve in the first place, to begin to be created in the first place. Now, unless you're saying that some started evolving at one time, some started evolving at another time, there must be some sort of.
I think that's true. I don't think everything all evolved at once. There's animals, or that obviously we're animals, but there's going to be animals that their lineage goes back longer than the human beings do. Like that.
Yeah, so what you're saying is maybe the crocodile existed before the human being.
Yeah, some sort of stuff like that.
All right, cool. So then it begs the question: what made it stop? Why do we not see this now? Why do we not see single cell organisms evolving into, I don't know,
But they do
some
though.
new species. They do?
Because it's over thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years, isn't it? So we don't live that long. So, but there's going to be things that are alive that we'll see that in a million years that may be totally different or whatever.
Okay, but we should be able to source this place. We should be able if all of these creatures evolve from different places around the world at different times, surely at this moment we should be able to find at least one place where these evolutions are taking place, yeah?
Yeah, you can, and you probably would be able to do that with if you've done some research or whatever.
Do you know of one place or where I could just go maybe Google?
No, I don't. But what I do know is that when I went to the Natural History Museum, obviously they had loads of different bones of loads of different animals. I mean, they include humans and all them sort of shit there. So, and like I said, when they was talking about the different evolutions of different species or whatever, and it wasn't all at the same time.
Right. So yeah, I can agree with that. Definitely, I can say that maybe certain climates in certain parts of the world encourage certain animals to evolve quicker than other places. Maybe the reason we see Antarctica not with the amount of life that we see in the Amazon is because of the climate. I can get down with that. That's logical. But I'm trying to understand the whole what precipitated the creation, the evolution in the first place. Do you think that the evolution kind of just accidentally happened, and just because environment, that's why the evolution took place? Because for it to happen accidentally on one or two species, I couldn't get down with that. But given the myriad of different species we have on this planet, it would be very far-fetched to say all of this happened accidentally. Do you get what I'm saying?
All the development of the Earth is the whole story of evolution, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? That so.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, look, if you're saying like for me, I always make the distinction between evolution and mutation. So, for instance, if we have a type of scorpion, and
evolution was mutation.
Okay, but for something to mutate, it must exist first. So, for example, if I've got a scorpion, and the scorpion is introduced to a new area, it may change color because of its environment. It may get bigger, it may get smaller. These are, for me, they're mutations. Or
that's a mutation because you change its environment.
Yes. That's what I was just about to say.
I thought that's my basic understanding of evolution is that that's how it works. That the changes happen because of the environmental changes for you to adapt to the new environment adapt to the new environment that it lives in or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So exactly. So for me that would be either.
That's why, yeah. Sorry, that's why, animals that are classed as prey have eyes on the side of their head, sort of thing, where they can see behind them.
Absolutely
and the predators have the eyes on the front.
Absolutely correct. And if any animal that's a predator, an apex predator, will have eyes at the front, apart from sea animals. But the point I was trying to make is for the scorpion to mutate or adapt or evolve, it needs to exist in the first place. So what my question is this: what precipitated all of these animals to come into creation to evolve in the first place? Do you understand? And I think if people were saying, some people will say it was divine intervention, some people will say it was just a fluke. I just wanted to hear your example of it, because for me, for it to be a fluke, all these millions of different species.
Listen to this idea I've got, yeah? Remember, I'm not that smart.
Yeah. Me, bro, mate. Go on.
Listen to this idea I've got, yeah? Because everyone always says this, what comes first, the chicken or the egg, yeah? So, what I say, yeah, is the egg came first, yeah? Because the two animals that the chicken evolved from, whatever the two animals were that came together to make the chicken, laid the egg, what the chicken came out of.
Right.
It's the same thing that you're saying about the crabs and the lobster or whatever. So whatever was the predecessor to the crab and lobster, yeah, is what was there to make the crab and the lobster.
All right. So you're standing a bit low. So what you're saying is the chicken and egg. What came first? Two animals came together and created the egg, and that's where the chicken came from. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question is to you: where did those two animals come from?
Where did that? Yeah, again, today we two different animal bars. That it goes back into the chain of lines of this one, that one. Ah, shit. It's smoke season. Ah, shit. Oh, God.
Yo. First things first,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
How do you do the big picture thing? Bomber cloud.
The back picture, yeah? It's the green screen, isn't it? Green screen.
Who?
The green screen. You know
Green.
what the settings?
You lot devil.
Yeah. Everyone can do the green screen, so yeah. And basically, you put your green screen on, put the picture on, and then leave the camera on in it, and it comes up with a picture of the green screen instead. Yo, you hear me still?
Yo, family, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yo,
Yeah,
can
I
you hear
can
me?
hear you now still.
Yeah,
I
what
can hear
one
you.
though, family? What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, man. Hello, man.
No, man.
You know what, Jess, yeah? What I'm saying, fam, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, I'm asking for some smoke in it, man, because G-Box been just badding up the place lately, and everyone's been complaining and shit. Like, boy, it's my brother in that still, fam, but you have to give me some smoke in it, fam. Like, people are smoke in it, mate. Like,
What would you mean? Like,
what? Trial, yeah?
Yeah.
We got atheism on trial, yeah, and just basically questioning, like, why are you an atheist? What's your morals, and how do you derive this and
It's
that and
obvious,
the other?
it's obvious why you're atheist. You've been hurt. God hurt you, and you're upset. We know what. Oh, God hurt you. Well, who died? Your favorite uncle, your cousin, your nan. Someone died, and it's like, fuck God. There's no God. Or someone fingered you, and you're like, oh, I've been fingered. Like, there can't be a God if I've been fingered. This is the usual stuff. Selfish shit, innit? The obvious, like, it's not.
Listen, Eddie's never been raped, man.
Nah, but you know, trying to make light of something serious. Get me? You know, that's slightly my thing. But you know what I'm trying to say though. People internalize, maybe rightly so, like, you know, the fucked up shit that goes on in the world, and when that's matched up to the kind of mainstream view of what a god is, this male kind of character that intervenes when he wants in people's lives and has got people here for a purpose, it doesn't really match up to the seemingly random you know, shit that happens to people. And so then they usually just walk away from the whole concept of there being an intelligence behind what you are experiencing, because they've internalized this whole fact that, well, random shit's happened to me, and like I can't see somebody that's supposed to care or whatever allowing this shit to happen to me or happen to my loved one. And that's a good point. But I just feel like if you stop looking at God as this dude with a beard that's looking down and sending his pickney down, and all, if you stop kind of trying to have that concept and you more see it as something that possibly could be responsible for why you're here, but not necessarily giving a fuck that you are here. You know what I mean? I feel like, yeah, we got this God that cares that we're here and that. You know what I mean? I don't know.
You know what, Jess, yeah? That's more what's pushed me away from the thing, yeah? I feel like people, human beings, man's ego, woman's ego, as trying to make God like special to them, and oh, God's so special, and He's created this thing for us, and we have He's giving instructions, and so and so, so and so. Maybe if they was like, but Brother Moore was just on, yeah, and he was basically saying the same thing like Rob. If God was just nature, or didn't have nothing to do with what happened in the world, there's no way you could there's not really much questions you can ask or go against that. You get me? But when it's like God's giving instructions, and if you jump on your left leg 20 times and say Abba Yaga, you know what I'm saying? Like then, you know what I'm saying? That this gonna happen and that's gonna happen. And it's like, bro, I don't really read that.
So you're okay with nature being God?
But I ain't really got an argument against it in it. Like. So for me, yeah, personally, it seems like rather than going with doing the
How do you feel about elements of
find that squared equals.
How do you feel about
this element at this element?
How do you feel about elements of nature? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. How do you feel about elements of nature or the essence of nature being conscious?
Being conscious.
Or having,
Yeah, it seems a bit spooky in it because, like, with I don't know, like the more you look into the elements of the universe or even of the world, you see that, but there's bad things out there. Like if you it's out there to fuck you up, like so. Yeah, I've made.
Say that again. Say that. Your mic's not that good, you know. I don't know if it's.
Sorry, I'm driving in it, yeah, but there's bad things in the element, yeah, like that could just kill you, innit?
Yeah.
So I don't feel like it's been made a special place that, well, God made this earth for us to so and so, this, that, and the other. It's really, we need to make the earth the best we can make it for us and future generations to live in.
Right. So, are you saying? What do you mean? The things that kill us? Do you mean things that natural occurring circumstances? Like what? Is that what you mean? But okay. Yeah. I would say that if we live, the more we live in accordance with nature, the less those natural occurring circumstances would probably catch us off guard. We'd be more in tune with what goes on in the earth, and I think a part of nature is being killed by nature. I think that's or do you know what I mean? I don't think we're talking about having to live. You think that? Yeah, go on.
Yes. Like you see, like as I understand science, yeah, it is a study of nature. So it's a study of how nature works.
Yeah.
So that's why that's why I'm saying, right, really and truly, yeah, man. I even trying to get my youth to concentrate into learning about how science works. You get me? Because again, with these questions here, if I understood science, how I want my youth to understand science, I will be able to give you fire off answers for you, like that actually makes sense, that you could recreate, or you could say, yeah, boom, this.
No, but science is. I would say science is a language. I would say science is a language to describe what occurs, but it doesn't necessarily describe why it occurs or who set it in motion to occur. Right? We have the science of how your jaw is broken, in it, but it's not capturing the fact that I punched you in your jaw. Do you understand? It's like it can calculate that at some point there probably was a punch by some form of being or some form of force, but it can't exactly tell you exactly what or who or why I punched you, or what you did to provoke that, and what you did to me prior to that, or how you responded to the punch. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like science is a language that we use to understand things, but it can't necessarily understand it in all the dimensions that our brains are capable of, that our perceptions are capable of. Some of them dimensions, science doesn't have the language to explain. doesn't mean it doesn't occur. We just gotta like
So,
keep trying to find. Yeah.
oh, it doesn't. It don't have the language to explain the bits that I don't know. Like, yeah, but it keeps making. I'm saying it's an ongoing process. Things that we know about science now,
Mm.
the scientists in 1,000 years will make mad discoveries and be able to tell us like in even more detail different things about the elements.
Yeah, more. Yeah, but like, I don't know. All right, it's still like a lens, though, isn't it? Like for now, it's still like a lens, and there's many different varied things you look at and try to analyze. I feel, maybe I'm wrong, but like there's a certain scientific lens that is adopted when you learn these processes from the institutions and the houses, and it forces you to look in a kind of linear type of way at these anomalies or whatnot. And I feel like it's gonna take somebody thinking totally left field to make a breakthrough that's gonna probably, you know, like, I don't know, like give more strength to the things that we thought, and like open up more like realizations about things we didn't understand. And you know, like for instance, you know, like people always talking about magic and miracles and stuff like that. And if you could explain how you could manipulate matter or atoms or, you know, frequency, if you can explain how that can be done, then that could explain many of these type of phenomena. And we finally get to understand that they're like one and the same.
Hey, Jez, what's a miracle that's really happened?
What's a miracle that's really happened? I'll say, aside from you or me, I'm not sure there's anything else that you can really prove. You know what I mean?
Black people surviving the slave trade.
Black people surviving the slave trade. Is a miracle? Is a miracle supernatural? Yeah. Is it like?
Yeah, do we saying that you call that a miracle? Yeah, or you?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. No.
You think that's from hard work, man?
Just like I wouldn't survive. I wouldn't call like cockroaches surviving a nuclear bomb a miracle. It just is what it is. Fortunate, innit? I don't know how much God had a hand in that, because then that, or like any supernatural force had a hand in it. I don't know.
So whose God do you think, yeah, is the strongest then, isn't it? Because
I don't think there's one God for one people. I think that's the trick. I think the fact is there's energies and powers that anyone can tap into. Do you know what I mean? Some might be more the medium in which you tap into these energies. Some might use the Hadron Collider. Some might use some form of magical ritual or whatever. Either way, it's available to everyone, I would say. They may favor some people because they've got tried and tested manners to tap into them, but I think everyone can tap into them, should you choose to. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, man. So what you saying though, man? Like, yeah, I mean, like, you get me? Like, everyone wants me to get some smoke in it, man. Like, I'm looking for smoke as well, man. Like,
Smoke? What kind of smoke? Smoke for what though?
Just atheist probing in it, like, because we've been dissecting everyone's religions, way of life, and this, that, and the other. So it's like
atheism. When we talk about atheism, we talk about the belief that there is no God, or the lack of belief in God.
The lack of belief.
And then you must have broken down God, right?
Or whatever people call the Most High, Creator, higher power.
I Mr. Projectile, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, you're like, get the fuck out of here, and you're just in the mood to like be deaf, yeah, and like not listen. But you tell me why they're looking for the God particle, innit? You tell me why the top scientists are looking for the God particle, while the biggest computer in the fucking world the large Hadron Collider has got Shiva on the wheel of destruction outside of their fucking premises. You fucking tell me, fam. Like, I'm just trying to say that some of the things that people explain that we call spookism or paranormal or miracles or magic maybe be able to be explained by the same methods that scientific theories are broken down and understood. Like, I don't even know what your hostility is, bro. You know what I mean?
What's that Hadron Collider? What does that do?
It's a particle collider. It's slamming particles together at speeds to produce effects. They're studying the effects possible. I'm looking for like basically smaller particles than what's inside of an atom. Breaking down the atom and the smallest parts. I think they've discovered like a particle called the Higgs boson, and they're looking for more. And like it's very theoretical on what the outcome or what the side effects could be of it. Like obviously you've had certain people go on record like Stephen Hawkins and that, talking about how dangerous it could be open, it could open up a wormhole. They're trying to recreate the Big Bang. You get me? Yeah. So they're worried that it could like open up a portal or worm black hole or something. We have no idea. But they got a lot of interesting experiments and things that they deal with. Like the experiments with things like they got the negative mass liquid, which is like something you should look into. It's quite deep.
So, Jess, why do you believe in God then?
I believe. See me and God. I don't know. This word is very abrasive.
Or like the most.
I believe like if I have a choice of randomness or deliberate creation, I lean towards the deliberate creation because my upbringing. So it's a default setting.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
That's what I thought that, you know.
Yeah, I'm open. I'm open to whatever. Like I don't need to fight for God, innit? So if there's a God and he's that, or he or she or it is that type of thing that is motivated to give a fuck about my opinion or any of our opinions and should want to like prove us different, then feel free. The stage is there. Jump on, send the link. The link's in the description. You get me? But other than that, I can just go on my experiences. I've had many experiences that yet cannot be explained by science. So I'm already inadvertently attuned to knowing that there's more than what is being put out there. There's not a science book out there to explain certain things. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I just know that there's more. Whatever that is, I think that gives me a clue that it's more linked to the fact that we are part of a deliberate design, a deliberate creation, rather than a string of phenomenal accidents and happenstances. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? If you unless there's a maths equation to tell you how you dream about tomorrow, I don't get it. Do you understand?
Yes. Would you class randomness and accident as the same thing?
Randomness, accident, yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, accident, randomness, like just stuff that happens. Accidentally, I suppose, well, not even accidentally, without deliberate thought behind it, without it being intentional. Do you know what I mean? So whatever, I don't know. Random. What is really random though? What is random? What is coincidence?
I would need to read the definition to give man a proper. You know what it is, yeah? Especially
There'll be two random. There'll be random in maths, and then there'll be just normal, just random in like language. Trust me. Yeah.
Because you know what it is, yeah? When man's chatting on these, if man was just chatting to man and man, just whatever, man would just give man whatever in it about. Fucking when man's chatting on the live shit, yeah? Man holds man to every single sentence man says and shit, man. That's like, right. You gotta be. You give a definition of something and it's totally wrong, man's gonna hold you to it for the rest of your life and shit. Am I allowed to make a mistake, motherfucker?
It gets like that, innit? It's just like it's an ego thing, man. It's an ego thing. We all got them, and it's like sometimes just like it's how the information is being brought about. If it's a debate, It's who's having the debate. If it's a conversation, it's who's involved in the conversation. But usually, like, there should be like leeway to be like, you know, like common understanding. Me and you could probably have a conversation, and you might say a word, and I know what you mean by that word. So I ain't gonna play the dumb game of, oh, what's the meaning of that word? Because me and you, get me?
Definition and
Right.
yeah,
So
we used to debate flat Earth, for hours.
Yeah.
Hang up.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking hours, bruv, and days on end. Get me that? So, yeah, man, used to chat about whatever and all them shit like before this live stream.
Hey.
Debates and all that. You know what I mean?
So what's going on though, man? Atheists and
Man,
trial.
what's that work, man? You got me like there's atheism on trial still. And a couple of them on. Get me?
We need atheists. Like you need atheists. I personally appreciate the presence of people that don't believe and the presence of people that do believe. Because I'm somewhere like where I'm not believing or not believing. I'm open and you know what I mean. I'm looking for whatever the truth is. I'm not on team belief or team God or team theism or team atheism or none of that, because they're all just labels. At the end of the day, really and truly, like, unless there's a hidden compartment in the rest of the people's minds that's not in mine, if you lot are pretty similar to me, then nobody actually knows. That's the story. Nobody knows.
That's what, bruv, you know what? Yeah, the realest talk is is that man. I'll openly say that, bruv. That there's no way and I have not even got the scientific intelligence to even come close to start trying to disprove or prove God or what. You know what I'm saying? But differently, if it ever was proven beyond reasonable doubt, right, this is God or this or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? You just have to go with whatever the truth is. How can you not accept the actual factual truth? On all counts, you cannot accept it, but it's just from then that's just like ignorance.
What going for your boy Shaq?
He was there still, man. But he must be with a baby or something, man.
Oh, you man doing up green screen. I get it now. It's funny, fam.
Yeah. Green screen still, man. Snap your hair, man. Snap the green screen on. You get me?
Can't be bothered, man. Hey, StreamYard's moving funny. StreamYard's moving funny, though. Like,
it's fucking hot for the battery, alive. I need to sort it out, man.
What's the comment saying? What's everyone saying out there?
Yeah, man.
Nobody knows the truth, and that's right. Yeah, man. Big up NLP, man. That's pantheism. Nobody knows. Says Wab Funk. Well, man, like Wab Funk, you know, old school trolls, they're about. Big up. The reanimator. Big up the reanimator as well. Chill for Ebo. Come on.
Been watching reanimated videos.
Yeah, I subscribed last week, man. I subscribed, checking out his videos. There's some couple good ones still. Some good.
I'm like a white bulldog.
Yeah, your bulldog one's funny still. Yeah.
Yo, big up the man there, man. What's good, you lot, man?
What one for Mike, man?
Not much, man.
Big up, Frank.
Big up, Jez. Just a quick one though. You see, obviously, if no one knows, like, the real way to God or what God.
No one knows if anyone knows. So let me just say that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
What I was gonna say then, if nobody knows, wouldn't you say that an African-centered one would be the way to go?
Why?
For you, though?
Why?
Because what would you say? Because if everyone's coming with like some sort of way to God, and you already know you've got a way to, or you before you was given a new way to God or whatnot, you already had one.
You know what's gangster?
What's that?
Finding your own way to God, if that's what you seek.
Okay, if in the question of finding your own way to God,
yeah,
you would have to go on that path, wouldn't you? You would have to like talk to some people. I don't know. Look
Nah.
at some cultures.
No.
How would you find your own way to
that might
God?
even be the opposite of how you find God, you know.
Could be. Yeah, I would say that was the opposite. Me personally, I would say you would have to like kind of go back and start from going back.
Do you know what I'd do?
I would say
like to find God. This I think ultimately to find. Why are we using God? Do you want to use that word?
No, I don't. But higher power, energy, whatever you want to call it, but everyone calls it that. So
I think you got no choice but to go internally, and I think that's what the constant battle is. The age-old battle has been is between internal spirituality and the external religious or dogma. It's from empowerment to being disempowered and looking for a third party to save you. The savior complex comes from being disempowered and not looking from within, not being the solution to your problem.
Yeah, but what if your problem wasn't like if you kind of understood that maybe your problem wasn't ever an individual problem? It's more of like a group problem.
Right, but then that would mean that in a group, in that if we like, like cliche, like if we like in the group to a chain, then we'd be looking for what the weak links are. If everyone's weak, then we all need to work on ourselves, and then from working on ourselves, that we can work on each other.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I get the group think and the individual and sovereignty are one and the same. Because you want for yourself what you want for your brother, isn't it? You know what I mean? Ideally, anyway, that's how I see it. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know, because for me, I think maybe a lot of our like kind of stuff maybe it's not per se religion. I think it's more from culture. I reckon we learn and lose a bit of our culture more and more every day, or every generation, or
Do
whatever.
you think culture was ever meant to be stagnant, though?
Do I think it was meant to be stagnant? No, I think it moves. I think culture moves.
And I feel like in culture, our main issue would be to cling on to the aspects of our culture that are most pleasing to us, most fruitful, most productive for us in our being. That would be it. It's like, you know what I mean? Sometimes we cling on to names and fabrics when we should be clinging on to lessons and laws.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
Sometimes we cling
When
on.
you say laws, when you say laws, who makes the laws? Who would you say?
We do.
Well, we do. The people group make the law.
Yeah.
Not like
more importantly, it'd be a law that you live by for yourself. So what they call that, codes, morals, ideals, whatever you want to label it as. But like, we obviously give up some of those to embrace the modern life, but then we go and fight for certain things. Like we're gonna remember what tribe or what rare, and it's like, the name of the tribe can change, the continent can change, the manner of how you got there can change. But do you remember like
what are the practices?
Right,
what the
fam.
things they were doing.
That helped.
Yeah,
you
of
know.
course.
And which ones don't we need anymore? Because you can't cling on to everything forever. You can't.
Yeah.
It doesn't even make sense. Do you know what I mean? So like, are we and here's another thing. Are we as individuals choosing the aspects of our cultures that we cherish? Do we have a broad enough menu to select from? Or is it just the stereotypical regurgitated shit that's given to us to the point where we think dashikis are African? It's mad. It's mad.
Are they not African?
That shit's made in China, son.
But what's wrong with cherry picking and bits and pieces and updating with new shit?
No, that's what I'm saying. But are we choosing what we're cherry picking? Because one thing I'll say is, yeah, like we definitely got the rhythm and dance and the arts and that. We remember that part of our culture, but like the military organization and the discipline and you know, certain other parts we maybe, you know, even out in the city, like, you know, do they know? I mean, out in the country, like in Nigeria, do my sisters and brothers know agriculture like my dad does, or like my aunties and uncles do? No, they don't know the land like that. You get me? They ain't got that. So that's all that's getting, everything's getting washed out. Right about now, they'll go to the shop and go buy some American rice and in the middle of Nigeria.
Yeah, that's Nigeria does
Yeah,
a lot
so
of
obviously,
imports anyway. So
if there's people that's cherry picking the parts, or if you're seeing it like that, yeah, and you cherry pick the parts that you feel are essential, that need their boots strapped up on or whatever, yeah, that needs their foot on their necks on or whatever, yeah. Then
What do you mean? Be more like, I don't get what you mean. What do you mean?
Like you're saying, the military side, the self-sufficient side, the growing rice or whatever.
Yeah, man, them start to do little bits like that, innit? Like start to learn how to be more self-sufficient, like in the farming industry and all them sort of shits. Then,
yeah, I hear that. I get that, but that's not our thing, innit? I mean, our original things are the things that we are slipping through our fingers. We don't really have them. We're talking ancient practices and customs of how we worked our land, because our land is in a state of disrepair right now. Especially if you're talking about somewhere like Nigeria, half that land it's been made infertile by pollution and oil and deliberate fucking destruction. Do you know what I mean? To slow down those type of industries. We don't have as much of the information like through practice, like oral traditions and whatnot of our old ways, isn't it? So obviously we're gonna pick up learning tractors and this and that and blah 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 and blah blah. But some of those things are actually anti our land. Some of those things, not every land you can
heavy
use
machinery.
Yeah, not every tool you can use on every land and blah blah blah. Some of them things are actually fucking up our lands. I mean, some of them practices and ways, and there's just far more things in it, like healthcare and medicine and just old traditions that we probably had more in abundance, and now there's only a few people that maybe have these practices, and the information on that is dying out, and it's going to be a lot, and it's asking a group of people to in their mind step backwards and start doing practices that they're like, nah, you know. You tell all these motherfuckers out here that's catting for the fucking COVID vaccine to go and chew this root and that root.
Do you know what? It's funny you even said that. You know, like the other day I saw that Madagascar has found like a cure for COVID-19, but it's a herbal. But it's a herbal like kind of drink. Like the president will come on TV and was like parading it around, yeah. And then they asked like a Nigerian doctor, and she quickly like threw it away, like the idea of it, like quickly. And she was just like, yeah, it ain't been tested. You got to be careful what you're drinking.
But didn't they say the Chinese? Because like I know it's like when they was talking about the thing over in China, and we was looking at it like it's not none of our business because it's happening in China. They were saying, yeah, the Chinese are treating it with a mixture of, and then there was like a mixture of like HIV medicine and Chinese herbal medicine. They was talking a lot about the Chinese herbal medicine being used alongside.
It's making, because I'm wondering why are they just knocking away like herbal remedies and stuff as if to say they don't work. Even like with the Dr. Sebi arguments and stuff, like there's been times, I don't know if you lot have ever done this. Have you ever been to your GP and just mentioned Dr. Sebi and they have that look on their face like, who the fuck you talking about? Like, and I'm thinking, how could you not even know his work? And just me like suggesting the idea that herbal stuff can cure some of these diseases. The look they give you, like to say, you're talking the maddest amount of nonsense.
Which is an oxymoron, because they clearly studied herbs and fucking plants to derive the basis for their base compounds for their stuff, and then they obviously synthesize it, patent it so that it's a business and it's worth something, and then they put that out there. You know, like I would say that every drug has a herbal or natural counterpart. Not what counterpart version, original version. Yeah, they got to find that and then synthesize that and then make that make money. That's what they do.
Hey, Jed, listen to this, yeah. Frank White, let me ask you this question. Yeah, someone asked me this yesterday. I'm not going to tell you who asked me. Yeah? I'm just going to ask you the question.
Yeah.
So, as a humanist, yeah, what do you think's worse, killing the cow or raping the cow?
Right, what'd you say? As a humanist or animalist?
I don't know. What's a humanist though?
Someone that cares about humanity and let live and all that shit.
What's worse, killing a cow or raping a cow? Well, the purpose of killing a cow is to eat.
Yeah.
Let me say eating a cow or raping a cow. I would say what's worse, raping a cow.
How are you raping a cow? Like with another like cow or
bruv, this is what I'm trying to say, yeah. I'm like, yo, a man asked me that question, yeah. I'm like, obviously raping a cow is worse than killing a cow, you know?
No, but he might be like, no, because if you just kill a cow and walk off, I would say killing the cow was worse than raping it. Because he could, with counselling, it could lead a normal cow life. Do you know what I mean? After a while. Do you know what I'm saying? But if you kill it, it never has a chance to, you know what I mean? Obviously, murder's worse than rape, right? Even though they're kind of synonymous, you do take a piece of someone's life, but I would say murder would be a worse crime than rape. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree, but
I'm not sure, because you could say rape, yeah.
I did say
you could.
I did say it's a case by case scenario, isn't it? Because imagine that it's got to be the, you know, like how the prosecution and the defense thing works, isn't it? Like there's a build up to the case of what's happening in it. Like it's not just the killing of the person. It's the reasons for and why and the circumstances of what happened.
But that turns it from killing to murder. There's two different things. We talking about murder. You just murdered the cow. You killed a cow to eat it. I say, yeah. You know what I mean? Alhamdulillah.
But I would say, murder only really has one outcome, like you're just dead. But where rape could have like a psychological effect after, where you go through some trauma.
Yeah, but the cow could get counselling and then end up like becoming a therapist or an advocate to other cows that's been through it. You know what I mean? And could actually help other cows that have been raped to, like, you know, see that there's light at the end of the tunnel. It actually could turn out to be a success story. Many people have.
Man didn't say raping a cow here. Man just said bestiality in it. Yeah,
bestiality.
What's worse, murder or bestiality? Like killing a cow, killing an animal, or bestiality, like killing the cow or bestiality.
Yeah, but it's like you said, case by case. Why have you killed the cow? If you're going to eat it and then you've killed it for sustenance, then I understand you've killed the cow. If you just killed it, then you've just murdered the animal for no purpose. Like, you know, like, and I feel like with our level of thought, we shouldn't be doing that. We should have purpose.
You know, I asked man after, I said, right, differently. Yeah, you asked me a question, let me ask you one back here. I said, what would you rather happen to you? Would you rather get killed by an animal or get raped by an animal? Man, to get raped by an animal.
You know, funny. I Joe Boxing said counselling. That's funny.
Yeah, that's a tough one still. I don't know what I'd rather do, get killed or raped by the animal. That's a mad one still.
That's mad.
I'm not really on the rape thing to get raped by an animal, because you got to live with that problem on your one.
You know what? You know what you should answer. He should have answered what animal. what kind of animal are we talking about?
Elephant.
A lady.
No.
A
I'd
lady.
rather die, man. I'll take the death. I'll take the death.
Yeah, like you said, Belly, it's definitely case by case, my bro. Definitely case by case. With the answer, I don't know about being raped by an animal though. That doesn't sound something like something you'd want to live. You'd want to live after that. I don't think you'd want to live after that.
There ain't no sort of counselling you can do. You won't be
Man,
successful.
do you think that's ever happened to anyone? Do you think any humans ever been like actually raped by like an animal?
Yeah, I reckon there must have been one brave enough animal to try something like that. Yeah, maybe one. Or Bordeaux or something.
Now, boy.
That's mad. I'm looking at animals side eyes. What animals are getting side eyes right now? Hey. Hey.
Mad at it still, fam.
Oh yeah, when it comes to these things, it's all about the consequences and the intention, the motive behind something. Like when it comes to like death, not rape. There's no motive for rape.
Rape is just pure fuckery, man.
I do feel like there was a time where there was some like people that was like, rape is like a punishment or something or some kind of weapon or I don't know, man. But I just don't get it.
I think it is a weapon. I reckon people use it as more like a weapon, more than anything.
No.
Punishment. Rape's a mad thing.
I wasn't even laughing at that. Yeah, I was just laughing at the animal. When I said man will get raped by an animal, bro, I was like, Ross. That's fuckery, mate.
I don't know what animal, because I don't know when you think about it, I don't know what kind of animal could be responsible for such actions. So it kind of confused me. Yeah, man. Getting killed by an animal, there's bare animals that can kill you, but being raped by an animal, like what type of beast is capable of such atrocities? I don't know, man. I don't.
So do you not think maybe animals might do it to other animals though?
Yeah, they do. They do. Well, yeah, yeah. I don't know, man, because like when animals have sex, it looks a bit rapey anyway. Because they usually like a fight there's a fight involved, there's some madness, someone's getting pinned down. I don't know. It's a function, isn't it? Like the aesthetics of it doesn't look like how humans do it, innit? Or whatever, not how some humans do it. But it's like, like yeah.
That was mad still, man. Man's just on this, yeah, man. So man said, do you think Khan's girlfriend must think she lays with an animal?
Who said that?
One man in the chat still.
Yeah, who's the one man, boss? Tell him out, man.
Jack with a humongous pack.
Jack,
I'm joking, man.
Let's say shots fired at Khan.
Yeah.
Where was Khan last on the panel, from?
Earlier today, man. He was fucking moaning after. He was on it. There. There was a new Indian Muslim guy jumped on. It seemed like he had some good questions and shit, but Khan was just cock blocking him, man. His fucking gay voice. I'm like, bruv, louder. Let the new brother answer his new questions. You know, like when someone new jumps on the panel, let them have a little bit of time to ask their questions. Everyone's heard you speak. Everyone's heard everyone else. No one know, like he don't know any of the people on the panel. He could have asked a bag of questions and done his thing, and no, it goes. No.
Yeah, man. Big up Jack. Big up Khan. Big him up, man.
Khan loves it, man. We've been hating on G Block lately, still, man. So
MMN says Veli, I beg you ask Jeds for his opinion on county lines. What's this?
Man keeps telling me that fucking country lines are like slavery or this
Slavery? I'm sure Kunta would have loved to go to Reading and bust a couple shots to some fiends. I'm sure he would have much rather that than get put on a ship and get whipped and fucking chased down with dogs and get his foot cut off. How is that like slavery? What are you not even talking about?
Trust me,
Yeah?
if I was on a plantation,
You can't go to the shop for no iron brew, bro.
Go Swan.
Yeah, me. I've got to shop for iron brew and a Mars bar, bro.
Right, man's telling me that any youth that's been forced to go country or whatever, it's been put down as a modern day slavery.
It has
Actually,
been. What it is now. That's the kind of thing that they're trying to push it towards.
It is now, yeah. But I'm saying that it's not. That's not slavery, though, pants. Because even if the youth being forced, yeah, it's obviously it's bad, it's wrong, and it's immoral. People shouldn't be doing that, yeah. But
yeah, I'll let you stretch it to forced labor. You hear me? I'll let you stretch it to forced labor. But when you're doing the slavery thing, you are being slick. But it's the same kind of like when like there used to be a thing of duress.
I wouldn't even say
that's what it, bruv. I can remember where it was, yeah. And there was a charge, yeah, where people, youngers, yeah, will get fucking taken out on licks or whatever, yeah, and then they fucking. When you're in the police station, they'll say, "Oh, was you under duress?
Duress, yeah.
Forced to do it, so and so, yeah." And you could get off with a lighter sentence, or you might even go home.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That so
that's duress, and that. You know that they're moving the language because
I'm gonna take that charge. Yeah, if it's especially if it's the youth's first time he's got in trouble, he's a pretend bad boy and he's just following his brethren or whatever. He's gonna take that charge, even when he went up there in his own mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but it's worse for him though, because now, with all the lessons that he's learned and that, he's gonna go up there, probably take some youths up there to go and shop for him, and then he's gonna nick. The same thing's gonna happen to him, and now he's gonna be inside for slavery. Doesn't make sense.
That's what I'm. And then the fucking the next one was that youth banking, fucking oldest showing youths how to bank grub or whatever is sexual assault or something like that.
Say that again.
The thing is, I heard that one.
Wait. Say that one more time.
Youths teaching youths how to plug food in their body and shit like that. Yeah, it's sexual assault.
I'll tell you something. Yeah, when I was in jail, there was a time where one of the wings were locked down. Yeah, like locked down. It was a serious incident. Can't I find out? There's some Asian donnies had come through with a big bit of food in it. Apparently, it come to the jail, and like the man them just moved to them. Well, no, I say the man them, not my friends, not my people, but a couple lads moved to them, trying to obviously get this food off them. Man done heinous things with a spoon to retrieve the concealed boss. You hear me? So man went at it with a spoon, and to me, I was like, ooh, because them man get done for sodomy, sexual assault, bro. That's a man's. That's a man's. Yeah, it's a man's batty hole, innit? Like, so you teach
teaching the youth how to bank, yeah.
So if you teach you how to, if you teach a little girl how to insert a dildo into her vagina, would that not be the same thing as teaching a little boy how to put some heroin and coke up his bum? Is it not the same thing?
I wouldn't even say they're the same thing.
It's the same thing. No one should be plugging food.
No, I wouldn't say that.
No one should be plugging food. No one should be putting nothing up their bum anyway. The whole time I was in jail, man never had to put nothing up their bum. Yeah, you putting things in your bum.
You need to plug. If you want to go country, I would say plugging food is one of the ideal methods you should probably use.
Bro, I'd probably rate you. Hear this. I'd probably rate you if you taught the youth how to swallow it in little condoms and shit out on the other side. Yeah, and even then, if that shit broke inside of the youth and you got charged for attempted murder or whatever, I would say, boy, it's a fair charge. You know what I mean? So if you're gonna teach someone,
I wouldn't, because that you have to think about it.
How you
That
gonna teach a
you
youth?
could
Well,
die.
that's the same thing, innit?
You could
That's the
die.
same thing.
It was,
How you gonna teach a youth?
because
one
it
or
was
something?
either, like you're saying, because my man gave the one scenario in it, yeah, with the banking youths in it, yeah. So fucking obviously, man was saying, boy, I personally, I didn't say I felt like it was sexual assault or whatever. Obviously, it was wrong. It was immoral. People shouldn't be teaching youth how to do that and all them sort of shits there. But
Belly, if you have anything to do with telling a child to insert anything into themselves, yeah, then how could the charge be anything less than, bruv? In what circumstances can you hide something in there?
Even if like you disagree with what I'm saying or whatever, yeah, I'm saying that I'm gonna tell you what I did actually say.
Yeah.
I was saying at the time, right? I didn't think it was that. Obviously, if that's part of what you're getting into, do you know what I'm saying? Like it's part of the.
Vellemy, TOITN.
That's part of it. Do you know what
I
I'm
know
saying?
it is. I know it is. You know, I know it is. But right about now, it's like we're at a juncture in society where we can't afford to even be promoting things like that. When I was growing up, that weren't even the thing, bruv. You ballsed it. You tucked it under
Purcell
your
bags. You remember the Purcell bags, Jedi?
squeezed it between your fucking bum cheeks. Yeah. You never insert nothing inside of yourself. That's not manly, bro. For no reason.
Yeah, the Purcell bags were good. The Purcell bags were good till one stage.
This is life or death.
They
Yeah.
got the police know
This is
about
life.
it.
This is life or death.
I know that.
Hold on. If this is life or death, yeah, and you could be facing your life in jail or blah 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 blah, bruv, put 1,000 fucking ounces in your bum if that's what you need to get scot free. But if it's not life and death and you just want to make a bit of change and you're violating your own body for that, man was going in jail with these big ass 3210s and mad phones and inserting it into their bums for what? So you can have a phone call, bruv. Ride it. Wait till they unlock you. Do like everyone else. Don't violate.
You know, obviously, yeah, man. Like you were saying, Jude, you're against it, innit? Yeah, but you know that it's part of that thing, innit? It's not that goes hand in hand with this crunch thing, innit?
No, it don't. It don't.
No, but it's that. Right, it's a better way. It depends on what, yeah, because you could, like, there's youths that balls and that do other methods or whatever, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there's thing up. Then there's boy, obviously, man's just getting into some political shit right now still. So.
I think
don't put in your bum.
You can only balls, yeah.
We just say big up the panel. Big up the panel quick. Just while I come through.
Don't teach
balls and
in their bum.
Yeah, is only something. Hello, yeah, balls and food, yeah, is only something you could do for a period of time. Like once you're known for like drugs or anything, yeah, balls and food is not an option.
Yeah, do something else then.
Balls and food is not an option.
I don't want to hear this. I'm forced into this life of having to put drugs in my bum. I don't want to hear about it, bro. I know too many men that's been shot for too many years, bro.
No.
Yeah, you get me?
I'm talking from the point, yeah. I'm talking from the point as if, yeah, let's say, yeah, there was a kid selling drugs, yeah. There was a kid selling drugs. Obviously, everyone's throwing around this bandit. They're throwing around this, forcing them to sell drugs, like forcing the kid to sell drugs. I don't know what shot is going to do that because that don't even make sense. But
there can be a lot of pressure. I mean, there's a forcing. They can
get pressure. Yeah, it's true. You can get pressure.
There's not a forcing in the way, yeah. There's not a forcing in the way, yeah, where you take an innocent kid off the street and force them to sell drugs. That doesn't happen.
No, I don't believe.
No, there is. Of course, there is.
You can't get like that still, but that's minimal, man.
To be honest, yeah, I don't think that happens. The only time you can
all right, Frank White
is if they're selling food.
Frank White. I hear what your mum was saying.
It doesn't make sense, yeah. Let me just finish this. It doesn't make sense.
Go on.
For you to send a kid to sell drugs, yeah, who is scared of selling drugs. It wouldn't make sense because drugs cost money. If that kid loses the drugs.
Guess what though? There's many ways to entrap you into. Basically, you might have the main guy, your main actual younger, and you tell him to bring some neek with him, and he brings this dude. The dude don't really want to put the work in, but guess what? He's just a burner. He's disposable. Anything happens to him, he's gonna get nicked in a week, 2 weeks. It don't matter. He don't even really want a shot. There might be a target that he's gonna reach before he can go.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. That's not, yeah. If somebody does it in that method, yeah, that is not a method for constant drug dealing. That's not a method for somebody who wants to make money. That's a method for a mad person.
Right.
And they don't even need to be in the game, to be honest. Because there are mad people in the game. I'm not gonna lie. There's mad people in the game. But
Put it this way though.
now
Put it this way, yeah. Like I definitely know if people that aren't really shotters come up on a decent amount of food, yeah, they might go and force someone out to go out there and come back with the money. That's how man, like, you get me? Man forcibly drop.
That's what I'm trying to say. How many times does it happen? Somebody just comes into like they find food. It
happens a lot still. Not find food, but I know.
Someone comes into some amount of food and then wants to just drop it on anybody. Doesn't care how they're gonna get it back. Doesn't care who they're giving it to.
Man, come on, fam. You gotta understand though. You gotta understand. People will get food forcibly dropped on them, and then that food's gotta get sold.
Like other shotters. Other shotters, and that's a part of the game.
The new recruits get recruited to get rid of that.
I don't know, to be honest, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like
you see, what are you saying? Like, obviously, someone that was already doing their
obviously,
thing.
I ain't done this thing at all, innit? I'm just talking off a hearsay, but like, I just don't think the streets go like that, to be honest. Where man's just actively taking these mad risks to force food on people that they don't know if it's gonna come back. Like,
bro, people are dumb.
It's a chain of command.
I think you're thinking like John Gotti. You're thinking like John Gotti, and like everyone's on John Gotti or Frank Lucas level. I don't think everybody is on that level, bro. There's some people that come in that had certain things fall into their lap of opportunities, and they do dumb things, fam. They do really stupid things, especially nowadays. I'm just saying, like, these things are like.
And the thing is, yeah,
a minute, so you just take a random mute off the roads and try and get a shot for you, innit? But like, these things are stupid like that. People are dumb like that.
Yeah, but remember, we got onto this year because we was talking about kids plugging food as well, yeah. Now, let's say for instance, you lot knew a young kid, that was shot in food, and somebody forced him or whatever to sell drugs.
Yeah.
Would you say, that the people that forced him to sell drugs have their best interest in his safety or his well-being if they don't teach him how to plug?
I would say they don't have his best interest. Bro, if you
ain't got his best interest anyway, they ain't got his best interest like that. I
wouldn't say that,
all you're doing there, is minimizing your own risk. You're minimizing your own risk there. That's you're covering your ass. That's it.
It's different from you bringing in somebody that wants to be brought in because they're into certain things and they think that this is an option for them. That's different. That's an assistant. That's a apprentice. You could train someone up and it not have the same nefarious you're just trying to save yourself kind of thing. You can actually be bringing in other people because like it's been said already in the chat, in some communities the chance to go country is actually like
people were queuing up for this chance.
I
was trying to explain this to the man the other day.
People want to go.
Bruv, I was trying to explain this to the man the other day, and they're trying to act like man's glorifying the thing. I'm like, man's not glorifying the thing. Man's just trying to explain to you what it is for the what's it called. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
some people they get brought in, and in some man's mind, it's the best way they can bring in a youngster. Get off the road, stop hanging around on the block, rare, go and get you some money. Like, become a businessman. It's sad, but unfortunately,
no. But that was how the game. That was how the game goes. You get these kids that are on the estate. Their mum and dad are what. You know their mum and dad are whatless. Kids on the estate to all hours of the night or whatnot. Like, what do you call it? These kids, they probably can't even. They probably want to jump into the game, but they can't jump into the game because all the olders on the block control the game, and you can't just work your way in there like that.
Right.
Someone brings them and sends them up crunch, bro. Currently, at that point in time, that person sending them up crunch is doing better than the system is doing for them.
Of course, you know what? Let me just add one thing to that though. That boy that's out and parents were shit and blah blah. That kid that you was describing. There's two of them though. One of them probably wants to jump on road, and one of them don't. And guess what? Two of them can get wrapped up and seduced and duressed and forced into doing shit that they're not necessarily ready for or want. One of them might be on it. The other one ain't even on it, but still has to do it.
Yo, just for clarity as well.
The thing is,
just quickly, Frank, just quick. I never made no equation between this Modern Slavery Act and slavery. Just for the record, that was no equation. I just pointed out the fact that this is legislation, and then there's certain aspects of it that deal with sexual elements of of the thing. And obviously there's a sex trafficking thing that's completely sexual almost. But the second category the Home Office have just made is grooming for criminality. And there is a sexual element to that, specifically that I confirmed the other day. So
with mine,
yeah,
with me, yeah, the reason why I had like a gripe against it, the people that make the rules of this country, I don't agree with half of the stuff they say. I already live my life. I already live my life in a way like they're always moving the goalposts, and you just have to adapt to it. Yeah, but obviously,
outlaw baby.
I believe you're black. I believe you're black. I don't know, but I believe you're black. Yeah. Obviously, for you to come on the thing and be like, oh, yeah, but for you to be shooting off, like saying the slavery thing, like, is a disrespect. I would not. Even if it was my child that was wrapped up into all of this thing, yeah.
No, but that's not what I said.
Up on that slavery act. I'm not hitting nobody up on that slavery act, because that's bullshit.
That's like I said. I never made no equation. There was never. This is the equivalent of. I never made no value judgment.
No, but you was arguing for it. You was arguing for it, like to say.
No, I wasn't arguing for it. I was arguing that this is the law. That's it. That's what I'm saying. It is.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not a man that like.
I've said it a bag of times. You can't really shoot the messenger when it comes to things like this. When I'm saying, boom, this is the thing. You lot are getting onto me like I've just written the law.
Dan, what do you think though? If you are telling somebody, if you are teaching an underage human to insert things into their body, you are liable to catch a charge of sexual perversion. Yeah. Would you not agree that is right?
Oh,
you disagree?
I would say I disagree with it morally. So it would follow then that that would be an aspect of the law that I would agree with. I think safeguarding kids in that regard is important.
I'm like,
I would say that's got to be looked on every individual. I'm not.
It's on your conscience. We can't listen, man. It's on your conscience. If you are responsible, for teaching a youth certain things, then be responsible for what happens if it falls into the law. But just know your rights. It's not I'm out teaching kids, crime and consequence. That's what I do. Know your rights and know what your consequences of the actions.
Straight.
So now I like it that these man them now know that if this youth gets caught, I could get done for this, and that, and it ain't a joke. Please know that.
100% Jedi.
But that's what I'm saying. They could have gave the death penalty. Yeah, if you caught somebody doing that, it's not going to stop the game. The game.
No, it ain't. I'm not trying to say stop the game. I'm not stopping the game of people shotting. I ain't stopping the game of young people trying to find any opportunity that they can. There's been many a success story in our modern times to say that I wouldn't ever want to stop anyone from going for what they think that they can get. And I can't tell them what would be. All I'm saying,
but what would be
you're that guy telling a 13-year-old boy, put this in their bum, and you catch fire, I ain't throwing water for you.
Yeah, simple. I hear that. I don't think the thing is, the thing is, I'm not arguing over the fact that you're telling kids to plug stuff. I'm not arguing over that. I'm more on to the point of like moving the parameters, but it's just to kind of demonize the whole thing, like to say it's on the same levels as other things, where it's not really that bad. Because what I'm saying is, if you're looking at it from the aspect of just the business, it's just a way to keep going.
You're not being realistic about all right, but you know what? Because we didn't get graphic enough with what we're actually describing. You're easy. You're kind of.
Yeah, I know what plugging is.
I know you know, but like, bro, do you know though? Like, come on, fam. Like, this is a.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think listen, I don't think because I don't think that there's much. I don't know. 25 to 30-year-olds like controlling 13-year-olds on the block. I don't think that happens. Right. If someone's controlling a 13-year-old, that person's probably like 15, 16.
Right.
15, 16,
so who's controlling him?
I could have called a 15 to 16-year-old, like, try to implicate them in something sexual.
Hey, listen, my back's just going to die, right? But jump up real quick.
I rate it. Yeah, Belly, I hear you. I rate it. You literally, that's a very, very good point, bro. I can't argue with that. That's a good point. Is a bit general, but I'm rocking with you on it still. But like, obviously, there's exceptions.
No, but you know what?
You're saying, but
TOITN came up with some statistics the other day, yeah.
Yeah.
And I wanted to like go more into the statistics. Give me some case studies of how people are doing this stuff. Because when you talk about the thingy game, I don't see how like in terms of like the drug dealing aspect of it, I don't know how like kids are being sexually abused in it.
Give me one sec.
Never
Give me
come
one sec.
across it. Never heard
It's I don't know how man feel about it, but it's a .gov.uk source, isn't it? So he's dipped out, so I can't share it. I have to read out certain pieces of it, but give me 2 minutes, Frank White.
Yeah, because I don't know, man. I don't know too many pedophiles. Like in this game, a lot of men go to jail in this game. Like, and you know what?
Whoa. We went to pedophilia real fast. I that's the thing. I haven't even got there yet, bro. I'm not.
Even sexual assault rapists. You know what kind of time they? You know what kind of time they?
See, now you're already on the nonce. This is.
What I'm saying, for whatever reason, that you're interacting with a child, yeah, try to know that's very serious, yeah. From your interaction with a child is serious. Now,
we saying that under 16, under 16 is that a fair definition of a child?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're interacting with a child and you're teaching them certain things, yeah, then by all means be wary of the long arm of the law coming down on you and telling you that you teaching somebody to insert something into themselves as a child could be like you're liable to that. I'm not saying you are a paedophile. You could be my brethren or whatever, but I'm gonna tell you that's wrong, fam. You can't be teaching you to do
Frank
this.
White, let me ask you a question, yeah? Let's say I'm a youth worker, right? One day, I catch myself watching too many drill videos and whatever. So I think, do you know what? I've got a whole heap of youths around me that I could just put to work. So I go from being a youth worker with my what's the word? Yeah, essentially the kid's best interests at heart to being something else, right? And I take one youth and I tell him, go in the toilet and do this. Put this up there, yeah? What's your view of me at that point? I was a youth worker, but now I've just told the youth to go into a toilet and stick something up his ass.
You're a youth worker, so you're a grown man, and you're doing this.
If I was a youth worker, it would be a fall from grace, right?
I wouldn't call it a fall from grace. I don't think a youth worker's a great job anyway.
If a 15-year-old told my 13-year-old to hide something in their bum, yeah, I think he was a batty man,
bro.
And I will come down on him. Like,
all right, let me get this out.
Wait. Let's get into that. If a 15-year-old told your son to put something in his bum for the purpose of selling drugs,
I don't care what the purpose.
Selling drugs.
I don't care what the purpose is. That's where you're trying to like. It's like there's no I'm saying as a parent, I'm saying as a parent, you're telling me the purpose was so that he could then later retrieve those drugs and sell them. I'm saying you got me at the point of interacting with my child and asking him to do something like that and violate himself. You got me at that point. Now you're gonna tell me, it was drugs. It could be drugs. Could be a block of cheese. It could have been a dildo. It don't fucking matter.
I get that. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's a child.
There's a few things you've got to break down. I get that. But there's
okay, is it gonna be different? Is it gonna be different if it's my daughter, bro?
No, I agree with you. I would be upset, if I saw my child doing the same thing, But I'm more upset because I feel like I'm a good parent. The moment you find out that your child is selling drugs, that's the moment the penny drops that you wasn't a good parent. So
if you were going to say you're the best parent,
on another man because hold on, let me finish. Take it out on another guy just because he's told him how to plug food or whatnot. That could just be you just blowing smoke.
So you have to be a bad parent for your child to be into this kind of thing.
No, not true. Yo, Frank White, I'm from.
Let me explain myself.
Yeah,
it's not just because you're a bad parent. It's just that I think every area of where you can be, the level of parenting needs to be upped or not. In London, I feel like the level of parenting is the government has made it very low,
right,
and it needs to be up very high.
Right. I can't just agree with you, bro. Maybe the way you're saying it, but I have to agree with you still.
I've got this article up still. It's a case study. If you want me to read out the case study, I can, but I'll post the article in the side chat still. So this is on page 5. Jake came from a loving, caring, and supportive family. Until the age of 13, he was doing very well at school and was described as a caring and active child who played basketball and represented the school team in national competitions. Over a few weeks, his behaviour changed rapidly and he became aggressive, abusive, and dishonest. He disengaged from his family and school. His mother thought initially that he might be bullied at school and kept asking about this. In fact, Jake had been introduced to some men by boys at his school. At first, he was approached and asked to take a few packages to a local house and offered £30 to do so. He did this a few times, but was then given train tickets and packages of drugs to transport to a house in a town hundreds of miles away and promised much more money. It was only when he arrived at the house that he found it was full of adults taking drugs, including injecting heroin, and he realised he was at risk and had become involved in something beyond his control. Jake was for a time not able to leave that house, and while he was there, he was not given food and found the adults to be very aggressive. One of them stole some of the drugs he was carrying, and because of this, he was now indebted to the dealer and forced to work for free and threatened with violence and carried on, blah, blah, blah. As he frequently went missing from home, was found repeatedly in houses across the country, living in very neglectful conditions. He was forced by his dealer to carry drugs internally, and on one occasion, when he lost some of the drugs he was carrying, he was brutally attacked by other boys, blah, 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 and it carries on. I don't know, you could take that. That might be some made up.
So are you reading that to say what, though? Just as an example of how this thing can run?
I think Frank White was saying he couldn't imagine a situation.
I can imagine that. Yeah, that was quite imagine. That was perfect. Yeah, especially with the whole thing of he might have done a little thing and then, like, man, them are very good at making people feel like that they're indebted now and they've got to work off some kind of debt. That's how this abusive relationship of elders and youngers work. Are you violated in some way? Now you've got to patch it by making me some money. And the violation can be anything.
That's how life is, isn't it? But that's how life is. That happens in life. Like
what you've just said there is enough in this. It's just that's life. That's c'est la vie.
No,
okay,
because,
cool.
Because I understand. Yeah, I already understand. Yeah, even though the game is cruel and can be wicked sometimes. Yeah, it's like a university in there. You're learning. You see, when a man's doing that to you and making you pay this and pay, you're learning. It might be, I don't see it as no different from you going to give yourself your services for free at like a printing company, like while you learn on the job. Like I see it as the same.
Yeah, but no printing company is going to say, "Yo, roll up these pieces of A4 paper and stick them up your ass." They ain't going to say that. They're going to say, "Yo,
they're not going to say that. I told you, but you're in a much more dirtier game. You're in a much more dirtier game.
I know, bro. Like, this is what I'm saying.
The reason you have to do that because the police are going to be after you, and we don't want to go into the government, and then we don't want to start talking about the government and they're like scandals with children and whatnot, and their scandals with children for you to be taking your laws from.
And bruv, what you were saying about the game, it's going to continue, bruv. It is. The government has a vested interest in this game that you speak of. Yeah, they can keep building prisons. Serco's going to keep building prisons. Yeah, they run the full thing: prison vans to prison to court, all of that. Yeah, private prisons and I don't know whatever else their business interests are. Not to mention all of the corrupt officials. Yeah, people who are supposed to.
The thing is this. Let me ask you.
It's not going to stop, bruv.
Show of hands. Yeah, who is adverse to under 16-year-olds selling substances to users? Who is adverse to that? Who thinks that is wrong?
I think that's wrong. I think child labour as a standard has been outlawed. And if that's the case, then I think the government should look at how to get that product to whatever users there are and manage that properly. That's what I'd say.
Because, like, okay, so for instance, if I told you that I had my 13-year-old or my 14-year-old bagging up weed and going downstairs to meet like my customers and just had, like, you know, getting the money and exchanging the weed, what would you say?
Me personally, I'm not gonna lie, I don't see nothing wrong with it. The only problem is that it's made illegal by the government, but I don't see nothing wrong with it.
Dan, what are you saying?
I'm saying that's an unhealthy relationship. if that you and your son, and
Your son,
if that's your son, and you wanna introduce him to the family business, that's you, innit? That's your institution. That's you, bro. You come from a ganja man family.
Yeah, but all it takes, but that's what I'm trying to say.
I want to know. I want to know how you feel about it.
But all it takes there is for them to make it legal.
Right.
All it takes is for them to make it legal, and then that act you just did there is perfectly fine and probably
Right.
too old.
So where I was going with it. This is where I wanted to go with it, but I want man to give me his conviction of how it feels, because sometimes we gotta like kind of break it down. What are we actually upset about? I'm upset about. I'm upset about the child having to put stuff in their body and be in a position of danger where they're going to a crack house 100 mile away with no protection, where they don't know what they're going into. That's my concern. My concern isn't a child working. Wait one second. Let me just say this. My concern isn't a child working shop front, selling a product, weighing it out. That's not my concern.
If that was your concern, yeah, then you're better off campaigning or getting people to make the thing legal. Then that doesn't have to happen. That doesn't have to happen at all. But to start bringing all these laws and be like, wow, yeah, man, these men are doing slavery.
Yeah,
it's a disrespect. It's a disrespect to the people that actually went through slavery.
Because how are you gonna give the man them, and this is why these laws, we always got to pay attention to the laws, because it was designed to fuck the man them over first, yeah. So how are you gonna drop these laws on the man them but not on Nike or on iPhone? What's going on? What happened? Yo, can you not hear me?
Yeah,
sorry, go again.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I had my shit turned down, so I might have been talking over someone. I don't know. But I was saying, like, how are the man them gonna be now the slave masters, modern day slave masters? There ain't gonna be none of these sweatshops. What happened with that?
For real, you know, you actually have people out here doing modern day slavery, like all these what's these companies with the kids in like China and all India and all that.
That's the thing. That act covers that as well. That act covers that. There's companies that have to fill out regulations to prove that they've got X amount of workers on the books with passports and all of that, the right to work and that sort of thing. There's a bag of these chickens that get slapped up them. Yeah. Certain chicken shops need to. Yeah, it's because that's the thing. There's a whole set of industries that are built on illegal labor. As soon as you get the job, your passport's gone. That's it. And
do you know what's behind it? Jealousy at the fact that that's mostly untaxed money. They go out, you get me? They're going after money making, isn't it? They're after money making. They're going to centralize it because there's a limit. Anybody that thinks that cocaine is going to be illegal anywhere on earth in 50 years' time is living in the dreamland. You get me? You're going to be able to get cocaine light, pink cocaine, purple cocaine. You know what I mean? Cocaine extra. It's all going to be on the shelf. Get that. Amazon will be dropping it by drone to your rooftop. You stay there, fam. Yeah, the next lockdown, it's going to be drugs. They've got man on the iPhones and the social media as the bread and circuses. Yeah, once the pharmacopoeia jumps in and we start dealing with all these, because that's all it is, man.
The thing is, Frank White, you see this thing you were saying. Sorry to cut you, Jada. This thing about like wrestling with the term modern slavery. Is it slavery? Yes or no? Really and truly, if you're going to bring an argument to the lawmakers, you're going to bring an argument to the legislators, you need to have more than just like a gut feeling about, it's not the same. You need to have a moral argument laid out. And even then, people are going to be questioning your motives. Like, why are you so invested in adjusting this law when it seems to be targeting vulnerable kids?
Yeah, but it's
you know
targeting vulnerable kids. It's also targeting vulnerable adults and a vulnerable section of society more fittingly. Yeah. This is a war on the poor. It's the war on drugs. It's a war on the poor. All of these things here. Yeah, because as much as we can say this is wrong, that's wrong, it is taking a lot of food out of a lot of people's mouths. And you might agree or disagree how they make their money, whatever. But you know what? We call something a sweatshop, yeah? That might be their only source of fucking income. You want to take somebody out of a sweatshop and break that sweatshop down, cool. But are you replacing it with?
Replace it. You got a new job. You got a new job for me. Yeah. It's true. Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. And I think a lot of kind of social justice warrior types get caught up in these campaigns of like, you know, shut down this sweatshop without any real thought for, you know, the families that are dependent on that. That as a source of labour in.
It's like hustle for someone. Yeah, it might be dead, but it's something in it, and you have to understand that. Like, so it's complex, and like I think my favorite phrase for today is Vellemy talking about, you know, dealing with things case by case. It's perfect, man. We can't really get no better than how he summed that up in the first place. It's a case by case scenario for most things, and especially for something like this. Like, obviously, the reality of somebody selling drugs on the streets is off-putting and macabre to most of us, especially as it being a child. But then we got to look at the individual child and the circumstances and blah blah blah. And like I said, if we dress it in different clothes, it actually seems quite acceptable. If you've got a 14-year-old at the front of a pharmacy, ABC pharmacy, and he's doing his work experience, we're proud of him. But he's a budding chemist or blah blah blah. He's selling drugs. He's selling fucking drugs. He's gonna hand someone some methadone. Do you get me? Like some whatever, olanzapine or whatever. It's fucking drugs. So like more time, the way we've been trained to look at things socially is a bit off, and I think this is what Frank was trying to just remind us. You know what I mean? Even though it does sound like he's got a bag of 16-year-olds on his line, shutting up the place. Still,
you think that's what it's? I don't know. I don't know about that. Frank White. The name might be his,
bro. How much for 3-5, Frank? We say 2 for 15. What's going on? No deals. Coercing a child is illegal already. Anyway, yeah. Big up Generalist. Big up Luca Brassi. Awakening the people. What are we talking about in here? I only came to pass through. Where has he gone? For the Gov legislation comes responsibility and obligation to provide services. Big up Miss London Yoruba. Yeah, you know, there's different ways.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Still, look at Portugal. Look at Portugal, man. You know, we got these models that we can work on. You know, you can work on that. You could apply the Canadian or the Spanish or the fucking the American model to weed. Legalize that. Because look how many man are stabbing up, man, running up in houses, getting themselves all sorts of mad charges over weed. Big up Luca. It was me and you that conversation the other day, bro. Man are dying for herbs, bro, and you can plant these things. So
and that's because somebody created a whole counterculture, a whole thing about like what you call a herb. Like it's been a whole stigma was created around it, and I think possibly deliberate. Do you know what I mean? And it drive marijuana underground, but there's absolutely no need for it to be something that's underground. It should be as underground as alcohol is. Clearly, it should be as underground as alcohol.
They tried that in it, and we got a whole
prohibition.
Yeah, we got.
Did they do that over here, or was that in America? They never done that over here, did they?
No, but they had a similar movement.
Okay.
What do they call it? I forgot the name of the movement now. It's like, it's not sustenance. It sounds like that. There's some word for it anyway.
You
know the word I mean, isn't it? Abstinence movement. Yeah, it was like I think it was after women got the vote, and they were sort of looking around and moralizing over everything and sort of thinking, what else is wrong? So there's a lot of women behind the whole thing, because obviously women get beaten by their drunk husbands, isn't it? So do
I think it's grooming or not? Yes, it is grooming. Is it a sexual grooming, Luca Brassi? That's like we said, it's not necessarily no. Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to, like demonize.
I think the example of the training of you to stick something up his ass, that is literally sexual grooming, or grooming with a sexual element. Would you not say?
Here's a funny question. Yeah, here's a funny question. Is your anus a sexual organ?
Yes, it is. Yes,
No, it ain't. It ain't really. Come on.
It's well. Let me say it's part of my private.
It's not a reproductive organ, though.
No, it's not a reproductive
Right.
organ.
So they could, like, you know, I'm not playing the advocate for these men, but I'm saying, you know, like I said, it's different if I put it this way. It's just different, isn't it? Like, it's different if you're dealing with a girl and you're telling a girl to put something in her vagina. Then you've got man bang 2 rights, right? But I suppose there could be a get out clause to say, well, there was nothing sexual out there. It's not even a sexual organ. It's not a sexual organ until you introduce something sexual
to
in
it.
a sexual manner.
Yeah, with intent.
Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It's fucking murky world. I would advise man them, honestly, hand on heart. I get it. Crunch lines, all of that. Bruh, if you even got a man shotting for you or you shotting for you or whatever, if you got to tell him to put something in his bum, then it's probably not the guy you want. Just allow it. No. Just
Bruv,
no.
I'm trying to think of it like this. If someone were, I mean, bruv,
it's just long, isn't it? It's long. It's long, bro.
Yeah, I don't even want to. This is some suspect conversation. There's a whole heap of pausing that would need to go on for this, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, it is what it is, isn't it? I see the law change a lot in this last sort of 20 years. I mean, the terrorism laws are one thing, but they brought in. I mean, the terrorism laws. They've slipped a whole heap of laws that affect other people who aren't terrorists into those.
Yeah, but that was always the intention. Because
you could say that.
These laws were never for terrorists. They were always for everyone.
Well, because there's not enough. Yeah, there's not enough terrorists to really warrant that.
Terrorist was the proxy, right? It's the proxy is it's what they use, and just like the shutters is what they're using this shit, but it's not for the people that are getting caught right now or the people that is supposed to be targeting. It's for all of us. It's to restrict all our movements, all our abilities. Right? This is going to affect how even an uncle can move with his nephews in certain respects as all sorts. Remember, they've got it to the point where for child safety, and almost understandably, you can't just take your family member and say, yeah, you're living with me. That's illegal now. Yeah, Dan, come for your nephew. He's a fucking cunt. He's being a cunt. Go stay with your uncle Dan. That's not legal no more. Do you know what I mean? And we've had some big cases to see why. Okay, we see why we need to keep traces of where children are going, but then at the same time, it's handcuffing the people, and now we can't do the right thing. It's very Hegelian. It's very Hegelian, like the way that our rights are taken away from us because we can clearly see where legislations or laws or whatever need to be tightened. Right, we need to tighten it up, and then they tighten it up, and then we're left without our freedom to do us. It's nuts.
Yo, Wab Funk in the chat, bruv.
It's a mad one.
If you know anything about me, bruv, I do see things. I do see the bigger picture, but I'm more often than not wasting my time trying to tell people, yo, this is the first part of it. There's more to come. This isn't. I'm trying to give you the heads up. It's like I don't know, man. Wait, to be fair, you've invested in. To be fair, you've been invested in what man have been shoving up their backsides a lot lately. Yeah, this ain't really the hill I'm going to die on. It must be said. I think this is probably the last conversation on the topic because it's not even a big thing, and it's not a point scoring piece either.
The pattern up said, how is man comparing working in a chemist to going country? Like it's similar though. So you're obviously not an artist. You obviously have zero creativity or even imagination. You can't draw the comparisons, or you being willfully ignorant. The pattern up, because clearly in a chemist you sell products to customers, and going country, guess what? You sell, say it with me, products to customers. Like, do you not see the similarity now? Or are you that blinded by the pharmaceutical industry that you can't see that they actually shovel poison at an alarming rate to the members of the public? I would argue that working in a chemist and dishing out some of those medicines over the chemist counter is more harmful and do more harm to people than the actual drugs. Let's go and check out heroin and crack versus all the antidepressants and fuckery that they're shoveling in the back of that chemist. Let's check out the actual cost that it has on people's lives, quality of lives, mind and state of mind, health. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. What do you think? What do you think, Dan? Am I chatting shit?
No, the chemist thing is basically you're saying if the system was changed and if opiates were looked at as opiates and were dispensed as other opiates are, you know, the branded ones, then you're dealing with a different thing. If the child labor laws were lowered so that, you know, kids could, let's say, they could, you know, train by the time they were 14 and be working in a chemist, serving opiates at 14. If a country has those requirements in place, then there's nothing wrong with it. What's wrong with it? I think that's the point that was made. But we live in a society where it's not that, and where even though all of these big companies are all getting their opium or their derivatives from Afghanistan or wherever it is, it's not.
Oh no, but I think Patton Up's just saying he's just talking about the fact that you could be, and that the effect that you could be arrested. Okay, yeah, facts. But we kind of know that. I'm not pretending that you can't be arrested from any country. I'm saying let's just look at the actions. Let's look at the skills. Let's look at what is required. Do you know what I mean? Let's actually break it down to let's be simplistic with it. That way we can, you know, like sometimes we hyper emotionalize and we pull these morals and shit on certain actions without actually looking at it for what it is. Yeah. If the substance was not illegal, you'd be a delivery man, a delivery salesman. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, then we got to get to why are the substances illegal and break down the morals behind that and who wins and who loses when we start making things that grow in the ground illegal, or when we start dictating what somebody can take and what somebody can't take into their system. It's a rocky road because we look at what's legal for us to take, and clearly there's got to be more motivation behind outlawing something like cocaine or crack. There's got to be more motivation than the damage that it causes to people. Because if we look we want to remove like corn syrup from our diets more than we want get rid of crack cocaine. Corn syrup is fucking saturated fucking fats are killing more people than crack. We want outlaw that. Jack Daniels is killing more people than crack, costing way more in the NHS. Facts. Like, this is literally facts.
So what's your position on legalization then? What drugs would you legalize them all?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would, you know, like, and you know, like, it's a good conversation to have. But yeah, I would legalize it all, 100%. I think we've gone wrong in our society when we had to start telling people. Who was it that said it the other day? One of these politicians saying there's something wrong there's something wrong with our world when we got to start putting "do not drink" on bleach bottles. There's an element of common sense and just self-accountability that is like, you know, now we put "do not drink" on a bleach bottle. That bleach bottle can be in anyone's possession. A child can buy bleach. I sat there and watched my son undo one of those bottles that are supposed to be for adults only. You know, like the bottle caps.
We say the childproof ones.
Yeah.
Squeeze it inside.
Sat there and watched man open it.
I learned to bust them when I was about 6.
Yeah. So what are we really like? We got dangerous people all around us, but somehow we find a way to make it okay. Because it's in nice packaging, and you know, this is just for adults and blah 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 blah. You know, we're drinking ourselves to, as a nation in UK, we're drinking ourselves to death statistically. You get me? Especially now, they've done the statistics during this so-called lockdown, and obviously retail of alcohol, cigarettes, all these things have gone through the roof. You know, fresh veg and fruit and all them have gone down. Frozen products and frozen food and synthetic, processed meat and all that gone up. We're literally sitting indoors, not really exercising, not really killing ourselves. Plus, we got the blue-green light from the back of the screens and devices, making us depressed, suppressing our empathy capacity, suppressing the youth's development of their frontal lobe. Like, so much shit's going on, but crack is the problem, isn't it? Crack's the fucking problem in the world. Let's outlaw that. And I'm saying, like, I don't know, man. Just the way there's fundamental things in the way our society is structured, why we have some of these problems, which I think are symptoms of the fact that society is not on correct foundations. Do you know what I mean? Things like county lines is just a symptom. It doesn't have to exist. This is not a problem that we have to be worrying about. So what they call 21st century problem, county lines. It's a fucking joke. Absolutely joke. And yeah, I agreed with what Frank said is definitely a huge failing on the parents' part. Like, I can't even take that away. Like, but at the same time, circumstances are different, you know, and we can't act like everybody starts on a level playing field. That's a very dangerous thing to do as well. Acting like everybody's got the same amount of skills, same social skills, same support network, same amenities and resources around them, same finances, same emotional abilities and whatnot. You know, that the world wouldn't be the world if we were all like clones of each other with the exact same set of you know, circumstances. So there's always going to be people in more need and more vulnerable than others. But I think that the system perpetuates that rather than heals it. So this is why we're heading towards, in 2030, we're heading towards a point in time where they said for in the first time in history that there will be no more social mobility. Sociability will be dead in 10 years' time, they're saying. So there'll be no one, there'll be no stories of somebody dragging themselves from the out of poverty to the tops of the fucking height. Them stories are not going to be happening.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're gonna be born in your class, and what you got is what you got, is what they're saying. So obviously society's fucked then. What are we building? Are we building towards that? Is that what we want?
They're talking about with this automation thing. It's going to lead to a scramble for the last available manual labor jobs in the developing world. So basically, people are going to run back to being enslaved. They're going to be begging to be enslaved again because
this is what this furlough thing is. This furlough is the beginning of that, though. People, like, I'm hearing some people saying that they want to go to giving everybody a wage and saying that basically you don't have to work, but if you want to work, is a little extra thing. That's
what
mad.
you see. All this, you see, they're pushing all of this like conference, this video conference meeting. Basically, it's this StreamYard thing, Hangouts, whatever. People doing this working from home. That really benefits businesses. They don't need the overheads to hire out office space. People just work from home. They're edging towards this. So all the companies that had stay-at-home, work from home policies before, they're laughing.
Yeah.
They're laughing. It's the companies that haven't implemented that or can't implement that. You can't have a fucking work from home when you're, you know, in a bar or whatever. Or you know, there's certain industries that require that human to be there. But yeah,
man, put your gloves on, man. Let's fucking fight. If you want to see blood, bruv. You want to see blood?
Apparently, people are saying I've had energy that I'm not putting out, and I'm saying I've been banging this drum for the whole week, and I've been saying this is what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying, and you come on and you just I've not disagreed with anything that you said, so I don't know. You're saying I tiptoed around. Listen, I don't tiptoe around people, you know. When I come on, do I know where Friars Wharf in Oxford is? Yeah, I do. Yeah, in fact, and the mad thing about that, I was chatting about there was a youth who come to Oxford from Brum and died. He's 16 years old. Haroon, I forget his name again now. He come to Oxford. I don't know how long he was down here for doing whatever he was doing, and yeah, he got stabbed up by two junkies and left down by Friars Wharf. And that's the junkie front line in Oxford City Centre. Right. I shouldn't even advertise that, but yeah, I do know where that is.
And how old was he?
And yeah, he's from M Stacks Ends. He was 16.
So what you say? This is a county lands type thing, then, yeah?
Yeah, 100%. Because Oxford's banging between London and Brum, so it's Brum man and London man who come to Oxford. That's it. Yeah. And yeah, it's stuck between that. And the reason I'm talking, when he was talking about good youths, I know bare good youths in Oxford who literally they get gassed listening to drill or whatever, and then when they see certain man who might be in the background of a certain video come to Oxford, it's like, yo, and eyes light up.
Do you know what though, yeah? Oxford and Cambridge have been the place where the man them have gone to shot for
years,
15 years, like,
years,
bro.
bro.
Yeah,
Years.
And I would say that Oxford and Cambridge have got to be like some of the hottest places for man them. Like it might even be better now because you just seen so much black faces. Man are blending in now a bit better. Whereas before, I think man was a little bit more hot. I mean, man's
it's better you come Oxford and dress like a student. Let me say that, yeah. Put on some glasses, get a little bit preppy, and that's you, innit? That's
you're good.
Yeah, I don't know anyway, but yeah. I'm flaky, bro. Listen, I don't know about that. All I'm saying is that the Modern Slavery Act exists, and that's what it is. There's no equivalence. There's no equating. You can take that up with the lawmakers and whatever else, but yeah.
Well, you don't necessarily back that.
Yo, man, are onto you about this chemist thing. It's not even me, really. This chemist pattern up is on. He said there's not much difference between getting sent country and working in a chemist. I don't think that's what was said. But now people get these like low resolution takes on what people are saying.
Don't worry about it anyway, pattern up. Big up, man. Big up, pattern up. Don't worry.
Smart, bro. Yeah, that's it.
It's just a convo. It ain't nothing good. Or jump on. Jump on furthermore. You get me? How you been making out Vellemy agrees with sexual exploitation of the youths and all sorts of crazy, unfounded accusations, you madman.
I said that Vellemy refused to see that point about plugging as having a sexual element to it. That's what I said.
We are having a good, but that is a good argument still, though. It's a good argument because the argument is, bruh, what's sexual about your bum? There's no willies involved. There's no sex mentioned. So why is that a sexual act? I could agree with that. At the same time, I could say, if you're getting corned for teaching a child to put anything near their bum and they're calling you a groomer or a sexual rare boy, that's your business, Carl. You shouldn't be teaching kids that in the first place. I ain't gonna fight the fight.
It's splitting hairs over whether or not it's at that point.
I ain't gonna defend you. I can hear where I'm saying is okay. Well, there was nothing sexual behind it. Clearly, majority of it isn't nothing sexual. I hear that. But see, if you get nicked and that's what you've taught a youth, we gonna say that you're back. What are you gonna say, fam? If you're gonna admit that you taught the youth that, then that's between you and God and the judge, bruv. Because I'm never gonna be in the dock with that charge over my head. So I can't sympathize with you. I'm never going to teach a child to do anything like that. So you're going to have to take it out with God. You get me? Or the lawmakers for real. I can't defend you on that. I'll be like, no, because my mom, you shouldn't be doing it. You shouldn't be teaching a youth that, so I can't defend you. But yeah, big ups.
Man, so you're watching your words because I'm a snitch. Apparently, I'm a snitch. I don't know about snitch.
A snitch of what?
I don't know about snitch. I work for MI5. Apparently, you know what they say about them Oxford? Man?
Why?
I don't know, man. It's basically this whole conversation came about offline, isn't it? With a person I'm not going to name, and when there was a conversation about
naming, why are you not naming people?
I can fast forward. It's James Jones, so it's not even Vellemy. The issue originally was with James Jones, and big up Luca in the chat because I think it was him who added in this whole plug-in element because me and James Jones were going back and forth over whether or not he was grooming. I wasn't talking about slavery in the first place. It was a completely separate thing that got thrown in. But I said, bruv, to me,
grooming seems like it's got a sexual connotation, but
it doesn't. It does. I get that, but it doesn't have to. It doesn't necessarily have to. So there's two types now. And I said, if anyone does that to my nephew, one, they're a nonce, and there's going to be a violent response. And that wasn't intended to rhyme.
I'm not going to lie. I'm going to have to be with you on the fact that if I hear that my nephew, what age are we giving him? 13, 14?
30,
yeah, 14, if you tell my 14-year-old...
One day away from his 16th birthday, I don't care.
If you're telling me that you're the guy that taught him how to put stuff in his bum, depending on how old you are, you could easily fall into that nonce bracket. You're probably going to get the nonce type beating anyway. You're going to get a nonce type beating. But at the same time, you're getting beaten up because it's like, don't ever try send my nephew country or get my nephew involved in country. You get me? At the end of the day, there's no way I want my nephew going hundreds of miles away, going to sell fucking crack cocaine when he could do it for me, and I live 5 minutes from him. Oh man, you gotta have bats. But yeah, nah.
And yeah, so then Luca come in, and Luca said, "All right, cool. So forget the grooming thing. If that has the sexual connotation or not, what about if we add in this plug-in thing?" And that's where the conversation. This is where we started to get bogged down in it. And yeah, this is exploring and fleshing out that point, because yeah, I don't know, whatever side of the argument you're on. If you don't think it's sexual, cool. If you do think it's sexual, cool. I hope everyone who has them distinctions still thinks that the whole thing is wrong. That's what I'm saying, because I do. And yeah, I'm only speaking for myself, innit? I don't know if I would be able to contain my rage if I found out that happened. And that's all I'm saying. Me personally, you're a nonce for going anywhere near my nephew and doing anything to him. And that's as far as it goes.
What?
Yeah, 100%.
You're a nonce for going anywhere near my nephew. Okay.
And plug. And yeah, of course, 100%. You can't be doing that. That whole that's
like I'm gonna say, yeah. Okay, so what's the age of the guy that we're talking about? Because like you said, like somebody said, I don't know if it was you. If it was a 15-year-old, you're not calling a 15-year-old a nonce, are you?
This is the other thing. So that from what I'm reading in this thing here, it said
no. You, not the thing. You.
What are we saying?
Are you saying that a 15-year-old perpetrator would be a nonce to a 13-year-old quote unquote victim?
I would say so. I would say so because I'm thinking. Do you know what I'm thinking about now? I'm thinking about the Jamie Bulger case.
I was in the same position.
Do you remember the Jamie Bulger case?
Information.
Wait. One sec, Frank White. The Jamie Bulger case where the two youths in Liverpool took a kid. He was a 3-year-old kid. I think they were like 9 and 10 or something at the time. And they took him, stuck things up his ass. They stuck like batteries and.
What are you reading? Are you reading the comments?
I'm not reading nothing. There was they basically tortured him, stuck things up his
Yo,
ass.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. And yeah, he died.
Okay.
They were the two.
What are you reading out the comments?
I think
but they also dashed bricks at his head, though.
They dashed bricks at his head as well. Yeah, you remember that? Yeah. There was a sexual element to that.
Yo,
I can't believe. Yo, we can hear everybody. We can hear everybody.
We can hear you, Frank. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I would say yeah. I would say a 15-year-old can be a nonce.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. Whether a 15-year-old can be a nonce.
15-year-old does.
15-year-old that taught the 13-year-old to plug, is he a nonce?
The 15-year-old, yeah, I would still say that because there's a sexual element to it. Yeah.
What's 100%. The sexual element, bro? You know, all right, let me ask you a question. Have you ever used the suppository? Don't answer that.
I've not. No. There you go. I know what they are. I've not used that.
All right, there you go. Okay. All right, let me ask you, is a suppository sexual?
No,
is a tampon
taking a shit ain't sexual, but it depends.
Is a tampon sexual?
Is a tampon sexual? Are you talking about? Does it come in contact with a sexual organ? A tampon comes in contact.
No. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm. The reason why I'm saying that is because you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. It's a finger sexual.
Wait. Yeah, it is because it's a human now. Whether it's sexual or not, that's a human touching you inappropriately. Yeah, that's a human touching you. If you teach a child, if you teach your 13-year-old niece, okay, look, I'm gonna read this instructions of the tampon, and this is how you need to use it. Rare, I can read it for you, or blah blah blah. Then you go and do your thing. If she tells somebody, "Oh, my uncle actually was the one that actually helped me understand how to," he didn't obviously, but he read the instructions. That's fine, right? So, like,
you're talking about family members, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'm saying teaching somebody to do certain things, like it may be wrong, but it might not be sexual. So I would say teaching somebody to put something, teaching a boy to hide drugs in his ass may not be sexual, but it's wrong. But if you hold a sexual charge for it, cool. But I'm arguing with you because you're saying that it's sexual, and I'm saying what's sexual about your bum is not a sexual organ, isn't it?
For straight men, it's not. No.
All right. So then, if you got a straight nephew being taught by a straight guy how to do something that I think personally isn't behavior befitting of a straight man, but still it's something that has been highlighted as a necessity to hide drugs or whatever the excuse is. I think it's wrong. You think it's wrong. But is that sexual? I don't think it's fair to call the 15-year-old a nonce. Like, you know, it was different when it was a big man or older, like older than, like, you know, I don't know. Because it's like the difference, it's like, right, you're teaching a child to put something in them. But when it's a 15-year-old and a 13-year-old, like, it's still like, don't teach a man to do that fuckeries that you've been taught to do. But I can't say, oh, you're a pedo for that. I'm not going
as far as I'm saying the behavior. If it's a 15-year-old, that's boy, I don't know.
I've got to
rethink my response. I would say a violent response would be reserved for adults.
Okay, forget the violence, but like,
so no, but I don't know.
Are you calling?
All I know is from the legislation that I read, it said specifically when it mentioned this plug-in thing. Some children are forced to carry drugs in harmful ways that are abusive and could result in their death. For example, plugging is commonly used, which is when children can be forced by an adult or another child, in that case, the other child, to insert and carry drugs in their rectum or vagina. This is a common feature of county lines activity and a clear example of child sexual abuse.
Wow.
That's what it says.
Wow. Like, hold on. Listen, I don't know. It's mad because how have they slipped the sexual in for everything? I'm not going to lie. I could understand if you're saying for a girl to put it in her vagina, I could understand, you know what, the sexual. Sorry.
You see where if all right, for example, if the sexual thing was only reserved for girls, then perhaps boys would be targeted.
Boys are targeted anyway.
You could say this, yeah.
No one really wants a girl going.
This is the whole thing, isn't it? Because I'll tell you where this conversation comes
I just feel that they slipped the word sexual in, and
yeah. Well, look, bro, expect a lot, but check it. This whole conversation come from a discussion on grooming, and I said on another panel to Ralph, what are you right-wing man gonna do when you stop finding grooming gangs? Yeah, when the Muslim community does whatever they do, when the taboo or the whatever the stereotype is out there, so little girls don't go anywhere near Asian men, including innocent men, perhaps. So these grooming gangs disappear. They're going to look for more targets. And I said, watch them expand the scope of this to include county lines. I said, and then we started talking about the grooming element of that. And yeah, so the same way that a lot of men who got caught up in them grooming things, they'd forgotten about it. They'd completely forgotten about it. There was a grooming ring in my town. Like, I know girls I went to school with were groomed, and I know the people who groomed people. I know the full background thing. And there's men who were asking questions at the time about, is it racist? Are these not focusing on our community? Like, these are like the spokesman sort of thing. Like, is this like a, what do you call it? A distraction for bigger stuff. The BBC thing was happening, Jimmy Savile, all that stuff was happening around the same time. And yeah, I mean, that argument got drowned out, and Tommy Robinson built his whole thing off the back of that and whatever. The grooming issue seems not to have affected Londoners yet. It would seem there's not been any grooming scandals in London, but the stats say that there should be, technically, because the same environments are present that you find grooming gangs take root. You find them in London, the same kind of interactions. So James SC made a point about the Quilliam stats and about how 84% of grooming gangs, child on street grooming or whatever it's called, whatever it's termed as, 84% of the grooming things were Muslims or whatever. When I looked into the breakdown of that article by someone else, they pointed out that young boys, well, basically boys, had been entirely excluded from the Quillian report. And I thought that was interesting because, as I'd been saying, I suspected that there was going to be some shifting of the goals at some point, because this Muslim thing this Muslim grooming gang thing is probably going to die out, like I said. And they didn't study an entire gender. And it seems that young girls are disproportionately targeted for sexual grooming, whereas young boys are targeted for criminal grooming. This is the new term that they brought up. So it's interesting because someone needs to do a study on both genders and include both genders and see exactly what elements are kind of are presented in both. Because what you're saying might be right. Maybe less girls are selected for going to Crunch because of they can't defend the food. They might get, there's a whole extra range of vulnerabilities with girls, and perhaps that sexual thing there is another element. But I think what's happening is they're trying to cover all bases with this legislation, and they're going to slip in a lot of things, like you say. The sexual element it adds to the spectacle, the headlines, and whatever else. So, boy, I don't know, but as I said, this is what I think is coming, and it seems to be there from 2015. So I don't know. What are you saying, Ultra? You got yourself, man.
Yo, what you saying, bro? I'm getting fucked up by hay fever right now. I can't lie, bro. I'm struggling.
Bro, the hay fever's got me thinking I got fucking corona, man.
Trust me, bro. I'm struggling, innit? Like, my eyes are watering. Fuck it, alright, bro. Shut up. Yeah, listen, let me go on mute, bro, until I get this fucking snivelling down. Give me 2 seconds, yeah?
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be back in a sec.
Jed, what you saying, my broski? No? Air right now? Yeah, cool,
man.
no problem.
I was just talking.
Man like Frank White, what we saying, bro? No? Everyone ignoring me? Cool, no problem. Shakira, are you there? No, Shakira as well. Fucking hell, no one's talked to me today. Shit. Fucking hell. Well, since no one's talking, we'll just take this opportunity to big up. I like Shakira. Jedi.
Yo, quick question, yeah. Can everyone hear me? Because I can't hear
we can hear you,
nothing
bro.
on this panel at all.
Yeah, we can hear you. Frank White, we can hear you, bro. Oh. Frank White, you there? Oh, he's gone. All right, okay, cool, no problem. Yeah, big up Jedi. Each and every time, you know the thing. Fucking Shakira, Abysmal. Dan making a drink. Left me on my own. That's all right. That's all right. I missed most of the topic, but from what it sounds like, we're back on country lines again. I'm not even sure how much more we can add to it, really. I mean, I tend to encourage kids to do things that can get them locked up and or expose them to sexual exploitation is wrong on every level, really. But oh, fuck's sake. I'm struggling, man. I can't even fucking breathe. Jesus. Oh my god, did I just say Jesus? Oh my god, did I just say oh my god like 3 times? Oh my days. What's the bit? Yeah, so yeah, country lines. It's always wrong. Not slavery, always wrong. Yeah, we can't be compared to chattel slavery, but I think we've covered all of that already. Big up Vellemy. Big up James Jones. I can't see. Let me just do a quick register, see who's in the chat, car. I can't even breathe right now.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, bro, we can hear you, bro.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I was talking, but nothing went
No,
coming out.
we could hear you. Every single time you asked if we could hear you, we could hear you.
Oh no, but I couldn't hear you.
Oh, see. What you saying, Frank White? What's the bizzle, man? Welcome to G Block and that.
Yeah, man, cool, man. Big up. Now, we were just
What we
having an
saying?
interesting conversation earlier about this grooming
Yeah,
stuff and drugs and county lines and that.
yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm just obviously I come from the standing point where I don't actually rate the government. I don't like all their laws. I look into them like myself and see how like it benefits everyone or doesn't benefit people or whatnot. And
That's the right thing to do.
yeah, even though I wouldn't agree with sending like kids to sell drugs. I don't agree with it really as a practice. But for some kids, like I feel like some kids probably it's their only option and they take it.
I won't lie to you. I think I'm going to disagree with you by saying it's their only option. I'm not sure if that's the case. It might appear to be the only option available or the most favorable or desirable, but not the only option.
Yeah, but you can only say that with like the right people around you and with hindsight. Like sometimes a 14-year-old kid doesn't have that. They
Yeah,
only
no, I
have
agree.
what they see on their estate. So if it is drug dealing, then like me personally, I'm not gonna like begrudge a man for taking that option. Like I know it's served. I know a lot of people it's served well. Like so I'm not even gonna say that. The only thing that I do disagree with is obviously the government trying to use all these things to pin people down when it's only really to like kind of attack I say certain communities. To be honest, it's only really like to like these laws only like help like fuck up certain communities, and then we have our like we kind of have ourselves going in that direction, trying to almost like victimize our own people.
Yeah.
Trying to stop.
See, the thing is that I hear the argument, I do, but let's be real here. Like, if you're sending children, or if you're exploiting children, or grooming children, or manipulating children, or coercing children to sell products that can land them in prison, then does that community deserve to be fucked up? I'm not gonna lie.
The community was already fucked up. It's people in the community.
No, but this is the
trying
thing
to
that means you're shitting on your own doorstep.
Make the ends meet. Pardon?
Yeah, but if the ends is already fucked up,
fuck the law, bruv.
Yeah, no, I hear that.
No, you don't,
the ends weren't fucked up, but the ends weren't fucked up before. There was a system of how drugs got sold.
Ultra. If the law tells you ain't leaving your yard ever again, you stay in. Shut your mouth. Pussies like you while we're on lockdown.
Are you dumb?
Yeah. Pussies like you.
If the law told me to stay in for the rest of my life, I would stay in.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, you're not okay, Jets.
You would.
You're not okay.
You said you're gonna ride out.
You're not okay.
He ain't riding.
I would.
He's not riding. He ain't riding.
I would ride out, but not on like, Ultra, we're going out. No, it'll be a sliding.
It'll be a
sliding.
Don't lie, bro. Don't lie.
I do it on my own.
You'll never leave your yard.
Time, on my own premises, and my own fucking.
Everyone's always gonna wait for the Lord to say it's safe to come out and socialize.
Yeah.
You get me?
Me personally, I don't think it's right for the law, to tell anybody anything about any grooming or any pedophiles before they check themselves. Like, I don't think anyone should follow.
No.
I wouldn't help them put any pedophile or any rapist or nothing like that in prison until they check themselves.
Help. Well,
No,
I wouldn't.
sorry,
I
bro.
wouldn't help put a pedophile in prison. I'd agree, but I would help, like, make sure that the tire was really firm around the pedophile before we lit it and set him on fire.
Yeah. I'm all ready. If we catch it, I'll pick out the gas. I'll pick the right oil. I'll pick the right oil and the right petrol.
Yeah.
But as for helping them do it, nah, I'm not with that.
No, I hear you. I fuck with you, Frank. I hear what you're saying. Still, it's a hard pill to swallow. But by the way, go check out the EP, Hard Pill to Swallow. available Spotify, Deezer.
We said
you
it,
know,
all good record shops.
all good digital record stockists. So go check that out, man. Go check that out. Hard pill to swallow.
Wait, say it, Jez. What's it called? What's it called, real quick?
Hard pill to swallow. Red pill trio.
Wait, hold on a second. What? YouTube as well, like video.
Yeah, it's available. You can listen to it. It's available.
Yeah, because like right now, like you see "Singing in the Rain."
You got
it's a popular
Singing in the Rain
track in my
is
yard.
on it. It's on it. You got it on Spotify, right?
Yeah. Don't piss me off.
Yeah,
You're trying to upset me. Of course, bro. That shit is popular in my yard. Are you done?
But anyway. Let's go back to what you were saying. Let's not.
Yeah, for real, because the rain's finished now. So.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're a good boy, bruv. You're a good boy, Ultra. You're a good boy. You don't want no smoke with the authorities. You know you're gonna stay in your house until they tell you it's safe.
Yeah.
Go to work.
To be fair,
keep
is
your
it the
distance.
law that tells us that it's safe to go outside, or is it the government going off like the scientific advice? I don't know.
It's a law.
Is it?
Well, yeah, because
apparently
they're
they
gonna use.
just changed. Apparently,
yeah.
I was gonna say apparently they just changed the law as well. That like with the COVID-19, they just made a whole new act where they
should we say
a lot more power.
Should we say policy and statute? 'Cause I don't know if it's actual law that's been changed, but definitely policy statutes. Yeah, they're gonna arrest you if they want to. They got sections and stuff that they've opened up to deal with you. Basically, use their force to tell you what to do. The threat of violence, as usual. Show of hands, yeah. Show of hands, yeah.
Like you have to get mandatory vaccinations and all this shit.
Show of hands, as in who is quarantining and social distancing? From the chat, I can see there's 114 people in the building, and we got like 6 man them on the chat. So, show of hands, who is social distancing and quarantining and sticking to it?
Me, I am. Hands raised. You have to trust me. My hands raised.
You are, yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're at work, you keep 3 meters from all your colleagues and that.
Yeah. Not 3, 2. At a minimum of 2.
You keep 2 meters. You don't broach that for no one. So you've not had a cousin or an auntie or no one that's come over to your yard, or you've gone over to their.
No, Jeddah. We've had no guests into our home.
Yeah.
Since a couple of weeks after I got back from Estonia.
Yeah. I said, man, you're a good boy. Man, you're a good boy, man. You gotta make Massa proud. Yeah,
you're welcome.
You're gonna make Massa proud.
But this is the thing. You can say all that, but when you need somewhere a fresh, clean environment to come to, you're not on the Don.
Well, obviously I can't go there because you're gonna say no, Jedi.
No, I wasn't. I'll talk to you through the letterbox. I'll talk to you through the letterbox.
This is what I'm saying. I can't even come into your yard.
I'll talk to you through the letterbox, man.
This is how I'm joking. Good boy. You're a good boy. Yeah. And I expect that from you. Yeah, I'm outside with Born Rich, man. I'm out with the rebels, man. I'm out there.
Do you think that do you think there's gonna be a time where like everybody like they make a law and everyone's like, no, we ain't following that. Fuck that. Do you think
if they try to make paedophilia legal, I'm done. Finished. You can go fuck yourself.
Nah. You think so, bro? You're gonna be toothless. You're gonna be lame. Listen.
People start like using Bible verses.
You think you're gonna be a pitbull? Yeah. You are gonna be a toothless, lame, Lassie type dog. Yeah, that's just gonna be like.
Lassie was not toothless. Lassie was useful, and he had a whole series made about him.
Oh, you're gonna be like. And you're gonna think in the back of your mind, you're gonna be like, what happened to that young pitbull pup I used to be, full of I ain't having it, and because we all used to be that pitbull, and as society progresses, everyone turns soft.
It disappeared.
Trust me, pedosexuality.
People used to be like that about gay people.
Exactly.
People used to be like that about
what?
gay people.
What?
Like,
my son be gay? Are you mad? My son be gay? I'll lick him down. I'll kill him. I'll disown him. Now it's like, boy, as long as you don't do that stuff around me, as long as you don't suck no dicks around me, then we've changed. We've already lost, bro. It's too. We've already lost, bro.
Like 180. If they've done that complete 180 with gay people, the LGBT and all of that, what makes they don't like introduce? Like, you'll be shocked when they start introducing it. The first place they'll introduce it is in schools. They'll just introduce the paedophilia to schools.
Yeah, but they're trying to do that shit now.
Pedosexuality, they are, man. They're on it already, man.
They're trying to do it now.
It's not that far away, fam. It's not that far away at all. You know, like the
Hey,
pedosexuality
Jed.
is
Hey, Jedi, I just
it's the
bought this.
argument that they're having out in the open. Like it's a conversation that's being had in the open. Pedosexuality, it being a genetic thing, it being a sexual orientation that people can't necessarily help, and it also being something that can be something that you can have without damaging or harming. No children need to be harmed by you being a pedosexual is what they're pushing, which is you can fancy a child doesn't mean you're going to touch a child. So that's the first level that they're going to give everyone a green light. Then the second level is going to be on a love is love, and anyone can choose who they love. So if the child now is fighting to be with the adult, you get me? If the child is saying, well, I feel like I'm rare inside, and or the adult is saying, I feel like I'm 6 years old in my heart, you can't tell me I'm not 6 years old. You get me? Like, because we're obviously moving into that realm. That's where it's going to be sticky for people. It's going to be sticky.
You know,
What's happening?
it's going to be hard. People are going to be like, nah, man, they're chatting shit, man. They'll never do that. But it's so hard for people to accept, that the world keeps turning and these people keep moving the goalposts. It's so hard for people to accept this stuff.
Yeah.
Because there's information you can pull up like today, of government officials like doing this stuff. These are the same people that are giving us the laws, you know.
Right. In 20, 30 years' time, the last set of man that's going to be like proper, like, no, you need to be dead. If you ever do anything like this, you need to be dead. Rare. Like, they're going to be dying out. That old school mentality of intolerance, and that's going to be dying out for a bunch of people that have got two dads, two mums. Their friends are ostrich legally. This one's that. This one's non-gender. This one's rare. So what if a man thinks he's a kid? What if an adult thinks he's a kid? What if a kid thinks he's an adult? What if the two of them want to be together? Who are you? Love is love. Who are you to decide to tell what someone can do with their body? So they'll take the truth. I don't know what that noise is, but it's literally
Frank White, mute up your thing,
the
man.
jar and the
It's
truth.
in your mic.
I don't know. Basically, the truth is we should be left to our own devices as sovereigns, right? We actually should be making our own decisions. The fact is that we don't make those decisions, and we've given up our sovereignty via consent, right? But guess what now? They're trying to return some of your original powers to you in a perverted way. So now they're going to return your freedom to choose what you want for your body. But guess what? You're going to be choosing all kinds of fuckeries for your body. So you're going to be choosing that if your 6-year-old daughter says she's in love with the neighbor Frank, she's in love. Who am I to tell her? Who am I to tell him what love is or who? And that's where we're going, man. It's a mad thing. Love wins. That's what they're going to be hashtagging. Love wins. You just get an old man with a little youth talking about love wins. Mad thing.
What are you saying? The slippery slope.
The slippery slope.
I wouldn't know.
The slope is slippery.
I wouldn't know. When we get to those times, there's like the whole campaign against paedophilia just go out the window, or does everyone just accept it and start participating?
Nah, just like you got people that are against religions, or you got people that's against gay now. You're always gonna have people that say, "Oh, it's wrong," and blah blah blah. Most of them are gonna be used to highlight why we can no longer in our society be intolerant. You get me? This is why we need to get rid of the religions, because the religions are intolerant to certain lifestyles or certain practices or certain people or other religions. We need to get rid of them if we're ever to truly unify. And anybody that doesn't want to sacrifice those things in order for humanity to become together as one, for there to be peace and security on the earth, you are an op, and you should be treated like that by the rest of the world. And that's what we're heading for. That's what the vaccine is prepping us for. All of these schools
I can see them using religion. I can see them using religion and religious books as in order is as in to like.
We need to get rid of this shit. Right. Oh yeah, and another thing, what they do is like this. Here's another thing. So then they campaign for religious freedom. Yeah. So everyone gets the right to religious freedom. Then guess what? At the ceremony, where it used to just be like, oh, they used to do a civil ceremony, a civil speech, or then they did a little kind of church ceremony. People start complaining, saying, well, if they're doing a church ceremony, I want to do Islamic ceremony. I want to do a Jewish ceremony. And before you know it, the Satanists came in. Now everyone's got their right. Yeah, the witches, the Satanists, everyone's got their right to have their ceremonies publicly, their faith publicly acknowledged and to be incorporated into, you know, different parts of our world, our society, so to speak. So yeah, you may have to rise and stand for the gay national anthem or something, the LGBT anthem at some point, you know. And if you don't stand when all the cameras are showing on you, you're gonna be ostracized. Where you could conceal your anti-LGBT sentiments to yourself and whatever because you just never got drawn. Now it's time to stand up, and you're not standing up. You're gonna get highlighted as, oh, so you obviously, like, this even happened to me at work. I had not said one thing at work. Man in the work's talking about, oh well, obviously we didn't invite you to us. They had a certain event. We didn't invite you because we realized you probably, like, you know, maybe not be too comfortable. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh, because, you know, so basically you trying to go on like I've been running around like fucking Sizzler screaming fire upon Batty Man, and I literally ain't even opened my mouth, but because you know who I am and where I come from in moral wise, you trying to paint me into a corner. Like, I see you, that was slick.
What was the party you missed? What was the party? What was it?
I'm not gonna lie to you, yeah. I don't even want to say it online. Basically, I was working with a certain company, yeah, and they were dealing with a certain section of youths in society, and they just turned around one day and said, "Yeah, we're gonna take the kids' pride." I'm like, what? They're gonna take the kids' pride. So obviously they didn't tell me about taking kids' pride and didn't involve me in their making of a sign for pride and rare. Because clearly I wasn't gonna want to go to pride and I wasn't gonna agree. But the stance on why I didn't agree in kids getting pride wasn't bonfire on Batty, man. No, you can't do that at work. I'm not dumb. It weren't no fire, but I think this is wrong. It was just like, look, clearly when we're dealing with pride, we're dealing with sexual orientation and stuff like that. This is quite sensitive. A lot of the kids you deal with, yeah, a lot of the section of community you deal with are Muslim, straight up Muslim. So I'm not really sure how wanting to take kids to pride and having them make for our art session, having them make like banners for pride is appropriate. I don't think that's appropriate, but it's not on a bonfire upon Babylon. So don't try and paint it like, yeah, well, yeah, you obviously, because we know you're like, don't try it, because I've never once said anything like that in front of none of you. The only thing I said was, like, clearly you've got one kid here running around and you keep putting makeup on the kid's face, like they do face painting, keep putting lipstick on the youth's face. I asked the child one time, why do you keep putting lipstick on? Do you know what I mean? Not in a bad way, like, it's just a question.
Sweden.
Yeah, just like,
do you know what? That sounds like grooming to me.
Why do you keep putting a lipstick on the thing? Now I'm hearing they're saying that, oh, the youth saying how he's transgender. Bro, you lot made this shit happen. You lot like, man, I see what you lot did, man. I see what you did. Yeah.
That sounds like he got groomed into it. That was slowly, like,
that's deep to say it, but it's like, you can, yeah, like,
lipstick on.
Imagine you did a butterfly on the boy's face and then you put something on his lips. This is why I asked the question, like this is a butterfly. Why have you painted his lips? And then, yeah, I suppose it was a little, they heard an undertone in the way I questioned certain things, so they put two and two together. But the fact is that during a meeting, they tried to basically slyly write me off as a homophobe, and you can't do that in work. Especially working in the public sector, don't try to write me off as a homophobe. I've done nothing homophobic. I've said nothing homophobic. I've said nothing against homosexuality at all. I've not been drawn once on my personal feelings. But yet, in a meeting where there's someone writing notes, you're gonna say, well, we thought you wouldn't want to, like I said, they acted like I was Sizzler running around with a big blowtorch saying lava.
So what are you saying? Gay is the new black? So them say.
So it's mad. It's just a madness, but yeah, that's just working with kids. You know, the bare agenda's getting people. What do you think about like the kids going to gay pride?
I've been to pride.
Was you at pride, bro? Who said that? Was that Dan? Dan? Was that who said that, bro?
That definitely weren't me.
No! Don't try to slide on mute. Man, try to slid on mute. Ultra, was that you? Shakara, was that you, fam?
Was that Shaka?
Hey, that's
Who
got
said
some
that?
talking to do. That's got some talking to do.
Bro, I used to
Yeah.
live in Brighton. Yeah, I lived in Brighton for fucking 6 years, bro. I've been to Brighton.
Okay. You
Yeah,
lived in
man.
Brighton for 6 years. Okay, cool. All right.
So why you go Brighton?
Continue. What's happening? Oh, this is like the Mr. Krabby. This is like the Mr. Krab meme where the world's spinning and that. Like, like what? When Dan says he went fried and the world starts spinning.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yo.
Now, we can. Yo.
Yo, you see, the best way I can describe it is you can't not go to Pride. When Pride is on,
what?
In Brighton, you can't not. Bro, the center of town is Pride, isn't it? You go to Pride. Pride is like a whole. It's like Carnival, isn't it? They shut down Carnival. You can't go to.
Whoa!
Astaghfirullah.
Did you say it's like Carnival? Yo,
bro,
Jesus!
Hey, listen.
Christ,
wait. You know what?
Jesus fucking Christ!
But listen what I'm saying. Have you never,
I'm gonna have to agree with him. I'm gonna have to
parades
agree with him.
and all that.
Remember,
Frank.
No,
bro,
do you not remember?
parades and the whole thing.
They had like a Pride festival, yeah. And I swear it was like,
bro, it's big.
If you went central London, you was just like they was locking off the roads.
Yeah,
And
the
it
whole
was
road's
like,
locked off. Everything's locked. The police are out. People are doing. Yeah, it's madness, bro. If you know Brighton, if you know that you know where the pavilion is in Brighton.
No, I know nothing about Brighton.
Who knows Brighton? Who knows Brighton? Anyway, listen. From
you
the
get
pavilion,
no references,
from
no
the
Brighton
pavilion.
references from me, bro. Where is Brighton? Where even is
You say
Brighton?
you never been to the beach.
M23.
Where is Brighton? Like, where is Brighton? Is that like
South Coast? M23.
Is that like Scotland?
M23,
Yeah,
straight down A23, M23.
Scotland.
Straight
I
down
don't know
the
about
coast.
that. I don't know about the Brighton car. This Brighton sounds active.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say, you imagine a 2.5.
I'm not imagining it.
3 kilometer square
I'm
radius.
not imagining it. I refuse.
Of pinkness. That's
Pinkness.
basically what it is.
Stuff over.
Pinkness.
No, bro. Why did you go? You knew like it was on. So you wanted to see Wagwan.
100%. 100%, bro. And it's exactly what I thought it was.
Proper exciting as well. You sound mad excited.
No, I've seen Pride, bro. I lived in Brighton. Like I said, it's not a thing.
So what's going on? Like, what
So
what did you what did you want to see? What did you hope for?
What did I hope for? What did I hope
No,
for?
don't answer that. Don't answer that. Like what? No, it's wow.
Yeah, I hope to make it back to my house with my reputation intact. That's what I hope for.
How did it happen? How did that go?
Yeah, that works still. I don't know. That was a blurry period of my life still, but Brighton is obviously built for that. And I would say, check it out. I would say that on a whole,
Don't ever make a suggestion like that.
I swear you've definitely been to Brighton, bro.
I've never been Brighton in my life. I don't even know where Brighton. The first time I've ever heard of Brighton is coming out of your lips. No pun intended.
Brighton sounds like a good country lines town. Just say it.
I don't know. I've never. Where is Brighton? I think they're Birmingham.
That's bruv. Yeah, Brighton. I don't know about Pride.
I don't know where that is. Yeah. I live in Gangsterville. I know nothing about Brighton. Say
Pride soon comes to Peckham.
The city.
Pride.
The city.
Peckham Pride.
Why? I'm telling you, yeah. You'd be surprised how soon that will fucking happen in Peckham, mate. You'd be surprised, mate. I can see it where all the yuppies and that are taking over Peckham, the nightlife and that.
Bro, you see from Bussy building down to Queen's Road. If you imagine that full up of people, that's
I'm not. Stop telling me to imagine stuff, bro.
Bro,
I've already said no. So like,
yes. Anyway, is that a suitable place to take kids?
No,
100% no.
No, it wasn't a suitable place for you to take yourself. You shouldn't have been there, Dan. Unless you should have been there. Like, unless you should have been there. Like you know, let me not speak for you.
I'm comfortable in my thing, bro. But like I said, you have to see these things, man. And the pride that I saw was
Dan's
exactly
single
what I
and
thought
ready
it was
to
going to
mingle.
be.
Why shouldn't he go there?
What? Did you say single and
Dan's
ready to
single and ready
mingle?
to mingle. Why shouldn't he
Who
go
are
there?
you speaking for about single? What? You said single.
Man
I
said,
don't know.
the man said he was playing It's Ladies' Night. Man said he was playing It's Raining Men on the way there.
Let me
Hallelujah.
Let me check the chat. So wait there. So where's this pride that they want to take the kids to? This is in London or what?
Yeah,
Where
it
is
was
this
London.
pride?
Yeah, it was London. The London Gay Pride. The London Gay Pride, bro. They were to take a bag of kids there, make a banner, and all that. And I'm just like, with the age range of the kids, it's like a pretty nonsensical move, and it's seeming more like the adults want to go to this pride, and under the guise of
it's wrong.
taking
It's
kids
wrong
there.
to expose children to certain things before their time. Also, Dan, listen, I'm not gonna leave you out to dry, yeah. Like obviously, you know what I do for a living, and like Shaftesbury Avenue is gay central, isn't
The
it?
wise man saying Shaftesbury though. Like, stop that.
Shaftesbury Avenue is gay, and Soho's like gay central, isn't it? So,
Fuck's sake.
but obviously, I have to drive through certain times, isn't it? So, yeah. I have to drive through, but normally they lock it off from like Piccadilly, so they spin us around at like Trafalgar Square, Vauxhall Bridge. But like,
yeah, but what would kids be doing there? What is the point of
to be honest
kids
with you?
going
To be
there?
honest with you, it's not. It's like, if I'm honest with you, I feel like kids shouldn't even really be going to carnival, like
I
regular
agree.
Notting Hill carnival.
I agree.
And for me, when I hear gay pride, all I'm hearing is my sexual orientation needs to be out there. And I'm thinking, but hang on a second, just keep that in your fucking yard. And even if you're doing it on the road, don't expose fucking children to your fuckery. Just
Would
cut
you
it
go
out.
Would you go to a straight pride?
Straight pride, but
Yeah.
I'm in straight pride every day.
This is the wickedest thing. That's such a
understand?
dope answer. So, like, basically, there's no need for you to have a whole thing around your sexuality. It just is
No,
what
I do
it
it
is.
every day, bro. Every time I go home, my wife can't stop getting pregnant, for fuck's sake.
I wonder
Really?
I wonder if these people that wanted to take the kids gay pride, whether they would have took the kids to a straight pride. Do you understand? I never.
Yeah,
actually, they would have.
Yeah, I understand.
If we could
What is
call
straight
if we
pride?
could call like, say for
Carnival-
instance, we call
Carnival straight
carnival.
pride.
Yeah,
Carnival
let's just
straight
call
pride.
carnival
All
straight
right.
pride, even though it's a perverse version of straight pride. It's not really, but let's call it carnival straight pride. They did want to take kids to carnival still, so I'm not gonna lie. They're just up for the party. It's debauchery everywhere, and like I don't know if gay pride is about that, but I would assume any type of festival or carnival, like in nowadays time, I just don't see it being a thing for young kids to attend as a group activity. I'm not sure about that. If you live in it, if you live around it, like stay in your garden and watch the floats go by, or go early and follow like some steel pans and some floats, and then go home. Get me? But it's nothing cute about seeing kids in the middle of carnival, like, and it's it's not cute.
It's long. And not even that, I'm not gonna lie, it just seems like people are just getting more and more lax. Like the videos that you get sent, like the day after carnival, it's just like, did you, like, babe, why did you do that in the middle of carnival?
Wait, 1 second. Can we have a moment of silence, please?
Oh shit! God.
No, it's not even silence. So here's a moment of silence for 2020 carnival, as it will never.
Oh shit!
come
It's
to an
done. It's not happening.
Nah.
Wait, Jeds. No, wait, Jeds. October 2021. What are you saying? Miami Carnival.
Bruv, you're not even allowed out now, big man. Talk about Miami after you're grounded. After you can't even. After you can't even give that high five because you're shook. Shut up, man. But Miami.
Wait, listen. Miami Carnival 2021.
You're gonna get the super Corona. Yeah, 2021
Super
next year.
Corona.
Yeah, you're gonna
Like
get
the, what was it? Super gonorrhea.
Magic. Oh, magic.
I can't deal with you, you know,
about
Jedi.
holiday. You're talking
I
wicked
can't
about
fucking
holiday
deal
next
with you,
year,
bro,
yeah.
trust me.
And you can't even come get me today. You get me?
Yeah, no.
Shut up,
Hey,
man.
Jets, wait. Look at this, yeah. Tell me, did they rob me?
Yes, I'm gonna say yes already.
Allergy.
They won't, because she's telling me, the girl told me, close your eyes, spray it on your eyelids. Yeah. And I feel like, but it's my eyes are burning. If I don't spray the solution directly onto the fucking pupil,
But maybe it will work its way into your eye when you open and close it a few times.
It's topical, isn't it? You spray it on the outside. You don't spray it in your eye, man.
Okay, no. Spray it on your eyelids and then open your eye really quick.
No, I'm keeping my eyes closed. I'm keeping them closed because I feel like this better work, bro. This little fucking cylinder cost me $10.
The missus square in your eye again.
Jesus.
What happened to your eye?
No, the hay fever's killing me, man.
Acid square.
Huh?
Hay fever, you're saying?
Yeah, it's killing me, man.
You got COVID, man. It's only a matter of time. You try and bust on that.
Yeah, I know. And you know, a couple man from my garage have dropped out, innit?
Like fully dropped out.
Yeah, fully COVID confirmed, dropped out. 2 men from my garage.
2 men, were they old boys?
Yeah, both of them were old boys.
Wow. So, like, was that worth it? Could they have prevented that if they didn't go work?
To be honest with you, I'm not gonna like lie and say I know they caught it from being at work. I don't know that. All I know is like confirmed COVID. But also as well, COVID ain't a death sentence, bro. My dog, like his mum got COVID, but she never went hospital, and she's doing all right now.
Yeah. That's my neighbor. They confirmed him with the thing. I mean, just like, bro, I don't know, man. I don't want to keep going round and round the circles about conspiracies on COVID and that. Man, look, I definitely heard about a man saying that their loved one was dead, and they were told that the body could be released for burial quicker if you just said it was COVID. That's a red. That's a red flag.
Yeah, red flag. Red flag.
Red flag. What? Say that again.
Basically,
the body gets released quicker if what? If you say it's COVID.
If you say it's COVID, like I saying released for burial. Otherwise, if you're disputing the cause of death, there's a backlog for autopsy, innit? The person died, and they weren't sure whether it was COVID or not. So then they're saying, let's just say it's COVID, and we release the body for burial or cremation ASAP. If you want to and R and get an autopsy, it's gonna be a mad thing. So obviously, it's mad. Either way, your loved one's dead, innit? So they're saying, what what do you want?
That's fucking mad. I can't lie.
What would you do though?
It depends on who it was. Like, if it was, like, if that's the thing. If it's someone you live with, yeah, and they're experiencing the symptoms of COVID, and then they go to hospital and pass away, then it's more likely you can believe it. Whereas if it was like your uncle who's fucking jogging and eats healthy and gets COVID and then drops out, that's suspect.
So you'd wanna wait.
I think I'd rather wait for the autopsy.
Would you?
The autopsy makes sense.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Even when you get the autopsy, they'll probably just tell you, "Oh, yeah, it was COVID." You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Because a part of me makes me think, because there's a lot of healthy people that are just going into hospital and dying, like
and dropping out. Yeah,
I don't know. I can't.
Yeah, so this is strange. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of that going on, but that was happening before. Let's not pretend. We had MRSA that was licking man down. Fam. It's the whole reason why we've got. See, we forget about this. It's the whole reason why we've got sanitizer and that everywhere because of this MRSA thing. Do you remember the hospital bug that was licking everybody down?
Yeah, that super bug thing. Yeah, I remember that.
You know what I mean? This was like that was going on away in the hospital. It's still getting people now. But I'm saying that now. Is anybody dying of anything other than COVID? Like, has anyone died of like just the flu?
Yeah, I saw a dude get stabbed in the chest and he died.
Oh, stop that. Like, I'm talking like
he probably still died of COVID.
Probably still died of COVID.
No. The papers reported it as a stabbing. There's a video. 2 Asian dons was in the car filming it. It's white.
Yeah, I see that in Brum. Smell it. Yeah, I see that.
The mad thing.
No, they won't give you the body if he dies, but they'll release it for burial. And they're doing the burials and that quick. That's the whole point of what they're trying to say, innit? And yes, you can go to the burial. Only 5 people to a funeral, though. Dramatic! 5 people!
Wait, does that include the person officiating the fucking funeral because
I don't know.
Like,
yeah,
see, this is what I'm saying. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
doesn't include.
It's long, man. It's long. Like this 2020 is the shit, bro.
Nah, man. No year is shit. No year is shit. There's no such thing. No year is shit. There's not even no years anyway. It's not real, man. Bruv, we're getting fucked over, fam. Like, this ain't some bag of accidents happening to mankind and that. Yeah, we're fucking ourselves over. And we're like I said, in society, we are in a childlike state. We're just children. And we're feeling the vulnerability of not knowing what the adults are up to, mate.
What do you think about this COVID thing, Jed? What do you think about the how do you think it came about?
How the origins, like, is it all right for me just to say I believe it's man-made, or man?
So you don't believe it? You don't believe it come from a bat? You don't believe it's like
even if it did come from a bat? Even if it did come from a bat, yeah, like no, transmitted naturally, no, yeah, it could have come from a bat. They said they were working on. They said they were working on bats and extracting 300 different types of COVID in Wuhan. They said so. I mean,
yeah,
you get me? Like, if they left it in the bat, would it have got to humans? Maybe a couple of them man that would have died of COVID anyway, but not like this pandemic thing. Nah, they're taking the piss. This is a poisoning. This is a spreading thing. This is done intentionally. This is my belief.
When you say intentionally, I'm with you until a point. I don't think it was spread intentionally. I think it was created. And I think its release was an accident.
I
don't think they could stop that after that. That's what I think.
It's possible. It's possible.
I think it would take a lot for a country to put that virus out there.
What? See, before you jump in, Frank here. Before you jump in, you just said it'd take a lot for a country to, and this is what I'm saying, fam. Why do we have to think of it in terms of it being a country that released it? What, like, there's no countries in the way. When I see the world, there's no countries anymore.
Okay.
So it's simply, is there a plan beyond our understanding to infect the world with a virus? I would say yes. Who's behind the plan? I don't know. Like I said, we had the whole world was in Wuhan for the World Military Games, bro. Yeah, almost every country was fucking represented that you could think of. Every continent was. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and that was a perfect opportunity to spread a virus and have everybody go back to their respective homelands and spread it. Perfect.
Well, this is what the Chinese one of them ambassadors or someone tweeted the same thing. They said that the Americans released it during them games.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I would say it's definitely a plan. Yeah, I would say it's definitely a plan. When you look at it, like, on the scale, like when I look at England and I see the way how England's treating the virus, and I look at a place like Nigeria, and I see they're handling the virus the same way, where this is a country that doesn't actually care for some of the citizens, but they're handling the virus the exact same way. It definitely looks like a plan.
I won't lie to you. I kind of agree with that, but what I think you need to take into account is England doesn't have the capability of coping with this virus. Remember, their fucking original plan was herd immunity. Made the plan. No. But remember, we've got the virus now. What was the government's initial fucking response? Was herd immunity, as in, give it to 60%. It will fucking die down. Don't worry about it.
But wasn't that also part of that?
On top of that, England is saying, let's Brexit. We don't need no one. We can do it alone. And yet they're begging everyone in Europe for fucking PPE. Bro, listen, you think England thinks it's some great fucking amazing spot that can do it. Bro, listen, this virus has shown me how vulnerable England is, how vulnerable the UK is. It's mad. And then and then we're gonna Brexit and go at it alone. And yet in a pandemic, the plan was, don't worry, just let 60% of the people there get it.
Check this though. Check this. Yeah, no, but that's why I weren't trying to cut you up, but I was just trying to add to the plan, which was let people get or whatever, but it was also protect the old, right? Protect the vulnerable. So they would be the ones effectively on quarantine. It'd be those that are most in danger. You'd protect them, so everyone else could go out there and earn a fucking living. You fucking mugs. It makes sense, though, bro.
Yeah.
It does make sense. Bare man are
To be honest,
catching
the whole
thing
thing's mad.
and dealing with it in 2 days, like it's a fucking idiot cold or a virus or whatever. So, you know, only a few people are actually getting licked down, and I think that would have made more sense. Let everyone out, the old and those with respiratory issues and whatnot. You lot isolate. Would have been far easier to fucking carry out. Would have been far less of a strain on our services and stuff like that. And Carnival would be on.
Yo, listen, imagine we're gonna have to do the motive on fucking line, bro.
Wow, I don't know about that, bro.
I was looking forward to that shit, bro. Trust
I am
me.
looking to link up with people in the flesh. I'm not on this. I'm not even. It's cool. It's cool.
Yo, you need to get like you need to do a hazmat rave. You need to get a little venue. Everyone can come if they're in hazmats.
Like
that's so, bro.
I like that.
Do you know what? I think wearing masks.
Well, they're saying. I think they're saying the mask
be a
thing. This is that's what they're saying. They're saying to get people back to work after the lockdown's ended. People are to get people's confidence up. They're saying everyone's got to wear a mask. So, yeah, man. I'm just waiting, bro. I'm waiting.
When do you guys think we're gonna? When do you guys think the lockdown will be officially lifted?
Hey, someone was getting well happy today in my ears. Yeah, I'm not gonna bait them up here, but somebody very close to me was getting well happy, talking about, oh yeah, on Thursday they're gonna announce that maybe I'm thinking maybe the parks are gonna be open and maybe and maybe like people are gonna be allowed out, but like still have to social distance. I'm like, bro, do you forget what they said? Like this team's going on to the year, bro, to the end of the year, because they announced that we're over the peak. Don't get happy because they already prepared us for what? Second wave. They already prepared us for the moment when it's gonna get haps. To be like, no, watch out for second wave. So just chill.
Do you know what as well, Jedi? For some reason, people think, social distancing and self-isolation is some kind of a cure. It's really not. It's a simple measure to try and slow the spread.
Yeah.
That's it. It's not like if you isolate, then everything's going to be fine. Bro,
why not though?
Why not?
Why not? Why not though? Why can't we?
Why not what?
Why not isolate and everything's okay?
Because that's the thing.
You can't
Let's
actually
say
isolate. That's why it's not ever going to be a full isolation. Because pussies are still driving buses.
I know,
spreading it
wankers.
around.
Big pussies, them brother.
Big
chocolate. I won't lie to you though. I won't lie to you though.
Yeah.
Slyly, like today, I've only picked up 3 people.
Don't lie. What? No one don't want to get on bus.
To be honest with you, Jeds, the roads
are mainly
dead.
dead.
The only time you're picking up people is first thing in the morning and when you're taking people home from work. That's it.
London full of good boys like you. Yes, sir, Messer. Yeah, I'm gonna just drive my bus, my business.
I just want to drive my bus, man. All right, listen.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake,
Mad
man.
thing. Mad thing.
It's quiet though, and the truth is, like, look, anything. If this COVID is real, whatever the fuck, like, it's better you don't get it. Do you know what I'm saying? Because for some reason, like, it seems fishy, but people are allegedly getting COVID and just dropping out. Healthy people, it's mad.
Something's happening to people. Some people are
it's fucking mad, bro. I don't know.
But like,
it's just mad.
But people drop out every day. That's the nature of our reality.
I don't know, man.
That's the
I
nature
reckon
of
we
our
might have to
reality.
look at some of the NHS that people are clapping for.
But people ain't dying from man-made lab spread diseases every day. That's the thing. That's the difference.
That's our allegation, though. This is our allegation. This is not the facts. This is how we feel, and I have to separate the two. I'm with you. We ain't got the facts on the man-made thing, even though this doesn't feel organic. But who made us virology experts overnight? Who knows? Do you know what I mean? But the fact is, like, the lockdown, the social distancing is having far more of effect than any virus will. Yeah, you know what I mean? There's a lot of turmoil. There's a lot of psychological trauma been inflicted on the average human. The average human that's not robust, like me and you, don't have a robust circle of intellectual people to talk to and have round circles and sounding rooms and like to kind of unpack our fears and our
worries.
concerns and whatever.
Yeah.
We do that all day, every day, communicating. There's a lot of people that are stuck in their yards that's already had a level of OCD, already had a level of paranoia, already had a level of agoraphobia. They're fucked. Like people are fried, right? There's people are fried, How many people have tipped over the edge of mental illness? Man, it's
it's true.
It's a tough
I'm
time
not
for
gonna
a
lie.
lot of people too.
Yeah, cabin fever is real, bro.
I'm gonna say to these people, fix up you pussy holes, man. Fix up. My brand of dark humor is not welcome over here. But yeah, you lot don't forget to check me out, Jedi Online. Subscribe to my channel.
What's the name of the new track?
Go to Jedi Online and go to my last video, and you find it in the description.
Nice.
The new track. Which new track?
You said there was a track you mentioned when I jumped on.
That's the EP. That's the EP.
Oh, EP. Okay. So
there's 5-6 tracks on it, and it's got Singing in the Rain on it. It's like a collection of all them tracks there still. So,
bro, listen, we're always promoting the man. Don't ever
yeah. Big up, man. Big up. I know Benny reps. I know you rep. Big up to everyone, man. Follow me, man. Follow me. Subscribe to my shits. Follow me on Instagram, Red Pill Trio, and follow me. Subscribe to my YouTube, Jedi Online. I'm gonna go and like pretend to live some kind of life for an hour or something. I mean, I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie, I look like a big dickhead right now, bro. My eyes are leaking, my nose is running.
Oh, from the set because you're allergic to nature.
Fucking hell, man.
No wonder you're atheist. No wonder you're atheist.
Nature hates me, bro, because I'm an atheist. You know what I mean? Fucking hell. But if I convert to the African spiritual system, like maybe she'll ease up on me. You know what I mean?
The African spiritual system.
So wait there, Jed. Are you an atheist or what? Are you an atheist or you're not an atheist?
I'm Jedi. I'm a humble student of life, and I have no idea on whether there is a God or if there isn't. My default setting is to believe in a creating force because I was raised, under that paradigm, and it's one that I still use to look at the world subconsciously. But I'm prepared to throw it all aside and set fire to all of that shit. Like it doesn't necessarily lead me. I understand it's my underpinning kind of framework, but like I'm happy for it to be anything else. If there's no God, if God don't give a fuck about us, God loves us. If you are God, if everyone is God, if everyone isn't God, if whatever the reality is, I just want to get to that. I just want to get to the understanding and the unpacking and the information, the facts, the truth. Do you know what I mean? I'm gonna get to the truth. But for now, my default setting is believing in a creator. How conscious that is, how intelligent it is, how like involved it is in our realities. I don't know. There could be a creator that created the thing that created us. So ultimately, that creator isn't what most people would view as God. Most people think God is what created them. So if what created you is God, what created God is what I'm talking about. Get me?
Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense too.
Yeah. But hey, man, what you're atheist. You're not atheist, no. You're not.
Pantheist. So I believe, you're God, I'm God. Everyone's God. Everyone's a part of God within God. And yeah.
What about Jada, my dog, my pit bull?
Yeah, 100% aspects of God.
She's an
aspect of God.
And the coronavirus, another aspect of God. If it's natural from a bat.
Big up the bats. I ain't got nothing. I never had nothing against bats before this. I just wouldn't eat.
Yeah, clearly not. Definitely not in Brighton anyway.
There's no bats in Brighton.
Yeah,
there's bats men in Brighton. I don't know about them. Bats.
There's bats.
yeah. That was shit.
I'm quick with it. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. Yo, big up BN1 and BN2. Who's from Brighton? Black Van Man's from Brighton. We'll have to find out if Black Van Man's ever
I'm trying to. Why are you trying to bring Black Van Man down? You trying to drag him down with you? Yeah. You trying to drag him down with you, man. Allow him. Don't bring him and Brighton involved in it. You've sullied Brighton. Brighton just sounds like one big gay orgy now. That's how you made Brighton sound. A gay orgy in the middle of the street in a town centre.
Yeah, boy. You missed out, Jedi. What are you saying? They invited you, you didn't go. You're pissed out.
Yeah,
Jedi.
I don't even know where Brighton is. Like I said,
next year.
I don't even know where Brighton is.
Like I said, Pride soon come to Peckham, man. Peckham Pride soon come from.
I'm not in Peckham at the moment. Still, I'm not in Peckham. You're gonna have to bring that up. Take that out with gigs and tiny boosts and demand them. You get me? I'm not there at the moment. Yeah, the man they're holding up Peckham at the moment, so you have to chat to them, man. There. Get me? I just was a long-term resident and founder. You look crack me up, Irish, yeah, but the lockdown helps. If I'm honest, we ain't moving about as much, so we don't get as thirsty. Yeah, that chatbot. Okay, so helping with Ramadan.
But fasting. Yeah.
I would have thought, yeah, the thing why it would have fucked up Ramadan would be because you got more time to be distracted and think about being hungry or thirsty. Do you know what I mean? Like more idle time. Or maybe not. Maybe not. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna stay out for like 5 hours now. Anyway, just stay out. Be out on road. I found myself just being on road for no reason, just because I don't want to be inside. There's literally a limited amount of things that you can do once you leave your yard now. Do you know what I mean? But I find it therapeutic just to be outside.
You ain't under grief yet? No, it's
not. Nah, I move like, you know, I'm a big black dude in it, but that I actually think I do go invisible at some times. You know, I don't know, bro. I've got a way of just like being so brazenly there that I'm just not there, innit? I'm just
hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, like I
know that ones.
To be honest, yeah, we're slipping through. God bless, like, you know, touch wood and all them things. We're slipping through, man. We just going about our business day to day, just doing whatever. And I think that's the way to tackle it. Honestly, I'm not telling people break the law or go against the guidelines or whatever. I'm just saying, think for yourself. And if you want to be outside, man, because like your own health and whatever is important. And I just feel like half the people telling you to socially isolate are not socially isolating. And I don't think social isolation is possible for every single person. I don't think everybody can do that. So it's a flawed kind of, it's a flawed, it's not a cure, innit? It's not a cure for whatever's going on. And I think that there's gonna be lasting damage for like society being so fractured, so divided. Yeah. I think that the damage that this is going to cause socially is going to be, I don't want to say irreversible, but it's going to be fucking huge. Maybe only a few of us are going to perceive it, but I just feel that round the corner, I'm going to feel even more awkward around people than I normally do because how wrapped up in the matrix is. Like, there's a whole generation of youths right now that this ain't really bunning them, you know. They're not at school. They're rare, but it's just like, oh man, it's weird, bro. People are organizing art lessons and music lessons and shit via Zoom, via fucking. This shit's weird. It's fucking weird. This shit is weird.
2020, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. You see that the social isolation thing. Yeah. It should have been in place from earlier. It would have worked from earlier, and I think they could have if they'd have locked down like, I can't even say like certain countries because
no, Dan. Do you know what? Remember when I told you about Dominic Cummings? Yeah.
Yes.
Dominic Cummings. It's that pussy that was told Boris Johnson herd immunity. Don't worry about it. Rare. And then they changed their fucking policy when they realized, no, actually, this is going to get wild. Then it's going to get wild.
What do you think? What do you think that's going to balance it out against? The economy or some sort of social order?
No, but bro, it's done. Let's be real about this. do you cripple your economy or do you murder people, essentially? Like, do you put lives at risk or do you cripple the economy? And essentially, like, even now, we're headed for a recession, I believe. So
how could we not be? I don't get it.
This is,
yeah, that's it. It's a global one already. We're already there.
How can we possibly not be heading for economical catastrophe? Like,
yeah, it's a mad thing.
Nobody's fucking working, fam. So,
this is it.
Like, you know, like if we don't have some mad economic catastrophe, I'm gonna say that this whole shit is fake. Like, what is this shit is fake? This my understanding of the economy and what makes the country fucking run is fucking fake. Yeah, because like 70% or 80% of us are at home, not earning no money. Then out of that, about 30 or 40% are starting to get this furlough thing. They're self-employed people, ain't got a fucking choice. Like, what's going on?
Let me tell you though. You see this furlough thing? I can't lie to you, broski. Imagine, you know, I'm doing 6-7 days a week.
Yeah.
When they was paying me £500, to stay at home, like, you have to understand why that sounds sexy to me, bro.
Yeah, sexy to people. I get it. But that's 8% of your P's, though.
Yeah, but it's livable. Like, because I weren't leaving my home, I weren't spending money.
So then, what about when they're saying, because I kind of mentioned it?
Oh shit, Deb, I gotta go, man. My boss is here.
All right, cool, man.
But take care, bro. Big up yourself every single time.
Brother. Yeah, link me back on my sides, man. I gotta go back on my sides in a bit, man. Big up Vellemy, man. Vellemy, I came through. You know, I've always got to put in hours every week, do my shift on G Block. So wanna now forget me? I mean, I'll forget you. A long time, brethren. Vellemy, big up the chest. Keep going from strength to strength for the channel. Big up to everybody on the G Block. You know, everyone I fuck with, you know I fuck with you lot, man. Everyone I don't fuck with, love you lot too, because you still keep the vibe of these chats and these live streams going. And keep supporting the original live streamers, because we started this vibe, to get me, and support us, because many new people are gonna jump in and try jump in our shoes, so to speak. And yeah, man, show a little loyalty to the originals. Big up man like Vellemy, been about from day dot. And big up the whole of G Block, whether they're on trial or not. Show love to each other, be considerate, you know? And like, not every day take things super seriously, man. And like I said to you, man, don't feel like you can't go outside. Don't let them do that to your mind. You can go outside. Go outside, man. Get me? Go outside. You don't have to touch everyone. And you know another thing, yeah? Sorry, I'm just gonna quickly go on a rant. One thing I noticed is, yeah, everybody's just now catching up to my level. Yeah. Because I was a brother that if I came in from outside, yeah, I couldn't do anything without washing my hand. It just felt like there was something on my hand, like outside was on my hand, right? And another thing is, whenever I got on tubes, trains, buses, or any public places, I would never try to grip no handrail or hold up on that. I don't know what the fuck you lot was doing, touching handrails and this and that, touching your face. I train my youth, don't put your hand on the railings, like walk downstairs without touching railings and shit. That's me. So you lot are just catching up, but yeah, just to throw that out there, like, why was you not washing your hands when you was coming in anyway? Pussies. Why was you touching every surface anyway? Fucking pussies.
I'm proud you don't charge me.
Fucking pussies, bro. Fix up, bro. Yeah. Well done, Vellemy. You tried to be fun?
Oh, go on, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, the battery's like, it does the battery in it, man. It makes the phone get hot as well, innit? So,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm in the van and shit. Like, yeah, it's a good thing still. But yeah, big up for passing through that still.
Yeah, man. Big up. It's fun. Big up Frank Lucas. Big up TOITN. And who else did I chat to? Big up, yeah, mainly them two. And big up Ultra, of course, but he's a pussy also. I'm gonna have to big him up.
Big up.
Yeah, family. I listening in the background. But yeah, back to regular programming. Big up everyone. Oh yeah. What was I gonna say? Fucking nah. I asked you offline. But like I heard that someone them confirmed that they've joined Islam. Just a yes or no would do.
I'm not sure still, but boy, see that way still. Not sure still, but on it.
I big up the London Miner. Big up, I see you there. Yeah.
Yeah, funny. That's when in Belmarsh she got fucking getting that fucking COVID as well, man.
Say that again?
That's when in Belmarsh she got that COVID, man.
For real, they're getting licked down in the jail.
Yeah, man.
Ooh, that's pain. There's pain. Yeah. So quite obviously, the prison visits have been on lockdown from how long? So they're still on lockdown.
Yeah.
That's fucked. No visits. That was like a few of my sentences though. So, like I said, I'm already equipped. Anything they want fight, man. B. You get me? That's equipped.
Do you think they're gonna release like certain prisoners and that? Because they're releasing people in other countries.
I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't know, man. These good things like that don't happen in England, man. But maybe.
Yeah, that's not a long enough time, man.
You know what? Yeah, maybe a few of the dons that like literally was about to get out on tag, they're probably out quicker. Do you know what I mean? Like I would imagine, and maybe when it comes to getting nicked, a lot more man are getting bail. Do you know what I mean? Just from the station, just like, you know what? Let's ease up the system a bit. Maybe like less people getting taken into custody. Well, I don't know, man. It'd be a shit time to go to jail now, though. Shit time to be on road, but it'd be a shit time to go to jail. Nah, but that lockdown is going to be stiff. Lockdown is going to be stiff. And like, the last thing they wanted was an epidemic in jail where people can't even. Nah, it's tough still. It's tough.
Yeah, but ain't it like harder? Yeah, even for like the wardens and stuff to look after like inmates.
Fuck the wardens, man. Fuck the wardens, man.
I'm just trying to see a way where everyone can benefit. You know?
Nah, I'm not trying to benefit no wardens. What's wrong with you, Frank Lucas, man? You trying to benefit wardens, man? Fuck them. You're a Rick Ross fan.
Wardens to get the youngsters out.
You listen to Rick Ross, innit?
Who, me?
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
Rick Ross, no,
yeah, you sound like a Maybach music type of guy.
No, what?
Maybach music, yeah, that's you.
Maybe. You know, Rick Ross is alright though, still.
I knew you'd say that. I knew you'd say that.
He's alright.
Yeah. How did I guess that you thought that?
I'm more of a Blade Brown.
Stop that immediately. Stop that immediately. Now I can tell you was a Blade Brown man from the way you were talking about the he's endorsing the county lines thing. Still, he definitely.
I wasn't even endorsing it, bro.
You was,
man. Even endorsing it. No, real talk. I wasn't endorsing it. I just didn't like the way they were trying to brand. I'm trying to show it was. It was more. I was trying to show Dan that, like, you can go on criminalizing people and jump on this like grooming thing point, but it's gonna flip round on you and it's gonna hurt you bigger than you was ever even trying to hurt anybody. It's still gonna hurt you. Still, you're like, you're at the end of the day,
we always gonna fall foul of any new or old law. Like I say we. I mean, like, where are you from, Luca? What's your background on it? Huh?
Like, Nigerian heritage.
You're one of them. You're one of them. No wonder. I thought you lit up when I was talking about Nigeria. You one of them area boys. You're not a convict, so you're not an area convict there.
No, not even. You know, I'm not even. I couldn't even say I'm a product of Nigeria. I'm a product of Britain. So.
Bro, you give me James Jones vibes now. What's going on? How you gonna go from Fela Kuti to James Jones? What's going on?
I love my YG, man. You know how much man got money on James' head right now, guys? I'm like, yo.
Oh, they're trying to dumpy James. I know. I like that still. I like that. Yeah, he's riled up. To quote Wiley, he's riled up a few people. You get me? He's riled them up. He's been a bit of a bumper hole, isn't it? He's been a bit of a bumper hole, so you know what I mean. People get riled up. He's a good contestant still. He's a good contestant. Yeah. Who's talking about Bill Connector? Who's been keeping up? Any of you not keep up with any battle rap?
What's that? URL, yeah?
Yeah.
100.
URL's been locked out.
Arsenal's the hardest.
You say Arsenal's the hardest?
Arsenal, yeah?
He's good still.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
hardest.
He's good. He's good. He's good still. He's good. Who's my guy though? I don't know, man. I'm just a fan of it in general, but who's my guys? There's a few guys, man. Arsenal's definitely one of my favorite. He's like in my top 5. Like all the disrespectful guys are just the ones I fuck with. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a battle rap the other day, though. I don't know if you lot heard about it. It was a battle rap the other day, and the Donny was talking about his opponent's daughter, like saying reckless stuff about his daughter. Did you?
Yeah. It was what's his name?
I haven't even seen it.
Arsenal versus
No, it weren't Arsenal. It weren't Arsenal. No, it weren't Arsenal. No, bro. The shit that this dude was saying, fam, was just like, yo, it was mad, fam. It was on the verge. Yeah.
But that's the kind of thing I like about that. Though, that there's nothing off limits. You can say anything.
Disrespecting each other.
Now this thing made man see that they actually is.
Nah, I think you're talking about the one when he pulled out the video of him getting brains up his face,
Nah. This thing, the brother was talking about a man's little daughter, yeah? But like he was describing how the little daughter's life is gonna go and how she's gonna get trains run on her before she like he just said stuff that was so
I think
wrong.
I remember this one.
Literally, like you know when we say, oh, there's no level, there's no you can say what you want in battle rap, there's no level. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, there's definitely a level still. Yeah, there's definitely a level. Yeah, there's definitely a level.
He crossed that line.
Yeah, he was way too descriptive about I'm a next man's daughter. Like it was like, nah.
I want Arsenal, yeah.
Nah, we're Arsenal. I want to find the.
That's the beauty of battle rap because when man does that, if a man does that, you have to better. You have to better it. If you can't better it, then you've lost. Simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a mad one.
Yeah.
Bro.
It's
you
like
can't
it makes
really...
it's mad. Like I don't mind man saying, "Oh, your daughter's gonna go up to be a slag. Your son's gonna go up to be a fag." All right, cool. That's normal. That's minor bars, bruv. My mom was going into before she knows what a period is, she's gonna know what a train is. Do you know, like just like madness, fam. Bruv, like it was so foul. It's the foulest shit I've ever heard. It weren't even, you know me, I could giggle at some shit. I was like, nah, the mind that created these jokes, like I'm not even feeling this. I'm not doing no gunfinger to this. Yeah, no, this ain't gunfinger worthy. This is wrong. This is
Yeah, I could probably find out who that was.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it. It's a mad debate still. If people wanted to get into what's the line in battle rap, what can you say, what can't you say?
Yeah. Oh, big up Jedi, by the way. Big up Dan. Shakira,
yes, Oasis.
Vellemy. Yes.
She said, is that day one?
Yeah.
Common sense.
Oh, have you seen O'Shea versus Luna C?
An old school one.
Old school one. A few years ago. Bro, the guy goes, what was that bar? It's one of the sickest bars I heard in rap battle, fam.
What, is it O'Shea's bar?
Nah, it's Luna C's bar, bro. Luna C comes in with these next ones. He goes, everybody makes at least one mistake. That's how he started it. Wait. Everybody makes at least one mistake. But I'm adamant even I couldn't trust this snake or something like that, fam. Even I couldn't trust this snake. I was like, yo, fam, how come I
There's some genius still. People got some genius.
Yeah,
the rap battlers have got a good way of coming up with metaphors and that.
I know Luna C always got them like things that'll keep you.
I never liked that other dude though. That O'Shea. He fucking always annoyed me. Turn up drunk with a pint in his hand, spitting and shouting, "I'm a lad." Oi. I'm a fucking scouser.
But he got jokes. Sometimes he got jokes, innit? Like
very rarely.
Because you think you're the cream of the crop.
Yeah. O'Shea, yeah.
You seen that one? He goes to the guy, you think you're the cream of the crop? You're not. You're the fat kid on the estate who always had baked beans on his top.
They
Dude,
fucked up that
sometimes
league,
you
man.
can't
Like that don't flop league. They flopped, man. They actually
yeah,
flopped
bro.
themselves.
They
Who's
mix too
running that
many
now?
men who are not on levels with other men who are on mixed
Yeah,
levels.
and they,
Yeah.
more importantly, they fell out with each other, which stopped
Yeah.
them doing business. Like recording more shit, and that's dumb, man.
What leagues do you know that's about that's popping right now?
What UK?
UK, yeah.
My brethren, Michael Million. I don't know if he still runs it, but he had one. Hey, stop! He had one called Gift of the Gab. That was kind of it was upcoming, but it's not on levels though, man. Like Don't Flop was the best in the
that
UK.
old school thing.
Gift of the Gab, yeah.
Saying
Michael
jumper.
Million and Snoopy 558.
Jeez.
What are you talking about? Old school thing, Day.
Yeah,
Not
Gift
old-
of the Gab.
Yeah,
Gift of the Gab.
it's not even. Yeah, it's old school, but like it's not as old as Don't Flop though. Like nowhere near as old as Don't Flop.
Oh yeah, okay.
But I
Right,
don't
'cause
know.
it
They
was
might still be doing new battles. I don't know. It just never took off the way. You need people. You need artists to want to feed into your thing. You need artists to
Yeah.
want to come onto your platform, innit? So I don't know why we don't have an actual battle rap league that of like any decent size. Because I love battle rap, man.
And
That shit's
so
sick.
big.
That shit's up there with
You know what? I think
debates and shit, man.
You know what? I don't know if the man them can take the disrespect though, the way that the man them will go in.
Now we can take more. We're
Not
Nikia.
nowadays,
We're
bruv.
Nikia, man. We can take it. You think man can't take it, yeah? The biggest bad man will get told about his mum. He's gonna have to laugh on the stage. What are you gonna do? You have to laugh, man. In real life,
yeah,
URL and that. People get touched and beaten up all the time. So that's gonna happen here. But yeah,
I've
on
been
stage
to
and that.
bare rap battle events where Brez will get a spark just for one cack bar, not even something mad like cack bar. You know what I mean?
Jeff,
Like, what?
You remember fucking Calico versus what's his name? Calico versus
Low Deluxe.
What's his name? No, Calico versus Arsenal.
I don't like that Calico.
Don't
know why.
On fucking Calico's end. And they fucking they were sticking it all over them all over fucking Arsenal.
I think I saw that one.
You don't know about Addy. You don't know about Addy Boom and that, yeah?
Yeah, Addy Boom.
And what's happened with him recently?
He has a sound effect, innit?
Yeah, but do you know about what's happened to him recently now? Since he's come out of jail? He's done, man. His paperwork got brought out on the stage by some brother called Big K. You need to go and what? That's like they're saying that's just the they're saying that's the deadliest rap verse ever because it's not rap verse battle round because it's literally like done his dance, isn't it? Like, bro, go and watch it. Addy Boom versus Big K. That's all they're talking about in that battle right now is Addy Boom being a snitch. It's horrible. It's proper horrible.
It's deep,
he hands out copies. You know when a man hands out copies to the audience and tells you what page to read and to read the
I remember watching that.
It's ugly.
Someone else done something like that. Remember that Jewish guy, Solkan?
Yeah, Solkan.
Remember Solkan? He done something like that. I think he done that with who did he do that with, bro? He pulled out mad documents like a few times as well.
Someone done it to Charlie Clip. Yeah. It's called
Loaded Lux on Charlie Clip.
Charlie Clips was my guy as well, you know. I was like, yeah. And then
Charlie Clips, man.
That was fucking.
I liked him as well, bro. That's deep.
Loaded that at the coffin on Calico as well. Calico, fuck, yeah, that fuck Calico as well. So.
Oh, you lot must have seen the disaster and cannabis thing, like.
Wait. You want me to read from the book? Let's say I got 4 whole pages of raps. I was like, no, cannabis. Like I was screaming at my set, don't do it, cannabis, please. Like you literally crushed me. Like I was, like a man looked up to you, you know. Like I don't. No, cannabis. You can't even. I can't explain what that did to me. That's cannabis,
Bro,
you know.
You can't say shit after that, bro. See, after that, bro, man destroyed himself that very day.
Yeah.
He could have stayed in the shadows forever.
Yeah, forever.
And
nah,
like,
that was
could have
horrible.
been good, like, but
When I was in the middle of the rap, couldn't remember his bars,
totally choked, and then was like, "Yo, going to go pull out his book of rhymes and start reading from a pad," and the pad was massive, like a written pad, like
A big book, like big hardback book, like.
Nah, he died. He died that night.
I know.
He died.
I know I ain't supposed to do this, but let me just read.
Let me get it off. Let me get it off. Y'all to hear it now? Like, nah, bro. Like that was whack. And then you can't even read the bars that you. Nah, come on, man. This is
your own bars. You can't even read your own bars. You're talking while reading it off the book. How, bro? I don't know what's going on.
And it's because it was cannabis. That was just like, wow. Yeah, piece of me died.
That boosted up his name as well. What's the name? I just said his name. Disaster. Boosted up Disaster's name as well. You get me? But Disaster goes in, bro. Sometimes he does some mad ones.
Disaster versus Cassidy, yeah.
Versus Cassidy, yeah, I saw that. Did you see the one versus Math Hoffa?
Yeah. What was it? When fucking Math punched the brother in the face. Is that the one?
No, he punched Math in the face. Math is telling him, I beg you do it. I dare you to do it, innit? He's like, don't ask me, bro. Don't ask me, bro. He's like, bro, punch me, Math. And I went, bam! Punched him. He asked for it like 3 times, bro. You get me? That's what he's gonna get. Yeah, but that Loaded Lux Calico thing that you were talking about, bro, that was some nasty stuff, man.
Hey, what's all this Loaded Lux Calico business? Ain't you man supposed to be having these atheists on trial this week? What happened to the atheist trial?
So why? Because man can't tap to me right here, no son. You feel me? Trust.
Yeah, but you man are moving like our green, cuz they're moving like our green, the LGBTQ community and that.
Yeah, okay. Not really much gays around there still.
Hey, Belly, let me ask you this question that you couldn't answer last time. Yeah?
What?
You must have heard the question, though, you get me? But I'll ask you, you get me, so to get reference. Right now, yeah, if I come and I killed you, and no one caught me, bruv, no feds caught me, no one caught me, innit? What's the problem? What's my problem? What's my problem?
What's your issue?
Yeah, what's my issue?
Your problem. No, you just you don't get caught.
But I never got caught, innit? Like, that's it. I'm scot-free, yeah? I got away with it forever. Is that what you're saying?
That's it.
I got a question.
So, wait, but Shifa, before your question, yeah? So, Veli, you're saying these people who've been destroying the world and killing millions and basically having all of us under enslavement, yeah? They just got away scot-free. They're calm. You get me? And if I do that furthermore, I'll get away scot-free as well. I'm calm.
Hey, Vel. I think, hey, Vel.
As long as you can catch me.
Yeah, best thing. I don't think.
What do you mean? Wait.
It don't make sense, bro.
I don't think. I don't.
How do people get away scot-free if they?
No. Not how do people get away scot-free.
Listen. You said that they already get away with the crime. Yeah. What else is they're gonna be held to?
You get me? They'll get dealt with by God, innit? Because he'll balance the justice, innit?
Wait, Dave, 1 minute.
Go on.
I just wanted to pull up Vel on one thing still, because I don't want him to vouch for someone's homosexuality and then get egg on his face.
What, Veli? Is that what you're doing? Yeah.
Say what?
What is that? What you do? What? Who?
I'm just saying. Veli just said there ain't no gays around here.
Hey, listen, like, I'm not being funny here at all, yeah. Like, Veli, not being funny, yeah, at all, yeah. But seriously, yeah, you know this whole atheism thing, yeah, is some homo thing, innit? You know, it's a homo thing. Like, not you personally, but I'm just saying that where it's stemming from. Like Diagras and them, and they were all some big homos.
This week, yeah, has exposed a lot of man's inner homosexual desires, fam, because that man has just been talking about homosexual. Hey,
Thanks,
get me. But man this, buy man that, buy man this, buy man that, gay. I was like, Rob, what to these brothers? It's isolation things fucking man's brains that time. Go me.
No, thank you. Thanks for the offer there.
Who said that?
I'm gonna take that one.
Who was that?
Say, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Veli, if you didn't understand the question and didn't
guys.
make sense, I'll try to clarify as much as I can in it.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think you did
too.
understand what I'm saying, but I'll still try to clarify it then.
To ask proper atheist questions though, man.
Bro,
See
that's a
that, Eric?
proper atheist question. You see someone who believes in God, Veli, yeah? They believe that God will deal with all the justice that the humans didn't deal with, yeah? So if you done a bug thing on this earth and you just died, yeah, and never got caught by no humans, yeah, God still catch you, fam. You get me? You don't, like, you may get away from the long arm
laws
of
of
the
man.
law. Yeah, but you will not get away from God, fam. You get me? But you're saying, as an atheist, as that being your position, if I got away with it and no man caught man and no man could do nothing to man, if I had the peas, I robbed the biggest thing. I got the biggest peas right now. I hired the biggest army. You get me? So no one can even touch me after that. That's it. I'm good. No, bruv, that's
Hey,
it.
done.
Like,
Let me
I'm
read
calm.
something out quickly.
But
Let me
that's
read something out
capitalism
quickly.
in a nutshell. That's exactly capitalism, what you broke down there. That's what the man them are loving up and defending, innit? Over people
That's what it is,
putting
bruv.
down
That's what
people
they're
that
on.
have got a
Oh,
bit
you
of
man,
faith and
Let
hope and
me
religion.
read something real quickly. It's real quick. It's not even going to take long.
You man are in your feelings.
It's just a
You
little
man are
bit
in
of
your
facts.
feelings.
It's just a couple of facts, yeah.
I said in your
It's
feelings,
just a
bro.
couple of facts.
Hey, that's
Hey,
just a
no, I
buzzword
was
here
in your
on this
feelings.
thing, bro.
Hey, I'm G.
Hey,
Hey,
you
Hey,
lot don't
listen,
even know
atheists
what
are on
feelings
trial,
mean
innit? You're
no
on
more,
trial.
fam.
I'm G block for life, innit?
Man's on
Because you
trial,
man
bro.
On the
you
depth
man
on
remind
trial.
me. You
Hey,
man
listen.
remind me how great God is. So I'm G block for life, bro. Because you lot remind me what I need to do and like who I'm serving and that. Like you man make me grateful to know God. Like I'm fucking G block for life, bro.
You lot shouldn't even be G block. You should be A block, atheist block, innit? Like,
Hello.
Yeah, we're
can I
godless
read this
block,
out though? I'll be real
Yeah,
quick.
go
It's
on.
gonna take about 1 minute. Yeah, I'm gonna read it out quickly. Yeah, it says lesbian, gay, and bisexual Americans are less religious than straight adults by traditional measures. Lesbian, gay, and bisexual Americans are, by some measures, less religious than heterosexual or straight adults, according to a new analysis of data from Pew Research Center's in 2014 religious landscape study. For starters, gay, lesbian, and bisexual adults are subsequently less likely than straight adults to affiliate with a religious group. 4 in 10, 41% identify as atheist or agnostic or nothing in particular, compared with just 22% of straight adults who say the same. The survey asked respondents whether they identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, or straight, but did not ask about their identities related to gender and sexuality. A similar dynamic is at work when it comes to religious service attendance, which is one of the most standard measures of religious participation. About 2 in 10 bisexuals, 19%, and 16% of lesbian and gay Americans say they attend religious services weekly. By comparison, 36% of straight adults attend a house of worship regularly. So, you know, just going by those statistics alone, you know, I'd say you're more likely to be an atheist if you're gay.
Those are old. Hey, don't speak bad about them because that's unholy father's people there. Those are his children.
And you're most likely to be gay if you're
Yo.
atheist as well.
Imagine my man's got the gay rainbow in his picture, yeah, and he read out the gay statistics. That's right.
No, so I mean, I've no rainbow now, my picture. You try the thing.
Unholy father. Do not disown none of your children now. Do not try to disown none of your children now. Because you name unholy father, okay? Is that okay?
No, but that don't mean these man are gay though, you know, because they could fall into the 21% of straight
Nah,
people.
I know for a fact. Obviously, Ultra and Vel and them man are normal, innit? But I can't vouch for JJ. I can't vouch for none of the rest of them.
I can't vouch for Richard Dawkins, definitely, man.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like Rob might have a robot wife somewhere. Like speak and spell. You know, like a speak and spell with a wig. Like
and don't get me wrong, yeah. Obviously, we know about the people in the church doing like fuckeries to kids and stuff, yeah. But like all these Rolf Harrises and stuff, and what's the guy's name from the Cosby Show, Bill Cosby and the man. These men are all atheists.
Yeah.
Be careful with you atheists out there. You're definitely on trial.
So listen. If we gotta take shots for all the gay atheists or something like that, yeah, that means you have to take the shots for all the raping popes, all the. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're going to hell.
Nah,
it's hell.
Wait, one second. But these people's doctrines tell them to not believe in that. Do you get me?
We are taking responsibility as well, though, Dave, because God's gonna punish them.
To believe in rape, you nuts up.
Yeah. So basically, these people you're talking about, Veli, are atheists.
Yeah, the Bible
you get me?
To rape, bro. You know, I've read the Bible.
Where in the Bible does it tell man to rape?
You don't have all the Bible verses where it says the rape and the slavery is okay already.
Wait, Pastor Veli, provide some evidence for your congregation, please.
Yeah, provide some evidence about that. Where does it say to rape in the Bible? Tell us.
Go inside the good book, Pastor Veli.
Yeah, man.
We'll be waiting.
What are you talking about? You talking about Genesis or Numbers?
I can't remember.
But obviously, that Belly. The point I'm making.
Belly trying to mislead the congregation again. Pastor Belly is trying to mislead the congregation again.
No, but Belly.
Man heard that it might be in there, yeah, and then man started getting shaky, fam.
Nah, because there's no shaky.
Nah, man,
read that
I'm
shit
saying
out.
bring it up.
Put it up. Read that out, man. I'll explain to you. Belly, you know if you was to
after Pastor Belly, I want you to go into Brother Valal and also get out the Quranic verses that say it.
Hey, Freddie, you remember when we was in school, yeah, and used to do things like black versus white football, or you might have boys versus girl in flipping like basketball or something, you know, like that. If it was atheists versus religious people, you would have one funny group. Yeah. I'm telling you, you'd have Richard Dawkins and that man there on your team.
Yeah, but I know Veli is trying to flip it on from being G Block on trial to Christianity on trial. Yeah, nice flip, yeah. But bruv, what I want to ask you, Veli, yeah?
Day, what's it called? Tell him what it's called.
It's called what the tactic you're using?
Yeah, the tactic.
It's called decoy, diversion, all this mad thing. It's called G-blockism. G-blockism, fam.
Debate and switch.
Debate and switch. You get me? You know, fam. He's trying to bait and switch everything.
You learn that off the best,
switch and bait. Bait and switch, actually. Yeah. Listen. You see, energy cannot be created nor destroyed, right?
That is one of the theories, but I'm not 100% sure on that because I'm not a scientist.
But according to all scientists, this is the observation that has been witnessed through every situation.
Well,
so
it was.
You'd have to agree with that. Otherwise,
no. Listen.
Wait. Shifters in the back.
Go on. The device ain't connected yet, so basically, his device ain't connected yet. So basically, what it is that energy. They're saying energy can't be created or destroyed, but it can be transferred into different forms. So if you mix two things, you can get a reaction in it. Yeah. So this and that will get a reaction, and then that will cause something different. So that's what they meant in it.
Alright, so what would have caused something like this or that to come into the first place? Where would this be? Where would this have come from? Where would matter have come from in the first place?
Be present.
Did it come out of nowhere?
Nah, be present in the atmosphere in a different form.
Yeah, where did that come from? Did it just pop out of nowhere? Nothing.
That was already there.
It was already there. So you're saying it was always there?
Well, as far back as it's been traced, yeah.
So since forever, yeah, there was this thing that was always there. All right. What is this thing?
I don't know. Can you tell me what it is?
Bro, as far as I know, we got things like matter, energy. You get me? Like that's what we know, and I'm pretty sure these things don't come about out of nowhere, innit?
So you didn't say.
If I
Why did you
told
say
you,
God?
huh?
Oh shit! It's frozen. One sec.
Oh, okay.
Yo, Schiffer, tell Schiffer to jump back on, man, because my screen frozen. So I didn't know.
I know we got a thing. I know we got a thing called ignorance.
He's in the back. He's in the back.
And that's been about since
No,
the
he's not in the back,
creation, way before the creation of atheism, and probably before the creation of God. Do you know what I mean? Ignorance and foolishness, isn't it? And if we can try and put them things one side, do you know what I mean?
You said that ignorance has been there before the creation of God. Yeah.
More than likely, yeah.
I believe that too,
Huh?
because I don't think God was created at the start of the universe. I think God was created way later than
Oh, that doesn't make sense, you know. God was created at the start of the universe.
No, I'm saying there's two concepts in it. Like how I see it. How I see it, there's a man-made narrative of God, and they use that to promote wickedness and evil. Do you get me? And there's true believers in it. Do you know what I'm trying to show you? So ignorance has been about in it way before the man-made version of God, if that makes sense. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yo,
yeah, but Veli, you say man-made God, yeah? By the way, Shifa is in the back. He's commenting, so I don't know what you like. He's saying add me back in.
Yeah, tell it to jump back in it because my screen was frozen in it. So it's back on there.
Yo, Day, let me get two questions. I got to chip off quick. Yeah, Veli, I just wondered, do you believe that there's any objective meaning in the universe? Do you believe there's any
objective meaning? What do you mean? What does that mean? Objective meaning in the universe.
So do you think that anything can be basically the atheist worldview leans towards nothing means anything? There's no meaning in the universe. There's no point to life, point to existence.
No,
sort of thing.
They don't say there's no point to life or point to existence. But
so what is the point?
Ultra said the point to life is the missus.
What's the? I guess it begs the question: what's the meaning of life? Well, basically, Rob said something earlier about everything being meaningless.
What's the meaning of life? Yeah, is the world's biggest question that's never been answered. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but atheists should be able to answer it since they're so superior, isn't it?
Yeah, but everyone's got an answer for it. But
no, but some a lot of atheists will say that there is
to live your life the best way possible, to try and leave a legacy behind.
But why does that matter? Why does that matter?
Because you're a human being on this planet. Why the planet?
You didn't get what he said. Why does it matter? Because ultimately, if you're a human being, you're just like a human being like everybody else. We're just running around like headless chicken.
Yeah, but don't you see
we're just obeying the laws of the.
Don't you see how brainwashed you man are? Because you man are basically saying.
Well, this is according to you. This is according to you, Phil.
Wait. I want to see why I'm so brainwashed. Yeah, I want to see why I'm so brainwashed, please.
Wait. Let me finish here, because man's saying that basically, if there's no such thing as God or anything like that, then you will just be on a destruction path. You wouldn't be doing nothing.
No. That's not what he's saying. No, that's not what he's saying.
That's not what I said.
Explain what you're saying again, TON, please.
No, I was saying that's what you were saying, Freddie.
I'm trying to break down what TON said. Basically, if you're going around without a meaning in life, like basically you're just going to make up a meaning. My job's my purpose, or my missus is my purpose, or my youth's my purpose, or this girl that I met one day, or the holiday that I'm coming up to my purpose in life. You know what I'm saying? You could just make it up as you go along.
As you go along,
like,
it's not like that. I'm coming up.
Yeah.
Explain how it is then. How is it? I would like to know how it is, if possible.
Yeah, I'll ring your buzzer.
Yeah, I'd like to know how it is if possible. Then, what's your meaning?
Me too.
What's your purpose?
But the thing is Freddie, whatever he says, the next question is, and why does that matter?
Okay, I'll have a look at the text.
Yeah, that was the main question.
That's the next one. It's what is your meaning and why does that matter? Because if you say, because I heard Rob, I took notes in it. Rob said to the guy Ruman earlier in the day, he said everything is essentially meaningless, and
Ruman was hard, innit, fam?
Ruman was going in. He was going in.
Listen, when you're talking about, you can't talk about Rob said so and so, and then ask me what's the meaning to what Rob said. You have to ask Rob.
I'm not asking you that. That's why I started off.
He never asked you the meaning to what Rob said. He asked you a specific question.
I asked you specifically the question.
Right, so what's the question?
I've already asked it. I said,
"What's your meaning?
What is the meaning of life?" And if not what is the meaning of life? How do you extract meaning from an apparently deterministic, random material universe?
That's a big
one.
one.
How do you determine meaning from an apparently deterministic
universe? Yeah.
Because right now you're living in 2020 where you need to live, yeah, and you got to pay for your bills and whatever. So if you live your life with no purpose, not trying to provide no functioning, no bills paid or anything, and just relying on the state and just signing on and whatever for the rest of your life.
So basically, you're just living to pay bills. Then is that what you're basically doing?
Yeah. Why do you need to as well?
I'm just asking you, Val. Is that what you're basically doing? Living to pay bills and be a good member of society?
No.
DC Brad. Basically, what I'm trying to scratch the surface of this whole nihilism thing, because atheism.
Who's a nihilist? Who's a nihilist?
Big up DC Brad.
Who's a nihilist?
Most atheists.
So who's most atheist?
I'll tell you why most atheists are nihilists is because they don't have an objective.
Vellemy is most atheist.
Vellemy, I still haven't worked out if I could be talking about you, because at the moment you haven't explained what the meaning of life is or where the meaning is.
He wants you to explain your faith so you can poke holes in it.
Yeah, I'm not talking about my faith today.
When it's time for them to explain their faith and what they believe in and what they're standing on, it's the missus. You get to find out that it's the missus. It boils down to the kids.
No questions. You have to answer all the questions, fam.
Well, it's not. But
here's
the argument.
Freddie, what are you trying to live for? What are you trying to live for? What's the purpose of your life?
Who, me or Titan?
I'm trying to interconnect my whole.
What's the purpose of your life?
I'm trying to live
wait,
in the
one second. I don't help him out.
It's my turf, innit? The earth.
Why are you helping out
my turf. I love my family to death. Don't get me wrong, but I can look past them. I can see past them. I can see that there's people existing are past them. And if they go, God forbid, you get me, God forbid, like, inshallah, Rastafari, like, you know, alhamdulillah, hallelujah, everything that they stay healthy.
Yo, but Freddie, fam, how you going to answer his question, when man hasn't answered your question, bruv?
I know, but I've got to give him. I can't do what these lot do. I can't do what these lot do. I've got to answer correctly. I'm living for more than people outside my house. I'm living for people outside my house as well as inside my house. If that makes sense.
But Freddie, when you're on trial, he's not going to give you the same benefit of the doubt. He's not going to allow you to ask questions. He's going to say no. He's going to say no.
But I'm saying my thing's bigger than out inside my house. Like, you get it? I love all the people inside my house. They love me back. But it's deeper than that. Like, it's a deeper meaning than the people inside my yard. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear that. But do you see how he just switched it from him answering the question to you answering the question? Did you see that?
I see it.
You get me? Like, Vellemy, we want you to answer what Dan asked you, fam.
I already told you the answer, bro. I told you in the first sentence. It's not even. You keep trying to expand and make it a longer answer, but it's the same thing, bro.
So sorry, maybe I'm running a bit slow. What is the answer, please? Just briefly.
To live your life, leave a legacy. Basically, that's it.
Why?
But why does it matter? Why does living your life matter?
Yeah. Why could they not kill you tomorrow? and kill everyone, and then after I kill everyone, kill myself. Then what's the problem with that?
Why could? Because he could never kill me. I will kill him before he kills me. Are you crazy?
See, that's a dumb answer, bruv. You're not answering the question, fam. You get me, bruv. Don't run away from it. Just answer it.
That's not running away. That's the truth. You think you can kill me?
Bruv, that's just your ego answering, isn't it? We're not asking your ego. We're asking you. Yeah, answer this question for us, please. So go on, please.
Why? You just said to me, why couldn't someone kill you tomorrow? Because I will defend myself.
Well, you haven't explained why your life is important yet. You've said because I live a life, and because I've got kids. But you haven't said why your life is important.
The bills is also important. Don't forget.
Why does leaving a legacy matter?
Yeah,
because it matters to me. Why doesn't it matter to you?
Why does it matter to you, fam?
Because it matters to me. Why doesn't it
But
matter?
you're gonna die and you're gonna see black and you're zero, yeah? Why does it matter if you're gonna die and none of this is gonna matter? Why is it gonna matter? Bro? It doesn't make sense, does it?
It matters to me, bro, because I've got a family in it, so I leave a legacy behind for my family. It's like
But you're gonna die, bro.
Day. Have you got children?
I get it. If you don't believe in God, just follow anything society is doing. Okay, Day. We understand that. So basically, what you're saying, Vel, is if you don't believe in God, just follow like a sheep. Go to work because society says so. Grow your kids 3.5 in the house because society says so. Just do everything society says. That's what you're saying, basically.
That sounds exactly like what I just said, innit?
Oh, beautiful. We got you.
That sounds exactly like what I just said.
Well, that don't sound too interesting for me to be able to go and
that sounded exactly like what I
live
just said.
that life, bro.
That sounded word for word. Like a word for word translation, like
no, not word for word.
You know me, I just like to get shit in a nutshell. You know my thing. I just
in a
like
nutshell,
to
yeah, exactly.
I ain't got no pretty words to put on it. You get what I'm saying? You're living for society. That's cool. My thing's higher than that, innit? My thing's super higher than that. Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. Obviously, we're on the same level. But I'm just saying, my aspirations in life is not to do well in this society. That's for sure.
So what society are you going to try and do well in?
As I said, the earth is my turf. So
I just said I'm trying to leave a legacy in it. Yeah, and you said stuff for all this other shit.
No, but you said I said in a nutshell, I'm trying to leave a legacy. Society, and you said
No. I just agreed with you because you just made up your own shit to what I said. Yeah, you said something. You didn't say nothing like what I said. Yeah, but then you said something about this. You're not trying to gain nothing or leave a legacy in this society. And I said,
it don't make sense for you to make no legacy about nothing, fam.
Well, that's not what I said. I said I love the people in my house. I said I love the people in my house.
Where are you going to leave a legacy? Where are you looking to leave a legacy?
Right, Bill. If you can get
where are you leaving a legacy?
Cool. Can you quote me properly then? Because I didn't
you said where are you leaving the legacy?
I love the people in my house.
Where are you leaving the legacy?
I love people and I can see further than them.
Hey, do you know what?
I can see further than the people in my house. I love my wife, I love my kids, but I can see further than them. I know there's other people's children that might need looking after. Does that make sense, Phil?
But there's no point in leaving a legacy.
You might have confused, bro.
Bro, I'm
confused still. You sounded a bit confused to me still.
You're confused.
You might have sounded a bit confused to me, fam.
I am confused. I am completely confused. What is the point of leaving a legacy if I'm gonna go black zero out into the ground? What's the point of that legacy? No.
Don't answer. Brad brothers, don't answer that. Don't answer that. Yeah. The answer to that Day is if you choose not to leave a legacy, that's on you.
Yeah.
All right, and then what happens? Nothing. I'm gonna die zero. Everyone else is gonna die zero. So, bro, it don't make a difference, does it?
Bro, I'm so glad that when I leave a legacy, the people that worship. You see, when I leave a legacy,
you're saying exactly, but Vellemy, you're saying to you.
Because I'm saying when I leave a legacy,
because you want to make a legacy for yourself.
To carry it on.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm trying to show you? My brothers and sisters will carry it on in the name of whatever we're dealing with. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, but you ain't looking to leave no legacy. The legacy thing was my talk. You may not look to leave no legacy.
Saying, if I do leave a legacy, your legacy is individualistic. Nobody cares about your legacy.
your
no one cares
legacy, the
about my legacy, yeah?
individual
You
thing.
don't care about it
You
now,
get
yeah?
what I'm trying to
No,
show
no,
you?
but our legacy, yeah.
My
You man are
legacy is
We
funny
are
still.
still
collective.
there
You get
to.
it?
But listen
You
though,
get
yeah?
it, no
I
fam.
need to go and do some work though, you know, bro.
Here's the
Because
difference,
like,
though. Here's the difference.
you
You
get me?
don't
You're
believe that
right.
anything's gonna come
You're
to
right.
you of that legacy, innit?
I'm outside the customer's property and all that now still. So, and they've already
Alright,
come
get the
down
work
here.
in, get the
You
work
wouldn't
in.
need the
But
cop out every time it gets a bit
you see
smoky
that
in here.
legacy?
Smoky,
Oi,
bruv,
family.
listen to this
Oi,
though,
Day
yeah? Let me
Day.
say something. Let me say
I
something,
see
yeah?
you grabbing your
Yeah.
shoulder, smoking out,
Let me
airing
say
out your
something, yeah?
smoky neck and that. Oh,
Yeah.
getting a bit hot in
Okay.
here, bro. You get me?
Let me say something here. I don't think that you have even ever asked one question that has ever caused anyone a problem on any panel ever.
Bruv,
But
it
Vel,
seems like you don't want to
do
answer
you
my
see?
question,
Oi,
though.
Vel, do you see if I'm a part of something, my legacy will go further than if I'm just on my own doing my own thing. Don't care about no one else.
But who don't care about anyone else?
No, I'm not saying that you don't. I'm just saying in general. Like, if I'm on my own thing, I don't believe in nothing. I'm doing me. You get what I'm trying to show you? Your legacy's gonna stop with you. You get what I'm trying to show you?
Yo, can we have proper questions in here, bruv?
Yeah.
Man,
This is dumb and
questions about
inbreedy,
can we have
innit,
like
man?
maybe we can make it like some type of philosophical argument about
Bruv, to
why.
be honest,
Yeah, no, that's it. That's
yeah,
it, really. That's all I wanted to
that's
say.
where we're
I feel
getting.
like
That's where we're getting.
if you got a question,
Not get
I'll answer
philosophical,
it.
you get retarded with your question, mean, my G.
Hello, Skadil.
Yeah, if you got,
All right, I'll ask you a question.
Wait, Day, 1 sec. If you got answer, fam, if you got a question that you need answering, just fire ahead in it. But I was basically going off you saying that if any don't believe it. 1 sec, Day, 1 sec, Day. I was just saying, do you think that your legacy will last longer if you're collective or individual?
Collective. I would say collective.
Okay, there you go. All right, sweet.
Simple as that, bro.
All right, cool. So, Raf, do you
So-
believe that the universe?
So, if you've got
is
a family,
meaningful?
are you by yourself or part of a collective?
Your legacy stops at you and your fam. That's it.
No. That's the whole
That's what
point
I'm
of the
trying to
collective.
show you.
The collective will
Yeah.
grow because of your family.
Exactly.
No, I'm saying
Exactly.
if you're not a part of remember family trees.
So what
branch off,
collective are you part of? What
Remember
collective are
family
you
trees
part of?
go Australia,
What collective are you
Jamaica,
part of, Freddie?
this, that,
What collective
the
are you
other.
part of? What collective
God
are you part
people,
of?
man. God people.
Who's
you never
God's
know
people?
from
What's
the
that?
start.
What's that?
You never know from
What
the start.
what
I told
scripture
you
do you
1,000
what
times,
scripture do you
Veli.
go to? What scripture
All
do you go
creation,
by?
A
fam.
1,000
This is
times,
semantics,
Veli.
fam.
It's
This is
not about
semantics.
me.
Life,
D blocks
nature.
on trial.
You get me?
D blocks on
Imagine.
trial. It's not about me.
Nature, fam.
Yeah.
Just
Dan,
make it
what
up,
was
innit?
your question, bro? What was your question?
Yes. Do you believe that the
Alright, back in a
universe?
bit.
Do you believe the universe is meaningful?
No, not in the sense that it's not like a random thing either. But I would say that if you were
So
talking
you don't believe in determinism. You're not a determinist.
what do you mean by determinism? What's that supposed to mean?
Do you believe that? Well, you said philosophical, so okay. So, do you believe in a deterministic material universe?
I said it was.
It's basically a universe that's determined by cause and effect. So it's. Do you believe in
cause and effect? Well, to some extent, yeah. Why not?
Okay, cool. So, do you believe that there's meaning in the universe? You believe the universe possesses meaning?
No, because cause and effect doesn't necessarily mean that it has a meaning to it.
My next question: in a meaningless universe, why is truth important?
Because it gives meaning. Oh, I'm sorry, Ralph.
Yeah, so you're gonna have that was the best you could do. So okay, so Raf, in a meaningless universe, why is the truth important?
It depends what truth you're trying to search for.
I'm waiting.
I said it depends what type of truth you're trying to search for.
It doesn't matter. No, but it doesn't matter because ultimately your truth is meaningless and
it's all meaningless. Yeah.
It's not all meaningless because I didn't say it was all meaningless.
But you just said it was.
Depends to some extent.
So what's the meaning?
I said, what are you talking about? I didn't start off saying that. I didn't say that in the beginning. You know
What did you
exactly
say?
that's what I
Brother,
said.
you've got. Hold on, wait. You've got enough time to rephrase it. It's cool. I'm not pinning you down.
Yeah,
You said in the
I know.
beginning that the universe was meaningless.
I said that there is some type of meaning. There is no exact direct meaning to it, but
Can you
at the same
explain the
time, that
meaning?
can't. Yeah, well, I can't explain no meaning to it because that's not like the universe doesn't work like what's it called, that this event happens and therefore this is gonna happen. Like it's very there's so many.
Forget
Yeah,
the determinism thing. Forget that. That didn't have anything to do with it. I was just working out what your position was. If you were like a naturalist, if you're a materialist, what your kind of rough philosophical position was. Because I saw you yesterday talking about teleological arguments and that sort of thing. And we can get into that. Before we do that, I need to hold on. But before we do that, I need to establish that this conversation actually has any meaning and any value and is worth anything. Now, I believe it does, but I believe in a higher objective meaning to the universe that governs that. I want to know with you where you derive your meaning from in an apparently meaningless, deterministic, mechanistic universe.
Well, I make it up
and
for
then
myself,
I want to
innit?
know.
So
you make it up for yourself.
Well, in terms of my life, the way I live my life, innit? When we're
So
talking
your
about
mother can be your main meaning, or your kids, or anything like that.
exactly,
Extended
yeah,
family.
exactly.
Okay.
I could put my
Or
I can make
society can give you
It's like-
meaning like what Veli does,
Yeah.
work and paying the bills. And beautiful.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
See, I'd agree. I mean, that's basically what you have to do, and you have to carve some meaning out of existence, and it could all be meaningless. But I tend to err on the side that it isn't because of the reasons that I've laid out. I believe truth has a value, but I believe truth can only have a value in a universe that has the capacity for being meaningful or possessing meaning, having some kind of. You see what I'm saying?
Brothers, I'm just saying.
Brad,
I
that make
understand
sense?
fully what you're saying, bro. I understand fully, but I'm just saying, you see, in this world of a meaningless world, if you're placing meaning on things that you could see around you and just any objective thing that you know that's around you, it's not going nowhere for now. What I'm saying is, when them things go, where's you're on shaky ground? Where's your basis? Where's your, you know what I'm saying? Like, where's your you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like
your basis is
I like
something that what most people do make up anyway. So it's not like it's all subjective.
Oh,
And
you
then-
just hop on to the next thing. You just keep hopping on. All right, cool.
What do you mean hop on to the next one? I don't even know what you mean by that still. Not gonna lie.
As in, you're not sticking to
I'm
your
just
guns.
saying. I'm just saying. You know, like how you said your family member is you held him tight or her tight or a job or whatever, and that job's gone now. What would you do?
Like anyone else, I'll go look for another
something
job.
else. Right,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
it.
saying. You just
So-
hop on. Yeah, just hop
But
on.
isn't that how's that no different from what everyone else is doing?
Raf, can I just confirm, because I think you did say this at the start, and I know you changed it, but
It's completely
you did
different
say
from
that
me.
the universe
It's completely different from what I do, innit? Because I keep God as my basis of everything. So if something goes, I've still got him, if that makes sense.
All right, well, no problem. I'm not going to go down the path with you because that's not true. But yeah, let's go on. What time, Dan? Who was it? Dan was asking me a question again.
Yeah. So at the start, it seemed to me that you said that the universe didn't really possess meaning, didn't mean anything, and that we have to make our own meaning up as we go along subjectively. I think that's what you said. Because people in the chat are saying that I'm misrepresenting you.
I said to like when you talk about the meaning, it might seem and appear like it might not have any meaning. To me, it doesn't seem like appear to an extent that it doesn't have any meaning, but doesn't mean that there is meaning. And meanings come from what you choose to look at and observe and say, yeah, this is what this is what it means.
So would it be fair to say? So would it be fair to say that humans possess the capacity to create meaning?
Yes. 100%.
Okay.
Definitely.
If we possess that trait, would it not be possible for a god to also possess that trait?
Dan, you can't just assert God without.
No,
You know,
I'm just in, bro,
you know what I
bro,
mean?
bro. It's just a basic question. No,
Yeah. Okay.
philosophically,
No problem.
in
No
any
problem.
possible
Yes.
universe,
God can.
in
Yes.
any,
Facts. I
okay,
agree with you
could a
there.
robot,
Yeah.
could an advanced civilization with a supercomputer, could an
Yeah.
advanced supercomputer create
Wait,
meaning?
wait, wait. Does the robot?
Yes.
Sorry, Rap.
Could
I'm not trying to cut across. I just want to hear this example clearly. Is this robot have like a degree of consciousness, right?
it could be some sort of sentient AI? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then I'm sorry, Raf. Yeah.
Okay, so I believe that humans and possibly sentient AI can create meaning. And I would go a step further and say that I also allow the possibility of a God / advanced alien civilization. But I tend to go for God because it's got less moving parts, as wild as that sounds.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
So yeah, given that we are the meaning makers in that sense, would it be fair to say that we create our own truths?
Yes, I said we create our own truths already.
So does that mean we could be deceiving ourselves?
Of course, you couldn't be deceiving yourself.
So, but this is the whole. This is the Cartesian mind, right? This is the Descartes' evil deceiver. Like every turn that you ever make in your life, you're being deceived. But it's the most perfect deception that it's indistinguishable from reality, basically. So you could be being deceived at every turn.
It becomes the reality.
Well, it is at that point. It is. You're just in the matrix.
You could be, but at that same point, yeah, like when we're talking about things in our lives that we do, yeah, like this, how does that come in to where we're deceived in the sense that we're just doing it for no good reason when we have already got a reason why we need to go to work and earn some money because then we have to pay the bills, right?
Sure, but I think what you're talking about there is the way that society at this scale kind of functions.
It's
But
the way
in terms of
capitalism works. And I tend to find when you support atheism, you've got a strong belief in capitalism. They go hand in hand. I like
you know nothing about me, Freddie. I'll tell you that.
Okay, no, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you, broski. I'm just saying in general. Did you hear what I just said? I said I tend to find.
I firmly ban capitalism. Yeah. So.
I'll give thanks, man. Love and respect. Yeah, that king.
So capitalism down around this side, yeah. But in terms of the meaning that I get from what for myself is based on the experience around or in my environment, basically. So whatever how should I say it now? If I go university and I know that I have to do an assignment because if I don't do this assignment, I'll end up getting kicked out of university. Do you understand what I'm saying? And this, I don't feel like that is no different from any other theist or religious person out there, if you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, so but you going to university, you've got the end goal of what? Having a career in some kind of field, right? Specializing in something. Well, so that would be you on the path towards.
I want to know
it's the knowledge.
What you thought. What? So you just basically, I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Still, what you're saying. You just basically all of that. What you study for 3-4 years. Even if you studied and went and done a doctorate and you studied for another 2 years and that was taken away, you just hop onto something else.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, it's more for knowledge. For me personally, like I'm not doing it because I want to actually go into, but I could also do that. But for me, one meaning that I make in life is to learn as much things as I can in it.
Why is knowledge important? What's the value of knowledge? Why can't you just live dumb with no language and no? Why do we tend towards gaining more, seeking out more information? Why is that? Why are we like information orientated?
Well, obviously, we're going to lead back to knowing, like to finding out the truths in it. But at the same time, like I wouldn't say knowledge is necessarily truth. It's just having, like, I could know, like. Now I was talking to earlier before offline. I was talking to a guy about stuff like 5Gs and conspiracies, and he was talking more of he was talking about certain guys who Bill Gates, and he was talking about how he has a video out there about certain things about talking about depopulation, and his parents were about it and whatnot and everything. So I was like, for me, like, not like I agree with
Hello,
it
Logan. How are you? Hope you're
what
doing
he's
well.
saying. Yeah, not like I agree with him, but I'll go like look into the information, see what, just so I can have that knowledge, so knowing what's up and current. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So you're open to new information. Yeah, I get that, but the thing is, if I were to tend towards an atheistic position, it would be after. I mean, I think nihilism is.
My problem is
I
the heavy reliance on the information, innit? When you're learning new information, that's cool, but you can't put so much emphasis on it. You just think blank out everything else, like everything else is impossible and it's not coherent and all this and that. That's you know what I mean?
No,
Dark magician in the chat said that I think he's responded to me. He said that we gather information, or we have a tendency to be information orientated to help others, and in obtaining knowledge, one ultimately helps themselves.
Big up,
yeah, I mean,
I like to think so. Yeah,
part of that is true. Part of that is definitely true. But then again, apart from maybe that's all it is. Maybe if we're just dealing with a deterministic universe, then survival of the fittest and all that sort of stuff, and us helping other people, it aids our cooperation.
Again, I want to be real with you though. Is that not the way this universe is? I mean, think about it. We all go to school. We all compete in school to have the best grades, to go to the best universities, to get the best jobs. You know, there are people who live lackluster, but then there is a hierarchy of like weak to strong, rich to poor. So, you know, it is a world of survival. You know,
that's the facts, and that's where I get with some of these arguments, isn't it? We're not really trying to learn. We're trying to dumb down each other and tell each other to shush and shut up about nonsense.
I would say that's both ends, the theists and the anti-theists. I'll agree with you on that.
Yeah, most definitely. Because if we really had a genuine knowledge and learning, we'd try and come to an understanding. Because I try to understand theists, atheists. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I really do try and understand them. Because my daughter could become one, anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it seems like we don't get the same understanding on the other end, innit? Man's just talking nonsense because I believe in a higher spirit. And that's non-provable to your standards. You know what I'm saying? And you haven't even discovered the keys to life as yet.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
I mean, for me, it's like, you know, like someone asked, I think someone said, atheists, it can't, there's no, if an atheist lives a life of, let's say, one of the people, the theists, who, let's say we're talking about an afterlife concept, I've heard that even if you don't believe in an afterlife or a creator or whatnot, as long as you live by those tenets of what these so-called theists talk about, you can still get into, you know, the afterlife. So I don't see, if that's the case, then why are we even bother? Like, it's not even like atheists. It's not like atheists want to go out and say, theists are talking, bun theism, bun theism, bun theism. But it's more like a thing where it
seems like this on G Block though. I must say, it seems like this on G Block, brother.
If we're being honest though, G Block didn't even start like a thing where it was trying to, you know, even go to bun theism. It was more like a joke that people took too serious.
That just spiraled out, because when the disrespect started coming along with the joke, the slight disrespects, no one wanted to back down. What's the disrespect?
No, but the thing is,
Raph,
the thing is,
for instance, Sky Daddy.
You know what happened? Raph, you know what happened?
Other little personal opinion digs when people have personal opinion digs at each other. Do you know what I'm saying? And then that builds up the steam of fucking animosity we got against, you know what I'm saying, each another. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to certain debates, you get me?
Yeah, Brad, what were you saying quickly? And then I'll respond to Freddie as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just said the disrespect started when the questions started to when the real questions started to be asked.
Started being asked. That's the problem. Okay, that's true.
Go
That's
ahead,
one
go ahead,
thing
I'm
as
sorry.
well. But also, Freddie, I would say that the whole, obviously with you personally, like you seem like a kind of like a neutral person. You're like, listen, live your life, do what you want to do. It's
Yeah,
not, as long as you're not doing anything shit. You get me? It won't affect
once
you.
you're not harming anybody.
Yeah, it's just
I respect Freddie for that.
but you see when you go to certain people and they come to you and they say, "Oh, listen, we've got the best, form of philosophy on life, and that if you don't
But
use this
brother, if we
philosophy,
really analyze these texts, we'll rubbish these people straight away. Do you know what I'm saying, big man?
Well, you gotta
It's
remember
just
what
like,
Velley said though. You gotta remember what Velley said to me though. If you think you can destroy a man's dream, are you mad? So like you start asking the questions that like start tearing down the imagination. People will take that as a disrespect. I will say that.
I'm Jay, hey, brothers, I'm open to the concept that there is no God, but it's just that giving praise and living my life and getting on with brothers and sisters how I do, it feels right. Even if they said there weren't no God, I wouldn't have a selfish negative pride, but I would still do the same rituals, like give thanks and maybe go Sabbath and, you know what I'm saying, smoke with the brothers and sisters and cook a pot. You know what I'm saying?
Raf, can
It
I
just
ask you a
feels right in
question?
my life. You know what I mean?
This is kind of getting into ontology. So, do you think ontologically there's a difference between humans, animals, and plants?
in terms of the differences will come up with consciousness, and this is something
Okay.
that we haven't fully. I don't think I honestly could say that we fully understand or grasp.
Do you think
Sorry,
plants
this
possess
into the panel,
intelligence?
this is someone in the chat. Yo,
Yeah, of
Luca
course.
Brasi, who's Craig, fam?
Yeah, okay.
Listen, don't worry about the chat, fam. You get me?
Yeah, don't ever worry about the
I'm
chat.
just someone's asking me what happened with Craig, innit? I'm just asking who's Craig.
Bro, do you know what? Check the chat every like 20 minutes or so, man. Okay, rough. So, yeah, I'm glad you lean towards that because I see a lot of people who are like, nah, plants aren't intelligent. And I'm like, I don't know. You see the way that trees network their roots and seek the most efficient routes to water and all sorts of things. There's crazy stuff that
Like
mushrooms
crowning,
and
like
fungi do.
they'll grow straight up, so they wouldn't be able to brush into other people's trees too. Yeah, other trees too.
Yeah.
DC,
Yo, there
you
is-
know the
there
power
is-
of the plant. You
Yes.
know the power of the plant, brother. I'm telling you, you could do a whole day on it. Trust me, don't
Plant intelligence
underestimate nature.
is-
You know what I mean?
Plant intelligence is really pushing it's pushing the boat out there because I think people we have this whole thing we're way too caught up in ourselves as like the apex bipedal predator on the planet. We can go around, we can create bombs, we can fly jets, we've mastered almost every environment we have. We can use jet propulsion to fly in the sky, we can navigate the oceans, we can navigate the outer atmosphere, we can all of that.
But that's the thing. Even the oceans hasn't been,
fully
properly
discovered. Yeah, I know. Well,
do you know what I
say.
mean? So
They say.
Right. There's still marvels of the world that still
Yeah.
need to be discovered, and you know what I'm saying? It's the know-it-all attitude and the science trumps everything attitude I don't like. And no, if it's not coherent,
we're back
Freddie,
on the reasonable. We're back on the reasonable one. So just one more question. Do you believe that? I mean, how do you see aliens? Do you see it? Do you see aliens as like being bipedal, upright, kind of grey?
honestly, I have. So an alien, you're talking about something that's not native to the earth, right?
Yeah, an extraterrestrial. Yeah.
So I honestly could not tell you for a fact what an alien would be or what. So it's that type of, because I had this argument with M.A. Brown the other day, in the sense that he was saying that aliens could exist, and I agreed with him. Yeah, aliens could exist, but saying that aliens could exist doesn't mean that therefore aliens do exist and that we should keep saying that aliens exist. For me, it's like, okay, if they exist, if an alien comes and visits us, cool. But
Well,
otherwise, we should,
that's another step.
burden
Innit?
ourselves
Say,
over it.
to say atheism, say aliens.
Alien
This is one
basically
thing.
means something you don't know what it is in the first
To
place.
say aliens have been here before is another thing. To say they're going to come in the future is another thing. To say that, I mean, there's different claims. I would say that statistics lean towards, and the size of the universe leans towards there being some other type of life form in the universe. Whether that's some little fucking algae, some fungi that's clinging onto a meteor, or the core of some fucking comet trapped in ice. I don't know what it is, but
brother, I'm open to that. I'm open to that.
it.
Yeah,
Because when I saw saltfish for the first time in my life, I couldn't believe that was an actual saltfish. The thing looked so ugly. Well, the thing looked like an alien family.
Yeah,
So
I know what you're talking
I
about.
believe that. Yeah, there's
You mean
some different things.
Yeah, but
the big
that's
piece.
because
They cut it and split it in half. You see the flat wedge at the tail. Yeah, man. So what you saying, right?
Yeah, no, I was just saying that with the saltfish, it could be like a thing where you're comparing it to other fishes, or you're comparing it to yourself, and you're just thinking, "Rah, that doesn't look appealing, innit?" But that's like a subjective thing where, if you look, I mean, I'm not saying that the saltfish the saltfish could have awareness and look at you and think, "Rah, you're ugly." Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the whole thing of you not being acquainted with this kind of visual geometry, is what says this is alien to you, because you're not aware of it, innit? Because you're not familiar with it. So
Yeah,
to
that's
you,
what I'm
it's
saying.
alien.
Yeah, that's true. If the fact that you're not aware of it,
Wait, say that again,
I
Data.
notice.
Basically, what causes something to be
I only
alien
used
to
to
you?
notice the saltfish in the Aki and all that. I was frightened. I thought it was a normal fish. Like, I was scared of that.
No, I'm sorry. Data, what'd you say again? I apologize.
I'm saying what causes it to be alien to you is because you're unfamiliar with this kind of pattern or geometry or whatever.
Okay,
Like,
so lack of knowledge causes you to. Okay, I get you. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm googling saltfish on the thing. Yeah, obviously
You ever had
most of it is
saltfish, bro?
just dishes.
Saltfish and Aki, bro? That mad good, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just showing the dishes. Yeah, but I'm looking for the actual thing. Yeah, and I
You
saw
might
something.
break your screen.
I hope this is not what a saltfish is. Bro. I hope what I'm looking at
The real
ain't
fish
saltfish,
might
bro.
break your screen, bro.
Hey, fam, listen, I beg you, yeah. I'm gonna put this. Someone open this. It's in the back chat. Yeah, I'm gonna put the link. I beg you, tell me this ain't what I'm eating, fam. Please tell me this is not what I'm eating. Please, someone tell me this is not what I'm eating, bro.
Aki and saltfish.
I don't like Data.
I beg you, tell me that's not what it is, bro.
Data, go ahead. I don't like Data, bro.
Hey, God's world is amazing, you know.
Yeah, it's really good though, bro.
But is that
Nah, that's fake, man. What are you talking about?
That's what I thought.
What are you talking about? That's
wanted to hear that.
Data was disrespectful, bro.
Nah, fam. Look, if you go on Google right now, yeah, and you write saltfish.
Stop buying saltfish from China. You buying saltfish from China? That's your problem, man. Don't do that, bro.
Nah. I get it from my local fam. I get it from One Stop still. But listen, yeah, like see when you go on Google
Big
and you
up
write
One
saltfish.
Stop, man. Big up Aston. Big up all
Big
the
up
man
One
them
Stop.
themselves.
You get me, best spot.
Come on, fam. You don't know the thing already, man. I'm always around the time.
Hey, but yeah, you saltfish. That's the only thing that comes up. That's not an actual dish.
Why did he put a whole face on it? Like, there's so many other images.
Show me, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's it, fam. I literally just wrote saltfish, went on images. All the other things are just a plate. You know how with the Aki and the saltfish and it's ready. Yeah, this is the only thing
Hey, done.
that is not ready on a plate.
Click that link. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, shout out to Dan. Dan putting respect on the thing. Shout out to Dan.
That's what it looks like still.
You lot are making it out like I'm trying to disrespect it. Like,
bro, you picked the one with the
whole thing. I don't want that to be what it is, bro.
Big up the people who don't soak their saltfish. Yeah, it's your time.
Big up to the people who want their saltfish with faces.
Some idiots out here not. Yeah, man, you have to boil that like twice, 3 times, man.
Taste the natural sea salt, ain't it, Dan?
What kind of fish is it made of?
It's cod. It's just codfish, man.
Oh, normal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cod. All right, cool.
It's cut down the middle. It's cut down the middle, and I ain't gonna fake like I know how to cook it. I'm all I did is I can only explain what I saw, but I can't really define the thing. You know what I mean? I'm not an expert in it. I'm just the guy that swipes the card and go enjoys. You feel me? So I ain't gonna fake.
Yeah.
Yo, Veli, Raf dropped out of the chat. He wants to get back in, and I got a cut out as well. So
Yeah, I'm gonna cut out as well, man. I'm saying
shit.
atheists and theists live in a blood clot, peace and harmony, man. And after this trial, done, isn't it?
Yeah,
Nobody's guilty. We're gonna acquit them. Yeah, we're gonna acquit them of the crimes that you see me. That's against them. You know what I mean? We're gonna give somebody some community service.
Couple chat big ups just for our guy. Big up to Shizzle. Big up Dark Magician. Big up Jack. Big up Luca. Big up Anonymous. Who else is in there? Big up Carnito. Big up Born Rich.
Oh, Connie's in the chat.
Yeah.
Big up.
Come on, big up everyone, man.
Yeah, big up the G Block as well, man.
Man.
Yeah, who's in
Firstly,
here
you get me?
That's my boy
Yes,
right
Dan.
there. My boy.
We had a good
man,
one,
big
man.
up.
I just want Rumen to come back on, man.
He was a good addition, man.
Bro, there's a big shout out for Rumen. If anyone can find him, you get me?
Good questions, man.
Yeah.
And no disrespect, but Khan, make the man ask his questions next time he comes on the panel, please. Make him ask his questions and just cut through, man.
Play good cop, bad cop, and Khan ain't getting it.
Yeah, but Khan, he was on your team, bruv. God, he was back.
That's what I'm saying.
He was on your team, bruv. The man was on your team, man.
All you had to do is play good cop, bad cop.
Hold on, Freddie. You see the other thing? He come on with the exact strategy. I'm not going to put my opinion on Front Street. I'm just asking you questions about your opinion. I rated that. Fully round of applause.
You hear
for that one.
And they're not used to that, because what they want to do is structure the questioning and have a line of questioning so you can break down your thing and they make you look dumb and then they can proceed with the convo. That's not how it's supposed to go, man. Let's not try and downplay each other's intelligence and make each other look dumb. Not on here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to hold this down till Veli comes back. He's got Veli. Day done dropped out. Melanated's in the back chat and Raf's in the back chat. And me and Freddie got
people, Veli, man.
So yeah, bring
Veli, let on some people.
Hey, no. If you guys gotta pop off, I can just engage the chat. You're good. I'm just sitting here doing some documents, so you guys can go ahead and live your lives. I got this.
Respect brothers, man.
Yeah. Man, I hope
man ain't got nothing against no one, blood. If your meaning of life is your kids and your family, that's good, bro. You get me? I'm not saying to have God or jump onto what I'm doing. You get me? Just live a good, clean life and that's it. Don't try and criticize other people for what they're doing. And that's it.
Yeah. But no, I don't want, y'all got life, man. Live your life, my brothers.
That's all right. Veli's sorted it. All right, big up Veli, man.
Okay.
Yeah, Day done. Big up yourself. Mel, big up yourself.
The internet went again.
What's up? What's up, everyone?
There was no shade thrown the other night, by the way, when I was talking about P Block. I was saying I come home to Pantheist Block, man. It's lonely over here, man. I need some company on P Block.
Okay. Yeah.
P Block, by the way, P Block doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It's a concept. But yeah, big up.
But you're on it.
There's a lot of pantheist people that find solace over here in G Block because they don't get the pressure from the
you got Raj.
Theists,
It's hard to find P Block because it ain't in one place. It's sort of everywhere.
That's right.
Oh, yes,
that's a corny joke. Corny joke, Khan.
I like it. Yo, Raf, you're a good sport.
Melanated. What's good?
Yeah, safe, bro.
Still, I appreciate that.
No problem, bro.
All right,
No problem, fam.
Eromon Shelley.
Yeah, that's it.
Who puts an email? I don't understand. Who types an email and don't put their cell phone number in their signature? That's just the dumbest thing.
What?
Because they don't want you to call them. They want you to email them back. Duh.
I mean, it was supposed to be just like a business email though. Like it's supposed to be like you're supposed to be trying to get business. So like,
Yeah, just email me. Don't call me.
okay.
I ain't got time to be talking to you on the phone.
Yeah.
Because sometimes people don't respect your working hours too, you know. So
Yeah. How have you been, melanated? I haven't talked to you in a minute.
I'm
Yeah,
good,
good afternoon,
man.
man.
Good.
Good
You know,
afternoon.
good
Like, where you
afternoon,
been?
everyone. You know, life is still pretty okay with this corona stuff. You know, I'm one of the people, the fortunate people, the blessed people that can still work and stuff. So I'm grateful.
What is you lot's lockdown going down as well soon?
Oh yeah, we on lockdown in Maryland. Maryland, we got curfew at 8 o'clock. You can't go in public
You
without
can't leave the
wearing a
house
mask.
without a mask. Yeah.
You can't leave the house without a mask.
I got
Can't leave the house without a mask.
Yeah, I got a ticket yesterday for that.
That's stress.
You got a ticket?
Yeah.
What did you do? Where were you?
You know we're off by Watkins Park. Oh God, on my side. You know, all
I know
Central
where
Ave.
Watkins Park is. Like
Yeah, on Central
so
Ave.
wait, so what were you doing? Walking?
No, I was in a grocery store and it was my fault. I rushed in to get some sodas.
No, you went into the store without a mask. You're bugging.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they let you in.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, I got out
I'm
of
on
my
the
car.
PG. You know, PG's on the black side. It's like Wegmans and Costco's are like crazy about that stuff, but everybody else seems to be on this.
Yeah, you got a Costco. Yeah,
see
you
now.
got. I forgot you guys have Costco over there. Shout out
Well,
Costco,
Yeah, we
man.
got Costco.
Yeah.
Nah, I went.
Hey, what,
I
you
got
two
out of
from
my
the same
car and
ends?
kind of
Yeah,
similar. Like yeah.
Yeah, you lot close basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
Driving distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, but America's all driving
for real,
distance, innit?
melanated. We need to do lunch, like for real. Because every time I'm going out, I see a sister with locks. I'm like, okay, no, that's not
This
her.
must
She's
be
not
melanated.
Melanated, be careful. You're liable to get a knock on your door about 3 o'clock in the morning. Man's going to be at your door with a spoon going, I ran out of ice cream.
Yeah.
Melanated
I'm gonna say,
man.
well, guess what? I don't do dairy
saltfish
ice cream over here, so you at the wrong place.
I need some salted caramel right now.
Melanated. I'm gonna show up with an RBG flag and be like, "What's good? What's good?"
Oh, it's like that, huh?
Even Batman went to your ends looking for you still.
But yeah, man,
you could easily find Melanated if you're looking for her. She's going to be buying like electric drills.
Oh my goodness! Why? Listen. So I had a really proud moment today. Like my son was getting into being handy. So I got one of those Ring doorbells. You know the doorbells when somebody can see you can see.
Yeah,
you can see them.
My brother's got them. They're wicked.
Yeah. So we were trying to hook it
my
up,
brother's got that.
and where's my phone?
Well, how old
Can you
is
hear
he?
me?
Yeah.
He's a big boy. He's a young man. And yeah, so he was putting it. I had him to hook that up, like try to, we shut off the power and all of that stuff. And he was seeming kind of proud of himself, like actually not allowing me to do it, and he was doing it.
Yeah,
I was like,
really
yay!
good for his confidence and his sense of responsibility and all that. That's really good.
Yeah, man.
Oh, you're a good mama. You're a good mama. My mum don't let me do nothing, boy.
I'm passing the torch.
My mum don't let me lick an envelope. Like I can't do nothing around my mum. Seriously, too much, man.
Listen, I don't know if it would be the same as like, having a daughter, but I will say that I think just in general, allowing your kids to make mistakes is like fucking hard as hell. Cause like, especially when like you could just see them doing it the wrong way, right?
Yeah.
So you're like, you just want to like, let me do it, or look, don't do it that. You want to just say something.
Yeah.
So like earlier when he was using a drill, I could see his hand was slanted, and I was like, he's gonna drill it and slant it. He's gonna drill it and slant it. But I was just like, I'm not gonna say anything. What did he do? He drilled it and slanted. and then he put it in reverse and made the screw come back out, and then he put it in forward and it went back in slanted. And I said, you cannot just hold it the same exact way and expect it to go in straight.
To go
You
different.
got it right. I was like getting upset. I was like, you have to put it straight and then put your force and force it to go down straight. So then he's like, fine, and then he did it, and then he was just like, felt a little like, okay, she actually knows what the hell she's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like,
Yeah.
she
That's
That's
didn't.
very rare. That's very rare with women.
There's like a confidence aspect on that when you want to.
Wait a minute,
How you gonna say
Khan.
that,
It's
bro?
rare that we know what we're talking about. Oh, okay. Who God bless, let no man curse. Yo, you are funny, Khan.
Nah, it seems like women always know everything they're talking about, man.
You see, they down the smart
No,
guy.
they think they know what they're talking about, but when it comes to like practical things, they're hands on. To find a woman that can give you instruction, it's like, you know, it's a good thing.
Like, trust me, there are women out there, yeah, that are more on point with this shit than men, fam. You see, when a woman does something, like she does it to the extreme. Like, see the women drivers that I know that are drivers, yeah, like they drive better than the men that I know that are drivers. Do you get what I mean? Like,
No, but the thing
with
is
a
with
woman,
women,
it's
when
either
they're doing
all
things,
in.
yeah, they done. Women do
Yo.
things, yeah, better than men. But when you ask them how they did it, they can't tell you because it's like an out of body experience. It's like they're
That's not
channeling some
true, because
energy
we're
or something.
communicators. Well, I'm not saying all, but I'm saying I don't think a lot of times women are. The problem would be is that when you ask her how she do it, she's gonna give you way more words than you as a man want to hear. You're gonna be like,
Over
oh my god,
communication.
over communication. You're gonna be like, just
Because
like
I'll tell
so
you,
today.
I think the reason is, yeah, like
Be like,
women
how
feel what
do
they're
you
doing,
drive a
innit?
car? And she's like, well, when I learned to drive, it was a sunny day, and you be like, what? So,
She's
I
gonna
get that
give you
all
like
the time.
a lot
I
of
think
times
they
like
feel
men will
what they're
just they
doing,
wanna figure it out. They wanna like so today was the first time that before my son attempted anything, he went to YouTube and he watched a video, right? And
Yeah.
it actually this was like whoa, he never normally I say watch a YouTube video and he'd be like, all right, and then he won't watch a YouTube video. He'll try to figure it out and then he'll be like, I need your help with this. And I'm like, why didn't you watch the freaking video?
Yeah.
Today, I don't know, the stars of the line, you know what I'm saying? Everything good. You know what I'm saying? I must have look, last night I was reading on the Ifa spiritual system, so maybe the Orisha was on my side. I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? I was just
Maybe,
like, look.
yeah, maybe. I don't think them kind of. I don't think they take sides though, innit?
Yeah, they do. What do you mean?
Yeah. Oh, because you can ask for like to gain favor. You can like do stuff to get closer.
I think so. I only read a couple of pages. I read a couple of pages, so don't, where's Brad? If Brad was here, don't quote me on it. I think
someone shout out Vellemy, man. I think Ermancel is in the back. Ermancel.
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 I'm gonna give me a nice little African sounding name too. Y'all watch.
Why not?
What have you thought something
Why
yet?
not?
I haven't thought of anything because I think it
what
really.
About Nefertiti?
I don't know what that means. So for me, the name.
You don't know Nefertiti?
No,
I don't know what the name means.
What the word means.
Oh.
The name has to mean something.
Yeah.
Right. So, which you know what, a lot of people are not say a lot, like, but I think it's a growing trend with like African Americans to either change their names and or they're starting to name their children more meaningful names. They're starting to name their children I guess the ones who are more Afrocentric and trying to reconnect with lost and stolen history. They're actually starting to name their children names that I guess people could say is like eccentric, but they're really like names from African cultures. But because it's so foreign for here, it's like, wow, But like I
Yeah,
have a
because
friend,
that is the
his
culture, innit? To have a
children's
name
name
that
is
actually means something, innit?
yeah. He gave his children Kemetic names, um,
Sick.
names of some of the Kemetic deities. So one of his sons' name is Ptah, Ptah,
Tough.
Ptah, and
I remember that.
And then you're gonna call him
yeah.
Ptah. You're gonna feel like he done the right thing, and then he's gonna grow up, and all his friends are just gonna go call him Peter.
Hello.
No, they're not gonna
And you
call him
went
no
through all that,
Peter.
through all that for nothing. Because
No,
kids
I
just
mean
want to
it's
be
not. No, it's
cool.
not.
They just want to be
No, but it's not
cool.
even that.
Coolness is the
What's cooler than knowing the actual meaning of your name? So when
No,
someone
I
asks
agree
you
with
that
you. I
you
don't
know
like it
you
when I
got a
ask
name
someone
like
like, "What does your
Jay
name mean?"
Quan
and
or
they
Jay
look
Sean,
at me funny. Yeah.
your name is Sharisha, and it's like, well, what does Sharisha mean? And it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
And it's like,
It
well,
just sounds good, like.
well, my name is the hidden one, the hidden force behind God, or just something like that. It's like, whoa, all right, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
Yo,
my
Melanie,
bad.
what's your name?
I'm not telling you my name. What you mean?
Okay.
Her name's Mel. Just call her Mel.
Mel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Short for
go
Melanie.
Shakara. What does the hidden one? What would you say? What does it mean?
Really,
Shit.
Mel is
I'm gonna look it
short
up.
for Melanie, which is of Melanie would be the opposite of melanated, wouldn't it? Because Melanie,
It's not
like
the opposite.
if a girl's called
Melanin
Melanie,
is
she'd have to
That's the
be like
whitest
really
name.
Melanie.
Like.
blonde. Yeah,
Melanie is a
that's the
biblical
whitest
name,
name.
though.
What, Melanie?
Melanie.
Yeah, it's a biblical name.
Is it?
I swear it means like blonde,
Who's
like or
Melanie in the
pale.
Bible? I never heard of Melanie. What she did?
Because I've got a relative
Oh, you
called
lot are
Melanie,
reading
and
different Bibles, man. That's what it is.
they're very religious. No, a lot of people haven't read the Bible fully. You know, a lot of people just say they have.
He over there reading the I don't know. I was gonna pick a
He's reading
denomination, but I
the
forgot. I
Circle
can't think
7.
of one.
He's reading the Circle 7 Bible. Because they got their own Quran, they might as well have their own Bible, innit? Them lot. We got our own Quran.
What's the name of that? What's the
I
name
think
of
you're
that?
missing the point of the whole religion, bro.
What's that name of the doctrine that they said that the seven Quran, what the Circle 7 Quran is part
It's
of?
the
I forgot. It's part.
seven spirits, the 7 spirits of God. That's what
No,
I've
they said that
ascertained.
there's another. There's some other Bible that someone wrote, and they said
The
that
Dead
like
Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls. Is that
No,
Bible?
that's not what she's talking
problem.
about.
Oh,
Sometimes I can't
okay.
really.
Yo, Melanie, I think you need to go look up what Melanie means. It's very interesting, you know.
What's
Go
that?
on, let's have
But
it.
my name's not Melanie.
Yeah, I know, but just in general, like the name.
Well, did you find out? What is it?
It means
Well, it's a
white,
Greek.
innit?
No, it means black actually.
Oh,
Melos
really?
melos. It comes from the word melos in Greek, which means black.
Jeez.
Right, but that would make sense. Like, I mean, before Greek, you know, you have. I mean, it makes sense. Like melanin is the substance
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
that
Yeah, but
creates pigment.
you're not thinking in terms of Latin type languages. They'll have what's it called at the end of the word? I forgot what it's called. No, so it'll be melanin, and then melanie, and then melanar. Did you get me? So just because it says melanin at the beginning doesn't mean it's actually. It could be lack of melanin, so it could be melanie. The e part could mean minus. Yeah, it could mean like melanin minus like melanin.
Yeah.
So maybe
mean?
Melanie was white and
yeah, like
melanated is black.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like that's how, because their language, that's how it's set up, innit? It's got
Yeah, so mela might mean melanin, and then the knee bit might mean the lack of.
Without.
So it might be melanin as in no melanin.
Yeah. So if you had two daughters and one was brown and one was pale, you could call one of them melanin and everyone Melanie.
The other one Melanie. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know this, by the way. I'm just saying this is how them languages used to be formed. There's a root word.
Yes, it's this is certain type of languages, like a language family, like Latin in that respect is the same as Turkish. So in Turkish, like if you translate something from Turkish to English, it will always seem as if you're saying it backwards. You know, like how Yoda speaks. When he goes,
Yeah.
interesting that is. Like,
If you
instead of
take it
saying that's
word for word.
interesting, Yoda says, interesting that is. Like, and that's the same in
Yeah,
Turkish.
that's what I tell people. If you want your kid to be like bare clever and excel in their studies and education, teach them languages, because it helps you see communication and use it in like use different structures. Because when you learn another language, you're learning a way to speak that has a whole new structure. And if you only speak English, like it's a really simple structure that English got in it. It's literally
Well, that's the point of English. That's
to
the
make it
point,
as
isn't it?
simple as
That
it can be.
to make
Yeah,
it as
yeah.
simple as possible, so it become like the Microsoft of languages.
Yeah, you can put it that way still.
Mm.
It's like user friendly, isn't it?
Very user friendly, like a Nokia phone, isn't it? It was so
Yeah,
simple.
exactly.
But the problem with it being simple is that they couldn't apply it to higher level things. So then you had a two-tier system where the common folk would use English and the higher echelons would use Latin.
Mm.
And that's a problem, because obviously when you want to spread knowledge on a widespread scale, you can't do it.
Yeah. There's some concepts you can't really bring about in English
Convey.
using a single word or a couple words. You're gonna have to use a whole sentence, and it still might not even be able to, communicate the idea you're trying to put
Some
forward.
languages have the opposite problem, like Chinese, for example, and Greek. Like they're really good at high level things, complex things, but basic level things like colloquial, just how are you? Can I get a pint of milk? Like they have extreme difficulty on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They have difficulty educating the average person to this high standard required to use this language, because it's got so much complexity to it. Do you know what I mean? So in Greek, like you'd have to know the feminine, the masculine, the past, present, and future tense of every word. Do you know what I mean? And it's like grammatically, it's a nightmare. Do you know what I mean? With
Yeah, like
English,
when I found out in
any
Arabic,
idiot can
yeah.
speak English.
When I found out in Arabic, there's no singular and plural. There's
Yeah, I think I
singular,
was there.
dual,
That was
and plural.
shocking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
it's like there's
yeah, bro.
he and she, but there's no it.
Yeah, there's no it.
Yeah,
Everything that is it, you have to
yeah,
say he or she to. You have to
yeah.
like even if I say
You have to apply gender to everything.
yeah. If I say
Yeah,
put
yeah,
it on
yeah.
the table, I have to either say put her on the table or put him on the table. Even if I'm
Yeah.
talking about a phone. You know what I mean? I'm talking about the phone, I have to say put her
Or what
on
if
the
you're
table.
saying like put her on him?
Put her on
If
it.
the thing that you're
Yeah, put it
holding
on
is
it.
like
Yeah,
if the
yeah,
thing that
yeah.
you're holding is that feminine and the table's masculine, you'd be like put her on him. It might sound a
Yeah.
little bit saucy, like
Yeah, and in English it would just be put it on it.
That's so saucy.
put it on
You
it.
get me?
Yeah, we'd be
So,
like stick it on it.
yeah,
Yeah,
bro. So them structures,
languages
man.
are like that, isn't it?
I think it makes you go back to your original language and see the
Yeah.
structures inside
See,
it, and then
That
compare it
how I
with.
learned all this is because you know the Etruscans, they're the founding fathers of the Roman Empire, and they
Roman
spoke
Empire.
Latin. The Etruscans, yeah. So like the Etruscans were actually Central Asian. So the fact that they come from like a Turkic sort of a root, and there's that similarity between the two languages in structural form, yeah, that made me realize that. Like then I started investigating other languages, like you said, like because then I realized that it wasn't the same as English, it wasn't the same as
Yeah.
Arabic. Then there was like language families that grouped together. Do you know what I
It
mean? Then I
starts getting
realized that
interesting
Turkish
the
and
deeper you go
apparently
in it.
Turkish and Japanese have got similarities.
No
Do
way.
you know what I mean? Yeah, so Turkish, Japanese, and Italian would have like be a similar language family.
Right, I would have
Yeah,
never
mad
guessed
that,
that.
innit?
Turkish,
Yeah,
Italian, and Japanese.
yeah, no,
Wait, what?
it's mad,
Turkish,
innit?
Italian, and Japanese are the same.
They have
Yeah, they've got
similar
similar
original
structure.
root.
So, like for example, you know, I said to you like how not Buddha, how Yoda would speak. So, like Buddha, like you would say, yeah, that's interesting, whereas he would say, interesting that is. But then he could change it to interesting that was, and then he could change it to interesting, isn't it? So that there's like bolt on. It's like a bolt on language where you say a word and then you have to bolt something else onto it before you decide what the first word even means. But with English, you can just get a piece of paper and start reading, and you don't really need to stop and look at a whole word or a whole sentence and decide what it means. Like you're literally reading it, like like when you
Word
eat
for
corn on the
word.
cob. Yeah, you know when you eat corn on the cob and you just go from one corn to the next corn to the like that's it. Literally how it is. You're just going straight. Yeah, and you don't
So,
never need to stop
seeing the
and
whole
look. Like the
sentence
only
as
time you
a
would need to
whole.
do that, very rarely in English, is like, for example, if you see SH together, you'd read that as one letter, or CH, you'd read that as one letter.
Oh, okay,
So,
yeah.
like, the funny thing is with English, like, there's no thingy for it. There's no pattern because English is like a composite of like 3 different languages. So these things pop up
It has some
randomly.
pattern. It
So
has some.
you have to be
What's
taught
what's
it
the 3
to
different
know it.
languages in English?
Latin, I think, Sanskrit and Old English or something like that. So like an Indian language, like a European language, and then the indigenous language. So like structurally,
Yeah,
they'd
I'm
all be
over
different.
here.
So you get these funny, quirky little things pop up out of nowhere, and if no one's taught you it and showed you it, like a foreigner trying to learn English is going to have such
Yeah,
a
you
hard
just have,
time.
yeah,
It's
there's
going to
some
be
things
literally
you just have to
impossible.
know, innit?
Yeah, you just have to be taught it. That someone has to literally show it to you.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know?
I'm over here like going down a rabbit hole, reading all of the stuff about Ptah. Ptah is an
Now's
Yeah,
the
what
ancient
have
time.
you got to?
Egyptian.
Now's the time, man. Now's the time to learn.
So Ptah is an ancient Egyptian god, the god of creator. Ptah is also known as the god of wisdom, craftsman, pottery, and creation. The name Ptah, and it gives variations of how it's spelled. And it's funny, Peteh is one of them. So I wonder if that's where they got Peter from.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure Peter
probably.
comes from
Probably.
Ptah. I'm
And
pretty
then
sure it's the same word in a different
means
Yeah.
the name also means the opener or the sense of the opener of the mouth. Indeed, the opening of the mouth ceremony was believed to have been created by Ptah.
But they done. Do you know what I found out last night?
What's that?
I was looking up the root of the name James, and James is the same name as Jacob. It's the same name, right? It comes from the same Hebrew root. So if Jacob was the first Jew, right? Because they're called the God of Jacob, right? So obviously Jacob was the first
Wait,
Jew.
so that
Who
would be
would
in
have been
Hebrew Jacob, innit?
Jacob? Yeah. So
And
then I thought to myself,
James
wait a
would be
minute. After Jesus died, James, his brother, took over his church. So then technically after him came Peter. So James would have been the last Jew as well. So the first Jew would have been Jacob, and the last Jew would have been Jacob. Ain't that weird?
Oh, that's mad. No, that can't make
And it's
sense
the same
though.
with it's the same with Emperor
Well, as in two
Constantine.
different
The first
Jacobs though, innit?
look, the first Constantine had a mother called Helen, and the last Constantine had a mother called Helen. And it was even prophesied. They even had a prophecy that the last emperor would have a mother called Helen.
Is
And
it?
coincidentally, they're both called Constantine. Yeah, isn't that crazy?
That's
Yeah.
proper crazy, fam.
Yeah, that's not, like the numerology things that pop up and people like, look
Yeah,
at these numbers,
yeah.
numbers. And like, there's no reason for it. It's just there, isn't it? Like, you can't deny that it's there. Like,
I
whether
think
or not there's some
there's
greater
patterns
meaning
that
to it is
repeat
something
through
different.
history, you
However,
know. I feel
yeah,
like
I'm
there's
not saying
patterns
there's
that
some like
repeat through
hidden meaning
history,
to it,
and
but it is just freaky.
I
It is
think
just
there
weird.
is hidden meanings to it, man. I think there's patterns that you notice through history, and then you can also notice them today in our day and age, but we don't because we're not reading the history to see what our thing means.
Really, where you at?
I think StreamYard is messing around.
Ramoncelli is in the background. Ramoncelli is in the background, in the back, backstage.
What did he send a message?
Yeah, I don't know how long ago that was, but
I thought that was the first time.
Also, Ptah's skin is green, right? So he's depicted with green skin. So it says that the earth infertility god, such
Oh
as
my God,
Geb
what
and
did you say? Potato. You said potato?
No, Ptah.
Nah.
I'm just reading. So earth infertility gods such as Geb and
Green, what comes out of
Osiris.
the earth, isn't it? Potato.
Oh, hold on. Can I hold? Earth and fertility gods such as Geb and Osiris are depicted with green skin, indicating their power to encourage the growth of vegetation. However, the ancient Egyptians recognized the cycle of growth and decay, and so green was also associated with death and the power of resurrection.
Oh, that's interesting.
I know, right? This stuff is interesting.
Yeah.
I got
It's
to check
like
out Pata as well. You know, the first time I heard the word Pata, I should have paid more attention in history. But first time I heard it was when I played Assassin's Creed, the one in Egypt, didn't it? Like, I learned so much from Assassin's Creed. You know, like that game actually
Yeah.
teaches you about history and historical
But
figures.
do
And
you know what? Like another thing, she said soil in it, and that made me think that there's a type of soil that we call it peat. You know, like peat. That's got
yeah,
a you can peat.
that just reminded me of something.
You know, peat. There's the type of soil they used for growing. It's called peat.
I
Is it
never
called
heard of
peat?
that.
Yeah, it's peat.
It's called something. It's called something like that, but
I've heard it. Yeah, PEAT, innit?
I don't
yeah,
know. I
Pete.
don't
Yeah,
even
yeah,
know. Like it
yeah,
just
yeah,
sounds
yeah,
the
yeah.
same
Okay,
to
yeah,
me, though.
yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Still,
Peat,
and
innit?
there's
That's
something
what it's a
else as
type of
well.
soil.
There's also some like something that's like plaster of Paris. Yeah, that got something similar name.
But like
I
even
can't even
potato,
remember.
it comes out the ground, innit? Like you can't grow
Yeah,
potato
maybe that.
without soil.
Yeah, that could have been connected as well. You never know.
Yeah, you can't grow a potato like a tomato on the ground. It has to be under the ground to grow.
Bro, I grew.
So the name potato could actually mean that out of the soil. Just mean that it came out the soil.
Fam, man grew some cress. Yeah,
Cress.
I didn't know you're not. Yeah, just watercress, innit?
Who
Like, I
studied
didn't know you're
history?
not supposed to put soil on top of the seeds. Like when I grew it,
Yeah, cress. You just grow it on tissue paper, innit?
yeah. That is what it said. But I said, you know what? Like, there's no nutrients in the tissue. I want like to put earth on it to get actual nutrients. So when I eat it, you get me? Man's actually getting something out of it. I put soil. I should have just sprinkled it on the soil and put water, but I put soil on top of the seeds as well. And what happened was the thing started pushing up the soil. So like I got an underworld of cress under a layer of earth. So I need to
You just have
somehow find a
highly
way.
enriched soil now.
Yeah, yeah.
So wait, what happened?
Basically, see the cress grew under the soil. So it's pushed up the top layer of soil. Like,
See, my man's a thing, innit? He's a physicist. He don't have any idea about like photosynthesis
biology and all
and
this.
you
No, I
don't
do.
know
I got some. No, I got basic understanding. But
I'm joking, bro.
I just didn't know. But I'm a botanist as well.
I never knew that you needed to grow cress without soil. Like I always thought when you ever use plant something, you have to grow it with
Soil, innit? Yeah.
And so you put it
But
in
the
what?
thing
You put
about
it in
tissue,
water? You
tissue is
just left it
basically
in
wood.
water?
No, you just
Huh?
put it on the
Yeah.
tissue.
Yeah,
Water
Rest it
cress.
in
What do you mean you
anything.
put it in tissue?
You wet
Yeah,
the tissue.
like the instructions
But
on
I'm
the
saying
packet
like
said
you talking about when
put
you
tissue.
germinate in the seed.
No. The
No,
whole process melanated. Just like the thing on
there's no
on
soil
the
needed.
packet said, put tissue, put the seeds on it, and then put water, and that's it, literally. And then
I'm
like
saying,
maybe
but
7 days
but then
later,
the seed
cut it.
would germinate, and then once they start to germinate, and then a little piece grow out, then you drop it in the soil.
Nah, it grows in the tissue. That's why I
The
said,
whole
you know
thing
what? I don't
grow
want
in
to put it in
tissue?
the tissue. I want to put it in soil so it can get some nutrient. You get me?
That sounds crazy.
When it only really needs light, innit? It just needs light.
Yeah, it just needs light and water. It's called watercress, isn't it? It will grow in just water. The tissue is just to hold it
A
so it
lot
doesn't.
of plants can grow in water, like what they're called, what them flowers called. I forget. There's flowers that actually grow like water lilies and things like that.
Yeah, water lilies. But
Yeah, they're
don't
quite
they root into the bottom of the bed?
No, I think they just float on the water. Even the roots, I think,
Yeah.
just doesn't ever reach the bottom.
There's this plant that actually it's like a tube, and you can like if you break it, and like you have to break it quick so that you basically put it upside down. You know what I mean? Because it's a tube and it's got water in it. So if you break it and you don't flip it quickly, all the water will just fall out.
I think I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally just a green tube. Like you break
So you
it
can
and you just
basically drink the water like
Yeah,
coconut.
yeah. I've always wanted to see how to extract water from cactus.
Have you never eaten cactus? You know, it's giving nice fruit. You know.
I've eaten
No,
cactus fruit,
I think they call it pears, cactus pears or whatever.
prickly
I've
pear,
never
Prickly
seen a
pears,
cactus
yeah, they're
pear.
so
prickly
nice, but
pears.
it
Yeah,
stains your clothes. It
is
stains
it?
like I
Tastes
had white.
good.
I went Cyprus in it. I had white jeans on, and then I realized they had all these stains on it. I was like, "What the fuck's that?" And someone's like, "You was eating them prickly pears, bro." Like, why didn't you tell
Yeah.
me? They were like, "Well, you were just getting too into it. We just left you to it." Like, you lot
There you go.
wankers, man.
You
Mash up my
had
white
to make that
jeans.
mistake. Now you know forever. Like that will stay in your
Yeah,
clothes. You get me?
but it's so
But yeah,
nice
those are
though.
nice.
They're
You
really,
know,
really
they're
nice.
sweet and
Yeah.
what
They
they got
actually
these
make
hard
thing in
cheese
it.
in it,
They can
bro.
make alcohol from it, so it must have a lot of sugar.
Yeah, most probably, fam.
Yeah, otherwise you can't
It
really
definitely
make well
holds a
from it.
lot of water. It's got this like watermelony texture mixed with like maybe
Yeah. Or like,
I
you
don't
know
know
when
what
you
can I
cook courgette, like let's say you steam a courgette, I'm
yeah.
imagining that sort of like like a courgette sort of thing, a cactus.
I don't even know what
I
the
don't
hell a
know, bro.
courgette is. Sounds French.
Yeah.
It looks like courgette looks like a cucumber, but it's
Nah, in
actually
America they call
like
courgette
a
something
type of
else.
a pumpkin.
Oh,
It's like a
zucchini.
pumpkin. That's it.
Zucchini, yeah, zucchini.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know
Yeah.
about zucchini.
That's
Mm.
basically that's what we call courgette, innit? I think. Is that what, yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's what
that
it
is
Which
is.
one
right.
do
Yeah,
y'all you have the green one or the yellow one or both?
The
we have the
green
green
one
one
most
yeah.
down here.
But back home, like in Cyprus, we get the yellow ones, and they have like little flowers growing on the end of it. And that Italians and Turkish people as well, they stuff the flowers, so you can get
Have you
stuffed
seen
flowers. That's where they get rice and spices and whatever, mix it together, put it inside the flour, the one that grows off the zucchini, and then
Mm-hmm.
they can just like steam them, or they just dip them in batter and fry them.
have you seen
Yeah.
this fruit, yeah?
Mm.
It's like it looks like a pear, but it's hard, innit? And it's so weird because it grows half yellow, half green. Literally, there's a line in the middle of it.
Mm.
The top of it is yellow, the bottom is green, or the other way around. I don't remember. And it's like one of them shakers, isn't it? Like you pick it up, you start shaking it, it goes.
Maracas. Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Maracas,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the shake.
Oh, yeah. So there's a fruit that's like that, innit? I don't even
Mm.
remember what it is, like, but I saw it growing in my granddad's field once. You
Don't
know what I
taste
mean?
it. Don't stand like it tastes nice. Like if you can rattle it
I
from
don't.
the
I don't
inside.
think it. I don't think it's an edible thing. It's like it's one of them ones that just
Oh,
it just looks
I
nice.
think
Innit?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But the fruit doesn't. You can't shake the fruit and it's not gonna make noise,
That
right?
only
It
grows
just
in hot
looks.
countries. That don't grow everywhere, innit?
It's just two
It's
different
hard,
It
colors,
don't
is
innit?
grow.
what you're
No,
saying.
no. The fruit. You pick it up and you shake it. It shakes like it's literally a natural
No,
maraca, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know
bro.
what you're talking about.
I thought you were trying to say it's the way that it looks. Like it's two different
No, do you
colors.
know what they use them for? Water containers. They use them to contain
Yeah.
water.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know
Let
what
me
you're
let me try to find it,
It's
bro.
like
It looks
a
so
bulb
weird
shape.
when it has two different colors.
Melanin. It's melanated. It's like a bulb shape, but the top part is elongated, and it's like a
Yeah.
yellowy, like a flesh color. Like
Yeah, like a pear, kinda, but
yeah,
just two different colors. Literally, there's a line in the middle separating it. Like fruits don't look like this, innit?
must be some type of a pumpkin as well,
Yeah, I
like a
don't.
squash.
No, a
Must be some
pumpkin.
type of
No.
a squash.
Oh, you mean like in the same family as
Yeah,
pumpkins and
yeah.
yeah, this
I'm
family got
assuming
a
it is.
name.
I'm assuming it is.
Like, what's that yellow fruit? That it's kind of like pumpkin as well, but it looks like a huge pumpkin-colored pear.
Oh, a
Butternut
butternut
squash.
squash.
Well done.
Squash, yeah, butternut squash, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
that family. Apparently, that's really good for your skin, man. Especially if you've
Butternut.
been seaborne. Like, you know, people who go have what is it, scabies or something, or some sea kind of diseases and that, yeah. Like you munch them kind of things, especially butternut squash and things like that. Apparently, it's real good for your skin. But yeah, I'm not finding this. I'm not finding this fruit anywhere. Maybe it's not a fruit.
Well, right now I'm trying to germinate some seeds because I ended up messing up my first little harvest that I planted. I put it
What are you
outside.
growing?
I was growing a whole heap of stuff, right? But the thing was, is that I put it outside before the temperature got really nice, and yeah, not everything just died in the soil. Like
Nah.
nothing grew. So now I have them in like wrapped in napkins, the seeds wrapped in napkins with water, and I'm just
Are you
trying to
germinating them
germinate.
first? Yeah, yeah.
They're trying to germinate them, but like I don't know. This is my first. I don't know like what's a good size to put them in some dirt. Like some of them,
As
I see
soon
a
as
little bit of
you
a
see
little.
the tail come out, yeah, you can put them in the soil. But if you want to have basically what did you say you're growing?
Like
Different
I
shit, innit?
have kale, spinach, tomatoes, cucumbers,
Wow.
zucchini. I got like a whole bunch of bags. It's like
Alright, so see when
trying
a
to be
root comes
COVID
out,
ready, baby. You know what I mean?
straight up. You see when the root
COVID
comes up,
ready.
yeah? You see the
You
root?
serious?
When it comes out, there's gonna be a bit where the like you can either manually take off the seed, yeah, the hard shell from the head of the plant. But I find it kind of helps with its development. You just keep it on. But as soon as the root comes out, like maybe an inch or two, then you could put it into the soil. But try, like you could do it two ways. You could either have it deep enough to have it push some soil up that will strengthen the plant, or you can have it in a way where it doesn't need to have too much effort to push. But if you do it that way, you'd have to strengthen the plant by maybe putting a fan next to it and simulating wind, and that will strengthen the. You don't want too strong wind though, you know what I mean? But you do want to strengthen the. What do you
So
call it,
put it
man?
down, put it down, but not too far down.
Yeah, not too far down. Basically, what it has to push on, it has to resist against whatever's on top of it, innit? So make sure there's not too much soil, but make sure there's enough so it actually puts some energy into going up, and that will help it strengthen its
So when you put
its,
it
the
down in
rest
the
of its
soil,
life.
do I have to put effort into making it face up, or does it matter?
Really, it doesn't matter, but it's better to have the root facing down and the shoot facing up so that it doesn't really need to struggle. Me personally, I like to put it sideways. Yeah. So you have the root originally
These things
sideways
are
and the
so
plant has to
freaking
bend both
tiny.
ways.
But
Huh?
they're so tiny. I mean, I'm saying because it's so tiny, it's like,
Yeah.
okay, seriously, like
But, you know,
I have
they'll
like a
struggle,
good
innit? They'll
amount.
do the thing. The
Wait,
most
Data.
Yeah, I
if
have
you
some
give
of.
them too much of a struggle, only the strongest ones are gonna survive. And that is, if you want to breed stronger plants, that is the best way to do it. But if you want them all to
Data.
grow, yeah.
You know, I saw this program, right, that was explaining about certain times in human development where there was growth spurts, and one of them was when humans discovered cooking, and the woman had a bag of carrots in it, and she was like, "See this bag of carrots?" She's like, "If I was to eat these raw, because it would take me like a whole day to eat them." She goes, "But if I boiled them, I could eat them like within 1 or 2 meals. Get me, like easy."
Oh.
And I was thinking, do you know what, like that is amazing, because like without the people that had these beliefs, like what melanated and these Kemet people believe, there wouldn't have been farming, there wouldn't have been these crops. People wouldn't have had the abundance of crops to even risk cooking them, because they wouldn't know
Yeah.
what would happen if you cook them. So hunter-gatherers, they just gather stuff, eat it. You get me? Like they're more concerned about food preservation, like how we're going to keep this stuff from going rotten.
Yeah.
Whereas the farmers would have had abundance of stock and thought, you
They
know
can
what, let's try
experiment
different
with
things.
it,
Like,
do what they
what will
want.
happen if we fry this? Or what would happen if we boil it? Or do you know what I mean? Like, they had
Yeah.
spare stuff that, like, no one's going to starve to death
Let's
because they
give
got
double
bare
the
spare
water
stuff
to
in
this.
it.
Let's give half the water
Yeah,
to
so
this. Let's see.
yeah, so like I think it was someone said that with the River Nile, where the river kept like bursting its banks and overflowing, it would fertilize the soil, because it would be like irrigation, innit? Like, because humans
Yeah.
didn't know about irrigation, innit? Like, obviously that's what farming's based on, innit? So obviously,
Yeah.
like, it was all around the Nile, innit? So all these beliefs that you hear like Shakara and Melanated talking about, that was pre-farming society. And this knowledge that they talk about, it led to people learning about irrigation and farming and growing crops and sustaining society. Do you know what I mean? On a grander scale. So without it, we wouldn't have had any civilization, really, because you need to have the abundance of food and that to basically feed, for example, a standing army or builders. Like if you've got a team of builders, you're like, right, we would need you lot to build now. Yeah, those dudes, that are building them houses or building up that city need to get fed. So there has to be like an abundance of crops or abundance of food. Whereas normally, if they weren't doing that, them guys would have to like go out and catch a tiger or a lion. Do you know what I mean? Like, like the who them guys, the ones that jump up in a straight line?
What,
the Maasai. So the Maasai warriors, like they go out hunting while the women do the farm, like not the farm, but the village work, like hunter gathering. The women do foraging, and the men go out hunting for like big animals, innit? Like there's no farming involved. Do you get me? So when the farming kicks in now, you don't really need the men to go out hunting, like for a lion or whatever to kill or to eat, or a buffalo. Like, so you got spare men in it, so then men can start building stuff. So without this belief that, what I'm saying is, you need to have an element of respect for these beliefs, in it. Like we can't just dismiss them. Like like Shakara said, sometimes it's right that Islamic, Abrahamic traditions look badly on them and look down on them and call it witchcraft and juju and call it like negative. When really, if you look at humans on a timeline, and a cause and effect model, you see that these people were the ones that discovered farming. Get me? And their beliefs is all orientated around the Mother Earth and these sort of concepts.
Way of living.
Yeah, like it's just like part and parcel of being a human, isn't it? At that particular time.
This is what I keep saying. All philosophies and ways of life and teaching, they have something.
So this is what I'm trying to explain to
all of them to have a holistic.
You following what I'm saying, innit, Dayton? You get what I mean, innit? So like if you extrapolate that to now, then people can afford to be atheists. They can afford to say, well, I don't have any beliefs. I don't have a belief system. But if everyone in like the Kemetic times said that, we wouldn't have farming. We wouldn't have civilization. So really, you can afford to be atheist, 1% or 5% of a population or 10% of a population. You can afford to lose them to atheism. But in reality, if you go back in time to where communities were a lot smaller and losing one person was a major thing, for them to turn around back then and turn around and say we're atheists, we wouldn't be where we are today. You get me? Whether you're talking about...
I get what you're saying.
Get what I mean? So when I'm saying to them, like, you can only be an atheist in a society of believers, they don't accept it. They're like, no, the whole of society could be atheist and nothing would be different right now. And I'm saying, yeah, but what got you here? What got you to this is people that believed, regardless of what they believed, those people believed in stuff that they couldn't prove. They didn't have the scientific method. They couldn't prove any of what they believed, but them believing that is what got you where you are today. So you can't really disrespect that. You get me? But atheists don't see that. So that argument alone shows that atheists can individually be an atheist, but he can't promote that for a society. You know what I'm saying? It won't work. So this is what I said to them. Like, if you had a planet full of atheists and they had no knowledge of past history, how would they live? And they were like, oh, they would live, like Ultra was like, they would live quite fine. It would be like a 24-hour party. No, bro. they wouldn't have the River Nile. They wouldn't have...
say that. He didn't say that.
Yeah, he did. He was
I can imagine Ultra saying something like that still.
Yeah, it was trolling, but he did say that. It was trolling. Yeah, like he pretends to be stupider than what he is, which is probably quite difficult. But anyway, moving on with the conversation. Moving on. So when we look at if you think about in the terms of the evolution of religion, right, you can see that it goes in stages. Do you know what I mean? Like it gets more and more complex and complicated as time goes by. Do you know what I mean? But the basics is usually the same. Like the building blocks that start it off is usually the same. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You
in
know,
my opinion.
I had a conversation with a family member yesterday, right? And they were asking me, why do I think that people get so upset about religion, like the topic of religion?
Mm,
And I don't really initiate any of these religious kind of conversations with my family. You know,
mm.
I just feel like religion is, well, I mean,
It's
on
the answer
YouTube
to
is
that is
one thing, but
twofold. It's a twofold answer. Firstly, it's like I said that back in the day, if people were atheists and they didn't believe in like African spiritual systems, we wouldn't have had um, farming and we wouldn't have societies and civilizations. So that's part and parcel of being a human. It's ingrained in your DNA. Secondly, when you move along to other religions, like we're going to get a bit advanced, you have the concept of shaming people. So people who didn't believe in religion or didn't take part in society or follow the religious laws would have been shamed or shunned or even what's the word when they kick you out of your religion? I forget what it's called. There's a word for it in
Abolish,
Christianity.
not abolish.
excommunicated, like excommunicated, or
Excommunicated. So like if you get excommunicated now, it doesn't mean nothing. But if you got excommunicated back then, you'd basically been exiled into a life of basically it will be death. Basically, it's a death sentence.
but why do you think people get so touchy now? I get the historical.
Yeah, because it's ingrained in us. It's ingrained in us. It's like from a past era, from a past like it's like me saying like when you see someone else hurt, why does it hurt you? Why do you cry? Because that part of us was formed back when we were all related. The people around you would have been your tribe. They would have been your blood. You know what I mean? When you see one of them suffering, you also feel like you're suffering. Whereas now we're surrounded by every Tom, Dick, and Harry that really don't mean nothing to us, really. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but I
Apart
think
from
that
the
disconnect is
relationships
unhealthy.
that we form in our minds, like, oh yeah, you can't choose your friends, but you can. No, what did they say? You can't choose your family, but you can choose your friends, sort of thing. Like you can't choose your family. Like everyone's got this attitude of a family is now a burden, whereas before a family would be like your lifeline. You couldn't live without them. Like without your family, you'd be exiled into death. Do you see what I mean? Like so, the religious rules and societal things of like would bind you together with your family. Would be your lifeline. Like for example, if you look at in Chinese beliefs where they have a very structured, rigid family, like there is a set out like pattern. There's a pattern for how you deal with people. So for example, like the older brother, then there's the younger brother, then the older brother's wife and the younger brother's wife, and how they relate to each other. And it's like a hierarchy of respect. Do you see what I mean? So that hierarchy of respect is the structure of the family that the whole religion and the whole culture is built around. Does that make sense? So like if
right.
your elders are telling you something, you can't really say, well, I don't believe in
Yeah, I
that
get what
God,
you're saying.
or I don't follow those rules. Like you couldn't really do that.
It doesn't
Wouldn't be in
matter
a
really at the
position
end
to
of
do
the day,
that.
because when you have a central pillar, when you have a central pillar that unites everyone, then everyone could go towards and split. Can't
Hello.
really do that. But now that the goals have been met, hello.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can
yeah.
hear you now.
You cut out for a
You cut
second,
out
but
for a
I get
little.
what
You
you were
cut out.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, like
You black?
yeah, go on. Yes,
Hey,
Jen
what's
Wallace.
good, Jen?
How you doing? How you doing?
Yeah,
How are
right.
you?
Good,
How's
good.
things in the war zone?
Not
Over
bad, not bad.
50,000 dead. What's going on?
Yeah, this virus is putting in work out here, man.
They ain't handing out masks on the street now, Jen.
Yeah, we gotta wear masks. I had to wear mask in my job.
I'm saying, are they
Anywhere
not
store you
handing them
go to.
out to people who don't have them? Are they not handing them
No.
out?
Oh, I
That's
don't know. I ain't
disgusting.
never seen nobody handing
Yeah,
them
in
out.
Turkey, that's what they're doing in Turkey. They're
So you
standing out in
have
the
to
street
wear a
with boxes of
mask,
masks and
otherwise
they
you
hand
get
them out.
fined.
Oh, that's what's
No,
up.
if you don't have a mask, like here, you have people with bandanas. They have anything that they can find to cover their face, a scarf or
Yes,
whatever.
yeah,
It
winter
doesn't
scarves.
have
I've
to
been
be.
seeing a lot. Or those winter masks, like those ski masks.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But they,
Yeah, it doesn't
you know,
necessarily have
I'll
to
give you
be
a tip. Someone told me a
medical.
really good tip. If you buy a Hoover bag, like a HEPA filter, you can cut it and make masks out of it, and it will actually stop a higher degree of things penetrating. Because like if you got a t-shirt and covered your face with it,
That's
it's not
all
going to
these things
stop.
are made out of anyway.
But is
Right,
that good
So
for you? Is that good for you to be inhaling? Like, I don't know.
filtered
It's like
air,
a
it will be
filter.
filtered.
It's like a
Yeah.
filter. Yeah. So
Oh,
listen,
So it would be
I'm
better.
on lunch. I'm on lunch, so I don't got long. But to answer
I'm going
Dede's
on mute. So you
question, those fruits with the half and half color, they're called gourds. They use them for decoration. You can't eat them. Remember, Dede, you were talking about something that
Yeah,
grew.
yeah, yeah.
They're
What gourds?
called gourds.
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 Yeah, let me check that out. 1 second.
And to answer melanateds, why people get so touchy over religion is easy. Ego and pride. Because they're too prideful to admit that what they believe in is just a belief and can't be proven. So that's where the ego kicks in. And then they got to get all defensive and shit.
Yeah, I like that answer. You know, one of the things that was mentioned was, why would you get offended if someone was to say a prayer to you? Like let's say if they send you a prayer, but the prayer is to their deity, but they're sending it to you, right? So like, let's say a person who's Muslim sends you a prayer and it says, "May Allah, grant you blah 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 blah," or "May Allah such and such, give you protection," or whatever,
Well,
right? And I'm like, but this person knows that you're Buddhist, right? But they're praying, they're sending you a prayer to their deity. I said to my family member, I was like, do you see how that's, basically this person has to put their faith to the side and receive your faith or your way of expressing your faith to them, right?
But
I'm like,
melanated, that
why would
where I
you?
come from,
it
it's
depends on the
mixture of
person.
Christians and Muslims, and we got respect for each other. So even though I don't accept that Jesus was God and he died on a cross, if someone like a Greek person that we live with them, they cook hot cross buns at Lent after they fast and they give them out, and they come to your house, knock on your door, and they give you a hot cross bun. You're not going to tell him, "Oh, I'm not eating it because it's got a cross on it." You take it and you say thank you, and
Right.
you eat it.
It's
And
crazy
although
that you
he's
said that. Yeah,
why?
because that actually just happened. No, not with melanated. That actually just happened like maybe
What
night
happened?
before last or something, where a Muslim friend of mine like said a prayer for me to Allah on my behalf, which I appreciated that. Like, but I could appreciate that. I'm not gonna take that as an offense because I understand his intentions by doing that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it depends on the person. And I feel like if you're
Yeah.
offended, like if a Christian sends somebody a like an African spiritualist a prayer, I don't feel like people should be offended. Like they should be appreciative, even if it's
No,
not
but
your deity, they're still
Yeah, like
praying
you
on
said, it's
your
about the
behalf.
intention,
Yeah.
innit?
But
Hey, Jen,
the thing is,
listen,
Jen,
listen to this, yeah? Listen to
Yeah,
this, yeah? One Muslim said he's going to pray to Jah for me.
To Jah. All right. That's what's
Judge
up.
Jehovah,
Take it.
Judge Jehovah, though, innit? Ain't Judge
That's
Jehovah.
Rasta, right?
No, Jah is Jah.
There's only one God, man. There's
I'm
only
saying,
one
so
God.
like, I mean, because I am, not a follower of like the three Abrahamic faiths. I feel like if that table was turned to like any one of the African spiritual systems, I think it would be seen. What'd you say, bro?
I just say, bless me, mighty Jah, bless me.
Right. No, I see what you're saying.
I'm saying it would be so different.
Right,
But
because
what I
I
was saying
saying
is,
a
said
I think
prayer
they just
and I was
understand
telling
who
them
Jah is,
about
innit?
Shango or Ogun, and man, I could see right now a Christian person be like, "Don't be telling me no Ogun, nothing. They're not gonna take. They're not gonna take that. They're not.
Right.
They're
It
not
depends
gonna
on the
take that.
person. Yeah, it
Yeah, they'll
depends
be
on the
like that
person
demon name.
and
Stop praying to the demon. This and that.
right,
And you
and
say it
how
depends on the person. I'm saying that even if it was in Islam, Come on now. Just the other day, Shakara is saying some words in Yoruba, and they talking about Allah hide me and guide me and protect me and all this other stuff, and they felt in the need to do a
Yeah,
prayer.
but you have to do that if someone's praying next to
This
you.
is what I'm trying to. This is exactly what I'm trying. You have to do that. So if someone is praying to Allah for me, I could just say, "Yo, that's where that." I'm not a Muslim. Don't tell me that. See what I'm saying? I might need
Well,
protection
it depends
from that
on
woman.
to what level you feel that you need to insult that person and be ignorant. That's just
How is
down
it
to your
insult?
personal
It's
discretion.
the same insult though. If
It's not the same.
if I'm sending you a prayer and I'm saying, "May Ogun give you guidance and protections," and you're like, "Ogun, no. That
And you're like,
run that, I'm not." You know,
was
it's
it
the same
what's that
thing.
one? Initiating, was it? How'd you say it? Say it for me, Carl. When you did the
Which one, babe?
Shaitan one.
Which one?
You know what? I
Shaitan
learned that
Rajim.
just yesterday.
Shaitan
Still,
Rajim.
yeah, Shaitan.
Say it for me, though. Say it
A'udhu billah min ash-shaitan ar-rajim.
That's, I think I'll go the first one.
That's Satan. So
Billah.
listen,
A'udhu
now
billah.
you're calling. Now you're saying Satan.
Yeah, a'udhu billah min
Yeah,
ash-shaitan
that's
ar-rajim.
So
messed up.
you see this
Yeah, I
the
feel
way
you.
the African spirituality people will feel when someone says
But not really, Buddha,
Billah,
because
is the
because
same
these
way.
Let
are
him finish.
No,
Let him
but
finish,
wait,
Khan.
listen.
no.
Let him
Might be
finish,
the
Khan. Let him
same
finish,
way.
Khan.
Listen. It might be the same way that Muslim will feel if they say, let me do a prayer to Shango.
No. Look, what I'm saying is this, yeah. I understand your position. I'm not dismissive of your position. I'm just saying it from my personal. I've heard African spiritualists talking about a pantheon of gods where one of them actually is Shaitan, where the word Shaitan originates from there.
No, it's Set.
Set, yeah. So you're the one who told me that anyway. So if somebody's saying, Allah protect me from Set, and you're saying Set is actually Satan, then what's the problem?
But do they
If
portray
Allah
it
is
as
God
a
and he's
Satan
a
in the
Allah,
same
That's not
way?
what
It's
you're
if
not the
saying.
Set
same
can be
way.
Satan, then why
If
can't
I'm
Jah
saying
be
Shango,
Allah?
if I'm giving honor to Shango and I'm asking for protection and for guidance and I'm saying these things, and in the midst of me saying that, you're talking about Set. Who the fuck talking about Set? What are you bringing that in for? It's just the mere speaking of it in general. You hear it as satanic. So what I'm saying is that then the other people have the same right to hear when they hear the name Allah, they can hear that. That's opposite of my thing. So that's satanic too. If somebody's talking about Yahweh Shah and you hear satanic, if somebody is talking about a Hindu deity and you hear that satanic, if somebody is talking about a Netaru, whether it's or Set or Heru or Geb, and you hear that as satanic, it's the same thing. No, I'm not.
Yeah, it's the same thing,
What I'm
but
saying
we
is
have a
that what's
teaching
good for
that
the
says
goose
don't
is good
insult
for the
people's
gander.
religion, but you don't
What is
have
good
that.
for
So
the
you feel
goose,
free to
what's
insult
good for
people's
the
religion.
goose
So
is
good
well.
for you,
Listen,
innit?
what is good for
Cool,
the
be
goose
a
is good for the
reactionary.
gander.
Don't have your own standards in it.
Do
Just
you
be a
hear what I'm
reactionary
saying?
to everything.
I'm saying
Just
that
be a
what is good
reactor.
for the goose is
That's
good for the
fine.
gander. If you don't
Cool.
want to be, you don't want nobody to offend your thing, then you can't go and offend
Listen,
nobody else's thing.
no one
right?
can contest us
If you
on
start,
our thing.
if you
No
start
one.
praying,
No
if
one
you
can
start
contest
praying
us.
and you start speaking in Arabic, right? I have every right to just start speaking of a language and burning fire on it. Absolutely.
Just
I
do
don't
it
know what the
then.
heck you're saying
Do it
either.
then. No one ain't crying about it.
What I'm saying
Do
is that
it.
what I'm saying is that I have every right. So you should say what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong, but instead you want to be wrong and strong. So be wrong and strong then. It's all good. It's good with me. I'm happy.
Listen,
You
the
want to be
person
wrong
who
and
said
strong
it,
instead of you calling out what's wrong. Instead of you calling out what's wrong, you want to be wrong
you're
and
getting it wrong.
strong.
The
Yeah, I'm
person
gonna
who
have to
said
just
it,
continue this
yeah, not
conversation. I got
mentioning
some
no
mad
names.
hiccup.
We know the person who said it. Yeah, don't want to like call the devil's name now and make them pop up. But the person who said it was right to say it, but they should have said it in their mind
Of
or
course, it's
in
gonna be
their.
right to
They
say
didn't need to
because
say
you
it out
always
loud
back up
and
no
offend
matter what
other
they do.
people.
Them could just
You don't
run
understand what I'm
around the
saying?
place naked and you co-signing, right? But
You don't
other
understand
people,
what I'm saying. There's a difference between an individual freedom and the societal insult. If I'm saying something that's insulting about 150 people, when I can just not say it or say it in my mind, yeah, obviously the way to go is to not insult 150 people. Obviously. Get me? Like,
well,
you don't have to open your mouth.
that message
You
needs
could
to
have
be
just
more
said it
loud and
inside your
clear.
head, innit?
But what I'm saying is that message needs to be more loud and clear. I think when people do certain offenses like that, their members of their community should speak up. They should. It's so
No,
quick
it's
to
fine for
rebuke
you to
other
correct
stuff.
them.
It's so
No, listen.
it's so quick to
Well, if
rebuke
you're not
other stuff,
happy
but they
with
don't
what was
rebuke each
said and
other.
you're offended, you're fine to say that. You like no one's offended at you being offended.
What I'm saying
You
is
got
that
the right to be offended, innit?
doesn't your belief system say that when one of your own people is wrong, you're supposed to tell them too? Why are you telling me if
Yeah,
I'm
but I'm
offended?
saying
You
she
should be
wasn't
offended
wrong.
too. You
She
should be
wasn't wrong
offended
for
too.
saying it.
You should
No,
be
but she
offended
wasn't wrong
too.
for saying it. She was wrong
You
for
should
insulting you by saying it out loud. That's her
okay,
just
she was
being,
wrong for saying it
you
out
know, a
loud.
social
Saying.
faux
So
pas.
you just said
That's
she
what you
wasn't
call
wrong
a
for
social
saying it, but
faux
she
pas.
was wrong for
Listen,
saying it.
I can't
You
correct someone
should say she's
unless
not
it's a
wrong for
matter of
thinking.
doctrine. I
You should
can't correct
say.
someone
You
unless
should
it's a
say.
matter of doctrine.
You should say.
Yo.
No.
Listen, because this argument, I understand what Mel's saying, yeah.
I do too, but
I don't,
she's making it like I don't agree.
no, but wait, I was just gonna say, let's move on, yeah, because I want smoke in it, man. Like, I
Oh
got,
yeah, give him the smoke.
I got one more.
Yeah.
Belly,
Did you
job
smoke
to do.
from
Belly,
earlier?
listen, Belly, you just wrong for being an atheist, okay? And the reason why you're wrong for being an atheist, right, is because just in case there is a God, you're gonna be crying.
What's that called?
No.
Pascal's wager. That's what
That's the smoke I got for you, Belly. Listen.
Did you catch the conversation, Billy? Was you listening in before you jumped on?
Listen, a little bit.
Did you hear the part where I said,
Vellemy.
if everyone turned atheist in the time of Kemet, where would humans be now? Without any science, without any agriculture, without any civilization.
Science, yeah, but science is part of life, in it. So atheism is just
and science is a big part of Kemetic society.
So I don't feel like I feel like society would advance much more further if people didn't have to believe in a God. You know what I'm saying?
The people weren't held back by
that's how society back.
gods, right? Like you feel like they're held back.
Yeah.
Like they're held back from communicating with others, from being cordial and nice to others. Like, look at this. Like, we can't even accept prayers from each other. Like this is what belief systems do. It's not supposed to be like this. Like, if somebody prays for us, like even to their God or whatever, why can't we accept that from going both ways? You know, like it's fucked up. Like it shouldn't be like that. But like
when you first become atheist, sorry to cut you, when you first become atheist, you might be a bit like a bit up your own ass like that. They sort of say over here, and like it's like you're high and mighty or whatever. But after like you get used to it or whatever, like you just become just back to your normal self or something. And if someone says like a prayer to them, because I'm not religious or whatever, my mum does a prayer for me. I'm like, yeah, thanks, mum, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like if someone does a religious something for me, yeah, thanks to it. Like although I don't believe in it, I'm thankful for trying to wish goodness on me at least. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's the intention. And like, you know, the same Muslim who gave me a prayer the other night, I said, all right, you do your thing for me. I'm going to say my mantras for you. And he was cool about it. So it's not like everybody. It depends on how far your ego goes with the religion. Like, you know, if you feel like you're like so attached to it that you couldn't even possibly accept good intentions from another person, then that's like, you got to reevaluate yourself and where you stand. Like, it's crazy, you know?
What if they wouldn't have been cool with it? How would that have?
What
if they would not have been cool with you doing the mantras for them?
I mean, that I would have done it regardless, because that's my friend, and I feel that strongly. Like, you know, I wanted to have the blessing either way. If he received it or not, then, you know, that's up to him. Like, but, you know, I could understand where a lot of people wouldn't be cool with it, but I feel like that's wrong.
Would that be offensive to you? Would that be offensive to you? Like, let's say they literally just prayed for you, right, with their deity in front of you, like verbally to you, and then you said, okay, well, and then you wanted to just, you know, exchange in kind and say your mantras, and they stop you like, no. How would you have received that? You just like, okay, I respect that. Like, that's your right. You would just be cool with it.
Personally, me, I'd be like, I mean, yeah, I mean, I would feel a little like upset, but I'm not gonna be like, you know, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I would necessarily be offended
It's
because
just a
I
matter of etiquette. It's
understand.
just etiquette.
I
That's all it is.
understand that that's not their God. You know, like I
If they're
understand
not
that that's
even worried
not.
about what's your God, like fuck that. Your
Why are
God
you
ain't
But
gonna be
speaking
that's
in
for
what
my
I'm
other
saying.
God.
I could have
people?
been the same
Like,
You always
I'm
do
giving,
that.
way.
You're
I could have
speaking
been
for
the
other
same
people,
way.
like you know.
I'm giving my opinion, Con. You
Yeah.
definitely
No,
always
no,
do that.
I
So I
feel,
know you're not talking.
I definitely
I know
feel
you're
what
not
she's
talking.
saying. Like,
I'm giving my
I definitely
opinion.
feel what she's saying. Like, I definitely get it. But, you know, if I felt that that person wasn't cool enough to, I would have stopped them. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. You know, I wouldn't
All right,
even
look,
let them do their
let
thing.
me give you an example, Jen. Let's say, for example, like there's a charity based in my mum's neighborhood, and when I come around to see her, there's a bunch of Hindus outside dropping off some food to my mum. And I say to them, all right, thank you for dropping off the food. If I'm prepared to accept their food, yeah, I should be accepting their prayers as well. But for argument's sake,
Exactly.
let's say they said, okay, let's pray to Vishnu now, yeah, and or they come up with like some religious thing that I didn't agree with, and they said to me, now we're gonna pray to whoever, Vishnu or whatever, and I turn around and said to them, listen, I'm sorry, but I'd rather not partake in that because like to me that's a blasphemy. I can't involve myself. I'm not trying to offend them. I'm just laying it out in it. I'm just saying, look, this is the situation. I can't
But in
like
that example
stand
you're
there with
giving, you didn't
Christians
pray
who are
for
praying
them.
to God as Jesus with
Hey,
without like
Mel, do you
separating
understand that side
myself.
though?
I'm
Where
not,
he's
I'm not
In
trying
that
saying
to
that
offend
example,
them.
in that
if the
example that you
person,
gave, you didn't pray for them. So that's
No,
that's
but if people
contrary
start
to the.
praying without asking you and start saying things in your presence, yeah.
Mel, let me try and explain it in a different way, yeah, and see if you agree with this, yeah, because I understand the point that you're trying to make, yeah. It doesn't matter if I agree with it or not, yeah. Like, but I understand the point you're trying to make, yeah. I'm saying, I think Khan's trying to say, yeah, that when, say, like it was in the religion of, say, in the religion of Ifa, yeah, it was against the religion to pray to or accept praises from another person's god or something like that, yeah.
Right.
So you would refuse the praise from their god, although you may offer your kindness. But I understand the point that Mel was making because she was talking about when someone be rude and curses your god while when you're trying to do when you was trying to do a good deed or trying to give a prayer for them or something.
Yeah. So like I said, it's
And
etiquette.
also,
It's just how
another
rude you
part of
want to
my.
be in
So
it. You
like,
don't need
let's
to
say,
be rude.
oh, no, listen. This is my main part. If it is against my belief system for me to receive praises, or for me to praise another God, right? What I would not do is I would not voluntarily pray for people with my God, especially knowing that that's not something I would even accept that in return. Now, if someone said melanated, like let's say they looking how I'm living my life and they saying, yo, whatever gods or deities she rocking with, I need her to pray for me, and they come and they ask me to pray, then they understand this may not be your regular deity. I'm praying to my deity and X, Y, and Z. There's no offense. Now, if they say, okay, well, I'm about to lay hands on you and pray to Jesus, I'm gonna say, whoa, 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 I ain't even asked you to pray for no Jesus. Now, what we doing? I don't. You already know that I don't even do that. That's when, to me, it's acceptable for there to be this one-sided thing. But to me, so what started this conversation with my family member was that I received one of those, like, Jesus memes or messages, praise God, thank God, Heavenly Father, we think, some kind of wording it had in it, right? In a group text. And I'm like, wow, you already know this is not, something that I'm not with, right? You could have sent this
Yeah.
to people. You could have sent this to people individually, but you decided whether you with it or not, I'm going to post this. So I posted something about omniism. For those people who don't know, omniism is it's not the full rejection. It's not the rejection of one particular belief system, but it's not that one belief system is the truth, but it's the acceptance that there is truth in many different systems, right? So this person gets truth from multiple systems. You know, a little bit of
Yeah,
Islam, a little bit of
make them make
Christianity, a
sense.
little bit of right to gain their own truth.
Mm-hmm.
So I posted that, and then another family member was like, "Oh yeah, I've heard of this," and you know, saying they said something like, you know, they basically kind of gave a definition, and then another family member was like, "Well, everybody believes in something, right?"
Mm.
And I was just like, I was getting ready to say, well, actually, there's a thing called atheism. You need to look it up, like, you know. but I didn't want to. I didn't want to start a argument, a family argument. But I was just like, they have no consideration if they come across pushy.
Yeah. But what
But
you're
if
talking
I
about,
went there,
melanated, is
if I would have tried to
religious
pour
supremacy.
libations at a family function, they would look
That's
at me like
religious
I was
supremacy. When
like I
people
had a
think their
third.
religion takes precedent.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
rude, isn't it? That's rude. But
It
people
gets
who
on
come
my
from a
last
country
nerve.
where there is only one religion are sometimes prone to making those sort of faux pas or gaffes or mistakes in a multicultural society. So we, you know, like, it's not personal. It's just that where they come from, everyone's the same religion, and they don't have to ever be tolerant of others. Whereas we've grown up tolerant, innit? Like someone could come up to me and tell me he's a Jedi. I'm not gonna really diss him or laugh at him or mock him or tell him my religion's better. Do you know what I mean? I'm just gonna be like, you know, your way unto you and my way unto me, and that's what it says in our book. And done deal. So if a Christian brings me a hot cross bun that he's been praying over, the name of Jesus and the Trinity and all these things that I don't believe in, and he brings it to me and says, eat this, I can still take it and eat it because I'm not eating it with the intention of going along with his
Right.
belief. I'm eating it
Exactly.
so as I don't offend him by
Right. It's
rejecting it.
respect. It's a mutual
Yeah,
respect that a lot of
mutual
people
respect.
don't have,
Right.
and a lot of
So
people
if
that
I
are a lot of people that
hold
are
on, let me do the reverse one
egotistically.
quickly, Vellemy. So if I slaughtered a sheep, yeah, I got a sheep and I cut his throat and I gutted it and I chopped it up into legs and shoulders and
Oh
whatever,
gosh.
and I dropped off
Gosh.
and I said, this is
Why you guys
so
do-
God. 1 minute, this is so God can show mercy to my son that was my newborn son, because when he was like in the womb, I was scared and I was praying, please God, like let my son come out healthy. I will sacrifice a lamb for that, yeah. And then when the baby's born now, sacrifice up the lamb, chop him up, bag him up, and I drop it over to Veli's, and Veli's an atheist, and I'm saying to him, bro, here's 50 quid's worth of lamb, yeah. I'm not expecting him to turn around and go, oh, it's halal, I'm not eating that. You see what I mean? Like that would be ignorant.
I'll eat it
He can
anyway.
still take it and eat it. He's not eating it with the intention of
Whether it's halal or
absorbing
not, I'm eating
any.
it still. As long as
Yeah.
it's not poison.
So
Yeah.
do you get what I mean? So it's about tolerance, isn't it? It's about mutual respect. It's about not being a supremacist in terms of religion, even when you're
Right.
dealing with atheists. Like,
Right.
you get me?
Exactly. And that's where I feel like
I wasn't making that argument that you
No, I'm
like.
not saying you was, hon. I'm
I
not
get
saying you
they got
was.
Jehovah Witness. They got Jehovah Witness people handing out tracts. Sometimes I just take one just so that they could feel nice. You know what I mean? Like
exactly.
because I
So
be
see,
feeling
like
like who
that's
knows how long they've been standing out there, and maybe
right.
people have
So
been ignoring them. You
so
know.
regardless of how they would
Go on,
do, if you handed your thing to them, regardless of how they would act, you have to be like confident and comfortable in yourself and knowing your own intentions and letting it go, that they might not accept it, but this is my intention. So if they don't accept it, but I have good intentions behind it, then that's all that matters to you, because when you walk away from the situation at the end of the day, you're left between you and what you believe in. You know what I'm saying?
But you
So
do
like
know, but
the
no, but
other
what
night,
I'm saying is that like with when it with like the taking the track from them, that's not anything me doing anything much. But I would never allow a Jehovah Witness person to pray for me, even though they may be praying, and it's because
that's what I'm saying. So
they
everyone's
would
got their
never
line, innit?
they would
That's
never allow you to pray
understandable.
for them. If you have a friend, if you have a girlfriend, right, and she says, oh hey, my church is having Children's Day, and they're doing face paintings and blah blah blah. And they're gonna have little bouncy things for the kids. you know, why don't you come bring your girls, right? 2 months later, your Buddhist temple is doing the same exact thing. Do you know she would not bring her kids? They do not. They do not. And to me, them kind of people, I can't rock with you, son. I can't rock with you, son. Nah, like, nah, I ain't with it. I ain't with it.
Melanated.
Yo,
I've
wait,
got
one
a
sec,
picture
one
that
sec,
sends me
one sec. Yo,
a
yo, yo,
Christmas
yo.
card every year.
Hold
Go
on
on.
a sec. Let me introduce the new
Go
people
on.
on the panel, yeah? Yeah, big up the
Go
leader.
on.
Obviously, you're old school. Yeah,
Let's
big up
go.
Rashki. Big up yourself, brother. What happened? First time on the panel. Who you telling me? Yo, Rashki, you there? Yo.
Rashki, give us a
Hey,
little
Velley.
intro, man. What are you all about? Tell us quickly. Introduction time.
Yo, Velley, I gotta read the private chat. I just got word that somebody trying to sabotage your shit.
Oh Lord.
Big up, Genoalis.
Because Walla Walla, what's up? What's up?
Yes, Halina. Big up yourself, sis.
How you doing?
Oh
Listen,
boy.
I gotta get back into work pretty soon, but I wanted to just say, like the other night, you know, like I said, when my friend said he was gonna say that for me, wanted me to say it with them, and I told them respectfully, I said, listen, I don't feel right saying that, you know, I don't want to be disrespectful to your thing, so you say it for me, you know what I'm saying? So like, it's just I feel like once you get to know people and once you have like a mutual respect for each other, like I really don't feel like, I understand it can be frustrating and it can be like
One sec.
angering.
Yo. Did that brother just boom bomb the thing?
I don't know,
No.
but I just got a
No,
message
Belly, I
saying
didn't
somebody
see
trying
nothing.
to send people over here to
But you
do
need
that.
to change it. Change if you're gonna let somebody come on, just change the you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, just be
The image.
careful. 'Cause I just got a message
But
saying
he had his
somebody.
camera on, the
Camera came
idiot.
on.
Like, you could see his
Yeah,
face
yeah,
and
yeah,
everything.
Yeah, so he's not using a computer, fam.
yeah. But it just has like, I feel like there's a lot of ego attached to religion, and people are so held up in their own thing that they're unwilling to see people's other intentions or different ways of belief. And I feel like this is like a huge problem of why there's even beef between, you know, even all religions. Like there shouldn't
Right,
even be
but then, like, at
no
the end of the
beef.
day, there shouldn't be no beef, right? But if in my like, look at it in this way, that everybody's got their line that they're not willing to cross, and up until that line, I'm gonna be totally pleasant and, you know, like, good manners. But if you accidentally cross that line, when I react to that, you can't really be shocked. So, for example, if a priest comes up to me in the street and says, let's pray, and I'm like, come on then, priest, let's pray, and then he says, Jesus, our heavenly Father, I didn't know he was going to say that. You get me? So if I
Okay,
step
so
back and
that's
say,
my point
Audu
then.
Billah, and I step back from him, he can't be
But that's my
offended because,
point, Khan. When I said Auzu Billah, Minash Shaitan Rajim, when Shakara was saying what he was saying, I got heavily criticized for that. But it's
yeah, I
not
don't agree with
because
them criticizing you, though.
Hey, Zavida, you know why? Because you're a shaitan.
But why is that a shaitan thing? I don't get it. Like, why is what he's saying a shaitan thing?
I'm not saying, like, the term Auzu Billah Minash Shaitan Rajim,
Yeah,
it
it
can
doesn't
mean,
refer to you as a shaitan.
yeah, exactly. It means God protect me from the energy of the shaitan. God protect me from evil. God protect me from sin. So sometimes, even I could say it to myself, if I'm angry, yeah, if I'm angry, wait, hold on. If I'm angry, wait, let me just explain it. If I'm angry, like, and I'm really in a state of rage and I'm about to do something like very violent, I will say, I was a blame the shaitan regime, because at that moment, that evil energy has obviously overcome me for me to act in that way. So I ask God to protect me. Now, anyone, even if a Christian was to say, like Khan said, Jesus Christ, yeah, Jesus is God, I would say, I was a blame the shaitan regime, because in my head, you're basically associating partners with Allah. You're basically saying that there is another God. So for me, I will class that as a blasphemy. Yeah, so that's why I say, I was blaming the shaitan. Lord, protect me from this energy, or protect me from people associating partners with Allah. It's not a disrespect of
So if they
to
just say
somebody.
Jesus Christ, if they just say Jesus Christ in general, just saying Jesus Christ, that's
No, you can
shaitan.
say Jesus Christ. No,
Well,
you
the
can say
example that you gave,
Jesus. To us,
the
Jesus is
person
Christ.
just said
To
Jesus
us,
Christ,
Jesus
and then
is
you
Christ.
was like, oh no. The example that you
No,
gave
no.
when they started
Jesus,
praying,
to
they
us,
said
Jesus
Jesus.
is Christ. Jesus is the Christ to us. He's the Messiah.
Yeah, but he's not son of God
So
or
the
God.
example that you gave, right? So that doesn't even make any sense. Why would you pray with a Christian that you know that they believe, at least at the bare minimum, that Jesus is the Son of God? Like,
But we don't pray with Christians.
He just gave an example. That's what I was speaking about.
But he said he would say Auzubillah as well.
He said no. He said that he would pray with him and then get shocked when he bring up Jesus. That don't make no sense.
No,
that don't make no sense.
I don't know.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You're
I gotta
missing
get
the
back
point.
to the chat, everyone.
If
I
you
gotta
want me to
get back
explain
into
it to
work.
you,
Big up, big up, big up, big up.
long. I'm saying to you, the person said, Jesus, our heavenly Father. Yeah? He didn't say Jesus Christ. He said, Jesus, our heavenly Father. In other words, he's praying to Jesus as if he's God. Now, there's a voice in my head saying, don't say nothing. Don't upset him. You get me? That's Shaitan speaking to me right now, because my main priority should be to separate myself from any shirk. So if I have to say, Audu Billah, I will say it. It might upset him,
So
but
let me ask you this,
him
because
to.
before
I didn't
Zubaida
ask him.
came on,
I didn't ask him
you
to put
said
me in
that you
that
could say
position,
it in
did
your
I?
head, right?
I didn't.
Let me
I
ask you
didn't
this.
ask him to. I didn't ask him
Right,
to
that's
put me in
true.
that
That's
position.
true. That's true, Khan. Khan, I hear you with that. Before Zubaida came on, you made a mention that you could say it in your head or you could say it out loud, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Is it so? Before I make any judgment, is there a difference in the protection that you get from the shaitanic energy or spirit or whatever? If you say it out loud, it's more
The shaitanic
forceful.
energy, like I said to you, could be
I'm just
internal.
asking
It
a
could be my
question.
inner voice,
Right, it could be
my
your
inner shaitan could be telling me,
I'm just giving
don't say
clarity.
nothing.
I'm just wanting to know, right? If
No, there's no
you have to
difference.
say it out loud,
No, you
so
can say it inside.
then that brings
But
me to
my
the
example
question:
to you was
why in
two
the world would
examples.
someone say it out
With
loud? It
one
has to be
person.
with the intention to be offensive. Because if they could
No,
just say
there's a
it
difference
to
between one
themselves,
person and
Because for me personally, yeah, I see a lot of people.
I say, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim when I get angry.
Yeah, but you'll be mad
I have a
disrespectful to the
headache.
Cameroon. Like, let's just keep it real. 100.
No, but melanated, I heard that you were upset about me saying it out loud because it was disrespectful. First and foremost, it's a natural thing. Sometimes, like when I see something that affects, no, it wasn't like I want to disrespect this
she's not
man. I want to
intentionally being disrespectful.
But if
the main
you
thing is,
realize that you
can
were
I just
disrespectful,
explain? When
and
it's
you
being said,
recognize that you were
anything that's
disrespectful,
being
you don't
said like
stand
that.
on the principle of being disrespectful.
Okay,
whatever we say,
What I'm saying, can I explain, please?
What's the point of having a
What I'm
debate
saying
with
is,
no
yeah,
ending? There's no ending.
hold on, Khan, yeah. Khan, if, like, sometimes your intention is not to be disrespectful. Someone's saying something that you would class to be blasphemous. The natural thing, your natural instinct is going to be, Auzubillah minash shaitanir rajim. And for me, at that moment of time, that was just something that came out natural. There was no thought process behind it. Am I disrespecting this person? Am I going to be offensive? It's just a natural reaction to something like that. The only mistake looking back at it is, because obviously I put myself in his shoes. If I was reciting Ayatul Kursi now and somebody was cutting in the middle and saying something else, of course I find it disrespectful. So looking back at it, my only mistake is I could have muted myself, said what I had to say, and let my man carry on, not to allow my words to clash with his prayer. Do you get it? And I can recognize that, but it wasn't coming from a place where I don't like this person. I want to intentionally humiliate this person and disrespect this person. No, that was not the case.
So what you're saying is, in the future, you wouldn't make that same mistake again.
Yeah, obviously, when someone's talking or saying something, I will mute myself.
So before you came on, Khan made a reference because I was speaking about just a little dynamic or whatever between family members who may have different faiths, and Khan brought up a concept of religious superiority, right? Is that what it's called, Khan? Right,
yeah.
Religious superiority. And what I'm saying is that people, supremacy. Okay, supremacy. So people who are I guess I don't want to say just religious, because like, yeah, I would just use the word religious, because even if I have a different religion that's not Abrahamic, I would still have to be mindful not to demonstrate that religious supremacy. And if I do, like, even if I go to live on a continent, right, and let's say I'm living in a place where they practice voodoo, and I go to live in Benin, right? And then someone who comes there and they start talking about the Orisha, which is another African system. I can't just be acting supremacist in a supremacy way over them because they're not practicing and worshiping voodoo deity. You see what I'm saying? So that really upset me, because it was a visual or a verbal demonstration of what I have is superior. I'm seeing this inferior stuff, burning fire upon that, just disrespectful, just like that, and it's offensive. You can't and when things happen, I understand that things happen. Instead of standing on that and being boastful, like that's just how I we have to recognize it and say that was wrong. Because I understand things happen that's wrong.
Hey,
You know,
sister,
we all on these panels.
lady. Let's say it together. Let's say it together.
Sorry, go on, sorry.
Okay. A'udhu. I seek refuge. Billahi in Allah. Mina
I don't know what
shaitan
you
rajim.
saying. You speaking English? What you saying
Shaitan
right now?
accursed.
What you saying right now? I don't know.
He's translating. He's translating.
He's translating it for you so you can see that it's not a disrespectful thing.
Yo. Obviously, you knew. You get the points that was. Zabida understands the point that
she was actively rejecting the next man's
you was
thing.
making that was being made in the first time it was made to you though. You get the point though, Zabida, innit?
Yeah, no, of course, I get the point, but I just wanted to add on to what Melanated said, the main thing is, Joe, as a Muslim, I'm not going to change Islam to suit other people.
Yeah.
There's a difference
Especially on the
between
channel where anything goes and anything can get said.
There's a difference between compromising the deen and being tolerant. Now, I agree with you, Melanated, there shouldn't be such thing as religious supremacy. Even in Islam is not supposed to make you arrogant. Islam has many Quranic verses which state, to you, your religion, to me, my religion, to you, yours. So it's clearly saying, I have my belief, you have your belief. It says no compulsion in religion. It talks about treating everybody kindly.
Sorry to cut you, but I wouldn't really be that bothered about hurting someone's feelings who don't even give you a salam as he's coming or a goodbye as he's leaving or deem you worthy of even holding conversations with him. So to be honest, that this butthurt attitude
it's not about him.
She said Odu Billah. He said Odu Billah. Yeah, but she said it on G Block.
It's about his belief.
He said it on G Block.
No,
it's the G Block.
Listen, Khan, listen. There's a lot of people on here, right?
Oh man, it's the hypocrisy.
That I find disrespectful. There's a lot of people that on here that I find disrespectful. But just because first of all, I know cool people of that same faith that I don't say some violation type shit about this.
Let me say something. Let me say something, please.
Shut up, Carl, man.
But you don't never finish though.
I'm just saying that you're saying because somebody don't give you salam, why should you respect their belief system? And what I'm saying is that people say all kind of crazy shit to me, but
I'm not worrying about people's feelings really on G Block.
Are you listening to my point? Is that I still don't disrespect their belief. I could disrespect them, but I don't disrespect their belief. Because why there are so many other people that have that belief?
Yeah, I understand. I agree with you on that.
You're
right. You're 100%
right. As Muslims, we get disrespected all the time on this panel. Muslims get disrespected all the time, and I've never seen anyone.
G Block. This is G Block. Isn't it? Like, so when it don't suit them, like they're all butthurt, calling people all sorts of shit and banning people and like not letting them on the channel and all that stuff. When it don't suit them,
terminologies are being put on us. But what I'm saying to Melanated, I see a bit of a lenience, definitely from G Block. When African spirituality was being discussed, I see a lot of lenience in a sense where people were definitely tiptoeing and walking on eggshells. Yeah, they were being very as tolerant and respectful as they could be. But when Islam is being discussed, you see loads of people coming on being outright disrespectful, disrespecting the Prophet, and no one's ever looked at it and said, yo, you lot are actually disrespecting these people's faiths. No, it will come under free speech. You're allowed to say it. But when it was African spirituality, I think why so religious, and Ezra were probably the only ones who tried to ask difficult questions, and we were mischaracterized. We were called as racist and stuff like that. So when somebody comes and disrespects the Prophet, he's not called a racist. He's not called anything. If anything, he's just expressing himself and utilizing his free speech. So I did definitely see a double standard.
On the G Block.
So let me. So
we need to stock it up.
I'm not the owner. I'm not. Veli, I know you want to come on that question, right? But let me just make a point before you do that. I'm not the owner of the G Block, right? I'm not part of the G Block Trinity. But I will say this: is that the people who practice African spiritual systems, right? The people who big up African spiritual systems, I would just say, look at their conduct on G Block and how they treat the atheists. Right, and how they combat the atheists.
What we're talking about people like who? Melanated, name some names.
We're talking about Sarah. See how they were treated.
We're talking about Sarah asking for people to get put in like concentration camps. Is he an African spiritualist?
Do cyber?
Since you have
I
to
said
keep
how
in mind, I'm an
I said the
actual
people who are.
African.
I said look.
Most of
I'm
these
speaking
Don't
people
worry,
about
have
the
man.
been
people
Hey,
who
African
no,
come
no,
on
trade.
G
don't argue
Block.
with the
Man,
stage,
that's
I'm
man. Let
speaking
the
wrong.
about
baby
the
cry,
people
man.
who come
Not even
on G
from
Block
that
and
ain't
how
from the
they are
continent, man.
treated. That's what I'm
The baby
speaking
cry,
about.
man. The baby's crying, man. But don't worry, man. It's all right, man. Just chill out. Everyone cool out, man. You know how we do. Vellemy Car Friday. I've got the Atheist Defense League in the back chat. So I've got to go and do a job real quick. I'm going to sub in Why So Religious. Yeah. I don't know. I've got some other dudes on jumping in.
You got
But fuck them.
destroyed yesterday,
That
Reggie.
why so
Your
religious
rum
got done over yesterday.
Hey,
still
Sick
feeling the
card.
who got
pain
the
from
show?
yesterday, Reggie.
Yeah, he got rinsed.
Oh, really? Cool out, man. You know how we do.
How did I get rained? How did I get destroyed, bro?
You got done.
You
You're done
got
out here. You're done
rinsed
out here.
out,
You
bro.
got
You got
demolished,
Got
Zabeta.
Reggie.
rinsed.
You got demolished completely,
You
man.
got that
I feel
Dude, you
Hadouken.
bad
got
for you,
I
bro.
Zabeta.
didn't even watch
You
it.
got Zabeta lying about Islam, and you're calling me the person who got
Bro,
destroyed.
you are a liar.
What
You
did
lie
the
on
chat
Islam all the
say?
time.
Did that really happen, chat? And people in the chat,
Zabeta.
put if Why So Religious
Who is that? That's not even Reggie
got that
talking.
work
Who is that?
yesterday.
Zabeta yesterday claimed that child marriage is not a part of Islam. When I bring up sources, they want to change over to, oh, you don't know Arabic, when there is no point in the Quran that says you need to know Arabic to understand Allah's words.
That's
Not only
ridiculous.
that,
What are you
In the
talking about?
Quran,
What
it
you
don't
mean?
say you can smoke
It's
crack,
a
does it?
Quran
But we know not to do
revealed in
that.
Arabic. It's revealed in
Idiot.
Arabic now.
wait, let me finish.
Man's
Let
an
me finish real
idiot.
quick.
At the
In
end
the
of the day,
Quran,
the Arabic
it
language,
don't.
Let me
you can
finish.
get
You
one
have to fly
Arabic
an
word,
airplane.
Let
but
me
one
finish.
Arabic word can translate. If you want to translate one Arabic word, you can even use a sentence to translate one Arabic word. The Arabic
That's
word
all fine
has
and
different.
dandy.
No, it's very different to the way that English is. So of course you have to understand an element of Arabic to understand the
Let me
Quran.
make
It's
an
like
analogy.
if I want to
Let me make a
understand the
comparison.
Bible, I have
Even
to read Hebrew.
Hold on.
look, even
No, you
Zabeta
don't.
Let me
can
make a
agree.
comparison.
They
Look,
write it
it
in
Let me
says,
their
make a
look,
English.
Get
comparison.
it, man.
If
Get it.
the
I'm not
same
trying to
goes
fight
for
you.
Melanated,
You're
other
done.
languages,
melanated. Do
they
you
can't
agree? A
You're
translate
done.
to
translation.
English.
Look,
And
if
my
I was to
son,
You're
when my
translate
done.
son
certain
Why were
explained
you
to me,
African
repeating
words,
yesterday's combo? You're begging
Let
it
me
now, bro. You're literally begging
let me
it. Just
notice
get it.
notice
You're
What
y'all
they
done.
don't say is this.
Next
notice y'all
question.
cut me off.
Is
Notice y'all
Islam,
cut me
Christianity,
off.
all of that stuff are spiritual systems, right? So I don't understand why you have to speak a whole different language to get in to connect and accept a spiritual system.
no,
That doesn't
it's not
even
about
make
That's a
connecting or
good
nobody
point.
said
Let
accepting.
me
that
It's
it's
about
to
continue.
understand
understanding.
the
how many
Continue
message
her
It's
languages.
about
point.
Let me
understanding.
ask you
One
this: How
minute. One
many
minute. One
languages does
minute.
Allah
Let
speak?
me
How many
let me
languages does
continue.
Allah speak? How many languages does
Okay,
Allah
Let
speak?
me continue.
Allah sent messengers to
melanated.
all
What language
nations.
Let
do
me
you know?
Allah
continue.
sent
All right,
messengers to all
everyone, one at a
nations in
time
all
Jamaica.
because
languages.
it's gonna
Yeah,
be
So
like
one
how
one
at a
at
many
a time.
time.
languages does
Like
Allah speak? He only speak Arabic. It got to be
No,
speak more than one
Melanated.
Taylor,
language.
Allah sent messengers
what
to all
language
nations in all languages.
exactly?
So then you don't need to know
So let me
Arabic. Y'all solve the puzzle.
The
Y'all solve the
Quran
puzzle.
so
itself is in
let me
Arabic, but that
finish.
doesn't mean that's
Let
the
me
only
finish.
revelation. That's not the only
Okay, go ahead,
revelation. Like,
Rasta Religion.
you're not
Break it down to
Y'all
listening.
me.
y'all cut me off.
Muslims
Y'all cut me
accept
off before I can
Muslims
make my
accept
point.
the Hebrews as people of God. So obviously they received the transmission of that information from God in their language. You're
So
making
let
out
So
me
like
you
we're saying
don't
finish.
need.
Arabic the only
So you
language.
don't.
We're not
Let me
saying
finish.
that.
Let me
No, but
finish. Let me finish.
why'd you need Arabic to
So
get? Go ahead.
my point here is that they are doing what's called special pleading, where nobody says that you have to know Chinese, you have to know Mandarin to understand the Tao. Nobody says
okay,
that you have to
can
learn
I give an
ancient Greek.
explanation, please? Yeah.
Listen, I
In
can't even
Arabic.
speak. I
All
can't
right,
even
go on,
speak.
go on. All right, calm down. Don't get your knickers in a twist.
This guy over here crying, man. I
So
get so
listen.
emotional,
So
man.
listen. This is it. They are making a special pleading case where you have to know Arabic
Keep the tap on
to
off.
understand. But yet the thing is, no other faith ever says this. Nobody says you have to know Chinese
I'm sure every single. Okay,
to
All right.
how could you
That's why
understand
it's a
Mandarin
different
to
God from
understand
the.
certain
Yo, y'all
scriptures?
just
What do
keep
you mean?
cutting
I
this
make a
That
guy.
makes
good
completely
point.
no sense.
This is a
Y'all
dickhead.
just
It's
keep.
making
Go
no
ahead.
And
sense.
they cut me
But
They
at least
cut me
let
No,
him
off
no one
finish.
don't
to
need
make
to
a
talk
point
to you, man.
again.
Go and do your own research, innit? Come round here begging for info. bro. Go and do your own research, bro. Go and read, innit? Go and do some reading.
Let me give you an example of Arabic here. So in Arabic, interfere.
He didn't even make his whole
No, I
point.
just want to say one thing here, because I'm really replying to Melanated, yeah, because she's saying, why do you need to learn Arabic to connect to God? No, it's not about connecting to God. It's about understanding the words of God. So in Arabic, interfere. If I translate interfere into English, literally word by word, it will mean you are where. That doesn't make sense. So that is the literal translation of interfere. in Arab, but what it means, there's a difference between translation and what it means. So interfin
Thank you for
translated
saying
into
that
English.
Arabic doesn't make sense.
Interfin translated
You
into
lot are
English is you are where.
idiots.
Hold on, Khan. Interfin translated to English is you are where. But to get the proper meaning means where are you? So we get the literal translation, then we get the meaning. So there are certain things in Arabic, if you
One
translate
second.
it in English, it wouldn't make sense. So therefore you have to understand the Arabic
Exactly.
Davida,
language to
what
understand
does
the
it
meaning.
say?
Maybe you have to
It
understand.
doesn't make
You're
my
talking to
point.
somebody that
Let me
only
read.
speaks
What does it
one
say?
language.
What does it
Anybody
say?
else
Let
that
me
It
make
speaks
says
my
more
point.
than two or
the
three languages, you know
meaning
what you mean. What
of
do you mean?
the Quran. This is not the Quran. This is the meaning of the
Yes.
Quran. Now you've got one of these
Understanding
in
the
your house,
terminology.
and you think that you've got the Quran, but you don't. You've got the meaning of the Quran.
Why so
Because
religious? How
the
many
person
languages
who
do you
wrote
speak?
it,
Why so
the
religious?
person
How
who
many
wrote it
languages do you speak? Tell me.
is a human
You
being
notice they
who
don't let me
wrote it in
speak?
English.
How many languages do you speak? And I want to see what he knows about linguistics. How many languages
I
do you
speak
speak?
I speak
You
two.
speak what? So okay, tell me
I
those languages.
Why
Okay,
do
what
I have to
languages?
do this? Why do I
Tell me,
have to
no,
do
tell
this?
me, no. I want to see what you know about
Y'all
linguistics.
won't even no
Tell
wait,
me,
here's the thing.
okay.
Y'all won't even let me
No,
make my
come
He
on,
point
wouldn't even
answer the
without
finish his
question.
talking
one
over
point.
me, and then you
What
want
No,
to ask
languages
he
do
didn't
you
even
questions.
speak?
finish his one point though, Samaroon. That wasn't cool because like y'all both, all three of y'all cut in, and then he just stayed
But
quiet. The
melanated,
Davida
if you don't
spoke.
understand a language, how can you
You
translate
see?
it? Like,
You
I'll
see?
give you an
You see?
example. Melanated, I'll give you an
Wow.
example, yeah? Someone recently asked me, why is it in the
It's just
Quran?
like
Why is it in the
bullying, and
Quran
I
that
don't
God
have
is
English
always
teachers for
he?
all of this.
Why is it always he?
I'm supposed
Why
to be
is it
You see
always
how
working.
they
male?
treat the kuffar?
Now,
You
someone
see how
then
they
turned
treat the
around and
kuffar?
said, but in Arabic
Anytime the
language,
kuffar,
there is only
anytime the
he and
kuffar is
she.
talking,
There is no
one of them
it.
interrupt.
First of
There is
all,
Anytime the
I'm not
kuffar
no.
there
is
is no
talking.
Listen,
it.
I don't
So,
speak Arabic. I'm not no kufar. I'm a goddess.
no,
So
you are a
listen.
kuffar.
Motherfucker.
You're
No,
a
So
you are a
kuffar.
listen.
kuffar.
I'm not no
No,
Let
you
me
are
kufar.
a
give me
Okay,
give me 2
Melon
minutes.
lady, look
Motherfucker
at
then.
this.
Well, you a
Say
motherfucker.
right now. Say
You a
somebody didn't
motherfucker.
understand English real quick. Melon
Anybody
lady.
call me a
Say
kufar, they a motherfucker.
no,
That's it.
Melon lady.
Give me
Melon
But
lady, listen to me.
yeah,
give me
Listen to
2
me.
So
I've,
you're
They
I've,
a
a
I've
bitch
fucked a
kuffar.
lot of
and a
mums, but
Listen,
you
listen
motherfucker.
to me real quick.
so
me
what?
Can
2
I say
minutes to
something?
make
Can
my
All
I
right,
point.
can I
guys,
say
one at a
something?
time, one at a time. Yeah,
Yeah.
Samaru
They
go.
not a
Then let this why
motherfucker.
so religious just
Anybody who
finish
call
his
me
stupid
a
point.
kufar is a bitch. That's a man or woman. They all
All
bitches.
right.
Anybody call me a
Okay. All right.
kufar.
All right.
But
They a
why
And
bitch.
would
give
you
me
Look.
take it
2
offensive,
minutes.
Look.
melanated, if you don't believe though? If you don't believe in one
So
God,
Say,
you're a
then
if you
tell
kuffar,
us
want
that
to
man.
you're
Let
call
a
me
me,
finish.
kafir.
if you want to call me a non-Muslim, call me a non-Muslim. Speak
Yeah.
But
English.
that's what
No,
kafar means.
no other languages but English. Okay?
But so
Speak
wait,
Hold
English.
on.
Don't
Okay,
okay,
call
but
but
me
He
if
why
wants
you
would
are
you
he
want to
wants
African, that
speak?
would
English
be
Why would
another
you
words.
want to
speak word.
speak
But
the
since
English
Kwame, you're
language,
African,
Hold
which
that's
is
on,
not
different.
your
hold on.
native?
Who
Hold
thought
on,
is
hold
not
on.
an
No,
English
look.
word?
Wait,
The
Don't
sisters
I'm
do
come
it.
speaking my
Pretend to
native
be
Swahili,
language.
Swahili
Arabic.
is
I
an
am an
Arabic
Arab.
thing.
I'm an Arab. Hold on,
You
I'm an
over here.
Arab, so
So
I
you
will speak
listen here.
Arabic.
You come over here
English
with
is
your
not your native
you
language
didn't
either, melanated, because
so
you
you
have
don't
certain
come, you don't
No,
fucking
but
terminology
know
Davida,
in your
me.
African
You
spiritual
you
don't
said
system.
fucking
she's
know
speaking
me.
words
You
that
don't
are not
fucking know me. You don't
It's
recognized
like
in
tell me what my
English.
English.
native language is. You
It's
say
like
the
English.
language.
It's
She
You
voodoo
don't
speaking
know
words not
English.
an
me.
You
English
guys
word,
calm
and you're
down. You
You hear
guys
speaking
me?
it.
calm down. You guys calm
You
down.
don't
Dude,
know
Calm down.
me.
can y'all
You
can I
tell me
speak
what my
now?
native language is.
Melanated. Look,
Melanated,
I'm
let me
melanated.
not
ask
It's
speaking
like
English to
English
you.
language.
You're
Zubair.
in a
It's
Western
voodoo
Zubair, let me
English
country.
This
ask
is
language.
why
Zubair.
People speak
No,
this
English
let me
is
ask
nobody
Zubair.
takes
Let me
to
y'all
ask
be
you one
serious.
question.
understood.
Let me ask you one question.
Speak to me to be
Melanated.
understood.
Melanated, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear
Who?
you.
All right. Say somebody was listening to a Lil Wayne song right now. They didn't understand English. Would they know what he's saying?
I don't know. I've never been in
What
that
you mean?
situation
What you mean?
before.
No,
no, but this person doesn't
That is a
understand
false
English.
comparison. That's
Would
a
he
false
understand
Wait,
what he's
why so
saying?
religious? Let
I don't
Samaroon
even.
talk.
I don't even understand what you're
Dude,
saying.
y'all talk
Simran.
over
Say it
me.
again.
Y'all are talking
Okay,
over me. What
say
did
Say it one more
somebody
We'll
was
time.
let you
listening.
talk afterwards. Just
Okay,
let Samaroon
Hold on,
finish
hold
okay,
his
on.
talk,
point.
man.
Wait, let Simon go with his example. I'm trying to understand him.
Okay, say somebody was listening to a Lil Wayne song right now. Would they understand what he's saying if they didn't speak English? Or would they
No.
understand like what he's talking about and what he's mentioning? Would they understand what he's trying to say if they did not speak English?
I don't. The answer to your question is no. I'm gonna walk with you on this because I don't understand where you're going. But go ahead. Is that all you
No,
have to say?
I'm just saying, would they understand? Yes or no?
No. I
She
answered
answered
you.
no.
No.
Okay, all right, it's clear. That's the answer right there. Okay, same thing with the Arabic. Okay,
I don't get
if you
it.
don't understand Arabic, how could
So
you
don't
fully
speak to me in
understand
Arabic.
the
That makes
meaning of
perfect
the
sense,
Quran?
right?
Okay,
You
may
said
I
Because
what?
most
speak
people.
now?
Yeah.
Let me respond because this is not just a yes
Okay.
or no, and then I don't get to respond. Most people, right? When I listen
Yeah.
to to reggae music, it's because I can understand what they're saying.
My Black
Exactly.
American friends, a lot of them don't listen to reggae music. They don't listen to Spanish
Yeah.
music. They definitely don't listen to
Yeah.
Arabic music. They don't listen to Indian music, and they don't listen to, because one, they have no clue what they're saying, right? Now
Yeah.
if they
Exactly.
were bilingual, and they knew both languages, right? They would not walk
Yeah.
up to someone who doesn't speak, who's whatever the word is, monolingual, right? And
Yeah.
speak to them in the opposite language that they know a word, and then be like, why don't you know my word? Or
Okay, sis,
like, you know that
sis,
word.
look right here.
But like, to
Sis,
me,
sis.
that's what you could call it, language supremacy. Don't speak to
No,
me. Don't
what do you
call
mean
me a
language
name.
supremacy?
Don't.
Like, I don't understand
Let
what you're
me
saying.
finish. Let me finish my thought. Don't just don't respond
Yeah.
after hearing one thing. Don't
All
speak
right.
to me in whatever language you feel is dominant, and I must now learn the translation when we both speak English.
Who's saying
If
it's
that listen,
dominant?
let me tell you this. If that word kufar means a non-believing Muslim or person who rejects Islam, every time you're speaking to me, refer to me. You reject Islam. You are a non-believing Muslim. You are a person who rejects the truth. Whatever the meaning is, say it in English. Say it with your chest. I'm gonna be happy for you. But just
All
don't
right.
speak to me in
All
your
right.
language.
Is it my turn
All right.
yet?
But sis, no. Let me just say something real
Zabeda
quick.
even said
All
I
right,
could speak.
sis.
Even Zabeda said I
Sis,
could
all right.
speak.
All
Wait, but
right, sis.
Summer is
Stop
not
getting
finished.
emotional.
Summer is
Whose
not
Hold
phone
on.
is
Let me
finished.
that?
finish. Hold on. All right, sis.
That's
You
mine.
still learning Swahili, right?
Huh?
I say you still learning Swahili, right?
Yeah, you want to speak to me in Swahili?
Nah, that's good. That's good. I'm glad you learned. But look, I'm saying say before you even try to
Don't they
engage
speak
in learning the
Swahili
language.
in Somalia? Do they embrace Swahili?
Some in southern Somalia, like some people do, because like it's right next to Kenya. Yeah, some people speak Swahili, but I'm saying say before you try to engage and actually try to learn the language. Say you heard a song in Swahili. Would you understand? Would you sing of the feeling they're having from the song, or like the
To be
message they're
honest with
trying to
you, I'm gonna
portray in the
answer.
song?
To be honest with you. When I recently somebody made a recommendation to me of a Swahili artist, right?
Yeah,
And when I heard it, it sounded
yeah,
like it was straight Afro beat, something. Like I couldn't tell the language because the music and everything, and it was a music video.
yeah,
It just didn't sound like English. So I wouldn't, like, if you would have told me this song was in Amharic, I would have been like, oh, it's in
yeah.
Amharic. If you would have said it's
Yeah,
in
you
Swahili,
wouldn't know. Yeah.
I couldn't really tell
But look,
No, but
the
can I
now,
just say
but
one thing? Yeah,
now that you understand,
Summary, can I just say one thing?
you don't understand it more, right? Now that you understand the language more, now do you
Hell
feel like if you
no.
heard something like that, you understand it more?
No, because I'm telling you, the way he was saying, like he was rapping. So how I don't know that many. I only know like maybe 20 words in Swahili. So he was
No, but
rapping.
can I just say something?
I only
Yeah,
know like 20
wait,
words.
hold on. Yeah, can I just say one thing? Yeah, I can't read or write Arabic. Yeah, I can speak it. I can understand it. And what I have found is, as I am reading the Quran, to get its proper understanding, I've gone through the process of trying to learn how to read and write in Arabic. Because, like I said, there are certain things in the Arabic language. We can agree that most languages, once translated in English, don't mean what the actual language is saying. So I'll give my same example. Interfin
That's even with
means,
Somali shit.
yeah, in Arabic, interfin, that means where are you? But if you translate in English, it means you are where, which doesn't make sense. And that is the same with the Quran. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to learn a language in order to understand what the book is saying. Because as a Muslim, we're not, hold on. Wait, let me finish, Reggie,
So
please.
may I come
As
in?
a Muslim, wait, let me finish. As a Muslim, yeah, in order to get close to God, the scripture is a very important part of getting close to God. If I'm just reading this scripture and I don't understand what's being said, I am following blindly, which is not promoted in Islam. So that's why you'll find a lot of Muslims, majority of Muslims will take their time to learn the language in order to understand what the message is saying. Because if they're reading something, they don't understand what it
Exactly.
means, then basically that's not beneficial to that person.
Okay, look, can I
Exactly.
respond?
Okay, may I speak?
No,
May I
why is
speak?
that
Let,
religious?
let,
Hey,
why so
no.
religious? Why so
May I
religious? He
speak?
has been waiting. Hold on. Why so religious has been waiting,
He's
Reggie?
been
Why
waiting
so
for a
religious has been
long
waiting? He has
time.
been waiting.
I've been
He has
waiting
Thank
been
you,
longer than
waiting.
Brother
Let him
Zabeda.
just say
Thank
it.
you for that. So here is my point. It's called special pleading. There are no religions across the world or any book that says that you have to know the language to understand it. And this is why nobody says that you have to speak Mandarin to understand the Tao. Nobody has to learn ancient Greek to understand Socrates' philosophy. But
it's been translated. You need to understand that exactly meaning. You have to
Let
know
him
the
finish,
What are you
bro.
talking about?
Hold your peace, bro. Let him finish. He's been
He's
waiting to
making
speak
no
for a long
sense.
time. Then let him make no
So
sense
then-
and let him finish making no sense and then jump in, yeah?
So then we have people who go to school, right, who study, and then they learn the translations so that they can properly give us the explanation of these philosophies, these religions, and they get peer reviewed by other people who have also studied. And if they find things that are incorrect, then they are forced to change it. Now, the difference here is when you're mentioning, oh, you have to learn Arabic to understand it. The only way that you can learn a language, if it's not your mother tongue, is through translations. With people translating word for word, whatever it is that you're looking at or saying. So in reality, what you're doing is making a special pleading case, which means this one book is the one book out of all the other ones that has to be learned by the language. And also, I never hear anybody saying that the hadiths have to be learned in Arabic. It's only the Quran. Nobody ever says that.
So why do Jews read their book in Hebrew?
Hold on. I've been waiting.
The hadith also, the hadith on Arabic, which means you have to understand the hadith also in its actual language. What do you mean?
Some room. Reggie been waiting. Let me come in. I'm coming after Reggie as well.
I'm waiting. I was gonna say, like, is what you're trying to say, in other words, that we can't trust the English Qurans that they
No, I
fabricate?
didn't say that. I didn't say
No,
that.
not you. I'm asking the
I
Muslims.
said-
I'm asking the Muslims because they're
Oh,
claiming that it has to be in Arabic. So what's the purpose of the English Qurans? Are they just a waste of time, a lie?
No, the English Quran gives a translation of what is being said. But for me personally, to get a much deeper understanding, that's why I would prefer to learn it in Arabic, because that is the original language that the book has been revealed in. It's same as the Jews. Most Jews, Orthodox Jews, don't read the Torah in English. They read it in Hebrew. Yeah, a lot of Hindus read their scriptures in their language. So why can't Muslims read their scripture in their original language without it being called Arab supremacy? Allow it.
Because not all Muslims are Arabic, and not. So then there you go. That just deflates your whole debate right there.
Exactly. So this is where I agree with why it's so religious, right? Because
Say if I said something right now, like innal insana lafi
I didn't even hear. I didn't even hear what. Why?
Did you
Why so religious?
understand? Did you understand the demons and what that means, huh?
Why so religious? Can you please repeat what you just said? I really didn't hear what you said.
She was saying. She said, "Why can't Muslims learn Islam in their original language?" The fact is,
what do you mean Islam?
Without being called Arab supremacists.
Oh my goodness! Let him finish.
Yeah, because he's not finishing the full sentence.
It's like you guys want to hear this nonsense, man. Even you guys know yourself to fully understand something. You don't have to understand the tongue of the scripture.
Why you calling it
nonsense?
You don't have to agree to be
if you don't understand the actual linguistics.
Samaroon, you don't have to agree to be patient, brother. You understand that, right?
You said what?
You don't have to agree to be patient. You understand that, right?
So you don't have to agree to be patient.
You don't have to agree with the person. You don't have to agree with the religious to be patient to let him speak. You understand that, right?
What I was saying was, Zobeda said, "Why can't Muslims learn their original language to read the Quran?" And I said, most Muslims are not Arabian, and they don't. And their mother tongue is nowhere near Arabic.
Okay, that's why they have religious schools, called madrasas around the Islamic world.
Exactly.
And it's not about learning Arabic for a day-to-day basis. You don't have to learn Arabic to speak it as if it's your first language. You only need to learn Arabic in order to understand the scripture. I don't understand why you care, because there are Muslims who are not Arab who literally dedicate their lives. MashaAllah, there's Somalis, people from Africa. Listen to Issa Frimpany. He can speak better Arabic than me because he has taken the time to study it. And plus, it's also, be quiet. It's a benefit for somebody to learn two languages. That is actually a skill. But you people want to come here and try to degrade Muslims for trying to learn Arabic in order to understand their scripture.
Hold on, Zubeda. Hold on, Zubeda. You're missing the point.
Why do you care so much? Why are you asking why Muslims want to learn Arabic to understand the Quran? You don't believe in the Quran. Quran. You
didn't
don't read
say
the
that.
Quran, so
I
it doesn't
didn't
No,
say
affect
that's
you.
that.
not what he's saying. That's a straw man, Zubair. That's not what he's saying. That's not
No,
what
but I
he's
don't
saying
understand
at
why
all.
people are so invested in something and they question something that has got
So
nothing to do with them.
if you actually go back to Why So Religious' channel, go check his videos out. One of the things he says is a very fair criticism, is what he's bringing up right now, which like, so if let's say English is my first language and I don't know Arabic, right? All I got is the English Quran. I have to rely on very poor translations of that Quran. I'm forced to actually go learn Arabic to actually go learn what it actually says at this juncture. That's
Okay,
Bro,
so you're
Orthodox
bumping my
more.
argument.
Over time. Say
no,
over time you read the Quran back to back in
so again,
English.
so he hold
And
on real
say
quick. So
after
he
that,
hold
what did you
on real
want a
quick.
deeper
Hold on
understanding
real
over time?
quick. I'm gonna speak for longer than 5 seconds. I promise you. I promise you, Samru. I'll overtalk you. I promise you. So Why So Religious asks a fantastic question. So why are the Muslims putting out such poor translations of the Quran in other languages?
That's
Brother,
a good
Orthodox
question.
more, like I
That's
said
a
to
good
you, yeah,
question.
the Arabic language is different to the English language. It's a clear
You
cut
can
difference. There are
translate
certain
it. You can translate it, Zubair. I don't want to hear that. It's easy to translate. I do
you
it all the time.
translate it word for
I
word,
have
but
to
the
retranslate
meaning.
it all the time to myself for myself because of the poor
Yeah.
translation in English. It can be done. The question is why. So why is it being done to fit certain top series, certain schools of thought, etc.? That's the question.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay, no. It makes no. Okay, Orthodox man, I want to ask you just one question, bro. When you recite the Quran, do you get a deeper
No, I'm not
meaning and
answering
deeper
nothing,
feeling
Samroon. I
when you
asked the
recite it out
question.
of?
No, Samroon. I'm not
Yeah,
answering nothing from
yeah.
you. I
I'm
just
just
asked the
saying yes
I
or
question.
want
no.
to
Samaroon,
hear
I'm
the
not
answer
answering
about
nothing from you. I just asked the question, brother. Be
translation.
intellectually honest and deal with it.
Yeah, I would like.
You
I
said
want to
what?
know, like, so how often is it translated, or is there like a translation team? How is that happening? Like, let's say somebody in France, somebody in France wants to convert to Islam, right? Their only language is French. Are there Muslims on a team who are committed to translating it, the Quran,
May I
into
answer
French?
that? May I
Yes,
answer
there
that?
are.
No, I want to hear
May
one of
I
the
answer
Muslims
that?
answer.
No,
No, wait, let one of the
there is.
Muslims answer.
There is, because the thing is, yeah, you also have Qurans that are just simply written in Arabic for Arabic speakers, and then you have Qurans that have translations for those who don't speak Arabic. Even if you're in France, if you're in Germany, if you're in England, there will be translations to fit those people.
The Arabic
So
Qurans do
what he's
not
I
have
saying is
agree,
that.
but
brackets and
may I
parentheses.
speak? May I speak?
Go ahead.
May I speak? So a good example would be corpus.quran.com, which has 7 translations that you can read at one time. And then it also has where you can go to word for word breakdown, which is the transliteral Arabic. Now, if you look at this guy who did this site, he's one man, but he is a professor whose dad was also has a doctorate in Islamic studies. And then he's a professor at an institute in England, and he decided to do this site. Now, when you come down and the Orthodox more kind of got my point right, was saying, but he used, why are there terrible translations that just appease one school of thought? My point more comes down to this concept of, why is it that I can look at 7 different translations at the same time? And okay, I agree, Arabic has words in it that can mean different things. So I correlate all those 7 different translations, and I understand, if nothing else, what that word means 7 different ways. It's still not good enough. But
So
when
that
if I
proves you should learn the
believe,
Arabic
if I
language,
let
then,
me
isn't it?
finish, let me finish real quick. But if I'm a Muslim, if I read that verse in 7 different ways and agree that Allah is the real God and that Muhammad is his prophet, then I understood the message perfectly.
The point is, yeah, if you want to understand the Quran, it is better for you to learn Arabic. As you clearly said, there's
But you
different
didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question.
you've
Don't
just proved
go to a
that it's better to learn Arabic. You just proved
I
it is
did ask a
better to learn
question.
Arabic.
I just
You have just hold on, let me answer
what
then.
I did,
You've just
Zobeda. Okay, then answer.
you've just proved it is better to learn Arabic because, like you said, even a professor, based on his transliteration, there are 7 different transliterations or translations of a Quranic verse. So it is better for you to understand the language,
Zobeda.
understand the plurals,
Zobeda.
understand the verbs, understand the meanings of each word in order to understand the scripture.
I get your point, but also what I'm saying at the same time is that there's no other book in the world that claims that you have to learn the language. and that if that's your case, you need to provide a verse in the Quran where Allah says that you need to know Arabic to better understand his message, because he never says that. All he says about Arabic is that he sent it because it's an easy language for the people around them, and that he did not want the Arabian people to say on the day of judgment that they never got the message in
Okay,
their own
okay. Let
language.
me tell you something. One point, yeah. When it comes to Semitic languages, Aramaic, Hebrew, Arabic is the most preserved Semitic language. If it was such a difficult, wait. If it was such a difficult language to learn, right, then people wouldn't be speaking it in millions till this day. Yeah?
Said it
It's
was
not
a
just,
difficult
excuse me. This is the power of Islam, because Allah has preserved and people have preserved the Arabic language. The Hebrew language is not well preserved. It's only a specific people that speak the Hebrew language. Same with Aramaic. It's not a common language that's spoken. It's only a common people that speak that language. As for Arabic,
Even in the
you
time
have
of Jesus,
non-Arab.
You're not addressing my point.
Be quiet. You have
You're not addressing
non-Arab.
my point.
You have non-Arabs and Arabs that speak the language, speak Arabic language. So for you to come here and say, "Oh, what's the importance of speaking the Arabic language?" Well, if it was not important, people
Hold on,
wouldn't be speaking the
Zubair, he
language in
keeps saying you're
millions.
not addressing his point. Hold on. So
I don't care about his point, to be honest.
Well, I just want to ask you one question. Watch your religion. If you didn't understand coding, would you be able to program anything? If you didn't understand the coding language, would you be able to program anything?
Right now,
Yes or no?
I can tell you right now, I could put a sequence of ones
yes or
and
no.
zeros together, and it would be coding. So it doesn't really
Okay,
matter.
but if you did, but look, if you didn't understand the language,
Belly, melanated and some people are in the back, by the way.
Orthodox
just
more
say
said
yes.
that
Just
I
say
made a
yes or
different
no.
way.
Look, just say yes or no. If you didn't understand coding language, would you be able to program anything? Yes,
I would be able to put ones and zeros consecutively in
would you be able to
consequential order.
make something happen? Would you be able to make something actually happen?
There you go.
Would
There
you be
you
able
go.
to do that?
That's your question more defined.
No, you didn't answer. No, what you did just talk nonsense. If you didn't understand coding language, would you be able to create something? Yes or no?
Continue. Let the Orthodox
So
more
you don't.
continue.
He doesn't want to answer. You see, I diverted. He
I
has
said
never
no,
answered.
dude. Are you listening?
Okay.
I said no.
All right. Good.
So then let the Orthodox more, and that was that had nothing to do with what we were talking about. Go ahead, Orthodox more.
So here's what I'm saying. I partially agree with why I'm so religious in something in the sense to where like if I don't speak Arabic, I shouldn't be forced to have to learn Arabic to understand the Quran, right? And there's actually verses in the Quran that specify very similar things, right? That the reason why it came down to Arabic is just for people that were in Arabia who would doubt it if it didn't come down to Arabic. You know what I'm saying?
And because
again,
they never had a messenger, in Arabic, so that Allah sent it to them.
Fact. So again, like so for instance, what was the verse on your channel, brother, that you have the yet in brackets where it says it doesn't say yet, but it's there in the brackets. What was the verse you?
That was 65:4. That was 65:4.
Perfect verse, right? Okay, so this is one of those verses that I'm talking about, right? Like, so if I'm gonna put something in brackets, so Zubaydah, like, so we know for a fact, like, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it talks about this concept of the waiting period being 3 months in multiple places in the Quran, right?
Yeah.
And it specifies in other, like, so for me, I deal with Surah 39 where it talks about the concept of like there's much reiteration within the Quran, right? And so when I take out the verses from the Quran, I'll deal with the same topic or whatnot, and I see what it has to say and whatnot. So when I do my comparisons with 65:4 and other verses and whatnot, I see to where like for instance, like Surah 2, Ayah 228, it breaks down the fact that the reason why you're waiting for 3 months, etc., is to make sure that there's not a concealed pregnancy. So where James was talking yesterday about the fact that like Surah 65 was talking about three sets of people, 3 sets of women in particular, right? He was trying to stipulate, one of the sets is women who have not reached puberty yet, right? Yeah. And so there's literally a term for that in the Quran, and those who have not reached puberty. It's not used there specifically in any way, shape, or form. It's in a whole other spot in the Quran, right? It says there those who have not menstruated. Like it's that simple, right? So we get so why are we putting in brackets yet there versus stipulating like the brackets of like if I'm going to put something in brackets, why don't I stipulate what it says in Surah 2 Ayah 228 to where those who have not yet menstruated in brackets with a concealed pregnancy, you know what I'm saying, something of that nature, right? So we know for a fact it's a better understanding of the translation versus this
But,
concentration.
that's the point of Orthodox. We cannot completely rely on translations because there are so many different translations. So it would be preferable to actually understand, because I've had to learn this. Yeah, when I'm getting into these debates and I'm going off simply the English translation, and obviously Walid is an Arabic speaker.
Facts.
Yeah. We have this conflict because I'm dealing with the English translation, he's dealing with the Arabic meaning. Yeah, there's a difference between meaning and translation. So that's why I think it's preferable to learn the Arabic language so that you are dealing with the authentic version rather than, dealing with secondary evidence or going through these translations. That's just for me personally. And I feel like most Muslims, and also it's not like you have to learn Arabic. If you don't learn Arabic, it doesn't make a difference to you becoming a Muslim or not. Yeah.
Okay, there's a secondary point that I don't want you to miss, though, right? It was so in these brackets or whatnot, like so they're inserting words in English that are not there in Arabic, right? And so when you look at the words that are inserted, it fits like in different translations, and this is
all
what
to fit the context. It's all to give a better understanding. That's all.
No.
It's not actually in the script.
Samaroon, for the sake of Allah, you got to let people finish, bro.
Yeah.
Like so why so religious was talking about like he can go read 7 different translations, for instance, of one verse. You can go to the Arabic Qurans and find like 36 different versions of Arabic Qurans. You know what I'm saying? So the question is this: like so why are certain translations that are being mass produced, right, seeming to fit certain tafsir in certain schools of thought versus being focused on giving the best direct Arabic translation?
I mean, you know what I think is more beneficial.
Can you recognize that that's the case? How about that? Can you recognize that that's at least the case, that's happening?
Yeah, different schools of thoughts have different translations, but for me, like I rely more on tafsirs in order to understand what the verse is talking about. Because sometimes the way the Quran has been constructed, it's not done in chronological order, in a sense where it's not going through an event based on timelines. There's different events that have happened in different timelines. So 1 minute it will be speaking about an event, and then the next verse will be about something completely different. So the tafsir will break down what this verse is related to, what time it was related to, and the full explanation. That's what I rely on more. But as for the transliteration, as you clearly stated, different schools of thoughts have different transliterations. Different schools of thoughts interpret these verses differently, and this is where you have to do ijtihad, which means trying to gain further knowledge, and that depends on you. If you want to read the Quran for what it is and accept it for what it is, that's on your head. If you want to go that extra bit further, which I think is better, because one thing we have a problem with within Muslims is this sort of blind following aspect. People read stuff and they don't know why they're doing it. People pray 5 times a day. They don't understand what the meaning of praying 5 times a day is. People believe in a predestination, but they don't understand the reason why we believe in a predestination. So sometimes it comes down going back to the basics and understanding it and working through it step by step. I can't be speaking about all these hadiths when I haven't even finished the Quran. So that's sometimes when these people come to us and they ask us this hadith and this hadith, I'm still trying to, learn the Quran, and that's the thing about they expect us as Muslims to know all of these things when Islam is like a journey. Everyone has their steps. Some people are ahead, some people are in the middle, some people are still learning. And these people bombard you with all these questions, and really and truly, these hadiths that they are bringing up, they don't affect my deen. They don't affect my closeness to Allah. They don't take me out of Islam. So, for me personally, I'm still on my journey of understanding the Quran, because I think that's every Muslim's duty. And, that's why I really don't try to engage with these people or Orthodox more. This why so religious. You're talking to me about a hadith that happened 1,400 years ago. Like, that doesn't affect my deen. That doesn't affect what I'm doing or how I am as a Muslim. But they do it as in a sense to try to catch us out. Like, oh, your prophet done this. So when I'm saying I don't agree with it, oh, well, therefore you're not a real Muslim.
So I agree in the sense where, like, if I'm going to choose to be a Muslim, right, I should definitely plan on getting some kind of relationship with the Arabic language at some point, right? Like, so again, I'm also North African Jewish. Like I say, if you're going to study the Torah, you should connect with it in Hebrew at some point in time, right? However, I'm saying this though, like if I'm Shia Isa, right? Like there's a walaikum salam.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Well, go on. Hey, listen. Yeah, you lot can finish that little discussion later, man. I want some smoke, man. Atheism on trial. You get me? I tell you what, wrap up what you was gonna say there, more. Atheism on trial right now. You get me? Got bare Muslims in the place. Can I
get one more question from the debater right quick before we go back to the atheists on trial right quick?
No,
Alright.
before I go, yeah,
Let me
can,
finish my question.
any Muslim, can any Muslim on the panel read Surah Al-Baqarah verse 2?
What's that?
I didn't hear you, Akeem. What'd you say?
Surah Al-Baqarah verse 2.
Surah Al-Baqarah verse 2.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "This is the book about which there is no doubt, a guidance for those conscious of Allah." Finished. Done. If anybody who does not have taqwa in Allah, they will not have. That's it. It's finished. Done.
The conversation is people are asking us, why do we have to learn Arabic in order to understand
Well,
the
no,
Quran?
no, there's more of it to that. But let me ask you.
If they don't have conscience in Allah, they will never understand. They will never understand the Quran. If they don't have conscience in Allah, they don't have conscience in Tawheed, they will never understand the Quran.
Okay,
we were just talking about linguistics, right? We're talking about Arabic, right? We're talking about the
Listen, we'll do Islam week again soon, man. We'll do Islam week again soon,
Yeah,
yeah.
let me
And
ask
the man will be having the point hot and complain about Islam for the whole week, innit, man? But let Mo finish his little question that he had with Zabida, and then let's get back to the smoke,
yeah,
man.
for real. So Zubaydah, real quick, like so in the Shia tradition, they have the concept of Ali having a Quran that's in a different order, but also with his tafsir written into it, right? So you as a Sunni wouldn't take that Quran, would you?
No.
Right. And so here's what I'm feeling like. So on just to see if you can understand this. Like so, this is what I'm saying about the different Qurans having the different.
What do you mean his tafsir? Where did you hear that from? I've
Shia.
never heard this. Wallahi, I've never heard this before. You said from a Shia?
I've heard this from multiple Shias. Yeah. So if I'm incorrect, please forgive me because I'm quoting different Shias from different sects at that. So I thought it'd be true if they're different sects confirming the same thing. So my issue is this is that so I would there to me there's an issue when these Qurans are being printed in other languages, right? And me as the individual don't understand that the different schools of thought are having their tafsir printed in different spots within the brackets and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? To me, it makes more sense for the different schools of thought to unify on the concept. Let's try to get the best Arabic translation we can out there in this language, so that everyone can go back and read their tafsir from their schools of thought and apply it to that best translation. If that makes sense. Does that make sense to you or no?
Right.
Okay. Cool. With that, I'll leave it there.
I mean, Vellemy, it's not us, bro. You got folks that are eager to jump on and chat to Muslims and discuss Islam, like, you know.
Stop lying. You love it as well.
Your wife's so religious, like your little right hand man.
Zabida, stop lying, man.
Your right hand man.
When you're in there,
You get
using that voice, man. You get me, sir? You're ready, man, sir. Yeah, man. Come and give me some smoke, man. I've been giving you man smoke for ages, innit? No one ain't giving me no. We ain't had no smoke all week.
So why are the moral relativists wrong, Bell?
Wait. All we've had, yeah, is atheism is going to lead to LGBTQ, and there's not one of the man that are even gay on the panel on that. It's like, what the hell?
Hey, hold on. To be fair, I came on early and gave you all kind of stuff. And you're like, okay, I got to go stay to that and come back. Like, so now I'm coming back a little bit more for you. Know what I'm saying? Like you had to agree that you could like you were agnostic on the pantheist and panentheist version of God, but you were atheist versus the external version of God.
Well, I never asked Ben exactly what he thinks though. I think I asked this only to the whatever the guy is, the apartheid guy.
What's that again?
He's talking about Rob.
Rob got smoked by Sabor. He got smoked by Sabor.
Don't make no Rob Fear right there, you know. Rob Fear.
Rob, you got smoked by Sabor. Like, this is the thing, man.
Vellemy, do you think we're just here for no reason? Like, this whole earth and everything around us was created for play.
Don't talk about Rob when he's not here. You get me?
Nah, I'm talking to you right now, Vellemy. Vellemy, I'm talking to you, bro. Now, I want you to give me an answer. Do you think this earth and everything, the organization you see around you, and how perfect everything's organized and put together, do you think all this is created for play, including the universe?
What's been put together perfectly?
Everything, even how far the sun is from the earth. You feel me? If it was any closer, I would have told you what would happen. The earth would be just a barren wasteland. You feel me? Dry wasteland. And if it was just a little bit further, the Earth would be an ice ball. But I'm asking you, okay, you see how perfect everything is, even with the sun, how far it is right now. The sun is what makes. Okay, we have rain right now.
The natural
Okay,
order of things.
yeah. Okay, and then precipitation, right? So the sunlight has to have rays hit the atmosphere. You feel me? And then that's when rain happens, and it starts to rain. Like how is everything? Then the rain helps us. Okay, yeah, no, but the thing is, that's how we survive. But how is that made so perfectly? Everything around us, okay, from the sun, okay, and the rain comes. But then the order that we have right now, from the rain we get our vegetations, we get our fruits. We can live on our land, and we can eat. Know what I mean? Animals can eat. Then we can eat the animals. Like how is everything made so perfect?
I don't think everything's made so perfectly.
You said what? You don't think everything is made perfectly?
No.
Why do you have two hands and why do you have two eyes? Why didn't you just have one? Huh? Why didn't you just have one eye?
I could.
Well, yeah. Why were you born with two eyes and two hands?
There's some people that are blind and with no hands.
No, I understand that, but that's due to something that happened. Some kind of genetic mutation. But I'm saying
part of creation, no?
It's
But we're
part of
speaking
creation,
on a
but I'm saying-
majority. Most people are born. We're not speaking about exceptions here. We can't use exceptions as an argument. Most people on this earth are born with two eyes, a mouth, a nose. Everything has been, alhamdulillah, constructed in a way that is able to function. Yeah. So how can you question the natural order of things where our eyes have been placed in a specific way? The eyebrows on top of some people think eyebrows are pointless. Why do we have eyebrows for? But what you notice is eyebrows actually protect you from the sweat reaching into your eyes. The way that we have taste buds, the way that we are able to sense smell, the way that we are able to hear, does it not make you question that there is a intelligent supernatural being that constructed us this way? And then we can go back to the cells of our bodies. Who created the cells? If you're going to strip it back all the way to the beginning, there must be a creator. There's always the beginning and then there's the end. Do you get me? So if we go back to the beginning of creation, yeah, who created these things?
You know what? Yeah. What? Think about it like this, yeah. If God made man to dominion over animals, yeah, why didn't He make man a better animal than animals?
What do you mean?
So
what do you mean? We don't think like animals.
Some animals can hold their breath underwater for longer. You know
Because we have a different purpose. Our purpose is not. Our purpose is different to animals. I believe animals don't have. Animals don't have morals or a responsibility the way that human beings do. We're two different, separate creations. Yeah. So our purpose on this earth is different to animals. So we just have to work with what we've been given. God has created us this way, and really and truly, like you want to speak about animals are better than us because they can fly, but we might be better than animals because we have a conscience, we have morality, we have intellect.
We are far more intelligent than animals. Animals live by impulse. If we live like animals, we'd just be smashing everybody. You feel me? As soon as we feel some kind of sexual urge, we'll just have sex automatically. You know what I mean? We don't go by impulse. We're not animals. If we want to kill somebody, we're not just gonna kill them automatically. We're gonna think first. Think, oh, well, what happened if this happened?
Things are acceptable in the animal kingdom are not acceptable in the human kingdom, which shows we are clearly different. Yeah, animals can go kill another animal. It wouldn't be classed as murder. It would just be classed as survival.
Evolved a little bit more. That's evolved a different way. That's it. But so what? Give me a question, man.
So what? Okay, do you believe in God? Yes or no? Are you an agnostic, or you just simply say there's no God?
I don't believe in God now.
Okay, why don't you believe in God?
Because I've not seen no proof of God.
You've not seen no proof.
Okay, what would you accept as proof?
You know what? Yeah, I've said a lot of different things before. Yeah, but think about this. Yeah, if God was real, yeah, and He knew all things, and He knew that you didn't believe in Him, whatever God would have to do to prove it was real, He would just be able to do it. So that any evidence I need for or whatever, God should be able to provide that. Almighty will know it.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't really hear what you said.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I don't know what evidence God could provide, but the evidence that the religious books have given doesn't seem like any evidence that God exists to me. That's why I didn't accept it.
That's why you need to go into more studying and studying more about nature, study more about just increase, expand your mind more, because then you understand. Okay, there is a creator. There is some. All this didn't happen by chance. It happened, and it has something created. It has something much more intelligent than us.
So what
Yeah.
proof did you and Sabina or others get that made you say, you know what, God's real actually?
Well,
So
my
there's something in
actual
Islam, yeah, that's called fitra, yeah, which means a natural inclination, yeah, or a spiritual inclination. So there is this feeling when you are born, up until you grow up and you have a level of understanding that you feel God, you feel the supernatural being around us. We feel it. I don't know if you've ever felt it, but most people go through these spiritual experiences where they feel a higher being in control of things. Yeah, so that's what we call fitra. I don't know if you've ever felt that. Maybe you have, Veli. Maybe when you were younger, you felt. I don't know what your family practices, but maybe it might have been one point where you did believe in a God. You had this feeling that there was something out there. Whether you call it God or we don't even have to use the word
I
God.
believe he still has it. I believe he still
Yeah.
has it, but right now
But
he's
wait,
just. I guess he's fighting against his
listen to this,
nafs.
yeah? No, but
Yeah.
listen. Do you think, yeah, if say you was born in a place where no one had any religious books, yeah, and no one ever told you about anything like God or anything like supernatural or anything like that, yeah, do you think that someone would have that same feeling where they believe in
Yes,
God?
yes,
Or
they will, but I'll show you why.
You still have
Because
that feeling that there's something
even in
much
ancient
more
history,
powerful.
ancient history, but hold on, religion, people have believed in God before Abrahamic faith even came about. We can go to early civilizations, Kemet and Kush and all these, even Hindus, they believed in a higher being. Yeah. People that lived in remote villages, even these tribes that are so secluded from the earth, even believed in a God as well. And they had no scriptures. Some of them didn't even have written languages. There are still tribes to this day that don't have written languages.
You see, when you say that, yeah, they didn't have no scriptures and no written languages. How did you know that they believed in a God? What told you that they believed in God? Or what evidence
Because
do you have?
you can research it, bro. There's a lot of so
What you mean? You can ask the people, or you can even go in the history books. You feel me? And then, are you talking about in a way of saying something personally? Because I could say, like for me, like personally, like as far as what I've been through, I've seen death. I've seen, but the thing is, look, Vellemy, you said saying, Vellemy, I can't even talk, man. What's up, bro? But Vellemy, no, you said you want proof. I'm trying to tell you my proof, bro.
Vellemy, would that make a difference to you? I was gonna ask Vellemy if that would make a difference to him if they did, if they actually, like, if you found out in the ancient times they did believe in a God, right? Let's say like 5,000 years ago, would that make a difference to you today? Like what's the No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't make a difference to me. No.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that.
I'm saying what made me sure.
Was
Vellemy,
that
I'm just saying. Can I say something real quick, bro? All right. I'm saying as far as me, what made me sure is because I've seen death. You know what I mean? And now, first I always believed in Allah since I was young. Now I even went to Darul Noor as a young kid, learning Quran and everything. But I'm talking about what made me like I kind of started way out over time. But then what made me completely sure is when I seen death. And then when I seen death, that's when I was sure that yes, Allah is our creator. You know what I mean? And that's what made me 100% sure. And I seen it with my own eyes.
You know what? You told me about this a little while ago. Still, so you did tell me this ages ago. Still,
But the thing is, Veli, if somebody gives you, like, if you say, "Oh, please, can I have this drink?" But if you go to somebody and say, "Oh, excuse me, please, can I have this drink?" and they give it to you, you're gonna say thank you in it for manners, and they've just given you a little glass of water. So why now would you not say thank you to the God that's given you life, that's given you the ability to see, that's given you the ability to reproduce, that's given you the ability to wake up every morning? We say thank you for the most smallest things, and that doesn't benefit us in life. So why not even give thanks to the, because we didn't create ourselves, bro. You understand? We didn't just magically appear in the midst of some sort of jungle.
Chakra.
Bless up, bro.
Love, can you hear me?
I give respect to them to my parents.
But who
Can I
created
ask
your
a question?
parents?
Velley, would you
Go
see?
ahead.
Would you see it? Would you see? Okay. Well, maybe this is a question for everyone. Do you have to be? Is it harm if he was being grateful, if not giving thanks? I think it's a difference between giving thanks and being grateful. Like he could be grateful for life. You don't have to have someone that you're grateful to.
Exactly. I think religious people get that mixed up. Like you can be
like you don't really have to have
and
someone
live
that
your
you
life without having to pray to something that you don't even know whether that created you. What about your parents and all the people that live around you, your family? Like I was saying before, your legacy, your network.
But who created them,
like
Valley? You have to
Who
remember
created
who
your
created
parents,
them.
though? That's the thing. There's
Who
a
created your
source of all
parents'
of this.
parents?
It goes back.
But maybe his
understanding
of that.
So because you don't take a gap from not knowing to God done it. It's like, well, let's at least find the answers to it. Because really and truly, differently, if that gets proven and it's right, I'll accept that happily. Do you know what I'm saying? That, but you can't just say, I've got this book here and it just says so and so, so and so. Like, you know, it's not even plain sentence in the Bible or the Quran. I don't even know how anyone even understands what they're saying. It's like it's all in like riddles. No, I didn't even get it.
Say that again. What?
He's stupid.
The Bible, the way the Bible's written, and there's certain verses in the Quran, the way it's written, it's like in riddles. It's not like.
It's not riddles. It's to give you contemplation over it. You
why?
Contemplate over the meanings.
But listen,
And then
wait,
the meanings are clear and it's there. Yeah.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Let me explain to you what I mean. I don't mean it disrespectfully. I'm not trying to diss your book or whatever. I'm just saying how. So, like, when I was researching for what verse says this and what verse says that, when you read it, it's like reading. You know, when you read the Bible verses, it's not like how you lay out a word in English today, innit? Because it's written in Old Arabic or in the old style of the way the people was talking at that time. So they might, the way that they was talking might have sounded like riddles to the way someone's talking today. Like if they came and they were listening to me and Zabida talking, Wagwan and this, that, and the other, and they're mixing up Arabic, Yardi, English,
because language has evolved.
They'd be like, what the fuck's that? You get me?
No, but Valley, we do realize the beautiful thing about Quran is when it's recited, what we call tajweed, it's been written in a way where it's so easy to memorize because a lot of the words are rhymes. You know, in a sense, even people describe the Quran to be poetry. You know, when we say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, you know, these things are very easy to memorize. This is why you're able to memorize certain. This is why rhyming in songs is used a lot to help memorize the song, because if there's constant repetition of rhyming words, it sticks in your head and it's easy to memorize. And that's exactly the way that the Quran has been written. The linguistics of the Quran is so superior, in my opinion, that if you really was to understand it from a linguistic point of view, even apparently the shortest verse of the Quran, which is only comprised of you know, a couple of sentences, has at least 40 stanzas in it. Yeah. But if you was to, what this brother done is he compared an Eminem song, and his was like a whole paragraph, and he only found, you know, maybe 10 or 11 stanzas and rhyming and metaphors within his lyrics. And then he compared it to the smallest verse of the Quran, and there were so many metaphors, stanzas, rhyming. Like, trust me, if you was to look at it from a linguistic, the way that the Quran was written, you would find a lot of miracles and a lot of things that, when it comes to the way that it's written, that are very superior for me personally.
That's why no poet at the time of the prophet could compete with the Quran, and then even Allah gives a challenge to anyone. Say, bring something that can beat the Quran.
Bigging up the Quran, bigging up.
You don't need to, yo, Shaq, Sam,
Yo.
Mel, and Davida. Yo, you don't need to start asking some questions of me in it yet, because like every 2 seconds it's going back inside with the Quran and stuff. Go in it, man.
No, but we're trying to.
No, we're just talking about language. No, I'm just saying Allah says bring something similar to the Quran, and nobody could ever do it throughout history. And these are the Arabs, the pagan Arabs. These people knew how to be these were poets. These people couldn't compete with the Quran or bring anything similar to the Quran throughout time, throughout centuries.
And we're saying this comes from God. This is our proof that there is a God. You know what I'm saying?
Shakabat, you was gonna say
Yeah,
something?
but it's not though, man. Because if you're gonna say that, yeah, and you've already got saying, there can never be nothing better. If I do bring you something that is deemed as better, you're not gonna say it's better anyway.
Allah says, I challenge anyone to bring me a verse like it.
Like what?
Like any verse. I'm telling you about the shortest verse in the Quran. How many linguistic properties it contains.
And ayat.
What do you mean? What does that mean though? Bring me a verse like it.
Like I'm saying to you, yeah, the rhyming within the words, and it still makes sense. It's not like boat and coat and just random words that rhyme. No, these words that rhyme all have context and are related to the specific subject. Yeah. So when people are rhyming, they only have to work with specific words that actually sound the same, but they don't have nothing to do with the actual initial content of what the rapper is saying. So I could say, yo, boat, and then I went on road, and then I went and slit somebody's throat. Like, yes, these words rhyme, but they all completely different things. But in the Quran, it makes sure to rhyme in the same. It rhymes based on the content of this specific verse. Do you understand? So this is what I'm saying.
Have you heard a cigarette before?
Hmm?
I've heard a cigarette before.
No.
Interesting.
I've heard a tune called Ladi Dadi.
I'm saying, what are you trying to mean? What's your point? What's your point?
Who would you say Eminem is a good rapper?
Just the men that sound like.
But based on the way that he writes his lyrics, would you agree that he uses a lot of metaphors, a lot of stanzas, a lot of rhyming? Like he's very he's very technical with his rapping. Eminem is very technical with his rapping. He's not just any rapper. He uses a lot of things in his raps.
No, but I think they're taking this as a joke, and they're trying to bring up rappers, and they're trying to bring up the rhymers. But I'm saying nobody throughout history could ever compete with the Quran. And then there have been challenges.
This is what, this is what's different, yeah? You can't say that Samaroon fuck, yeah? Because how can, when Davina's describing how it rhymes, she's going to use rhymes or whatever, and then when I describe a different rapper that's got a good song and whatnot, you're going to say, you're trying to disrespect it or whatnot. How does that make sense?
It's not that. It's the fact that it's not as deep and in-depth as the Quran.
You ever heard of somebody named Twister? I bet you Twister can rap.
Okay. Twister he can only rap fast, man. What rapping fast have to do with anything? What does rapping fast have to do with anything? No, I'm saying if you understood the Quran and then you hear it, have you ever listened to the Quran before or read the Quran back to back? Then you understand what we're saying. I'm just saying all Arab linguists since to reveal the revelation of the Quran since the 7th century. Nobody has ever been able to compete with it. They've tried. Believe me, there's been plenty of enemies of the Prophet. There's plenty of people who had plenty of Arabs who hated the Prophet, but they could have never ever compete with the Quran.
Why they talking about
when the Quran was being recited? Even when the Quran was being recited, the pagan Arabs used to say this must be poetry, and then Allah confirms and says this is not poetry, because, like I said, the Arabs are very famous for their poetry as well. That was just something within the culture. They were very good with words, especially the Quraysh, where the Prophet Muhammad was from. So this is why I say you have to understand Arabic, because it's such a
You got to keep going back to the same subject though, man. Let's get back. You got to ask the question or something, man.
I'm trying to learn Swahili. Listen, I'm trying to learn Swahili. I'm trying to learn Yoruba. How about that?
Yeah, and we're trying to learn Arabic. I'm not questioning you. Melanated. Why do you want to learn Yoruba? Why can't your language be translated into English? Why do you find the need to learn Yoruba when you're English speaker?
Because I already know English. What do you mean? I already know English. I'm trying to learn another language.
So why are you questioning Arab or Muslims trying to learn Arabic when you want to learn a different language?
You literally just said you just said that's why everyone should learn Arabic. That's why you need to learn Arabic to understand it. You just said that.
Yeah. You have to. If you want to understand the Quran and the linguistics, when I'm speaking about rhyming and stuff, yeah, I'm saying to understand what I'm saying is you have to learn the Arabic language because our words don't have the same properties as the English language. So if you want to understand when I'm speaking about rhyming and linguistics and stanzas within the Quran, it's beneficial for you to understand Arabic.
So if I want to learn Yoruba, I want to learn Medu Neter to speak to the Neteru or the Orisha, then that's what I want to do. What you mean? Why?
So why are you questioning Muslims and saying why do you have to learn Arabic?
Listen, what I question.
Zubair, let me say one thing to the sister.
What I question,
sister,
right,
once you learn these languages, believe me, they can't be translated to English perfectly. Yeah.
Samaroon, I'm trying to answer her. What I'm saying is that when I want to communicate with an English speaking person about my belief system or about their belief system, it's going to be in English. That's all I'm saying. That's my whole thing. If I want to tell someone, hey, I think you're a pagan, right? Because if I'm a Ifa practitioner and you're a Muslim, to me, you're pagan, right? You're not my belief system. But I'm not going to call you a word in Yoruba. That's what I won't do. Because I want you to understand. I don't want there to be no confusion that I think you're a pagan. So I'm going to say you're a pagan. I'm not going to say it in a whole nother language. And then you'll be like, what is that? And then now you got to go Google it.
I understand that, Melanated. I understand that, but you know what we like to do, yeah. But for the sake of speaking English,
Chinese people, Spanish people, and all these people want to learn Arabic because they became Muslim, and that's what they feel they need to do. Rock on what you rock on. Do what you want to do. Do I now? If they ask me, hey, Melanie, if they ask me, what do you think about me learning Arabic or whatever? I do have some questions. I want to know, why can't God speak to you in Mandarin if that's what you speak? And this is God here. It's not like, but if they say, well, it makes me feel closer to God or whatever, okay. Then now I have an answer. I'm not invested in people of other cultures. That's not a big thing for me.
Can you see from an outside point of view, how if you don't believe in God, but the other people believe in God, but you have to learn Arabic to learn God's language.
I mean,
supposed to be Arabic only, or how can it not be able to be translated into another language? This is God.
No, it can look. The thing is, well, nobody said it can't be translated, but I said you have the deeper meaning and better understanding if you learn the Arabic. That's what I'm saying. And Melanie, he said you learn it, so you still learn Swahili, Johnny, right? But remember, Swahili has Arabic in it.
Okay, so
you heard me, sister?
So that,
even the Arabic language, the number system that we have, the number system that we have. I was just asking Veli's question because he did ask me a question, yeah. Like even the number system that we use is actually an Afro-Indian version of the original alphabet system. So Arabic has actually contributed to a lot of the numeral systems that we even have here to this day. Even the letter 3 is actually very similar to the way that the letter 3 is written in Arabic.
Very good. You know how they
even a lot of these places like Portugal.
I'm trying to show you
Portugal now. You from an Arabic word.
I'm trying to show you my Swahili. You say salama. Salama is.
When I was saying that, I was just.
Y'all want to hear my Swahili?
Let Melanie talk. She's talking Swahili, yeah.
So in Swahili, to say peace you guys say salam and they say salama. That's how you say peace in Swahili. But I learned when you say wewe ni, oh man, how you say it? I forgot the friggin' ending. I messed it up. Okay, if I want to say habari za leo, that means how was your day? Yay!
How was your day? But what's the meaning though? Is that the translation in English though? How was your day? Because in the English language that wouldn't make sense.
How was your day? What do you mean? People say how was your day all the time.
I thought you said how. I thought you said how was your day. I thought you said how.
Oh no, how was your day? But some of the things that you were saying, like you were talking about translation. So what I learned in doing and learning some different things in Swahili, like if you want to say a good student, you say student good. So in their language, they would say student good. They wouldn't say good student like how we say in English. So you have to like swap a lot of the adjectives and the pronoun and the noun.
Yeah, that was the point I was trying to make to you.
Hey, what's up? I gotta get back into work.
Exactly.
I just wanted to say
so that's what I'm saying to you in Arabic.
Oh,
if
hello?
you're
wait, hold on.
Can I just say one thing, Jen, just to add to her point? Yeah. Okay.
No, it's all good. It's totally understandable how
sorry, go on, Jen.
You translation meaning can get lost. Like I don't think that's the same thing is happening. I'm finding with like a lot of our Buddhist sutras that are written in Pali they don't translate well. So like it is kind of encouraged if you want to get the full meaning and understanding to learn it in its original text. And that's not like, I don't think that's like the issue. I think it was
making a point, yeah, that is God's translation. How can God's translation cannot
exactly
be interchangeable into any language?
Right.
Word for word.
Right, and no point did our sutras come from any god. They're all written by men. But the thing is they said to challenge any text that was written like that. Nearly all of our sutras are written in poem format and have like crazy linguistic things going on with them, and they were written like 500 BC. So they're out there. But yeah.
Yeah, you know. So yeah, Veli.
Bro.
I'm telling Iram Monshele to come on, car. I wanted to continue that conversation about the whole spirit energy thing, right? So when you are already in it, but to be honest, I actually came on because I saw that the Black Telect finally decided to show up.
Yeah, he's that tight though.
Yeah, I know. So I wanted to see what it's gonna come with, like.
You get me?
Yeah, man wanted a like a front row courtside seat for the Black intellectual, levels that were about to be displayed. But my man ducked out to us. So yeah.
You get me?
Yeah.
Oh, shit,
We're gonna have that conversation about the spirit and the soul again.
Hey, Shakara, you know
I want to continue it.
Hey, Shakara, he jumped on the panel and said, "Oh shit, Benny's on the panel," and he ducked out.
You know what?
Ran home.
You know what? Yeah, I'm not even gonna say that because if the roles are reversed, he'd probably say the same about you.
Yeah.
But yeah, Veli, I'd like to congratulate you on your string of dubs this week because I haven't seen no L's out here. The only thing that the religious folk has brought is feelings and gay shit. So I mean, yeah, big up G Block. Big up in the need for an existence. Like I don't understand why humans feel so strongly like they need a reason other than their subjective experience for existence. Like it's almost like
Jen, if Rob is considered G Block, I would have to say that Shaka Rob pretty much W'd him yesterday with that consciousness and spirit, because Rob didn't even have a real reason why he didn't reject it outside of I just rejected. Like he didn't really. He was kind of, his back was against the rope. He was on the ropes and yeah, he got the beat down. And I will also, because see, I'm not trying to be biased. I will say that scientific method when he co-signed that incest stuff, that
Yeah,
was not
man,
looking
but all that you don't. A lot of these things, like you don't need a reason to know that that's bad. You don't need a reason to know that murder's bad. Like murder's bad.
With that one.
Yeah,
That
like
was a
it's
strong man in with that one. A man knew that was a setup, yeah.
Why do
And he
people
just walked
think that?
straight,
Jen,
he walked
Jen, let
straight
me
into
ask
the
Jen
spider
something
web.
real quick.
No, but listen. This is what they did, yeah. They said, if you put a situation where there's nothing wrong with the thing that is wrong, yeah, and you say it's all good, can you say it's good? And he said, yeah, well, you have to say it's good. And then, we got you. It's like, Ross, yeah, how can you say that? That's why I still say fuck that, no, because if you disagree with it, you just gotta say you disagree with it, innit? Like, can't. They tried it still, man. They tried to set him up still.
Yeah. Well, he fell for it. He should have pleaded the fifth. He should have pleaded the fifth. Because I was like, what he just said? And was it a homosexual incest or was it regular incest? It was some crazy.
I don't give a fuck what kind of incest. It's bad all the way around. It's bad. You don't need a reason to know that is bad. You don't need a God to tell you that is bad. It's fucking bad,
Yes,
bro.
you do.
Like,
Because Jen,
no,
let
you
me tell you.
don't.
That's
You
why I
don't
said
need a.
we have
No, you
something
don't
called
need a
faith
God
tonight.
to
That's
tell you
something you
murder's
born
bad.
with, and you know that.
Absolutely
Look,
not.
look, okay,
100%
Jen,
not.
hold on,
Check it like this, yeah.
Jen, hold on.
Imagine I said,
Let me speak real quick,
listen
bro.
to this. Wait, listen. Imagine I said
Yeah.
self-harming, yeah. Self-harm, yeah. Would you say self-harming is a good thing if the person never got hurt and it was all good, it was all rosy, all the scientific studies were saying it was good and there was nothing wrong with them? Like, would you say self-harming is good?
Wait, but it can't be self-harming if they didn't get hurt.
That's what they were saying, isn't it? So he said, yeah, well, in that terms, then you'd sort of not have a problem with it. But if it was that they was like all the scientific way, the way that it actually is in real life, of course you'd have a major issue with it. So everyone forgets about that.
You die, right? But then if atheists don't believe in the afterlife, what's the point? You just living to die, so you can self-harm all you want.
What's the point of? Wait. Did you just say what's the point of not having an incestual relationship with your parent if you don't believe in God?
No, I'm talking about the self-harm thing. What are you talking about? Man, don't twist my words, man. I said
but that's what we were talking
self-harm stuff, bro.
Bro.
Even self-harm though.
Self-harm.
But what was what you saying that even self-harm then? Would you say that self-harm would be like anything? It don't matter if the person doesn't believe in God, or if there was no such thing as a God, there would be.
As me personally, as a Muslim, we believe self-harm and suicide is haram. But I'm saying, as far as being an atheist, you think you're just living to die. And after that, there's nothing after that. So you just live in a black
true. That's not true. That's not true.
If you do it doesn't matter.
That's not true.
Okay, but then but I understand that. But they're eventually gonna die also. So what's the point?
Why do you need?
What's the point of having children if you're just living to die?
Exactly. Why do you need to get your source for life out of one book? Like, why do you base your entire
Jen,
life? There's so much more out there than that. Like, there's so much more out there.
Let me answer that, yeah, because you see the law system. We've got laws in place, yeah. The laws are not for the law-abiding citizens. It's for the unabiding citizens. There are certain people that genuinely believe, yeah, that it's okay to go around committing crimes. There are certain people that think it's okay to be a pedophile. So therefore, this is why this sort of guidance needs to come in place and differentiate between right and wrong. Because like I said, some people feel like they are justified to do what they are doing.
But who thinks it's okay, though? That's what I'm saying. Like, I think even the
people
there are
some people who think it's okay.
I don't think so. Like, even the people who are doing it, they know they're doing something morally wrong. They just don't give a fuck.
A pedophile won't say what he's done is wrong. There are some pedophiles, bro. There are some pedophiles who believe. There are some. There are some pedophiles who believe what they're doing is right.
I don't know, man. I don't.
Okay, Jen, you heard about Jeffrey Epstein, right?
Listen to the question, bro. My question here to the theist is if atheists didn't care or just live life to die, why would they have family, friends, and have children and stuff like that? Why would they bother doing that sort of stuff?
Because that's the structure of the reality they live in. No, they was born in this type of reality, this type of social environment. So of course that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna want to produce. Well, what's the point of producing if you feel that if there's no
Because
point?
it's
If you
human
just live it to
nature for
die.
our survival as a
Okay.
species.
What
Just
makes
like
so
not
okay?
murdering,
Okay.
just like not
Survival.
harming
Why do you need to
other
survive?
humans.
Tell me, what's the
Because
point of surviving?
it's to progress our
Okay, but
species
what's
to
the point
further
of
living.
surviving?
I'm trying to tell you, bro. If you
Progress
change
what?
the
To do what?
batteries in your
Progress
smoke
for what?
alarm, you might could hear what somebody's saying.
I tell me, come on, man.
Bro.
No, but prior
Jen
to all these laws
Jen
happening,
coming with
yeah,
that
like
smoke on today.
look at the Romans, yeah.
Nah,
Prior
I
to
don't care about
like
this
children's
Italian
rights.
bitch, man. Bitch.
Aki,
See why you gotta get like that, man? See, it's always some
Now
race
give a
issue
fuck about
with you,
this
bro.
white Italian bitch,
There's
man.
always some
Go
race
back
issue
to
with you.
fuck out of here, man.
Oh, it's like that. It's like that. You can't
the
change
fuck
the
is she? You
batteries
said
in your
something, man.
smoke alarm, but
You
you
said
know how to
something.
be
No,
racist,
chill.
though.
Fuck out of here,
That
man.
shit
Right,
comes
no one's
naturally.
gonna get personal.
You
They ain't gonna
can't
get
hear a
personal.
chirp
Everyone calm
every
down.
30 fucking seconds, but you sure got racism down pat, though. That's what's up.
I bet you eat a dick every 30 seconds too, right?
Yeah,
Along with those
fuck
OMG.
you, bro.
Oh,
Fuck you,
Lord.
bro. And this is
Salah
Ramadan.
Nabi,
Like,
Salah
see,
Nabi.
this is the shit that makes people be like, yo, religion is a joke. Religious people are fucking jokes because they're fucking
But
assholes.
Jen, I don't think that's fair. I don't
You're
think
Not
not
that's
you,
so
fair
not
because
Muslim.
you. No,
you're
it's
telling
not
me
fair.
first,
It's not fair. It's not
no, but
fair.
Jen, I
It's
think the
not fair.
generalization that's not fair
It
because
is. It is.
Jen, yeah, if you're
I'm gonna say what I said was wrong, but you
okay,
came at me first, man. So calm out the victim bullshit, man. May
I was
Allah
trying
forgive
to
me. I would
answer
be
your
like him in the shaitan
question,
rajim.
and you
But
were
just watch
kept
your mouth,
cutting
man.
me off, bro. Watch your mouth. What you, my dad? I'm just saying, what's all this rah-rah? Yo, I was trying to answer your question, but you keep cutting me off. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I threw a slight dig because everybody's been talking about the chirping. Every fucking panel you're on, it's shit's annoying as fuck, bro. Just change the batteries. Problem solved.
Shut up. Go back
But
to
yo,
Rome, man. Your ancestors were fucking each other, man. Fucking each other's sisters, man. The fuck out of here, man. Go back to Rome, man. Don't
go
care
back
about
to
that
Rome.
shit, man.
Yeah, I can't because the flights are shut down, bro. What's up?
Yeah, the flights are shut down because you been busy getting fucked in the ass, man. Watch your fucking mouth, man.
This guy, bro. This fucking joke, bro.
You know what you gotta be careful of, yeah? Is obviously like it's annoying.
Nah, G, I understand, but look, no, I'm
one
fucking up
something,
right
yeah?
now. But the thing is, look, this bitch coming out of nowhere, bro. Look, it's a Ramadan.
Salah
I'm trying to
Nabi,
be
Salah
peaceful.
Nabi,
I'm trying to
Samarin,
fast.
Salah Nabi, brother, Salah Nabi.
Alright, Vellemy, let everyone watch it on that. He said he's got work for man still.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave one.
I
Y'all
don't know
got- y'all-
dominating, but that's unfortunate. All right, cool, go ahead.
I wanted to hear the. I wanted to hear
gotta get
Are y'all
back to
gonna
work.
what conversation y'all gonna have? What conversation
No,
y'all
I
gonna
wanna
have?
I wanna raise a point about the concept of spirit, basically. So
Okay,
yeah,
I want to be here for that. I want to be here for that.
the reasoning.
All right, man. I'm
And
out, yo. I'll see you guys later. Big up, big up.
All right, peace, Jen.
If Rob's about,
Yeah,
Rob can come true too, innit? Like if Rob's about,
Yeah, we need some soul, Velley. You need to get that
James
soul right.
Jones,
You know what the Quran, man. Hey, man,
James
you know what the
Jones,
Quran, man,
Kareem.
right there, man. You know, better just be careful. Stop calling out his name, man, because if the Quran, man, turns up, man, then. Yeah, me.
No, I'm just saying, I was having the reasoning with him, innit? So he can reach, innit? Like if he wants to join the conversation, car. We had it before, innit? You know what I mean? Innit?
Anyway, I'm gonna go, Carl. Obviously, you gotta break the fast very soon. But yeah, peace. Salam alaikum to Samarin, brother. Calm down, no problem. Salam Nabi. And yeah, big up yourself, Velley.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Nah, these things.
What's going on?
Yeah.
No, Shaka, all right, let me say one thing, okay? A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. I'm saying no. What I said was messed up, know what I mean? And it's Ramadan, I'm supposed to be fasting. I'm not supposed to be trying my best to make not get angry, you know what I mean? But then I see I was just gonna say a hole right there too. I said this girl came out of nowhere talking nonsense, you feel me? I know none of these I know the bear clapped in real life, you feel me? But they won't talk about this in person. But I'm saying, may Allah forgive me for everything I said.
You know what?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Samarin. Like Samarin, listen. You know when someone says something that you don't like, yeah, what you could do is like just man up a bit, innit? Just like let it go.
Yeah.
Let go. Yeah, because remember, Samarin, this is the internet, yeah, where like 9 times out of 10, you're gonna hear shit you don't like and or don't want to hear. So if you're gonna get upset and piss and moan like on an estrogen field like rant every single time, you ain't gonna
Look,
last
now,
long.
look. See, now you coming at me, bro. You don't even know me,
No.
fam.
I'm saying if
Yeah,
you don't chill out, you're
yeah.
just gonna give yourself a headache. Like, you know what I'm saying?
No, I understand. No, I understand that. No, I understand it's just a waste of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
bro. Trust me. Anyway,
yeah,
listen, fuck that. Big up Shakira, big
My
up
phone is
Veli, big up
bugging.
Raf, big up
Yeah, big
Melanated.
up.
Come on.
Come on,
Listen, I'm
come
just gonna
on.
Big
send
up,
shots straight away.
Social
Shakira,
Spunky.
there's no such thing as a soul, Shakira. Now, before you respond, take a
Yeah.
minute and
Soul
let
or
it sink in,
spirit?
innit?
Soul or spirit? Yeah, let
Take a
that
minute
sink in.
and let it sink in.
All right,
Yeah,
cool.
let it
So
sink in.
Listen,
let's reason it
Temp.
out, yeah. Let's reason it out. Let's reason it out. Right?
let's reason
Bearing
it
in
out.
mind, yeah.
Yeah,
Bearing in
come on.
mind, yeah, that basically
Yeah,
my argument was yesterday and the day before, I think
yeah,
it was, that
yeah,
basically if we look at the concept of consciousness as an abstraction, yeah, and
yes,
and scientists are doing more to investigate it and exactly what it is, yeah, connecting it with the brain and them kind of things there, right? Then why would we dismiss the concept of spirit as is attached to basically meaning life force, yeah, or life force energy? Why would we dismiss that concept? Because science
Shaka.
is yet to come up.
No, wait, Shakira, you see, for
Yeah,
me,
let him
when
finish.
you
Yeah,
say
yeah.
life force energy,
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right, and
No,
that's what I'm gonna say.
no,
Right.
no,
So,
wait, hold on. Yeah.
go on.
Sorry. I was just gonna make this analogy as well with what you're basically saying.
Yeah.
Because we don't know how the universe began, or how the whether or not the universe has always existed or began or whatnot. Yeah.
Yep.
Can we assert that there's a creator behind this?
Put it this way. It's not an implausible idea, but that's not what I'm talking about at the moment. That's not what I'm talking about at the moment.
Yeah, I know, but you can follow the analogy, can't you? Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. So it's not an
Yeah.
implausible idea, but then the question is, are there more plausible ideas?
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm saying, based upon our perception and our knowledge of creation and existence, it's not completely implausible to suggest, well, all of this is here. Somebody must have put it here. Yeah, it's not an implausible idea, right? However, if there are more plausible ideas, then we'll put that idea in the context of those more plausible ideas. But that's not what I'm talking about at the moment. I'm just talking about the concept of what we call like an immaterial, let's say, for lack of a better term, yeah, foundation or source of what we consider to be life. Yeah. So what we agreed yesterday, right, or what was put forward yesterday, and I don't know if what we agreed, but certainly the question was asked, and it was said that that life precedes consciousness, yeah, in human organisms, right, or in all organisms, yeah.
So life comes first, and then consciousness comes after.
Yes. So consciousness is a product of life, yeah.
Okay.
In that regard, right? So again, so and the idea that was put forward is that but when the brain gives, which is a physical thing, gives rise to consciousness, which is an immaterial thing. Yeah, the brain material, consciousness is immaterial. Yeah, and so so we can discuss consciousness in an abstraction because consciousness is immaterial. So I was saying, well, is life
Shakira, can I say something regarding the brain? Because like I've studied the brain, you know what I mean? As far as I studying neuroscience and things like that. Okay, different things can say yes. The brain controls movements, how we talk, us blinking, every single part of our limbs. Like the brain pretty much controls everything. But even if one part of your brain is damaged or affects something, you still have the conscious that we can't explain. Because say like I lose the entire like left side of my brain, I wouldn't be able to move the right side of my body, but I still have my conscious.
You can
now,
still
I
think
might
the
not even
thoughts.
be able to speak. But I still have my thoughts. You know what I mean? My conscious still be there.
Right. Point taken. So I'm gonna look into that some more, because I have been watching. I do watch a lot of these neurological kind of lectures when it comes to consciousness. So I'm gonna delve into exactly what you just said some more. But that helps, yeah. So all right, Veli, it's gone. Veli, share my screen, please.
Veli vision.
Well, screen share movements I forgot on right about now in a region.
Come on, man.
Where on go? I blow out. You have to come back and share out the blood clot screen. That's it. Veli, screen share, I forgot.
No, the internet's gone again. Oh my days. I hate it. Oh,
Yeah, well, I was just getting the point
We can
because
hear
there could be
you.
somebody. Some people could try. Some people like they might want to do
Oh.
something with their brain. Their conscience is still there. They might want to say something or can't even speak, but their conscience is there. You know what I mean? So there might be some things you can't do because you can't get the pathways in your brain to make that movement happen. But you still have the want to do it, and your consciousness will still be there. Like that's something that we can't explain. You feel me? Because there's more pathways in the brain, even in the universe. You feel me?
Most def. Yeah. So in that respect, now, wait, is Veli about? I want everybody
yeah,
else.
if he's added me back in, then he should be about.
Yeah. So Veli, share my screen, please, bro. Oh, sorry, I'm not actually sharing my screen at the moment. Sorry, I forgot. Right, hold on. I should probably just share the entire screen. Hold on, so heads will know what I go on. Let me close that down to make sure everything run copacetic. All right. When may I say no? Application window.
Or is it just me?
Application window.
Not this again.
What?
Has
What's
no
going
chill.
on with the email? I mean, with the internet.
All right, Veli, I'll share my screen. Yeah, so if you can,
He got kicked off, man. Sure.
Give thanks. All right.
Wait,
so,
Shaka, is this gonna tell us? Is this gonna tell us why there is indeed a soul?
No. I'm all I'm saying at the moment is that
Don't rush him. Don't rush him. Ultra.
Hold
Don't rush him.
Cause I'm not making the claim, that one can scientific, and I'm more comfortable with the term spirit, because that's what I deal with, in my day-to-day language. But in that regard, what I'm saying, suggesting is that it's not a concept that should be dismissed from a scientific perspective. So I'm going to validate, I'm going to attempt to validate the idea that spirit, from the concept of, as I was trying to put forward yesterday and the day before that, as a concept of the vital source or force or energy of life, is not an invalid concept of exploration from a scientific perspective. Yeah.
Okay, so what we're about to read is gonna explain what you mean by spirit. It's not like spirits where like Casper the Friendly Ghost is shaking chains around the house.
Summary, that's the part I said.
Wait, Melanated, calm down. I'm trying to define terms. Relax.
I'm going to define the terms in it, but I've been saying though, because what people are doing is they're taking the concept and attaching it to how people relate to the concept. So the fact that people meditate is not an argument for or against spirit. Yeah. Right. The fact that
the internet moving booky today.
Yeah,
everybody's on it.
Yo, you need to get
internet. Let me rest, please.
You need to get Virgin, my G. Yeah, or that 5G, that COVID 5G. Yeah, the 5G. You have to get the COVID 5G.
Don't say that. Don't say that, please.
What's it called? All right. So my point is that, first of all, what people meditating is not an argument for or against spirit. The fact that people believe that they can communicate with their ancestors is not an argument for or against spirit any more than the concept of people believing in telekinesis is an argument against consciousness. Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to demonstrate the etymology of the concept of spirit and what it means and what it relates to. I'm going to give an African-centered definition, and then I'm going to go into a scientific exploration of this concept of what people mean in African-centered thought when they say spirit, and whether there's a plausible road of investigation in relation to it. Yeah, is everybody clear?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. I'm with you so far.
So first of all, spirit, etymologically speaking, from an English standpoint, that's mid 13th century, is the animating vital force principle in man and animals. Yeah, coming from the Anglo-French, spirit, Old French, spirit, spirit, soul, and directly from the Latin spiritus, which is a breathing, respiration, and of wind. Yeah. All right. Now the reason why I've dealt with that is because those two concepts are quite ubiquitous in terms of concepts of spirit. Yeah. So one, animating vital principle. Yes. And the idea that spirit is related to breath. Yeah. in Kemet and them kind of things, their spirit is related to vital force. It's also related to breath. It's also related to consciousness. Yeah, it's also related to speech. Yeah, and these kinds of things. I could go more, but I think we gotta get the basic concept from there. Yeah, but let me to highlight the point graphically. Yeah, spiritus, a breathing, respiration, and of the wind, breath of God, inspiration. A lot of people don't know that the term inspiration is actually derived from the term spiritus, yeah, related to spirit and breath of life, disposition, character, high spirit, vigor, courage, etc., 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 down into the Anglo-French and then into the English, animating vital principle. Okay. Aaron Monchele, have you ever heard of a scientist by the name of Sylvester James Gates?
The name does sound familiar, but don't think I know I'm familiar with his work still.
So
but
I watched a TED talk with him years ago. Yeah. And he is an astrophysicist. All right.
Okay.
And this is an article called Symbols of Power, Adinkras, and the Nature of Reality. Yeah. So to give a brief explanation from my basic understanding, he is charting or recording kind of, what's the term, signatures, yeah, energy signatures in the universe, yeah, and he deals with what a concept that is called supersymmetry. Okay, and so basically by reading certain energy signatures in the universe, you're getting certain symbolic references to it. In fact, let me do a thing, because I don't think some of them will. There we go. Yeah.
So you say, did you just say if you read? I don't want to take it, but if you're reading certain things in the universe, you get like certain messages, or it's like almost the universe is talking back to you. Or is that what you're trying to say? Or
let me just read this and maybe it will say. So what you see on the left here is an example, of what is called Adinkras. Now, obviously, he's got a term Adinkras from the Ashanti symbol system and philosophy system, not to say that they're related necessarily, but that's where he's got the terminology from, and he says these are large n-colored n-color folded adinkras represent complex systems of super differential equations. To derive the second group of 4 equations, we need to introduce the ordinary differential operation denoted by question mark T. The manner in which it appears in the equation is controlled by the relative height of the dots within each diagram. So I'm just giving you an example explanation of basically they're reading certain energy signatures in the universe, and they're represented by these graphics. Here. Right. So obviously you can see from a basic level, without understanding the depth of it, that there's symmetry in these graphics. Okay. Right. So there's so the idea is that there's supersymmetry in the universe. I'm trying to find an explanation of the actual basic concept. 1 second. Okay, it's further up. I wasn't going to go into the deep. Let me not go into the deep because it's not necessary. All right. Let me just go down and find this particular section. Okay. So it says the part of science that deals with transmission of data is called information theory. For the most part, this is a science that has largely developed in ways that are unrelated to the fields used in theoretical physics. However, with the observation that structures from information theory, codes, control the structure of equations from the Susy property. I can't remember what that Susy stands for, but forgive me, but it's not that important. The point I'm trying to make. We may be crossing a barrier. I know of no other example of this particular intermingling occurring at such a deep level. Could it be that codes, in some deep and fundamental way, control the structure of reality? So basically, they're hypothesizing the fact that we can read these different various energy signatures, that also have a relationship to how we code computers. Could it be that that the universe itself has a coding, for want of a better term? Yeah. At
Okay.
fundamental basis.
So
Okay.
yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
we're gonna continue reading. Yeah. So in asking this question, we may be ending our treasure hunt, quote unquote, in a place that was anticipated previously by at least one pioneering physicist, John Archibald Wheeler. Does anybody recognize that name?
It sounds familiar again as well. I've heard that name somewhere
So John
before.
Archibald Wheeler is the scientist who came up with the terminology and the concept of the wormhole, and a couple other scientific concepts here that are quite popular. I think he might have actually did he come up with the term Big Bang as well?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Wormhole sounds like a white hole, doesn't it?
What do you mean, sir? I'm not answering.
Oh, don't. It's irrelevant. All right, go on. Go on.
All right. So, life in the Matrix, yeah. Wheeler, who died in 2008, was an extremely well-regarded figure within physics. He served as an advisor to a clutch of important physicists, including Richard Feynman. While his own work included the concept of the S-matrix, a mathematical tool that helps us understand standard model particles, particles. Beyond the physics community, Wheeler is probably best known for coining the terms black hole and wormhole. That's what I was looking for. The other one was black hole, not Big Bang. Black hole, yeah. But he also coined the slightly less familiar phrase "it from bit," yeah. And this is what concerns us here. I haven't even read my African Center definitions yet, yeah, of spirit, yeah. So let me do that very quickly before I go any further. All right. Forgive me for jumping the gun slightly. Yeah. All right. Reading from a book called The Spirit of Intimacy that is written by a priestess from Burkina Faso. She's Dagara, from the Dagara tradition. She says, when indigenous people talk about spirit, they are basically referring to the life force in everything. Yeah. And that's just a brief explanation. I'm gonna read another one just so we know that this is more than just the Gara people. Reading from the Handbook of Yoruba Religious Concepts, as put together by Baba Ifa Karade, and it says, "Oludumare Olurun is in all things as the Ashe, and which is the primal essence of all things." Yeah, which relates to the definition that we read earlier. Okay, all right. So, the idea of it from bit is a complex one, and Wheeler's own description of it is probably still the best. In 1990, he suggested that every particle, every field of force, even space-time continuum itself, derives its function, its meaning, its very existence entirely from the apparatus elicited answers to yes or no questions. This idea of elicited answers to yes or no questions relates to, again, binary systems and how computers are coded and so on and so forth. Yeah. Binary choice bits. The it from bit principle, he continued, symbolizes the idea that every item of the physical world has at bottom an immaterial source and explanation. That which we call reality arises in the last analysis from the posing of yes and no questions and the registering of equipment evoked responses. In short, that all things physical are information theoretic in origin, and that this is a participatory universe. Yeah. That relates to this test that has been done with the waveforms and how they change upon observation, and that kind of stuff. I forget what the experiment's called, so forgive me. But it's about the.
It was done. It was like It's I think Gary Google come to Speaker's Corner talking about it. It's like the one where it goes through a hole, and then when you observe it, it does
changes.
something.
Yeah. So there's some speculation as to the extent to which observation shapes our reality, yeah, in that regard. Okay, so last two, sorry, is it two? No, last couple paragraphs, yeah. Right. So when I first heard of this idea, and I'm only read that the what I've just read is sufficient, but I'm only reading it on, so I give you his appraisal of the concept, not just the concept itself, if that makes sense. Yeah, based upon his own research. Yeah. So he says, when I first heard the idea of it from bit as a young physicist, I thought Wheeler must be crazy. The concept of a world made up of information just sounded strange. And although I did not know it at the time, I was not the only one who thought so. However, sometimes crazy ideas turn out to be true, and Wheeler has been proved right before. As Feynman said, the Feynman that was earlier referenced, when I was Wheeler's student, I discovered that if you take one of his crazy ideas and you unwrap the layers of craziness from it, one after the other, like lifting layers off an onion, at the heart of the idea, you will often find a powerful kernel of truth. Indeed, another of Wheeler's crazy ideas, his suggestion that a positron can be treated as an electron moving backwards in time, played a role in Feynman later winning a Nobel Prize. As for my own collaboration on Adinkras, the path my colleagues and I have trod since the early 2000s has led me to conclude that codes play a previously unsuspected role in equations that possess the property of supersymmetry. This unsuspected connection suggests that these codes may be ubiquitous in nature and could even be embedded in the essence of reality. If this is the case, we might have something in common with the Matrix science fiction films, which depict a world where everything human beings experience is a product of a virtual reality generating computer network. If that sounds crazy to you, well, you could be right. It is certainly possible to overstate mathematical links between different systems, as the physicist Eugene Wigner pointed out in 1960. Just because a piece of mathematics is ubiquitous and appears in the description of several distinct systems does not necessarily mean that those systems are related to each other. The number pi, after all, occurs in the measurement of circles as well as in the measurement of population distribution. This does not mean that populations are related to circles. Yet, for a moment, let us just imagine, that was my Jamaican slip there. Let us just imagine, that this alternative matrix style world contains some theoretical physicists, and that one of them asks, how could we discover whether we live inside a matrix? One answer might be, try to detect the presence of codes in the laws that describe physics. I leave it to you to decide whether Wigner's warning should be applied to theoretical physicists living in the matrix and to us. Yeah. So in conclusion, all I'm suggesting here is that the concept of spirit, as it is defined as vital life force or essence of reality, is not an implausible field of investigation from a scientific point of view.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
But one thing that's important for something to be a kind of plausible or valid sort of question for science to investigate is that it needs to be kind of testable. So as long as we can test this idea and possibly falsify it, then yeah, like that's something that scientists should check out.
Well, yeah, I've read from this paper because that's exactly what the brother is doing. Yeah. So check out the research of Sylvester James Gates. Yeah. And the article is called Symbols of Power, Adinkras and the Nature of Reality. Yeah. So basically, just to read the abstract, physicists have long sought to describe the universe in terms of equations. Now, James Gates explains how research on a class of geometric symbols known as Adinkras could lead to fresh insights into the theory of supersymmetry and perhaps even the very nature of reality. Yeah, so that's the work that they're doing at the minute. So again, what I'm challenging is the idea that we can completely dismiss the concept of spirit. I was not trying to create an argument for the scientific surety or having proven, that spirit exists. But I'm saying that in the same way that 100 years ago, we would have known far less from a scientific perspective about the concept of consciousness, and we would have understood consciousness purely in abstract terms, purely in philosophical terms. Today, because of the fact that quote unquote religion or spiritual systems tend to dispense or relate information in conceptual and philosophical terms, that in and of itself is not a reason to completely discard the idea that there is a vital life force that brings that gives rise to material forms and ultimately consciousness in that regard.
Yeah, kind of. But I think you have to recognize that your idea of spirit kind of differs from other conceptions of it, and
I'm going to agree with you to some degree. At the same time, even from an etymological English point of view, there is correlation.
So I think the kind of spirits that kind of, if Rob were here, I think he would say that there's reason to say that it's probably not a rich or a fertile field of scientific inquiry. Would be if like spirits being commonly imagined to be something eternal about one's personality, like the idea that people have kind of a spirit that existed kind of before they were alive and will continue existing after they're alive. Like,
but again, you're dealing with how people relate to the concept of spirit, or how people behave in relation to the concept of spirit. I'm saying that people also believe in telekinesis. People believe in that they can read people's minds, and these kinds of things. But those things are not arguments against the concept of consciousness, So how people address or deal with the concept of spirit should not be arguments against it, in the sense of the fact that what we're talking about, whether I believe I can communicate with my ancestors or not, that idea is built upon a philosophical foundation that suggests an interconnectedness with all reality at its basic fundamental level. So I'm dealing with the basic fundamental level now, not the form. Once we understand the basic fundamental level, then we can debate the form, whether those codes continue to exist in the universe and can be accessed in any way, shape, or form, following the decease of a loved one or any individual. That's a plausible debate. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that the field of exploration in terms of a vital life force from which arises reality as we know it, material as we know it, is a legitimate idea.
Yeah. Like, would you go further as, I mean, so like to compare what you've just said to what James Gates said in his article, he was kind of presenting this idea as something plausible and legitimate that should be investigated and that sort of thing. He wouldn't, I don't think, kind of go so far as to say kind of, I have reason to believe that I think there is evidence at this point, or I have justified reason to believe that kind of I can communicate with my ancestors, or so on and so forth. Kind of. So what I'm trying to tease out is kind of I think you've kind of demonstrated this being a sort of valid question for science to investigate. But I mean, until kind of evidence comes forth in favor of that, kind of there isn't reason to either positively believe in this possibility or I guess even deny it. So kind of, are you positively believing that you can communicate with your ancestors?
Sorry, I would suggest that there is enough evidence in the universe for the concept of interconnectedness, and I mean absolute interconnectedness, from a scientific
almost like a pantheistic type of view, like everything is God.
I would more say a vitalistic point of view, that there is a basic essence, into reality and that building block that builds up life and them kind of things there. I think, from my perspective, I think there's enough in scientific research to lend plausibility, if not conclusiveness, to the idea. At the same time, why I came into the conversation a couple of days ago was because of the fact that the idea itself was being summarily dismissed. Yeah. And I was being asked, well, why would you even investigate that? Because we know that life as a function is purely biological. And I was interrogating the idea, but then so is consciousness, based upon the fact that if consciousness is tied to a brain, there's nothing outside of the brain that gives rise to consciousness. But we speak of consciousness in the abstract. Then why would we not investigate life in a similar way? Like, we don't know what brings about that spark of life, what fundamentally enables it to take place.
But this is what Rob was getting at. Yeah, this idea of this spark of life, like, because for me, it's not. I don't see anything like, okay, we're alive now, so what's this spark of life are you talking about? What are you talking about? What takes us from
for the same
atoms
reason.
and bio, basically, if we look back in the beginning, we talk about things like non-living, like probably atoms or whatever, to what you
But
call
again,
biological life.
I'm not saying that I can answer the question. I'm saying that there is it's not an implausible or unscientific field of research or investigation or pontification. You understand what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. So we might say that we don't, in the same way that 100 years ago, if you ask me, well, what is this spark of consciousness? I couldn't answer you. Now we still can't answer the question, but we're close to being able to answer that question.
But I would say that when you talk of even if you ask people back then, what's this idea of what's going on, some people would probably be able to relate it to something within their mind. Like, I don't feel like they were that incapable of understanding that.
That's what I'm trying to make, though. Yeah, Errol. Yeah, in the sense of the fact that we never knew what consciousness was or how it arises, but we experience it. Yeah, in the same way that we don't know what life exactly is or how it arises, but we experience it. Yeah, we know that we are living and we have an understanding of living and dead and living and non-living, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So what I'm saying is, me not being able to tell you exactly what it is not an argument against the fact that it's not implausible. Yeah. That's what I'm saying at the moment. You get me?
Yeah,
by the way, send James Jones come, because I'm a big more than chat. No, I'm joking, but yeah, come true, James.
If James can take my position if he wants, because
you're talking.
Yeah,
Other people ain't
I know.
talking. Yeah, and Melanie is the only woman, so I'm going to suggest that she stays. So well, it's
I've
between.
I've only got one thing that I kind of want to say more, so I'll give up my space after that. Kind of one thing I imagine that Rob might say, kind of if you were here, would be that often we can sort of learn things about life by looking at kind of simpler forms of life. So, for example, kind of most people would agree that bacteria are alive, and so if you look at bacteria, they don't seem to they don't give any indications of being conscious, but they still seem to be alive in that they do these chemical processes to kind of to reproduce and metabolize. But one kind of point that one point about these bacteria that kind of gives evidence for a kind of more materialist outlook is the fact that you can kind of freeze bacteria such that their chemical processes stop, are frozen, like they aren't, they're sort of suspended, like pressing pause, and then as soon as you kind of unfreeze them, they just happily go on kind of living again. So this kind of indicates that if we were to kind of, if we had the technology to kind of totally copy a human being, every molecule and every atom, and have it in the same kind of energy state, and then place this human being somewhere else, that human being would have the same kind of consciousness, the same memories, the same personality. And so like it seems to, I think that would lend itself to this idea that kind of are things like kind of personalities, consciousness, feelings, sensations are kind of physical or material phenomena. So, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, listen, James. I see everybody knows personalities are controlled by horoscopes, so just get out of here with that shit.
But yeah, Rob was actually saying something a little bit different to what you just said. So I'll leave that for a future conversation, so he can explain that himself.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think really interesting. article. Yeah, it's a good topic.
Yeah, check it out. I encourage it. I mean, by the way, I recommend the brother in general. Yeah, Sylvester James Gates. He's a brilliant scientist. Yeah, and I'm saying it as well because people seem to think that Neil deGrasse Tyson is the only scientist alive, and he's brilliant. But there are others.